This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Invitation. Die! The kitchen knife brought a white streak and fell directly on his head. Fong Bai woke up suddenly, and he breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the surrounding environment clearly. I dreamed of that mental patient again. Fong Bai met a mental patient on the road a few days ago. While walking, he suddenly pulled out a kitchen knife and wanted to chop him. Fortunately, he blocked it with his bag. Otherwise his life would be in danger. After washing his face and sitting in front of the computer, he looked at the tower defense version of World of Warcraft on the computer screen and clicked to start. While waiting for the game to start, Fong Bai suddenly found an extra piece of paper in front of the computer. Invitation? Where did it come from? Fong Bai frowned slightly. He clearly didn't have it before going to bed. Could it be that some lock opening company opened for advertising? But when did lock opening companies accept this kind of advertising business? Real game. A 100% virtual immersive game. A masterpiece. Do you want to join? Yes/yes? Fong Bai's mouth twitched slightly, and he threw it away. 2 confirmation options? No choice? It's so funny. I haven't seen any routines. I don't bother to pay attention to you. This promotion is too fake. However, when the invitation letter fell into the trash can, a line of light-colored small words at the bottom of the back of the invitation letter slowly lit up. Note: to avoid misoperation in emergency situations. This invitation letter refers to the spell scroll activation mode, and tearing or unfolding it and discarding it is considered activation. At the same time, a mechanical sound slowly sounded in Fong Bai's mind. It has been confirmed that the player's qualifications are activated and the game is loading. In the game world, the sudden change of position made Fong Bai a little suspicious. And then, an attribute panel slowly emerged in front of him. Name: Fong Bai. Level: Level 1. Profession: None. Talent: Fantasy Space. Strength: 11. Skill: 6. Speed: 4. Physique: 13. Armor: 2. Resistance: 1. Exit the game. 100% virtual immersion game? Real game? Fong Bai looked at the surroundings. This seemed to be deep in the mountains. He was now standing on a slope. The dense trees and bushes made the already dim vision even narrower. The weeds and bushes under his feet were deeper than his knees, making it almost impossible for him to move. What game is this? What about the map? Fong Bai tried to call the map with voice, but there was no response. There was nothing in his tattered linen clothes, and there was no sign of civilization around him. Fong Bai tried to walk a few steps, and the rustling sounds in the surrounding grass and treetops immediately made him shudder. Fortunately, the sounds were far away, and they must have been scared away. What game is this? Wilderness survival? Or did I travel through time with a game panel? Fong Bai's face was not very good, but fortunately he could log off, and the scars on his body in the game did not appear in reality, which made his slightly stuffy chest feel better. If it's a game, then where is this? No hints? How to play? Fong Bai walked a few steps and said speechlessly. But no matter what, he didn't even have the slightest intention of giving up the game. The realism is so high. Only an invitation letter is needed. No equipment is needed. And the game can be logged in any time and anywhere. Even a fool can understand that something is wrong. But I don't know what this fantasy space means. Is this my talent? How to activate it? Fong Bai broke off a wooden stick and kept hitting it in his hand, pushing away the bushes and weeds in front of him. There was a rustling sound in his ears. It seemed that snakes, insects, ants and beasts would avoid the places he passed by, although he didn't know why. This barely gave him a little comfort. At least he might live a little longer. Paying attention to the word talent on the attribute panel. Suddenly, with a strange feeling, a message slowly emerged in his mind. Scan completed. Fong Bai recalled this message, and his mind sank into his mind along with the message. Looking at the wooden stick and weeds in his mind, Fong Bai was slightly stunned, and then reacted. Fantasy space? A message emerged in his mind. Fong Bai pondered for a moment, then fiddled with the wooden stick and broke it. Crack! After the wooden stick was broken, a new fork was revealed. With a thought, an identical wooden stick appeared in front of Fong Bai again. Can I imagine the things that my talent has scanned in my mind and use them at will in my mind? Fong Bai pushed aside a patch of grass in the fantasy space and looked at a venomous snake that was almost invisible in the grass but motionless. He poked it with a stick and blood flowed out. Living things can also be scanned. After the scan, they look like vegetative people. Not moving, but alive. And the speed of time. No, I should say that my thinking speed is faster. And the time inside is faster. Fong Bai thought after entering and exiting the fantasy space several times. The distance should be 1 to 2 meters. The scanning is fastest when there is direct physical contact. It will take a while when it is 2 meters away. Fong Bai thought while scanning everything within a radius of 2 meters in the fantasy space. He walked in it and tried every plant and tree. Suddenly, Fong Bai's arm was scratched by a thorn on a tree, and a bloody wound appeared directly on his hand. It was nothing at first, but it started to itch after a few minutes. This degree of itching is still bearable, but it made Fong Bai realize a problem. Snakes, insects, ants and beasts will avoid, but trees and shrubs and weeds will not. It doesn't need to be too much. As long as I encounter a poisonous one, it doesn't need to kill immediately. It just needs to make my body weak. And then I will basically be dead. At this moment, Fong Bai looked at the dark primeval forest again, and he didn't dare to move. Even very experienced hunters dare not enter unfamiliar primeval forests without permission. Otherwise they may have to pay the price of their lives. Fong Bai took a deep breath and looked at the talent on the attribute panel. I can only rely on the fantasy space. In the dimly lit primeval forest, a figure moved slowly in it, pausing slightly after walking 2 meters, and pausing slightly after walking 2 meters. Fong Bai could not tell whether the plants were poisonous or not. The only way was to prevent himself from being scratched and not eating without permission. After testing little by little, walking up the slope little by little, it took more than half an hour, and Fong Bai finally found that the plants gradually became sparse and the light gradually became brighter. It seems to be the top. The terrain here is very flat, with many boulders, and even the ground underfoot is full of gravel. Red, very familiar, and looks like hematite. Really. Fong Bai picked up a few pieces of gravel and looked at them. He often touched these things when he was a child. The ore deposit is directly exposed on the surface, and it is a rich ore. Looking around, the earth is red. It's so conspicuous. And no one is mining such a large open-pit iron mine. Isn't it wonderful? Fong Bai climbed up a boulder with his hands and feet, and then looked back, looking from afar, in the direction he came from. Large and small, tall or short, fat or thin mountains came into view, and the endless green forest was like a green sea. The scenery is very good, but there is no human habitation. Not even a little bit of human habitation. Oh, where did this broken game put me? Isn't this game a wilderness survival game? There is no human society. However, as soon as Fong Bai got down from the boulder, a message emerged in his mind. Looking up at the forest in front of him, the message became clear. Fight. The thought moved slightly, and he looked back at the red iron ore, and the message in his mind changed. Life. Fong Bai paused slightly. Chapter 2 Wilderness Survival. Fighting in life. So this is it. Fong Bai reacted. Go forward and enter the forest again to change to a combat professional, and go back to the Gobi to change to a life professional. Standing in place, Fong Bai pondered for a moment, looked at the forest and moved slightly. But when he was about to move his feet, a snow-white knife light suddenly appeared in his mind, and his footsteps stopped immediately. 100% pain. No keyboard or handle operation mode at all. Forget it. I'd better be a logistics professional. The mortality rate of combat professions has always been high, and logistics professionals are all rich bigwigs. It's not that I'm afraid of pain or knives, but I have to make money. As the saying goes, there is a great terror between life and death. Fong Bai, who was lucky enough to escape from the knife, deeply realized what kind of psychological state a person would be in when the knife chopped from top to bottom. Others don't know. At least Fong Bai will not be lucky with himself. Will not think of dodging and counterattacking. Will not think of entering the white blade with bare hands. And will not think of sliding. He has a very clear understanding of himself. He has a low combat talent, and he is really not good at fighting. Well, indeed, I will definitely not fight. After thinking it over, he turned around and walked towards the Red Gobi Desert. Bang! 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 This stone is really hard to smash. Fong Bai looked at the stone blade he smashed out, and then used a rattan rope to skillfully clamp it on the wooden stick and tie it tightly. At first, he couldn't tie it tightly, But after tying it hundreds of times in the fantasy space, he got a little better. Anyway, these skills can be easily found in reality, whether it is text or video tutorials. Not to mention one. Phong Bai can find the 4 ways to tie the stone axe. Just learn step by step. Anyway, there is a fantasy space. No shortage of materials. No shortage of practice time. It's just that I can't add points. No matter what. I have to learn and practice it little by little. After all, the fantasy space only speeds up time, and does not improve Phong Bai learning ability and hands-on ability. Perhaps for others, Phong Bai mastered it in an instant. But for Phong Bai, those dozens or hundreds of hours of boring practice were extremely real, and they were all endured every minute and every second, without any omissions. Hey, is it that if I just hypnotize myself to forget everything in the fantasy space, it is equivalent to adding points? Isn't that how the system works? After the host adds points, the time flow speed of the host is accelerated, and then the host is whipped to practice and cultivate. After the cultivation, this memory is deleted and the points are added. Then the host is surprised, grateful, and shocked by the means of the system. This power and proficiency are really like what he has cultivated, without any running in. Phong Bai sat on a stone and rubbed the rope with vine skin and tree bark. Although it was the first time, he was already very skilled. After a while, he made a circle of perfect rope, while muttering, "Vine, tree bark equals rope. Stone equals stone blade. Stone blade plus rope equals stone axe." Phong Bai took a stone axe and entered the forest, collecting dry branches and vines, and even chopped and broke those small but hard trees. Fortunately, perhaps because of choosing a life profession, Phong Bai snake, insect, ant and beast retreat buff did not disappear, and the hell difficulty was changed to normal mode. This also made Phong Bai more fortunate that he did not choose a combat profession. Otherwise, in such a primitive forest, there would be no need for beasts. Just snakes and insects would be enough to kill. And those natural predators are even better at lurking and attacking. They will not confront you head-on. Will not give you a chance to slide. Will only aim at your neck from behind and bite hard. A fatal blow. Maybe there are really combat talents who can kill in this situation. But Phong Bai weighed his own few pounds of meat. Maybe it can be eaten to death? Phong Bai skillfully rolled up a circle of dry vines as thick as a hair and picked them up behind him. Then in front of a tree as thick as a wrist. He paused slightly, and then chopped it very skillfully. It was not familiar just now, but it will be familiar in a while. Phong Bai now realized that this talent was really useful. Phong Bai figure appeared in every corner of the mine, and every place was covered with his footprints. Vines, branches, trunks, fruits, stones, all kinds of materials were collected and piled next to 2 adjacent boulders. Not knowing how to complete the job change, Phong Bai had to try little by little, without a goal or a task. He just survived in the wilderness. From time to time, he went offline to use the computer to search for relevant knowledge, and practiced madly in the fantasy space while learning, and finally practiced it very skillfully. Bow rope drilling wood to make fire, drinking water filtration, wild fruit selection, shelter construction, clay identification, simple tool making. When it was getting dark, Phong Bai, who had eaten some sour wild fruits and drank some water, opened the attribute panel. Name, Phong Bai. Level 1. Experience, 5 out of 10. Profession, none. Talent, fantasy space. Strength, 11. Skill, 6. Speed, 4. Physique, 13. Armor, 2. Resistance, 1. Well, there is an extra experience bar, and 5 more experience points. Can I upgrade with 10 more experience points? Phong Bai saw an extra system prompt bar next to it, with 5 small red dots on it. Opened it immediately. Ding. System prompt. Successfully made a simple stone axe, and gained 1 experience point. Ding. System prompt. Successfully made a simple fire-making tool, and gained 1 experience point. Ding. 5 messages in total. 5 experience points in total. So the life profession can upgrade by making things, and the combat profession can upgrade by fighting? 5 more experience points to upgrade. Phong Bai, who was originally preparing to take a break, couldn't hold back and got up to continue working. With experience points? How can you sleep at this age and at this time? 2 hours later, when the sky was completely dark, Phong Bai entered the angle between the 2 stones and block the entrance with wood. Open the attribute panel and take a look. Experience points. 7 out of 10. At this rate, you can level up tomorrow. Log off. In reality, Fong Bai opened his eyes. He was extremely tired in the game, but disappeared without a trace after logging off. After playing games for a day, Fong Bai was not very hungry. He ate something casually, solved some personal problems, and then sat down at the desk again. Take out a pen and paper. I shouldn't stay in this area for too long. I just live in this shelter. The main thing is to make things to improve my level. And at the same time, I make a set of equipment for myself to improve my survivability and ability to face sudden dangers as much as possible. Fong Bai couldn't help but recall the knife he was stabbed by the mentally ill before. The white knife light. And his lips pursed slightly. Heavy armor. The armor must be thick. The thickest armor. The absolute heavy armor that can't be penetrated even if you stand there. Fong Bai immediately turned on the computer and began to search for posts such as traditional steelmaking, blast furnace manufacturing, bellows manufacturing, technology line strategy for traveling back to ancient times, doomsday survival strategy, and pure handmade heavy armor. Looking at each post and video, Fong Bai kept copying, recording notes, saving links, saving videos, making plans, and making schedules. At about 2300 hours, Fong Bai fell asleep. In front of his desk, a simple pure handmade sword was hung on the wall, with a photo below. Young Fong Bai held the sword and took a photo with a couple in front of a casting table, with a line of small words below. Record of Fong Bai first sword forging on August 25, 2012. Chapter 3 Iron Smelting. The furnace for iron smelting must be prepared in advance. And there is also charcoal for iron smelting. Fong Bai looked at the timetable in the plan and immediately went online to prepare for work. But as soon as he went online, he took a breath of cold air. The soreness of the muscles came up instantly. And Fong Bai took a long time to adapt a little. It hurt so much. Fong Bai grimaced in pain, ate some of the fruit and water left over from yesterday, endured the pain, first untied some hemp rope from his clothes, and used the method he just learned yesterday to set up a dozen bird-catching lassos. After the arrangement, he went to the area where clay was found before, selected the appropriate clay bit by bit according to the requirements of the strategy, and then used stones to grind the clay into fine powder, mixed in some crushed grass stems and poured water, and then left it alone to let it mature by itself. After mixing the clay, Fong Bai walked into the forest with a stone axe. He didn't have much fruit left, and the charcoal needed for iron smelting also required a lot of wood to burn, all of which had to be prepared in advance. However, Fong Bai frowned slightly as soon as he entered the forest. The muscle soreness was more obvious when walking in the dense forest, and the impact was greater. Forget it. Adjust the time and make something first. It should be upgraded to level 2 soon. Fong Bai turned back to the simple shelter and began to make stone axes, stone hammers, simple stone daggers, and simple wire winders. He made items one by one. When he made the 7th item, he heard a slight sound. Ding. System prompt. Gain 1 experience point. Ding. System prompt. Level up. Fong Bai felt a warm current emerging from his body. Wherever the warm current passed, the soreness disappeared without a trace. Upgraded. Fong Bai eyes lit up, and he immediately opened the attribute panel. Name, Fong Bai. Level, level 2. Experience, 0/20. Strength, 12. Skill, 6. Speed, 4. Physique, 14. Armor, 2. Resistance, 1. Strength increased a little, and physique also increased a little. Fong Bai clenched his fists and felt that his strength seemed to have increased a lot. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but the recovery of the whole body state could not be faked. Feeling the abundant physical strength, he didn't hesitate and directly picked up the stone axe and went into the forest. During the day, he cut wood, split, mixed mud, and burned wood ash. At night, he made various wooden and stone tools. If he didn't know how to do it, he would go offline and search online. After the search, he would practice again and again in the fantasy space. If he didn't know how to do it once, he would do it twice. If he didn't know how to do it twice, he would do it 10 times. If he didn't know how to do it 10 times, he would do it 100 times. When Fong Bai did something 100 or even hundreds of times tirelessly, he was basically proficient in it. As time passed, This corner of the ore deposit also changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Today there is an extra furnace here. Tomorrow there is an extra pile of charcoal there. And the day after tomorrow, there are some broken ore next to it. 8 days passed in the blink of an eye. And there were several earthen furnaces of different degrees of dryness and wetness. A pile of charcoal, a pile of broken ore, and a pile of grass ash. Fong Bai, who had just come online, went directly to the side of the earliest furnace. The 2-meter-high clay furnace was completely dry, and the yellow furnace wall was full of tiny grass stems. After rehearsing dozens of times in the fantasy space, Fong Bai officially started working. First, he opened a hole under the furnace, and then pulled out the dead branches in the furnace bit by bit. The last part that could not be pulled out was directly set on fire and burned. The flame completely dried the last trace of moisture in the furnace. While Fong Bai recalled the content on the post, he opened a hole above the furnace. It is said that opening a hole like this allows the gods to see the inside of the furnace and provide divine power for smelting? The post is right. The locals who use this method are very cruel to the gods. When smelting, hot air and toxic smoke will be ejected from the hole above. I hope their gods don't have smoky eyes. Fong Bai muttered while perfecting his furnace. And his hands were very skilled. The furnace was completely completed soon. The only flaw was that this furnace did not have a bellows. I hope the temperature is enough. It should be enough. Fong Bai glanced at the attribute panel. Ding. System prompt. Successfully built a furnace. And gained 2 experience. The difficulty of obtaining experience points has increased again. Otherwise it will definitely be more than 2 experience points. Through this period of exploration, Fong Bai also understood a little bit about the acquisition of experience points. You can gain experience points by making things. The more difficult and complex it is, the more experience points you will get. At the same time, the higher the level, the more difficult it is to gain experience points. But the specific change is unknown. Fong Bai closed the message bar and looked at the attribute panel. His attributes had changed a lot in the past 8 days. Name, Fong Bai. Level, level 4. Experience, 3340. Strength, 13. Skill, 7. Speed, 4. Physique, 15. Armor, 2. Resistance, 1. Strength, skill, and physique increased by 1 point each. 13 points of strength and 15 points of physique greatly improved Fong Bai's strength, endurance, and resistance, especially resistance. Fong Bai retracted his gaze and first piled the prepared charcoal and ore ash mixture aside, and then lit some charcoal at the bottom of the furnace. I hope it will succeed at once, Fong Bai said softly. While speaking, he alternately poured layers of charcoal and ore and ash mixture from the top of the furnace. After pouring, Fong Bai took a simple fan and fanned the reserved vents of the furnace. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With the influx of fresh air, the charcoal quickly turned red and burned. Soon, a trace of red and green flames ignited, making a whirring sound inside the furnace. Fanning, adding charcoal, or fanning. Fanning for a long time is very tiring, and Fong Bai is under great pressure. However, in order to ensure the temperature in the furnace, Fong Bai dared not rest for too long, and he fanned again after a few minutes. Fortunately, my highest attribute is physique, and my endurance and recovery ability are much stronger. Otherwise, I would definitely not be able to hold on. From morning to the darkening sky, Fong Bai's arms seemed to be full of iron weights and extremely heavy. And it was not until he saw the first stream of liquid slag flowing out of the bottom of the furnace that Fong Bai breathed a sigh of relief. It's done. I wonder how much experience points I can get from the first iron smelting. I should be able to change my job at level 10. Right? I'm almost level 5. Fong Bai showed a hint of joy on his face, and his heavy hand surged with strength, and the speed of fanning increased a lot. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The flames were whirring, as if guests were coming from afar. After a while, Fong Bai dropped the fan. The flames in the furnace went out, and he disassembled the disposable furnace. When he pulled out a piece of sponge iron full of cracks and holes from the bottom of the furnace, a system prompt sounded in his ears. Beep. System prompt. Chapter 4 Forging. Ding. System prompt. Successfully smelted a piece of iron and gained 13 experience points. Ding. System prompt. You have reached level 5. Name, Fong Bai. Level 5. Experience points, 6/50. Strength, 13. Skills, 8. Speed, 4. Constitution, 16. Armor, 2. Resistance, 1. In an instant, the fatigue and soreness of the whole body, especially the arms, disappeared. Fong Bai took the sponge iron that was still hot, looked at the changes on the attribute panel, and his face was full of smiles. Sure enough, this is the normal way to upgrade. The experience of smelting iron once is comparable to that of making dozens of ordinary tools. Fong Bai once again confirmed his thoughts and directly picked up the stone hammer next to him and smashed it on the furnace. Bang! Bang! After the furnace was knocked open, Fong Bai turned out pieces of iron at the bottom of the furnace. Good. Continue. Fong Bai looked at the small pile of iron with satisfaction and grinned. The hematite he found had a very high iron content. So the iron produced by this furnace was quite considerable. Without hesitation, Fong Bai immediately lit a small furnace next to him, put the smelted iron on it, and immediately began to fan it. Whoosh! 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 Red and blue flames rushed out from above the furnace, and the hot flames licked the iron on the stone shelf. Fong Bai closed his eyes slightly as he watched the color of the iron change little by little. After a while, Fong Bai opened his eyes, picked up a wooden clamp from a pile of wooden clamps next to him, put it in the stone trough mold, and picked up a stone hammer from more than 10 stone hammers and smashed it hard. Bang! 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 Stone chips and sparks flew. Fong Bai stared, as if he was back to the age of 12. Bang! 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 The hammer cannot be light, or it will be useless. It cannot be heavy, or it will damage the iron. It cannot be up, or down, or early, or late. When each hammer falls, you must think about the force and position of the next hammer. Iron is soft, but it can be made into steel after repeated tempering. This is the charm of forging. Father's words echoed in Fong Bai's ears. Fong Bai shook his head slightly, breaking away from his memory, paying attention to the state of the iron, choosing the right angle, and choosing the right force to hit it. Bang! Bang! Hammer after hammer. When the iron cooled, Fong Bai clamped the iron to the stove again to heat it. In this way, the sponge iron, which was originally full of holes, was gradually compacted with iron beams. Bang! The stone hammer was damaged. Fong Bai threw it away, and picked up another stone hammer to continue swinging it. After 4 stone hammers were used up, the sponge iron was gradually shaped into a bar-shaped iron ingot. Fong Bai picked up the iron ingot and looked at it for a few times, then shook his head slightly. He was obviously not very satisfied, but the conditions were limited, so he still made it into a hammer head bit by bit. Install the hammer handle, and a system prompt sounded. Ding! System prompt. Successfully made a hammer. Gain 2 experience. Fong Bai ignored the system prompt. After making the hammer, he used the remaining iron to make 2 iron chisels. He installed the iron chisels on the wooden clamp and got a simple pair of pliers. Now that I have a hammer and pliers, I can make something a little more delicate next. It's a pity that I didn't find a better refractory material, and it's not easy to make a bellows. Otherwise the iron production would definitely increase dramatically. But now, Fong Bai turned his head and looked at the 4 clay furnaces in a row next to him. If I refine 1 furnace a day, I can make an axe and a saw tomorrow, and then think about making a bellows. In this way, the furnace temperature can be raised a little bit, and the output can be higher. Fong Bai opened the attribute panel and looked at the level above. Level 5. I should be able to change my job at level 10. Right? Now that I have the tools, I can think about the next thing. Offline. First, I solved some personal problems, and then Fong Bai sat in front of the computer and started searching how to make ancient heavy armor, which full-body heavy armor has high defense. How to make a full-body heavy armor by hand. As the night got darker, Fong Bai saved more and more videos and posts on his computer, and the notes on his notebook increased little by little. 1 page, 2 pages, 3 pages. There were even some sketches. Before he knew it, a night had passed. Relying on several logins to the game to use the fantasy space to study, Fong Bai had an extremely fulfilling night. Studying for 1 night was like studying for more than 10 nights. But he was still energetic. Putting down the notebook, Fong Bai got up, washed up, and made breakfast. On his computer desktop was a picture, and on the notebook were several sketches of the whole, parts, and components. Next to the sketches was a line of small words. Liao Jin Fei Moth Eyebrow Do Helmet Iron Pagoda. Abbreviation. Iron Pagoda. Iron Pagoda. That's it. Fong Bai came back after breakfast and looked at the sketches. Iron Pagoda. Assembled from 1,825 armor plates. Weighing 30 kilograms. Full body protection. Fong Bai felt a sense of security when he looked at the armor. And smiled slightly. At this time, WeChat beeped. Brother. It's time to pay the rent. Helplessly picked up WeChat to pay the rent. And just when he entered 3,000 to pay, Fong Bai paused slightly. Huh? Wait. I couldn't live here before. But now I've lost my job. And I plan to play this game full-time for a while. So why am I still living here? Fong Bai immediately exited the payment page and said something to the landlord. But after saying that, Fong Bai frowned slightly when he looked at his balance. Balance, 30,398.7. This is all his wealth. Now he is unemployed and has no way to make money in the game. Fong Bai shook his head slightly. Let's take it one step at a time. Exiting WeChat. Looking at the picture of the Iron Pagoda on the computer. And recalling the situation of resigning before. Fong Bai's eyes flashed with a trace of determination. And he immediately sat down again. Opened the shopping software. And searched. Iron Pagoda full body armor. The search results popped up. And Fong Bai looked at it carefully. 5,999. 12,999. 39,999. Fong Bai was slightly stunned. And was even more silent when he saw the 20-plus sales under 39999. I'm sorry to bother you. Fong Bai clicked it and checked the introduction page one by one. Checking the structure and forging process. But there was not much content. After hesitating for a moment, he came to the order page of 5,999. However, just as he was about to place an order, Fong Bai had an idea. Switched to search. And entered. High imitation Iron Pagoda. 100% restored plastic model. Film and television props. Enter. Duh. Looking at the prices as low as 1 or 200 and as high as 900 and 1,000. Fong Bai's eyes suddenly lit up. Good fellow. It's worthy of me. Fong Bai quickly selected a model with high restoration and good reviews and placed an order. And the price was only a little over 1,000. After placing the order, Fong Bai logged into the game with great expectations. In the game, looking at the furnace next to him and holding the heavy hammer in his hand, he instantly felt proud. Start working. At the same time, in the center of a town outside the mountains. Lord, those players are too rampant. They are wreaking havoc and disrupting the order of the town by relying on not dying. Should we take some measures? I have my own plan. Don't move yet. Wait for my order. You go down first. The pot-bellied lord nodded slightly. And several people left after hearing the words. After they left, there was only a strong man with a body full of flesh and full of murderous aura left in the hall. On his face, a nearly 4-centimeter knife scar on the bridge of his nose made his face look particularly hideous. Chapter 5. Can you make a suit of armor out of nothing? Lord. The sturdy man held a roll in both hands and handed it to the Lord. The Lord took it, removed the wax on it, and took out a piece of animal skin from it. The animal skin seemed to be a bit old, quite mottled and worn, as if it would fall apart in the next moment. This was a map of the ruins. The Lord carefully unfolded it and studied it carefully. After a moment, he suddenly burst out with a strong momentum. The sturdy man next to him subconsciously took a few steps back, and sweat broke out on his forehead. Is this extraordinary? The Lord, who was originally pot-bellied and seemed to have no threat at all, instantly became like a beast in front of the sturdy man. But the strong momentum disappeared in an instant. The Lord looked at the sturdy man next to him and frowned slightly, then put the animal skin on the table in front of him, and took out a palm-sized lens. Corey, come closer and take a closer look. The sturdy man came up to him and looked down at the animal skin. The animal skin was a map. The location seemed to be the wilderness mountains outside the town. There were some ancient dilapidated buildings deep in the mountains. It seemed to be a small town. How could there be a small town in the wilderness mountains? Could it be? Corey had a guess in his mind, and a trace of shock burst out in his eyes. The Lord next to him glanced at Corey, looked at the lens with a look of pain, and then put it on the animal skin map. Buzz! The lens resonated slightly with the animal skin map, and a stream of light flowed on it. Then the lens broke inch by inch, and the stream of light spread on the animal skin map, revealing a forest. Remember this place? Yes. Corey recalled the possibility, and did not dare to be negligent. He immediately stared at the projection on the animal skin map with wide eyes. At first, what came into view was a continuous primitive mountain, which made both of them slightly solemn. When the view quickly expanded and fell to the middle of the mountain, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. The view continued to expand, and the two dared not even blink. As the view expanded, the two gradually saw the specific forest, and in the center of the picture, there was a Gobi Desert surrounded by the forest, like a red spot in the green sea. The view continued to expand and fell to the intersection of the red spot and the forest, and the two became more and more expectant. However, at this moment, a figure revealed by the expansion of the red spot instantly changed the faces of the two, and they were relieved when they saw it clearly. The picture continued to expand, and the figure disappeared from the picture. The picture continued to lock, and suddenly broke when it locked a mysterious area. The Lord looked at the animal skin, and a gleam of light flashed in his green bean-sized eyes. Corey, did you see it clearly? I saw it clearly. There must be no problems. Understand? The Lord's green bean-sized eyes flashed with cold light. He absolutely could not tolerate someone next to the ruins. Corey recalled the refugee who had just seen him, wearing no armor, holding an iron hammer, and wearing tattered linen clothes. His facial scars twitched, revealing a trace of a grim smile, with disdain in his eyes. I understand. Just an ant without even armor. You can't just make a heavy armor in the wilderness mountains. Right? How is this possible? If something goes wrong, I pay with my head. A moment later, a team of elite soldiers wearing leather armor left the town and rushed towards the mountains in the west. Fong Bai didn't know that he had just been live broadcasted. He was fanning now. The equipment was too backward for this kind of earthen furnace in front of him. Fong Bai really couldn't guarantee that he could smelt anything without fanning. In fact, even if he fanned, it would only be sponge iron. What is sponge iron? It means that the temperature in the furnace is not high enough. The iron in the iron ore is not melted, and other impurities melted and flowed out, leaving iron full of gaps. This furnace is said to smelt iron, but the furnace temperature is not at the level of smelting iron. Fong Bai shook his head slightly, put aside the distracting thoughts in his mind, put down the fan in his hand, added a batch of charcoal, iron ore, and would ash to the furnace again, and then continued to fan. As the sky gradually darkened, the crisp sound of iron hammering echoed above the ore bed. With the system prompt, Fong Bai looked at the saw and axe, and a smile appeared on his face. The bellows can be made tomorrow. But Fong Bai couldn't help but recall the slope he saw when he went out today. His heart moved slightly, and then he looked at the sky. Seeing that it was dark, he immediately extinguished the campfire and hid in the shelter to log off. Sitting in front of the computer and closing the page of Iron Pagoda, Fong Bai did not search for the method of bellows, but began to study the traditional method of steelmaking. The information on the internet is very complete, including materials, drawings, steps, principles, and precautions. In theory, as long as these things are available, anyone with a little hands-on ability can realize it and successfully make iron. As for the refractory bricks used to build the traditional steelmaking furnace, Fong Bai carefully checked the materials and characteristics of the refractory bricks. He had already memorized all of this, and now he just confirmed it again. After confirmation, Fong Bai immediately came to a positive conclusion. What I saw today was bauxite. Hey, there's no need to build the bellows, and this broken furnace can be used. Fong Bai immediately began to study the processing of bauxite, the manufacturing of refractory bricks, and the structure of the traditional iron-making furnace. Fong Bai didn't fall asleep until more than 3 o'clock in the morning. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Fong Bai woke up before the alarm went off. The night before, he remembered that he had something to do the next day, so he always woke up early in the morning. After a simple wash and breakfast, he went online. The sun in the game slowly rose. Fong Bai picked up the bamboo tube and drank a sip of the boiled water left over from yesterday, and then went out to check the lasso installed the day before. 4 of the more than 10 lassos were activated, and 2 of them had only some bird feathers and some bird blood on them, but no trace of the bird. Only 2 lassos allowed Fong Bai to find a bird. After taking them back, the 2 birds were not treated in any way. They were directly wrapped with yellow mud and thrown into the burning bonfire. Then he carried 2 bamboo baskets on a pole and left. When he came back, the bamboo baskets were already filled with a grayish-white mineral soil. After going back and forth again, the alumina gradually accumulated. Phong Bai walked more than 10 round trips before stopping. After a simple screening of the alumina, Phong Bai calcined it, and after a simple firing, he put it aside for use. Then the clay was ground into powder bit by bit, and screened bit by bit. When you focus on one thing, time always passes quietly. Phong Bai life became regular. He got up at 6 in the morning to work online, and went offline at 11 in the evening to study videos, learn techniques, and disassemble armor models. He didn't fall on the bed until 2 or 3 in the morning and fell asleep instantly, going to bed at 3 and getting up at 6. A lifestyle that was enough to eat millet in the Hades Palace. But Phong Bai didn't feel the slightest bit of fatigue. He was full of interest and energy every day. And the effect was also significant. With up to 18 hours of work a day, the progress in the gain was rapid. Clay and bauxite clinker were made into refractory bricks, which were then piled up into a 2-meter-high iron-making blast furnace. Batches of iron ore were poured into the blast furnace and turned into molten iron, which flowed down from the discharge port. After being poured into the mold and cooled, it became rectangular iron sheets. During this period, the system prompt sounded again and again, and the small red dots representing system information accumulated little by little on the attribute panel. 121020, but Phong Bai did not read it. His attention was focused on the pieces of armor from beginning to end. The blast furnace built by Phong Bai did not have a high technological content, and it could only be called an iron-making furnace. The armor pieces solidified from molten iron were soft and fragile. If they wanted to become qualified armor pieces, they obviously needed to be processed again. Dang! 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 The heavy hammer was swung lightly in Phong Bai's hand, and it made a crisp echo after landing accurately on the armor pieces. Impurities flew with sparks, and the bubbles and gaps in the armor pieces disappeared with forging. In order to achieve the desired effect, the armor pieces often had to be forged dozens or even hundreds of times. And this is just the beginning. Each piece of armor will be folded after dozens or even hundreds of forgings. After folding once, it will be forged nearly 100 times again until it is integrated without any gaps. After reaching the mark, it will be folded again and forged again until the dark armor turns silver white. Every fold and every forging is a huge improvement in strength and toughness. Dang! With the last hammer falling, on the morning of the 23rd day of entering the game, the first steel armor piece was forged. Phong Bai raised the armor piece in his hand, which was still hot, facing the sun. His eyes narrowed slightly. The silver-white forged steel armor piece shone brightly under the sun, and his eyes were filled with joy and love that could not be hidden. And he said softly, "The first piece." Chapter 6: Refined Forger. Dang! 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 Amidst the rhythmic knocking sounds, 2 pieces of iron gradually took shape, and a brand new hammer with fresh fire appeared in Phong Bai's hand. Holding the brand new steel hammer, Phong Bai threw the already deformed hammer aside, together with the brand new iron felt and iron pliers that had been replaced. Phong Bai forging tools were all successfully updated. Iron for steel is like replacing a musket with a cannon. Phong Bai looked at the steel hammer and felt a little excited. Looking at the iron armor piece next to him, an idea suddenly popped up in his mind, and he immediately became a little eager. "You can try it," Phong Bai said after thinking for a moment. Immediately after speaking, he picked up a piece of iron armor and put it on the furnace to calcine it. After it turned red, he took it out for forging. The soft iron changed its shape under the steel hammer. Impurities began to be removed under forging, and the carbon content was also reduced bit by bit. With 2 folding and forging, the dark iron gradually glowed with a silver glow. In the past, the forging would have stopped at this time and turned to drilling holes. But this time Phong Bai did not stop. After completing the second folding and forging, he folded it again. He wanted to fold it for the 3rd time. However, the hammer fell. Bang! There was a dull explosion that was obviously different. Phong Bai raised the hammer in his hand high, but it did not fall down for a long time. Each time the iron is folded, it is a round of forging. Each folding and forging is close to a rebirth for the iron. A piece of soft iron often only needs 2 foldings to transform into high-strength and high-toughness steel, because each round of forging is often more than 50 times and less than 100 times. There is a saying that steel is made by 100 forgings. This is also why common blacksmiths often fold and forge twice. Think carefully. Do the blacksmiths you see outside all fold and forge twice? In our forging industry, this is also called two forgings. Fong Bai recalled his father's story when he was forging a sword 11 years ago. Two forgings are the most basic and simplest. There is no difficulty or technology. Even if you forge it randomly, as long as you explore it for a while. 100 forgings make steel. It's not a big problem. The real difficulty starts from the third forging. At this forging, even a wrong hammer will be fatal. And only at the third forging can you be called a forger. Otherwise you are just a blacksmith. Look! Your piece of iron is useless. Just like the iron bars of sword casting, his father said. When Fong Bai heard the familiar sound of the hammer, he recalled this sentence and understood a little. This armor piece is useless. Why is it useless? The ancient words may be mysterious, and can only be understood but not explained. So I won't tell you. But in modern terms, at least according to my experience in using modern equipment over the years, your hammer has disturbed the stress. I don't rule out that someone can straighten out the disturbed stress. But I know that I can't do it. And you can't do it either. So this iron is useless. Although it won't turn into iron again. It can't continue to progress. If it continues to forge, it will even regress, become more brittle, and have weaknesses, which will break at the touch. You can refer to Rupert's tears for the principle. If the second refining is just to bring out the original material strength of iron to form steel, then the third refining is to increase the material strength again on the basis of the same material, and use technology to break through the original limit of the material. How to break through this limit still needs to go back to each forging in the first two refinements. Each hammer is crucial, and each hammer lays the foundation for the third refinement. Although the 72 hammers of our Fong family forging method are not the strongest, they are also the best in the inheritance of the ancient and modern forging industry. As for the lack of modern stress detection equipment and means in ancient times, how did they forge? Sound. The sound of forging. Fong Bai picked up the armor in front of him, shook his head slightly, and threw it into the scrap metal pile. Dad is right. If you don't have a solid foundation, don't even think about the third refinement. You can't even forge it with inheritance. Knowing and being able to are completely different things. It's better not to aim too high. First, lay a good foundation. The apprenticeship of the forging industry is 10 years, and 10 years of forging can get the true inheritance. During my apprenticeship, I could only hit 1,000 hammers a day, which is 365,000 hammers a year, and 3.65 million hammers in 10 years. In that case, I will swing this 3.65 million hammer. Fong Bai suddenly found that the forging that he had never felt seemed to become interesting from this moment. His inner thoughts settled, and he picked up a piece of red iron armor and smashed it with a hammer. Dang! Unlike before, this time Fong Bai's ears quietly listened to every vibration of the iron armor, and his palm felt every vibration of the hammer. No longer negligent. Although he didn't hear anything and didn't feel anything, Fong Bai knew that this was right, and it would only benefit him in the future. So he did it seriously. Dang! 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 The crisp knocking sound echoed in this red or bed, and piece after piece of iron armor transformed into steel armor after two refining. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces, 5 pieces, 10 pieces, 50 pieces, 97 pieces. The sky was completely dark, and Fong Bai counted the number of armor pieces with the help of the firelight. It took Fong Bai a day to forge 97 two refined armor pieces. These 97 armor pieces seem to be exactly the same, but if you measure them carefully, you will find that the angle of each piece is slightly different, and each piece is a little different. But the difference is not big. Fong Bai fumbled for the angle of each armor piece, counting it while marking the number on it. After completing this step, Fong Bai glanced at the time. 20:09. After checking the time, Fong Bai set an alarm for 12 o'clock in reality and entered the game again, hiding in the shelter and closing his eyes to enter the fantasy space. In the fantasy space, a red-hot iron armor, a steel anvil, a steel pliers, and a steel hammer appeared in front of Fong Bai. Dang! Dang! Without waiting for the armor to heat up, Fong Bai clamped the iron sheet and swung the steel hammer directly to smash it down. Dang! 1 hammer, 2 hammers, 3 hammers, 72 hammers. Dang! After the last hammer, Fong Bai directly refreshed his body status in the fantasy space. Refreshed the status of the iron armor. and then smashed it again. Dang! Dang! 1 hammer. 2 hammers. 72 hammers. Refresh. 72 hammers. Refresh. 72 hammers. In the fantasy space, Fong Bai will be tired. But he only needs to imagine his body again to recover. In the fantasy space, Fong Bai can imagine any item he has scanned, including the iron armor. And naturally the red-hot iron armor. There is no need to wait for people in armor. All Fong Bai has to do is to endure the loneliness and experience the whole process with his heart. Ding! 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 The continuous and crisp knocks echoed in the fantasy space. Fong Bai listened carefully to the sound and felt the hammers recoil, which continued to go back and forth. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. At 12 o'clock, the alarm rang. Fong Bai, who felt a little bit, exited the fantasy space and went offline. After dinner, he took out the iron pagoda props that had been dismantled for the most part and began to study them. While dismantling them, he looked up information. Occasionally, he asked the store customer service or posted online. He studied, learned, and recorded little by little. About 2 hours later, Fong Bai fell asleep on the bed. It was another fulfilling day, and there were 2 lines of numbers written at the end of the notebook. Record the first day. 98/1825. 86400/3650000. Chapter 7 Iron Pagoda. Completed? It seems to be a little different. Fong Bai in the fantasy space paused slightly. It has been 5 days since Fong Bai started to forge the iron pagoda armor. In the 5 days, he has forged more than 700 armor plates. And more than 1/3 of the entire armor plate forging work has been completed. And he also has 4 hours of lei budong every day for forging practice in the fantasy space. But unlike the first day, Fong Bai divides the 4 hours of forging practice into 4 parts. 1 hour at the beginning of the online, 1 hour for lunch break, 1 hour after dinner, and 1 hour before going to bed. The time is divided, and the real forging of iron armor plates is used as a relaxation in the middle. Even so, under the faster time perception of the fantasy space, every hour of forging practice is like several hours. Dozens of hours. It is inevitable that it is a little boring occasionally. And at this time Fong Bai often takes a break for a while, and then forges again. Fong Bai has no talent and poor learning ability. Action and perseverance may be his only commendable points. It's just that sometimes, in front of talent, hard work and perseverance seem so ridiculous. And this is one of the reasons why Fong Bai cherishes this game so much and is so decisive. He has been persisting in boredom until today, when a familiar feeling made Fong Bai eyes light up. This feedback, this sound, the whole person suddenly became enlightened. Just like studying hard for many years with mediocre grades, and suddenly soaring into the sky. Or it can be said that the experience accumulated after a lot of practice has turned into a qualitative change at this moment. It's like learning English suddenly after accumulating English words to a certain extent. At this moment, Fong Bai had a feeling that he understood the information in this sound and the impact of this hammer. Metal can speak. Fong Bai eyes were bright, and the boredom and mental fatigue accumulated before were swept away. Dang! 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 Hammer after hammer. The extremely refreshing sound rang in Fong Bai's ears, as if he was talking to the iron armor. Every time the iron armor bounced off the hammer, it told him the landing point, angle, and force of the second hammer. He just needed to let it fall naturally. It was almost in the blink of an eye that the 72 forgings in the first refining were completed smoothly. But when entering the second refining, Fong Bai's steel hammer paused slightly. If it was just a simple completion of the second refining, it would be very simple. You just need to complete the 72 hammers step by step. But if you want to reach the third refining, then each hammer in the second refining must consider the 72 hammers in the first refining, and consider their mutual influence. Each subsequent hammer must not only not disrupt the arrangement of the previous 72 hammers, but also perfectly fit in them to complete the coordination and lay the foundation for the third refining. Fong Bai meditated for a long time before a hammer fell. Dang! The sound seemed unintentional, and the feel was no different. But the moment it fell, Fong Bai knew that this hammer was wrong. The difficulty of forging was far beyond Fong Bai's imagination. But this did not make Fong Bai depressed, but instead aroused his fighting spirit again. 400,000 hammers gave me a glimpse of the way, so I can just do another 400,000 hammers. If 400,000 hammers are not enough, then 800,000 hammers. The iron hammer in Fong by hand fell again. And he was extremely decisive at this moment. So what if I have no talent? So what if I am just an ordinary person? If I can't find the correct answer accurately at once, then I'm wrong. Wrong once. Wrong twice. Make all the wrong answers wrong 10 times. As long as all the wrong options are eliminated. As long as all the wrong options are remembered. The remaining ones are also the correct answers. There will be no difference from the correct answer of a genius. Dang! 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 The continuous crisp sound echoed in the fantasy space again. The difference between the game and reality is that Fong Bai in the game has enough time and cost to try and make mistakes again and again until all the wrong options are eliminated. An hour later, the practice time is over. Fong Bai exits the fantasy space and picks up a piece of red-hot iron armor in the game and puts it on the steel felt. Ding! When the hammer fell, the sound of the armor piece made Fong Bai feel a little strange and unfamiliar. But fortunately, after completing the first refining, he understood the information contained in the sound again. After completing the second refining, Fong Bai looked at the silver-white second refined armor piece and pondered slightly. I used a piece of armor piece to forge repeatedly, and directly forged more than 400,000 hammers. This made me completely and thoroughly familiar with the piece of armor, making it easier for me to understand the sound of this piece of armor, allowing me to get started. But after all, there is a certain amount of trickery. I have seen too few iron conditions, and too few strange conditions. Will it become one of the bottlenecks that limit my third refining? Fong Bai immediately scanned all the current armor pieces into the fantasy space. After thinking about it, he directly scanned all the blast furnaces and the hematite deposits under his feet. Let's put the second forging aside for a bit and move on to the first forging. I've only seen one situation so far, so I see a million more situations. It only take a few 100 million hammers and less than 10 days. Fong Bai was very straightforward. He liked this kind of accumulation after boring accumulation, which made him feel very solid. After just a short pause, Fong Bai continued to forge iron armor pieces, and each piece was extremely serious and solemn, because each piece of iron armor piece is different. Each piece of iron armor piece is unique, which is also a process of accumulation for Fong Bai. On this day, Fong Bai forged 127 pieces of second-level armor pieces, and this was only the 6th day. With the increase of iron armor pieces Fong Bai saw, the speed of second-level refining also increased a lot. On the 7th day, 139 pieces. On the 8th day, 143 pieces. On the 9th day, 145 pieces. At this level, the speed of improvement gradually stabilized. As the days passed, Fong Bai even felt that this game was good. He didn't go anywhere, just guarding this large open-air hematite mine, forging iron every day and making things. After the iron pagoda is forged, some armor and weapons can be made, and then a small house can be built. A secret base can be dug. A forest can be cut down to open up a few acres of rice fields, a few acres of vegetable fields, a pond, a dog, and flowers can be raised. It would be even better if an eagle could be raised. Usually, I would do ironwork, plant crops, and fish. When I feel like it, I would lead the dog and hold the eagle to go hunting. It is peaceful and comfortable. It would be even better if I could contact the players and sell some weapons and armor to supplement the family income. Fong Bai laughed out loud as he thought about it. And because of this speed increase, Fong Bai completed all 1,825 two-refined armor plates in just 7 days. Then Fong Bai took out a pile of double-headed steel nails made of two-refined forged steel. The steel nails were burned red, and the armor plates were fitted together according to the adjacent numbers to cover a corner. The concave angles were just perfect, which was both movable and without loopholes. The red-hot steel nails penetrated the adjacent holes and then hammered down from the inside. Ding! Ding! The 2 hammers fell, and the steel nails bent and fit inside the armor plates, connecting the armor plates but not completely locking them. Everything was just right, and the operation was done with ease, without revealing any fireworks. Ding! 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 According to the drawings, Fong Bai burned the steel nails red and embedded them between the armor plates, connecting the armor plates into a whole armor surface to form a component. Breastplate, skirt armor, collar, leggings. A complete full-body armor is like a set of clothes, which are composed of one part after another, with tops and bottoms, coats and underwear, and only when they are assembled can they form a full-body heavy armor. These 1,825 armor plates were combined into one part after another by Fong by an order, and because of the error in precision, occasionally some armor plates cannot be combined, and Fong by only needs to rebuild one piece to continue assembling. In this way, the armor pieces were assembled with some twists and turns, and the face armor, helmet, and shoe armor were made and debugged, and the lining made of tan bark and leaves was sewn. 1 day later, the Liaojin Fei moth eyebrow helmeted iron pagoda was completed, and at the moment of completion, a system prompt sounded. I thought it was just a simple prompt to gain experience, but when Fong Bai saw this system prompt, his face changed. Ding. System prompt. Chapter 8 End of the Novice Period. Ding. System prompt. Successfully forged a set of armor. Gained 89 experience points. Ding. System prompt. You have reached level 10. The higher the level, the harder it is to gain experience points. Things that can gain more than 10 experience points at level 1 may not even get any experience points at level 9. Only half, or even a quarter of a point. But in this case, the successful manufacture of the Iron Pagoda heavy armor actually gave 89 experience points, allowing Fong Bai to directly reach level 10. The difficulty and evaluation of the Iron Pagoda heavy armor can be seen. This made Fong Bai, who was looking at the Iron Pagoda heavy armor, full of pride and satisfaction. In just 40 days, Fong Bai went from having nothing to making a full set of heavy armor. How can one not be proud of this? As for the upgrade to level 10, it was within Fong Bai expectations. After all, he knew how much he had done during this period, so these were not enough to make him pale. What really made him pale was the subsequent system prompt. Beep. System prompt. Player successfully reached level 10. Novice protection cancelled. Experience increase cancelled. Wish players a happy game. Beep. System prompt. Congratulations to the player for successfully passing the novice period. Score, excellent. Beep. System prompt. Reward 1 resurrection coin. As the system prompt sounded, Fong Bai felt something disappear from his body, and couldn't help but feel it carefully. The breath. The breath that made snakes, insects, ants and beasts actively avoid me disappeared? Fong Bai was stunned when he realized this, looked around a few times, and suddenly felt a little scared. Suddenly, he felt that there might be danger everywhere. He looked at the iron pagoda in front of him, and put it on without hesitation. Although it was not comfortable to wear armor without lining, the feeling of being wrapped in thick armor from head to toe made him feel relieved and a little safe. Wearing the iron pagoda, ordinary snakes, insects and beasts should be helpless against me. Fong Bai version of the iron pagoda is 40 to 50% thicker than the original design, and therefore weighs a lot more. But Fong Bai doesn't care and looks directly at the system prompt. Snakes, insects, ants and beasts retreat as a novice protection. But what about the experience value increase? It took me a full 40 days to reach level 10 and complete the transition to the novice period. And this is still with the experience increase in the novice mode? Then, there is no experience increase, and the difficulty of gaining experience has increased further. Fong Bai was silent for a moment, then shook his head and looked at the last system prompt. A resurrection coin was awarded for good performance during the novice period. After receiving it, a resurrection coin column appeared on the attribute panel, and Fong Bai got some information when he clicked on the resurrection coin. A resurrection coin can unconditionally and losslessly resurrect at the preset resurrection point or outside a nearby town after death. The effect is not bad, but I don't know if the things on the body will fall after resurrection. Fong Bai pondered for a moment and closed the resurrection coin column, turning to look at his attribute panel. Name, Fong Bai. Level, level 10. Profession, none. Talent, fantasy space. Experience, 0 out of 0. Strength, 17. Skill, 10. Speed, 5. Constitution, 19. Armor, 2. Resistance, 1. Strength is 17. No wonder this 80 to 90 kilograms iron pagoda feels only slightly heavy when worn. Not oppressive at all. Fong Bai shook the heavy armor on his body. This weight was completely within the tolerance range, and his movements were not restricted. But why is this profession still showing none? Haven't I changed my profession yet? How can I change my profession? The experience value is gone again, which means I should be at the stage of changing my profession. Do I have to go out to find a change miner to change my profession? Or do a change mission? Fong Bai looked at the forest outside the mine and fell into thought. Theoretically, if Fong Bai, who was wearing full body armor, was careful and cautious, and used the wilderness survival knowledge in reality to leave the forest, it shouldn't be a big problem. That is to say, Fong Bai's original goal could be achieved. But the problem is that Fong Bai doesn't want to leave now. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? The environment here is so good. There are so many resources. And I have just passed the novice period. Instead of going out and being abused by old players, it is better to stay here for a while and become stronger before going out. At least as a blacksmith, it should be reasonable to arm yourself to the teeth. Right? Yes. That's it. I won't leave yet. Fong Bai smiled slightly and made a decision immediately. And there was another important reason that prompted Fong Bai to make a decision. That is, Fong Bai had a feeling in his heart. If you can study the 3 refinements and become a 3-refined forger, it may not be worse than changing your job. But you really have to pay attention to safety. And you can't be as casual as before. Fong Bai was wearing the heavy armor of the Iron Pagoda. When he shook it, the armor rustled. Hey, compared to the original design, the size can be modified, and the joints can be personalized. After experiencing it, Fong Bai immediately took off the heavy armor, disassembled it again, deleted some armor plates, recast the armor plates in some areas, shrunk the angles of armor plates in some areas, and expanded the range of movement of armor plates. After modifying it bit by bit, Fong Bai cut off all the space originally reserved for versatility, and the whole set of armor became much closer to the body. And even the flexibility and range of movement were greatly improved. Fong Bai put it on again and shook it, and the collision sound of the armor plates was very rare. Yes, that's it. Fong Bai grinned and refused to take it off after wearing the heavy armor. Just kidding. What if a wild beast attacks after taking off the heavy armor? It's not that he is afraid of death, but mainly because he can wear it to work, test the armor while working, and collect data for the next modification. Fong Bai muttered, and ran directly to the steel furnace to open the furnace and release the molten iron. However, this time he did not use the mold of the iron armor plate, but other square molds and strip molds. When the molten iron solidified, Fong Bai removed the mold and started forging immediately. Unlike before, he did not fold it after completing the first refining, but overlapped it with another piece of iron of similar shape, and then overlapped it again after interlocking with each other. The number of hammers in the overlapping forging has far exceeded 72 hammers, but it is still within the scope of the second refining. This is the technique of overlapping forging, which is suitable for forging occasions that cannot be folded, and also for forging occasions for forging complex parts. Use simple geometric shapes to piece together complex forging parts. Fong Bai forging continued, and a team coming from the east gradually approached this area. Head? How far is it? It's almost there. At most 2 days of journey. The embarrassed Cole looked at the map and raised his head and said. The knife mark between his eyes made him look even more ferocious. Chapter 9 Corpse. Boss, what you said before is that there is another person in here. Yes. A savage, who has built a few stoves over there. We can kill him later, and use the ready-made place to eat hot food and do the final repairs. Cole said. Will it be dangerous? Can we live in this deep forest? A person next to him asked cautiously. Dangerous? Cole frowned. Of course it is. Ah? A savage. What if he wraps himself in animal skins and stabs us to death with a wooden spear? The people around were stunned. And then they all laughed. Ha ha ha. Haas. If you are worried, just lean on my arms. Dad will protect you. Get lost. Ha ha ha. Cole also laughed, and his smile pulled the knife scar between his eyes. Ugly and hideous. The 9 people continued to walk towards the area where Fong Bai was. 2 days later, Fong Bai used the buckle to put the pieces of second-grade steel plates in his hand together, and soon he put them together into the shape of a tower shield. But it looked rather thin. After assembling this tower shield, Fong Bai put it aside for the time being and began to assemble the remaining components. After a while, the same tower shield was assembled, but this side was on the inside, and there was a handle on it. Fong Bai took the side that had just been assembled and put it together with the inside side, and then took up 7 or 8 second-grade steel springs that were crooked but as thick as a little finger and placed them in the middle of the tower shield. Click! Click! As Fong Bai tightened the buckle, the tower shield was formed. The tower shield is 60 centimeters wide, 180 centimeters high, 8 centimeters thick, hollow, and equipped with a powerful spring shock absorber. Its outer side is a smooth arc, and the inner side has a handle, a ground support, and a reserve gun hole. In addition, there is a buckle between the handle and the tower shield. Fong Bai looked at the sword-shaped buckle on the back of the tower shield. Squeeze! A sharp metal friction sound was heard, and a thick and heavy sword was inserted into the buckle. In addition, there were 6 small buckles, all of which were now filled with short spears. Cool! Fong Bai couldn't help but praise the tower shield while holding it. The only flaw was that the weight was a bit too much. Although he could lift it, it was a bit difficult. But this was not the shield's problem, but his. Fong Bai lifted the heavy tower shield and slammed it down. Bang! The broken stones flew everywhere, and the earth seemed to shake. But at this moment, there seemed to be some movement next to him, and Fong Bai turned his head to look. Should it be shaken? It should be. But it's a pity for the 3rd and 7th brothers. Damn! How could that thing appear in the middle and outer periphery? Did something happen inside? Damn it! Seeing the fearful look of the crowd, Cole recalled what had just happened, and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. But he still spoke out. Be quiet. Don't attract that thing again. Let's go quickly. When we get to the Gobi Desert ahead, find a safe place to rest for a day. Yes. Hearing Corey's words, everyone couldn't help showing a trace of fear in their eyes. They suppressed their voices and responded, then quickened their pace. However, at this moment, a white shadow flashed by, and the whole forest seemed to be silent. Corey, who found something wrong, widened his eyes, full of fear, and growled, "Run!" However, before he finished speaking, a white shadow flashed. Corey's head fell to the ground. A scroll in his hand slipped, and his wide eyes looked up at the sky, gradually becoming empty. On the mine bed, Fong Bai looked towards the east with some doubts, as if there was some sound over there. Screaming? Calling for help? Fong Bai vaguely heard something, but was not sure. Is it a person? Fong Bai was startled, and without saying a word, he drew out the heavy sword in the tower shield, grabbed 3 short spears, and ran towards the direction of the screaming sound. Soon Fong Bai came to the edge of the forest in the east. He was a little hesitant when he entered the forest for the first time after losing the protection of the Novice. However, after hearing the screams of people, Fong Bai hesitated for a moment and rushed into the forest with a sword. Holding the heavy sword and the short spear in his hands, Fong Bai felt that there was no weapon slot on the armor, and the buckle seemed very inconvenient. However, he could not care so much at the moment, so he put the short spear on his waist and continued to move towards the east with his heavy armor. There were too many weeds and shrubs in the forest to run, so Fong Bai could only walk step by step. When he was halfway there, the screams had disappeared. Fong Bai took a deep breath and continued to move in the direction of the screams. After walking for a while, there was no sound of people in his ears, only occasional insects and birds chirping. Estimating the location, Fong Bai immediately searched, and soon found some traces of broken branches. Following the traces, a strong smell of blood filled Fong Bai's nose. The broken corpse without any mosaics brought a great shock to Fong Bai. The wide-open eyes seemed to be staring at Fong Bai, making him shudder. There was a slanting scar between the eyes of this head, which made it look even more hideous. What could have caused such a horrific murder scene? Fong Bai took a deep breath and turned his head to look at the 3 claw marks on the tree trunk next to him. A beast? What beast could be so strong? Will this beast still be here? Fong Bai clenched the heavy sword in his hand and became more alert. Although he was nervous, he was not afraid. First, he was fully armed with the heavy armor of the Iron Pagoda and a heavy sword in his hand, so he was not panicking. Second, because this was just a game, he still had a resurrection coin, and he could be resurrected even if he died, so there was no need to panic. After being more alert, Fong Bai squatted down and passed his hand in front of the eyes of the head. After finding that he couldn't close his eyes, Fong Bai gave up and came to the corpse with a heavy sword in his hand. A scroll slipped from the corpse's hand, and he had a backpack on his body, a water bag hanging around his waist, and a sharp short sword next to him. After packing up everything and taking them away, Fong Bai searched the surroundings again. He didn't see a single living person, nor did he see the beast that killed them. He only found 4 broken bodies everywhere. After packing up all his belongings, Bai left the forest and returned to the blast furnace. I don't know where these people came from. Hunters? Mercenaries? Fong Bai recalled the different leather and cloth armors on their bodies, and looked at the weapons of various shapes, guessing in his heart. What is their purpose here? This iron mine? Or hunting some kind of beast? Fong Bai cleaned up the items while thinking. First piled up the weapons of various shapes aside, and then opened all the packages. A total of 5 packages were picked up, 4 of which only contained some dried biscuits, bandages, and powder, and nothing special. The first package Fong Bai found also contained these things. But in addition to these things, there were 2 special things that caught Fong Bai's attention. A map and a scroll. Fong Bai sat on the ground with his back against a huge rock, concentrating on the map and scroll in front of him, thinking. And at this moment, a white shadow flashed by. Chapter 10 Cow Mooing. Map. Fong Bai picked up the map without any hesitation. The map was very new, probably drawn not long ago, with some annotations on it. Many places were circled, and various marks were made. In the middle of the mark was a winding road, heading straight west. And the end of this road. Hey, the end seems to be here. Which force formed a Pathfinder team? Preliminary exploration and map drawing. And then a large force will move in to develop this iron mine after the route is clear? Fong Bai guessed. But the proportion is a bit wrong. Fong Bai looked at the black spot on the map representing the iron ore deposit, and found that the black spot was a thumb-sized circle on the map. Very small. But in fact, the area of this open pit iron ore deposit is frighteningly large. If it is really based on this proportion, then the way out will be far away. Fong Bai's smile suddenly stagnated slightly. Such a detailed map. How can the scale be so different? Fong Bai gestured the distance of the road to the east, gestured the size of the iron ore deposit, and for the first time had a clear understanding of the distance from the civilized world. If I really want to go out, it will definitely take at least half a month or 20 days. Fong Bai paused slightly. It's really far. Using his talent to scan the map into the fantasy space, Fong Bai can easily check it in the fantasy space even if the map is lost or damaged. After doing this, he put down the map and picked up the scroll next to it that was slightly longer than his palm and unfolded it. After the scroll was unfolded, a complex hexagram came into Fong Bai's eyes. Spell scroll? Considering that the scroll slipped from the man's hand at that time, Fong Bai couldn't help but guess. It's either a combat spell scroll or a displacement spell scroll. Fong Bai's eyes moved slightly as he looked at the spell scroll, and he immediately walked into the crevice, blocked the exit with a tower shield, and entered the fantasy space. How to use it? In the fantasy space, Fong Bai directly imagined 10 spell scrolls in front of him. After thinking for a while, he picked up one and tore it open. Collapse? The scroll was torn, and a hexagram formed in front of Fong Bai's eyes. It instantly condensed into a fist-sized fireball and shot out. It landed on the area where Fong Bai's eyes were staring and exploded. Boom! The flame swept, and the hot shockwave covered a range of nearly 10 meters. And Fong Bai was also swept in. He was in a mess. His fireball spell? This power is quite strong. Fong Bai looked at the scroll in surprise. And it can automatically search for enemies according to the eyes? So smart. Fong Bai immediately unfolded another scroll and threw it out. Boom! The fireball shot out and exploded. Continuous explosion sounded in the fantasy space. After a while, Fong Bai also had a more accurate understanding of this spell scroll. After that, Fong Bai did some small tests with the Iron Pagoda heavy armor and the tower shield. Just as Fong Bai sank into the fantasy space, a white shadow landed silently on the boulder, paced forward, looked at Fong Bai between the gaps between the 2 boulders, glanced at the size of the gap, and then quietly retreated. Not long after, Fong Bai opened his eyes and walked out of the gap. The Iron Pagoda heavy armor can't be modified much. At most it can add some weapon racks and shield racks. However, there is a lot of room for improvement in the tower shield. Fong Bai recorded some of the shortcomings of the Iron Pagoda and possible improvement directions, and then improved the tower shield. After a while, the furnace started again, and the sound of ding-dong-dong echoed on the ore bed. A figure wearing full-body heavy armor moved between the blast furnace and the steel felt, and there was always a tower shield standing beside him. What happened on this day was just a small episode for Fong Bai, and the biggest gain might be the map. But he didn't mean to go out now, and just stayed here quietly. improving the tower shield and forging iron. In addition to ironwork, Fong Bai also found some basic sword techniques, fist and foot moves, javelin throwing methods, and archery practice from reality. These are all produced by regular publishers, and Fong Bai occasionally practices in the fantasy space. Everything is fine, but I don't know if it's an illusion. Fong Bai always feels that something is staring at him from behind, and occasionally, he can see a white shadow flashing from the corner of his eye. Is the beast that killed those people still targeting me? Fong Bai has even more heavy armor and tower shield in his hand. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, it was 5 days. Fong Bai was immersed in the fantasy space, and the sound of ding. Millions of hammers fell on the steel bar, but it seemed to fall on Fong Bai hard. The extremely boring process made Fong Bai have the idea of giving up countless times, but he persisted in the end. At this moment, Fong Bai was very fortunate and extremely excited. Without suppressing himself, he swung the hammer again with excitement and the most passionate enthusiasm along the rebound force. Dang! Dang! One hammer fell after another. 9 hammers in a row. Each hammer was different, but each hammer made the steel bar bloom with a strange glow. 72 hammers. Qualitative change is brewing. Now each hammer is the accumulation of power. Just like a strong bow that is constantly stretched. When the bow is full, the string will be shocked. However, at this moment, the terrifying shock made Fong Bai body unstable. The moment the iron hammer in his hand fell, Fong Bai knew that he had failed. Dang! With an extremely subtle abnormal sound, the third refining failed. But Fong Bai did not pay attention to these at the moment, but hurriedly exited the fantasy space and looked into the distance. The shock just now was not in the fantasy space, but in reality. Fong Bai quickly took the tower shield away from the boulder and turned his head to look west. The shock came from not far away, like a landslide, and even the earth shook. And then, an extremely loud and high-pitched cow call sounded. Moo! It sounded like a cow call, but it was higher and louder. When this call sounded, Fong Bai couldn't suppress his panic, and at this moment, Fong Bai suddenly turned his head to look to the left, and saw a white wolf more than 1 meter long staggering to a stop. And there was a big wound on its hind leg. The stopped white wolf growled towards the west, and the sound and limbs seemed to tremble a little, but it was fleeting, as if it was an illusion. And when Fong Bai looked at it, it also turned its head to look at Fong Bai, and its green eyes made Fong Bai creepy. Suppressing the discomfort, Fong Bai stared at the white wolf's eyes, not showing any weakness. Get lost. Accompanied by a growling sound, Fong Bai slammed down the tower shield in his hand. Bang! Roar! The white wolf growled, staring at Fong Bai with vicious eyes. After Fong Bai pulled out a javelin, the white wolf slowly retreated, and Fong Bai looked to the west. It seems to be over there. Chapter 11: The Remains of the Tower. It seems to be over there. Fong Bai looked to the southwest, estimating the distance from where the sound came from. It didn't seem far. Suddenly, Fong Bai thought of something, took out the map he had picked up, and slid his finger up along the route bit by bit. When he came to the end of the route, he went up and came to the center of the entire map and knocked. It's that location. This map is newly drawn. No, that's not right. To be precise, it should be copied from an old map. Although the cartographer deliberately concealed it, he still neglected that the location of the end point did not change, and it was still placed in the center of the map. There was no change when copying. The destination of this group of people is not the iron mine, but this. Fong Bai's eyes lit up. He looked up at the area where the sound came from, thought for a moment, and immediately put away the map, put on a hanger he had just made, and then hung up the tower shield. In addition, Fong Bai brought an extra lightweight straight long tang sword, held it in his hand, and walked towards the southwest in a fully armed posture. This group of people risked their lives to cross the primeval forest for more than 20 days just to explore this place. There must be something good here. After thinking for a long time, Fong Bai decided to go and take a look. Just take a look, not go in. Fong Bai is located in the southeast of the open pit hematite mine. If he wants to go southwest, he needs to cross a corner of the open pit hematite mine. The hematite bed is relatively flat as a whole, with no grass growing, only giant hematite ores lying or standing. It takes a certain amount of time to pass through the hematite mine to the edge of the forest in the west. Use the tang sword to open the way, and quickly moved towards the direction where the sound came from. Although Fong Bai only heard a sound, he has locked the location of the sound. In this regard, Fong Bai's talent is not bad. He also relied on this ability to lock the location of the corpse before. The forest today is much more lively than usual. Fong Bai can sense the movement of wild beasts leading quickly from time to time. This time it is not away from Fong Bai, but away from the direction where the sound came from. A large number of wild beasts leave their habitats. Fong Bai couldn't help but think of this, and immediately continued to go upstream against the direction of the beast's movement. Although it is very likely that there is danger in the place where the beasts are fleeing, Fong Bai has no intention of turning back. Who is he? A player. Danger? He is looking for danger. And he is almost looking for death. If he is given more, he can also look for death. However, not being afraid of death does not mean that he is willing to die. Fong Bai is still much more cautious, slowing down his pace, putting away the tang sword in his hand, and slowly approaching. Bang! 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 Fong Bai heart beats slowly, and a palpitation makes him feel a little stuffy in his chest. He can't help but breathe heavily and continue to approach the southwest. As the distance gets closer, the palpitation becomes stronger and stronger, and the warning sign between his eyebrows jumps. Fong Bai almost wants to turn around and leave here immediately, but he still suppresses the instinct to escape and continues to move forward. After walking for about 30 minutes, the relatively flat ground suddenly became rugged again. Fong Bai climbed up and down and crossed several boulders. He suddenly felt good after the cliff and stopped immediately. Why is it so regular? Fong Bai swung his long tang sword directly at the vines on the boulder. Swish! The sharp tang sword chopped down, and the vines scattered and fell. You can see the thick tree roots and the flat moss below. Wipe the moss, and the flat stones are exposed below. Fong Bai immediately moved and cleaned several places, but found that this cliff, is all large pieces of green stone strips, which is not a cliff. This is a collapsed wall. Fong Bai looked back again. What kind of boulder or cliff is this? This is clearly a house, and the remaining city wall. Fong Bai took out the map again, and tapped the center of the map with his finger. They are looking for this relic, which makes sense. But why would such a relic exist in this primeval forest? And why did those people come all the way to find this relic? It can't be for archaeology, right? Benefits. Only enough benefits will drive them to risk their lives and go deep into the primeval forest. After thinking for a while, Fong Bai cut open the entrance of a house and went in to explore, but soon came out and went to another house. After searching several houses in a row, nothing was gained. Everything in the house had rotted, and even the house was full of plants and tree roots, which had no value. Things that can be favored must not rot. Either stored in an area with protective measures, or they are not afraid of rot. But looking at the growth time of the tree roots, this place has been abandoned for a long time. In such a long time, even metal will rust through. So the former is more likely. In this kind of relic, there is a high probability that there is an area that stores precious resources separately, which is definitely not this kind of ordinary house. Fong Bai did not continue to explore, and immediately passed these houses and went deeper. No matter what, he had to find the place where the vibration was first. Gradually going deeper into the ruins, Fong Bai found that the ruins seemed to be a small town, not very large, with only one main path leading directly to the center of the town. As he got closer to the center of the town, Fong Bai realized that this was the source of the previous sound, and his judgment was correct. And when Fong Bai came to the center of the town, his vision suddenly became clear. There was a square in the center of the town. What was very strange was that all the weeds and trees here stopped at the edge of the square, and not even a root system crossed, which made Fong Bai look sideways. Fong Bai came to the edge of the square, looked up at the sky, and then moved his eyes down to the center of the square. There was a tower wreckage in the center of the dusty square. The collapsed tower spanned the entire square, and the top of the tower fell directly to the area outside the square, smashing several large trees outside. And the broken tower wreckage splashed and fell all over the square. At this moment, dust was still falling in the air. Is that the sound of the tower collapsing? Fong Bai thought to himself, and then turned his head to look at the remaining part of the tower's base. The terrifying aura that made people's heart palpitate was emanating from it. Fong Bai thought about it, and found a place with slightly higher terrain to look at the remaining base. He found that what was exposed was not the bottom of the tower, but a hole. The hole was dark, and he couldn't see anything clearly. Nor could he see the depth. It seemed bottomless. But it exuded a terrifying aura that made people's heart palpitate and chest tightness. It was as if a ferocious beast would pounce out of it at any time to choose someone to devour. Fong Bai resisted the increasingly severe palpitations and did not enter the square, but walked around the square to the direction where the tower collapsed. There was a section of the tower's spire that smashed out of the square. Fong Bai approached the spire soon. Standing close, Fong Bai found that the tower was taller and more spectacular than it looked from a distance. He felt very small, just standing on the edge of a spire. He couldn't imagine what a spectacular sight it would be if such a tower stood in the forest before it collapsed. This height. Why haven't I seen this tower before? Fong Bai had a doubt in his mind. But before he could think, a voice rang out from the top of the tower. He paused. Chapter 12 Job Transfer Token. Ding. The trialist is found. The trial has been completed. And the reward is being issued. Ding. The material warehouse D is damaged. And the reward search failed. Ding. The material warehouse C is damaged. And the reward search failed. Ding. Damaged. Ding. Damaged. Ding. Damaged. Ding. The basic reward has been formed. And the basic reward is issued. Ding. The trialist's performance. Excellent. Obtain the first level basic authority. Waiting for activation. Fong Bai listened to the voice ringing in his ears, and couldn't help but open his eyes wide. A green light scanned his body up and down, making him dare not move. A moment later, a virtual panel took shape in front of him. Hello Fong Bai. Congratulations on completing the blacksmith trial. Please receive your reward. A token that was neither gold nor wood was suspended in the center of the virtual panel and rotated slowly. Looking at the token and the tower that was obviously still running, Fong Bai hesitated for a moment, and then reached out to grab the token on the panel. The hand did not touch anything when passing through the virtual panel, but when it came to the token, it had a substantial contact, and a token was taken off. The token in his hand was heavy, with the word Forge written on one side, and the word Mage on the other side. Item: Forger Transfer Token. Effect: used to transfer to a forger. Unusable. Pick up the token and stare at it for a moment. A virtual panel appears in front of him. Fong Bai looks at the gray font unusable, and puts the token away. How does it know my name is Fong Bai? Fong Bai murmured, hesitated for a moment, and raised his leg to enter the square. However, as soon as he stepped down, a red virtual panel popped up in front of him. Warning. Warning. The square under the tower has entered a wartime state. Insufficient authority. No entry. Fong Bai immediately stepped out of the square, thought for a while, walked to the top of the tower and said aloud, Authorization query. As soon as the voice fell, the top of the tower did not respond. There was no sound, and no virtual panel popped up. Fong Bai tried to get closer to the top of the tower, but a red warning box popped up as soon as he got closer. After exploring the square and looking down at the tree roots around the square, Fong Bai was silent for a moment and turned to leave. He walked away all the way and soon left the ruins completely. After leaving, a virtual panel popped up inside the collapsed spire. Error. Element pool module is damaged. Start maintenance puppet. Error. Maintenance puppet is damaged. Request repair support. Error. Connection failed. Alarm. Impact. Start the first attack array module. Alarm. First attack array module is damaged. Start the second attack. Alarm. Damage start. Alarm. Electromagnetic railgun ammunition is insufficient. Start failed. Start the interception laser gun in area A5. Charging. Alarm. Alarm. Insufficient energy. Interception laser gun enters low power operation mode. Attack. Threat removed. Shrink defense range. Enter silent mode. The virtual panel disappeared, and the energy reaction inside the tower gradually disappeared. As dust fell from the sky, the collapsed tower seemed to be dead and fell into silence. Fong Bai, who was leaving, played with the token in his hand, thinking in his mind. But the more he thought, the more doubts he had in his heart. The weight of this relic in his heart became greater and greater. Fong Bai had already decided that he must come here again after the job change, because Fong Bai thought of the first level authority. First level authority. Because the first level authority is given because of the high evaluation of the trial. It has not been activated yet. It is estimated that it will be activated after the job change is successful. Fong Bai whispered, took out the map again and took a look, and then put it away solemnly. Originally, he wanted to tear it up, but then he thought it might still be useful. So he kept it. Of course, Fong Bai would definitely hide it. Then Fong Bai took out the spell scroll again and focused on the spell scroll. However, at this moment, a white shadow suddenly rushed out from the side, bit Fong Bai left hand holding the job change token, and pulled it. A strong squeeze made Fong Bai left arm hurt violently. Unprepared, the whole person lost balance and was pulled to the ground. The white wolf's attack was extremely short and swift. It pulled Fong Bai down and then left, then pounced on him again in an instant. But Fong Bai was not slow at all. After falling down, he threw away the things in his hand, took out a javelin from his waist, and stabbed it upwards. The white wolf turned and passed by, and the sharp tip of the javelin left a tuft of white hair on the white wolf's waist. Roar! The white wolf stood not far away and growled at Fong Bai. Fong Bai did not show any weakness. He drew out his tang sword, put away his javelin, and stared at the white wolf. Roar! Roar! Get out! Fong Bai also growled, grabbed a javelin, twisted his waist and hips, and the javelin instantly nailed to the tree behind the white wolf. The white wolf, who was not injured at all, stared at Fong Bai on the other side, and the green eyes made Fong Bai feel cold in his heart. At this moment, Fong Bai suddenly felt that his eyes were not in the right direction. He looked at the white wolf, then lowered his head to look at the job transfer token. However, when he looked up again, the white wolf had disappeared. Are you looking at the job transfer token? Fong Bai picked up the token and the scroll and put them away. He held the tang sword, frowned slightly, and then shook his head. Forget it. It doesn't matter. It's just a wolf. It's not as big as me, and its defense is not as strong as mine. As long as I wear armor, I basically can't die. Fong Bai shook his head indifferently. Locking the throat? Just kidding. The steel collar on Fong Bai's neck is bigger than the wolf's head, and it can lock the throat of a hammer. If the opponent is a tiger, a bear, etc., they might be afraid. But a wolf? You know, as long as you overcome rabies and the fear of pain and stay calm, the fighting power of the upright ape is not weak at all, let alone one wolf. A pack of wolves is no problem. Don't give me a chance. I kill this wolf if I get a chance. I just don't know if I get experience if I kill the wolf in battle. Fong Bai curled his lips in disdain. But at this moment, a voice suddenly came from not far away. Awuh! That white wolf. Fong Bai suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. As soon as the premonition emerged, there were continuous sounds in the distance. Awuh! 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 In the primeval forest, as if a hornet's nest had been poked, continuous wolf howls sounded. Wolf pack? This Fong Bai face turned green, and he slapped his mouth. There really is a wolf pack. Could it be that the wolves in the wolf pack are at the same level as this white wolf? Impossible. Impossible? Fong Bai didn't dare to delay any more time. He immediately quickened his pace and rushed towards the blast furnace. Back to the blast furnace. He started to pack up without saying a word. Water bag, dry food, steel hammer, and finally looking at the heavy steel felt. He thought about it and moved it, and some things that could not be taken away to the middle of the stone crevice, and made some simple cover. After dealing with the blast furnace, Fong Bai took a look at this familiar place after packing up, and then left without looking back. Fong Bai's back was a little heavy as he left, and hurriedly. A good man does not suffer a loss in front of him. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not despise the poor young. We will see you later. Run first as a sign of respect. Chapter 13 Wolf Pack. Awuh! Fong Bai's face looked rather ugly as he heard wolf howls in his ears, kicking away a poisonous snake that had broken its teeth biting on his steel armor. Fong Bai moved forward quickly with the tower shield on his back. The wolf pack behind him had been entangled with him for a whole day and night. This wolf pack was not as strong as Fong Bai imagined. The white wolf should be the wolf king or the best among them. But each wolf in this wolf pack was bigger than the white wolf. Like a calf. They were very strong, fast, and coordinated closely. Often, 5 or 6 gray wolves would attack together, which was very difficult to deal with. And every time Fong Bai dealt with a gray wolf, he had to be alert. Otherwise the white wolf would suddenly attack him. Although it could not kill Fong Bai, it caused Fong Bai to consume a lot of physical strength and greatly slowed down his forward speed. Awoo! 3 gray wolves suddenly jumped out and blocked Fong Bai in front of him, roaring at him and rushing towards him quickly. Fong Bai's eyes turned cold, and he ignored the 3 gray wolves in front of him. He turned around and slashed diagonally with his tang sword in both hands. It's the second time. Awoo! One of the 2 gray wolves that attacked from behind was hit in the neck by Fong Bai and let out a wail. Attacking from behind, attacking from front and back. That's all the tricks. Fong Bai's ears moved slightly, and he heard the 3 gray wolves behind him all speeding up and rushing up. And the other uninjured gray wolf behind him also pounced on Fong Bai's arm and bit. The injured gray wolf did not hesitate at all, and retreated directly under the cover of the 4 gray wolves. Still want to run? Fong Bai showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth, ignoring the other 4 gray wolves, throwing away the tang sword in his hand, pulling out a dagger and hugging the injured gray wolf in his arms, ignoring the crazy biting and pulling of the other 4 gray wolves. He grinned at the gray wolf in his arms and stabbed the wolf's belly with the dagger in his hand. Puff, 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 puff. Sign, 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 sign. In just a few seconds, the gray wolf lost its power to struggle and died in Fong Bai's arms. Finally, it feels good. Cooperate. Run. I let you cooperate. I let you run. Stab you to death. Fong Bai finally understood a truth. In a group fight, you have to catch one person and beat him. It is better to break 1 finger than to hurt 10 fingers. The same applies to beating wolves. Throwing the gray wolf's body aside, Fong Bai grabbed the other gray wolves with his big hands. Seeing this, the other 4 gray wolves turned around and ran away. Fong Bai did not chase them, but picked up the tang sword and left. Come again if you have the ability, and see how many I can kill. Fong Bai sneered, ignoring the wolf blood on his body, and continued to move forward. As long as there is a wolf attacking, catch one and beat it, and ignore the others and beat them to death. Even if the white wolf appears to attack, don't care. The white wolf is too fast to be caught or hit. Chasing it will let other gray wolves go. Anyway, the white wolf's attack will only leave a few teeth marks and scratches on the heavy armor. Just treat it as a way to sharpen the teeth of the white wolf. Every time. As long as you can kill a gray wolf, it's fine. Fong Bai doesn't believe it. Kill all the gray wolves and see what the white wolf commands. And if the white wolf or the gray wolf comes out but doesn't attack, Fong Bai will ignore everything and go his own way, letting the wolf pack watch. But the most disgusting thing is that at night, when Fong Bai is looking for a place to sleep, the wolf pack will come to harass him. Fong Bai hides in a tree hole or a cave, and the wolf pack will roar wildly outside. Fong Bai, who hid in a tree hole and blocked the entrance, looked very ugly. This white wolf is definitely a spirit. But why does it keep staring at my job transfer token? Could it be that it can also change jobs? Or does the job transfer token also have huge and unforgettable benefits for it? Fong Bai calmed down and thought, then shook his head slightly. It's not important. What's important is to kill this white wolf. Even if you can't kill it, you have to be ruthless to it. Fong Bai entered the game and looked at the map and thought. After a while, Fong Bai heart moved slightly. You can try it tomorrow. At least you can get rid of them, Fong Bai said softly, and then he went offline to sleep. But when he was sleeping, he suddenly noticed something unusual in the game. He immediately went online to check, but found that it was a gray wolf hitting a tree outside. Fong Bai took a look at the tower shield blocking the cave entrance, and after confirming that there was no problem, he went offline and continued to sleep. After being woken up several times a night, Fong Bai, who had not rested well, got up and went online. Hearing the sound of hitting the tree outside, his temper came up. He directly pulled open the tower shield and rushed out, twisting his waist and sending his crotch to throw a spear. Whoosh! Bang! Awoo! A gray wolf that was running away was nailed to a tree and howled miserably. Fong Bai went up and killed it with 2 knives. Looking around, the howling of wolves echoed in the forest. Fong Bai sneered, carried the tower shield, and continued on his way. While he was on his way, he slightly adjusted his direction and walked towards a circle on the map. As he walked, Fong Bai looked back and heard the howling of wolves beside his ears, and he plunged directly into the direction of a circle. As soon as he entered, Fong Bai found that the howling of wolves slowly stopped approaching, and they appeared one after another, led by the white wolf. Their green eyes stared at Fong Bai, and the white wolf's eyes seemed to reveal a human unwillingness. You don't dare to follow? Fong Bai looked back, feeling a little regretful. According to his analysis, these circles should be the activity areas of dangerous beasts. If the wolf pack dared to follow in with great fanfare, it would definitely be a scene to watch. Although it was a pity, Fong Bai was also slightly relieved. It was a good thing to get rid of the wolf pack. But we will see each other again. Wait for death. Fong Bai stared at the white wolf, sneered, and turned away. I don't know what kind of beast is in this circle that makes this white wolf so afraid. Fong Bai walked in thought, while looking for some leaves and weeds to squeeze out juice and smear it on the armor to cover the bloody smell of the armor. Fong Bai just wanted to use this beast to scare off the wolf pack. But he definitely didn't want to meet this beast. Killing this beast would not benefit him, and he might even capsize. There was no need. If he hadn't been forced into a corner by the wolf pack, he wouldn't have come in. Without going deeper, Fong Bai kept moving forward around the edge of the circle. After leaving the circle, he did not rush to return to the normal path, but found another circle to enter. After walking 3 circles in a row, Fong Bai turned back to the normal path, and the wolf pack was completely thrown off. Without the wolves harassing him, his life became regular again. He spent 8 hours on the road during the day, and after dark, he found a place to camp and hide, and practiced forging for 4 hours at the same time. Although he had hit the 9 hammers of the 3 refinements before, he was still a long way from truly completing the 3 refinements and 72 hammers. However, he had made a good start in the front, although it was still difficult in the back. He was making progress in an orderly manner. Day by day, Fong Bai's progress in the 3 refinements was gradually advancing. 10 hammers, 11 hammers, 17 hammers, 18 hammers. When he reached the 18th hammer, the progress slowed down a little and encountered a small bottleneck. Fong Bai found that the first 9 hammers were one logic, the second 9 hammers were another logic, another structure, and the third 9 hammers changed again. Each 9 hammers is a hurdle. Each new 9 hammers requires a new way of exerting force. Once you learn one hammer, you can basically do the other 9 hammers. Fong Bai's comprehension is not high, and he doesn't want to understand it all at once. He just spends time grinding it out bit by bit. If he can't understand it after swinging one hammer, then he will swing 10,000 hammers. When the journey was halfway through, Fong Bai's 3 refinings had reached the 27th hammer. But then it stagnated again. The more he went on, the more difficult it became. There was no choice but to practice harder. As he walked and practiced along the way, he would occasionally encounter attacking beasts and fight a battle. Occasionally, he would encounter accidents and be chased by thousands of poisonous insects. He would lose his tower shield when he ran away. Occasionally, he would encounter extremely terrifying beasts. The breath alone almost suffocated Fong Bai, and he lost all thoughts of resistance. He didn't even dare to raise his head to take a look. He could only hide and pray that he would not be noticed. Fortunately, relying on his own strength, armor, and a little bit of luck, Fong Bai finally arrived at the end of the map route on the 29th day after departure and the 76th day of entering the game. Walking in the gradually flattened woods, Fong Bai heard a faint voice beside his ear. He paused slightly. Chapter 14, A Simple Noob? Huh? Listening to the voices that were vaguely ringing in his ears, Fong Bai looked back at the endless primitive mountains and let out a long sigh. Finally, I'm here. I almost thought I couldn't get out. At this moment, the taut string in Fong Bai's mind was completely loosened, and he couldn't help but sigh. It's not easy to get out. What a rubbish game. What a broken novice village. Let a logistics player fight a bloody way out. Shouldn't this be the task of a combat player? Don't you know to directly send me to a nearby town? Or at least let a few combat players escort me. I cooperate. Fortunately, I'm a blacksmith. If I were a medicine refiner, I wouldn't be able to get out. While complaining, Fong Bai opened the attribute panel to check his attributes. Inadvertently, he saw an attribute column from the corner of his eye. Resurrection point, 1. Fong Bai hard moved slightly. Wait. Resurrecting in full state near the town. And not dropping when dying. What does that mean? Pass. Ahem. Fong Bai shook his head and silently closed the attribute panel. The weather is pretty good today. Sunny and bright. Boom. Boom. The sky, which hadn't rained for dozens of days, suddenly thundered, and the whole sky darkened. Fong Bai looked up at the sky, then clapped his lips, put his hands together, and bowed to the sky, then walked towards the direction of the voice. As the distance got closer, the voice became clearer, and Fong Bai also saw two figures through the gap in the woods. The one talking was a man and a woman. They squatted on the ground, and seemed to be collecting something. How much have you collected? More than half a basket. It really grows well here. The collection speed is much faster than usual. The main thing is that all of this is ours. Yeah. Hey. What a horrible weather. It was fine just now. Why did it suddenly thunder and rain? I don't know. Let's hurry up. If it rains, we can finish work early. Players? Fong Bai immediately reacted after hearing this. What are they doing? Collecting herbs? Fong Bai asked in confusion. And then, he was a little nervous. I've been in the game for so long, and I'm finally going to meet players. I don't know if the environment of this game is good. I hope it's not the kind of game where people fight and kill at every turn. Fong Bai said silently in his heart. If I die every time, it will be difficult for me, as a newcomer, to develop. I hope not. I don't know what level the mainstream players are at now. I hope it's not too high. It will be difficult to catch up if they are too high. Fong Bai walked forward while thinking about his words, trying to make himself look more polite, to avoid being killed casually when seen. After all, there is no need for a reason to kill in the wild PK area in the game. You may be killed when you are seen. If you run, you may be chased. Fong Bai has a deep understanding of this. It's okay for other games, but Fong Bai really doesn't want to be killed so casually in this game. The most important thing is that he has just left the Novice village. Any player outside is stronger than him. Anyone can kill him. This feeling is too uncomfortable. Fong Bai sighed slightly in his heart and walked forward and said, Hello. Are you also players? Fong Bai's voice attracted the attention of the two people who were picking herbs. They turned their heads and looked over. When they saw Fong Bai in a full set of heavy armor, their mouths opened wide involuntarily. After a while, after a simple exchange, the two still couldn't accept the fact that Fong Bai was a newcomer. Are you really a newcomer? Yes. I just left the Novice village. Du Ming turned his head and glanced at the depths of the forest. There were indeed players who often resurrected there. Where did you get the armor? Chu Rong asked, covering her mouth. Fong Bai took off his helmet and smiled. I made it myself. The two looked at him suspiciously. Look at the marks on the armor. It's probably a dead player or aboriginal that he picked up. What good luck. Chu Rong whispered in Du Ming's ear. Du Ming nodded perfunctorily at Fong Bai. Oh, I understand. Picked it up. Oh no. I made it myself. I understand. But brother, you have to be careful. You are lucky to meet us. If you meet someone else, your armor might be stolen. After all, you are a newcomer. You can't beat anyone you meet, let alone those players who like to PK and steal things. How about this? Why don't you join me? I will recommend you to join my guild. Du Ming looked at the armor on Fong Bai and said aloud. I really made it myself. Look, the hammer is here. Yeah, we believe you. Do you want to join our guild? The combat team has very high benefits. The two nodded and looked at each other. Yeah, even the hammer was picked up. Fong Bai also smiled, put away the hammer, and did not explain. Forget it. I will make it for you later. If you need it, I can help you make some equipment, and give you a discount then. By the way, my name is Fong Bai. What about you guys? Yeah. The two nodded and said, my name is Lu Ming. Her name is Chu Rong. We are both players of Dynasty Guild. Guild? Do we have many players here? What is going on with this game? There are quite a lot of players in our bag town. Even 7 or 8 guilds. And each guild has at least dozens or even hundreds of people. As for what this game is about, let alone you, we don't know either. We all received an invitation letter inexplicably. Whether you tear it up or throw it away, it will be activated to enter the game. Lu Ming and Chu Rong looked at the sky and saw that it was about to rain. So they carried the backpack and walked out with Fong Bai, talking as they walked. What are you picking here? Herbs? Yeah. Yes. A kind of herb for making wound medicine. Our guild's logistics will collect it. And picking it back will count as a guild task, and you can also get a certain amount of reward. Oh. Then, Fong Bai asked one question after another. Lu Ming and Chu Rong looked at each other, and finally confirmed his new identity, and let down their guard. The one who can ask these questions is definitely a newcomer. What good luck. Lu Ming and Chu Rong looked at each other with envy in their eyes. They picked up such a set of armor just after entering the game. They are all level 3. But they don't have any weapons. With such armor, they can probably ignore the level limit after returning and directly join the combat team. The three of them walked towards Bag Town with laughter. Lu Ming and Chu Rong answered Fong Bai questions enthusiastically, and reminded Fong Bai of some things to pay attention to. But they kept a certain degree of vigilance when speaking. When they were close to Bag Town, the two of them were slightly relieved. Lu Ming raised his chin slightly towards Chu Rong, and said proudly, "I said no one was blocking the road here." "Hey, don't be funny. It's good that no one is blocking the road. Let's go quickly." Fong Bai listened to the two people talking, and knew that they were talking about some bandit players. There are always some players who like to get something for nothing, and like to rob people on the road. There are even 2 guilds that specialize in this kind of thing. Generally speaking, those who have guilds rent out the field to collect under the protection of guild combat players. But this kind of protection requires a large proportion of the collection harvest to be deducted, and they think it is not worth it. So Lu Ming and Chu Rong ran out by themselves. Although there are certain risks, the rewards are much greater. In a word, it is not easy for individual players to mix. And the game ecology is not ideal. But the equipment of players does not seem to be very good. This is good news. While thinking, Fong Bai's expression suddenly changed, and he looked up and looked forward. At this time, Lu Ming turned around and said, "Fong Bai, new players like you should pay more attention to safety, especially since you have such a set of armor. If you don't join the guild..." Someone. Fong Bai interrupted them, and stared at the corner in front. At the same time, he couldn't help but glance at the two people, thinking in his heart, "Aren't they old players? They are so strong. How come they don't even have this little vigilance? No, they have been vigilant all the time. So why haven't they found it yet? It doesn't seem to be carelessness. Is it just a simple rookie?" Fong Bai looked down at the heavy armor of the iron pagoda on his body, and felt that he might have misunderstood something. Chapter 15 Market. What do you mean someone? Lu Ming didn't react for a moment. "Didn't you hear it?" Fong Bai asked with an inexplicable expression. But Lu Ming was still at a loss. What? What did you hear?" Fong Bai listened to the subtle footsteps in the distance, and confirmed his guess again. Lu Ming and Chu Rong's attribute values were not as high as his, and their 5 senses were not as sharp as his. The level was not as high as his. Why was the level of the old player not as high as his? What did he overlook? This thought flashed through Fong Bai's mind. And then he threw it away, and said aloud, "Someone is surrounding us. There should be 7 or 8. Surrounded? 7 or 8. It must be a robbery. Damn. My stinky mouth. Let's run." Lu Ming immediately pulled Chu Rong, and prepared to run, but was stopped by Fong Bai. "We are surrounded. We can't run away." Fong Bai shook his head and said aloud, and then looked forward. At this time, a voice came from the front. "There are still smart people. If they know they can't leave, they should just put down everything they have. Save." After the words fell, the players came out one by one, with malicious smiles on their faces. Just when they came out, they saw Fong Bai, who was wearing bright silver iron pagoda heavy armor, holding a helmet and carrying a tang sword, watching them quietly. "Want to fight?" Fong Bai felt like he was back to the time when he was entangled by the wolf pack. He looked at the grass forks, machetes in the hands of this group of people, and then looked at the thick forged steel heavy armor on his body. He tilted his head, and suddenly felt confident again. It seems that he is not as weak as he imagined. While thinking, he slowly put on the helmet, and moved the tang sword forward. Boom! There was a thunder. Lightning illuminated the armor, and Fong Bai's voice sounded. "Then come on." The leading player came out, and saw Fong Bai words stuck in his mouth. When Fong Bai pointed at him with the tang sword in his hand, he shuddered all over and spoke out immediately. Save you the trouble of carrying. We will help you." Yes, we will help you. We will help you." The others who were stunned immediately reacted and nodded in agreement, retreating as they spoke, and turned around and ran after a few steps. Running away now? Fong Bai looked at their running speed, estimated their attribute values slightly, and frowned slightly. It seems that they are a little weak. Even those who can rob are so weak. Or, am I a little strong? Fong Bai couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Didn't I go through the novice village? Why do I feel like I've graduated after leaving the novice village? Could it be that my novice trial is different from others? Running away now? Lu Ming and Chu Rong next to him were also stunned. And then excitedly lowered their voices and said, Fong Bai, luckily you were smart and scared him away. Yes, with your equipment, anyone who sees it will be a little bit weak. I was scared by you just now. Chu Rong beside him also looked at Fong Bai excitedly. Speechless. Is it possible that I am really strong? Oh, Fong Bai. It's okay to fool others. But don't fool yourself. Come on. Keep this posture. I don't see who dares to block our way. Lu Ming walked forward excitedly. And Fong Bai opened his mouth and said nothing. Took off his helmet and followed. On the other side, a group of panicked people ran for several hundred meters before stopping and panting. Huff. Huff. The leader Wan Lei raised his hand and said breathlessly. Fortunately. Fortunately I am smart. Fortunately I run fast. Otherwise I would not have gotten the things. And I would have lost my life. Damn. A big man of this level actually came to escort others to collect herbs? And only guarded 2 people? There is nothing better than this. A younger brother next to him was puzzled. The last time I saw this level of armor was on the president. And it didn't look as thick as the one I saw today. Are those 2 herbalists lucky enough to meet him? It must be. But when did our bag town have another person of this level? I have never seen this face and this armor before. Wan Lei frowned slightly. And then waved his hand. Forget it. It's estimated that it will rain heavily soon. Let's call it a day today and go to the mercenary tavern for a drink. I treat you. The others were immediately shocked when they heard this. And they cheered immediately. Brother Lei is straightforward. Brother Lei is great. Ha ha ha. Let's go! Wan Lei said generously. And as he walked, the colorful tattoos on his neck were faintly visible. Fong Bai and the other 2 did not encounter any accidents along the way. But every time they met players, they would be greeted with envious eyes, as if their eyes were glued to the armor. And they would look back after passing by. This armor is still too ostentatious. Be low-key. Fong Bai said this. But the envious eyes, and the high rate of turning back still made the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. And he couldn't suppress it no matter how hard he tried. Fong Bai. Look! Our guild is in front. Lu Ming pointed to a camp on the flat ground and said. The wall of sharp wood piles surrounded the camp. And there were players coming in and out constantly. It was quite lively here. But Fong Bai felt a little strange. Hey, isn't your guild in Bagtown? Of course not. Otherwise who would buy such a big yard in Bagtown? And if we live in the town, it's not convenient for us to carry weapons in and out frequently. And the door will be locked at night. So we can't go in and out. It's better outside. Look! It's spectacular. Isn't it? This piece of land was rented by our guild. And it took a lot of effort to build it at that time. It's really spectacular. There are so many people. Are all these people from your guild? Oh! That's not the case. They are basically players who come to buy and sell things. In order to develop, our guild directly set aside half of the camp as a market. At the beginning, we were the first guild to build a market. And it was more prosperous before. The flow of people is much more than now. But it has become less now. Oh! Market? Fong Bai heart was slightly moved when he heard these 2 words. Yes. Let's go. Fong Bai. Let's go in. I take you to find our president. Okay. Fong Bai thought for a moment and nodded. And the 3 of them immediately walked towards the camp. At this time, a conversation was taking place in a house at the core of the camp. Li Qian. Is there any news about job transfer? The president asked. And Li Qian shook his head. There is only one job changer who has been asked about. And that is the Lord of Bagtown, who changed his job from a knight. But no one knows how he changed his job. We only know that every generation of lords in his family will change their jobs from knights. So he must have a stable means of job change. But he kept it very secret and never told anyone. In addition, there are rumors that the Church of Light in the town has a job change channel. But you must join the church and believe in the God of Light. And you must be valued by the church. There is also the Adventurers Guild, which is basically the same as the Church of Light, except that you don't need to believe in it. I heard that you have to pay a large fee. If there is still no other way, Then you can only take these two paths. What about other guilds? Do they have any clues about job change? No. Based on the current situation, everyone is still confused. At most, some guilds have begun to test the church and the Adventurers Guild. Hearing that other guilds did not have any clues, the president also breathed a sigh of relief and picked up the report in front of the table to read it. After reading it, he couldn't help but ask out loud, "Li Qian, what's going on recently? The market traffic has dropped quite a bit. It's dropping every day, and the money received is getting less and less every day." President, I found out that it's because the Songlong Guild next door found a blacksmith player from somewhere, who not only helped the president make a set of armor, but also opened a blacksmith shop in their camp market, which not only sells weapons and armor, but also accepts customization. Many players are attracted to the blacksmith shop. Li Qian also said helplessly, "Blacksmith shop? We must also find a blacksmith. Damn. Where did that bastard Songlong find the blacksmith player? What kind of shit luck is he?" Bang! The president smashed the table. Games? What are games about? Games are not about fighting and killing, but about economic operations. Only with money can you arm yourself. Only with money can you recruit people. Money is strength. It is the core competitiveness. But you can't make more money than them. And now your strength is about the same. How can you fight in the future? You must find a blacksmith. Even if you can't find one. The president knocked on the table and said, exhaled, turned his head and looked at someone next to him and asked, "By the way, Lu Shan, that Lu Bai from the logistics department, has Chu Rong come back? She wasn't killed by Songlong's people, right?" "What's the matter?" I said collective action. Collective action. Emphasized it several times. You just think you're special. Right. You have to run out and collect it yourself? What if you were killed by Songlong Guild and waste a few days? Who recruited you? Lu Shan next to him shrugged slightly and said gloatingly, "They haven't come back yet. As for who recruited them, please ask Li Qian, guild leader. These two people are indeed disobedient and have no strength. They rely on the fact that they were recruited by Li Qian and refuse to obey discipline, which makes other people dissatisfied. If they continue like this, it will be difficult to leave the team. In my opinion, just kick them out of the guild to save the guild's funds here." Li Qian looked at Lu Shan coldly after hearing this. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to refute for a while, and his face became ugly. Chapter 16 Dynasty Guild. President. Captain Lu. Lu Ming and Chu Rong are back. They brought someone with them. Tell them to come here immediately. Immediately. Yes. Bring that person with you. Bring him here. The angry president did not see the player's still somewhat shocked look, waved his hand, and sat on the chair. Li Qian and Lu Shan looked at each other. Li Qian's face was quite ugly. Lu Shan smiled at Li Qian. After a while, Lu Ming and Chu Rong came over, and when they saw Li Qian and the president, they immediately spoke out. "Brother Li, President, Captain Lu, we are here." Hee. President, you can't guess what we brought back. Bring. What can you bring back? Tell me the truth. Where have you been? You have no discipline. Don't want to do it? If you don't want to do it, just pack up and leave with what you brought back. Lu Shan glanced at Li Qian and then shouted. Lu Ming was stunned. At this time, Fong Bai pushed the door open behind Lu Ming and Chu Rong and walked in. What's wrong? Lu Ming, do we have to leave? The president, Li Qian, and Lu Shan were slightly stunned when they saw Fong Bai walking in with heavy armor. A new face they had never seen before. Armor they had never seen before. Many thoughts suddenly burst out in the minds of the three people. The president, who had lost his temper for some reason, couldn't help but interrupt Lu Shan and asked, "Lu Ming, is this the person you brought back? Ready to join our guild?" "Yes. Fong Bai is a newcomer who just came online. By chance, he got a set of heavy armor. I just introduced him to Bag Town and our guild, and then I brought him back." "What's wrong?" "President, are you going to kick me out of the guild?" Lu Ming was stunned and answered, and the president quickly captured the elements. "Newcomer? Clean. By chance? Picked up a set of heavy armor. Bring it back? Join the guild." The president's eyes lit up, and his anger disappeared immediately. "Just kidding. Heavy armor. A set of heavy armor can beat 10 people. It's not unacceptable to pick up a heavy armor warrior after going out, he said immediately. No. No. That's impossible. Is this Brother Fong Bai? I'm Li Jiaming, the president of Dynasty Guild. If you join our guild, you will directly join the first team of the combat department and become an ordinary member first. The monthly salary is 7,000 yuan. There will be mission subsidies for missions and death subsidies for deaths in battle. Basically, you can earn 10,000 to 20,000 yuan a month. Oh, by the way, it's real money, and you can sign a contract. Are you interested? Although looming next to him had expected it, he still couldn't help showing envy on his face. This is what he wants. Combat department. And the first team. There is no salary in the logistics department. You can only get money by completing tasks and pay task subsidies to the players in the combat department. But at this moment, he heard Fong Bai shaking his head. Sorry, President Li. Let me correct you. I didn't get the heavy armor by chance, but made it myself. I am a blacksmith. I don't plan to join the guild yet. I came here to ask if your market allows you to open a blacksmith shop. Fong Bai chose to run a blacksmith shop after a comprehensive assessment of the equipment of the players he saw along the way. Blacksmith? Li Jiaming, Lu Shan, and Li Qian opened their mouths slightly when they heard this. And looming next to them suddenly became anxious. Fong Bai. You are stupid. What blacksmith? Combat unit. Choose combat unit. That's a team. Give priority to equipment and priority level. And train with the strength of the guild. Shut up. You know what you do. Li Qian couldn't help it, and quickly pulled Lu Ming away and shouted in a low voice. Lu Ming was stunned, and saw Li Jiaming excitedly step forward and looked at Fong Bai. Blacksmith? Yes. Did you forge the heavy armor yourself? Yes. If you don't believe me, I can forge some weapons for you now. But you have to provide the equipment and raw materials. Yes, I do. Li Jiaming nodded quickly. But you want to open a blacksmith shop? How about this? Fong Bai. You join our guild. With a monthly salary of 10,000. The guild will provide the venue, equipment, and raw materials. And you only need to forge. After deducting the cost, you can get 50% of the profit after the equipment is sold. And the armed guild members will sell at the same price. Join the guild. Fong Bai hesitated a little when he heard this. Seeing that the equipment was so scarce, he did not plan to join the guild, but to start his own business. After all, it would be more comfortable. And with the previous experience of his previous work, Fong Bai would rather work harder. I was quite firm before, but now I hesitate. I suddenly feel that what is tiredness and what is freedom? It is obvious that the boss does not give enough. He gives too much. But seeing Fong Bai hesitated, Li Jiaming misunderstood and continued immediately. Is it not possible? Then I will try another way. Cooperation. And I don't need to join. Fong Bai. You start a blacksmith shop. I will provide the shop, equipment, and channels for purchasing raw materials at a preferential price for free. You give me the priority to purchase all the equipment. 1 less month's salary, but more autonomy. Just need to give a priority to purchase. I need some time to think about it. In addition, I need a day to deal with some things at home. Let's do it the day after tomorrow. I will give you an answer the day after tomorrow morning. Can you arrange a place for me to live now? Of course. I look forward to your good news. Li Jiaming said immediately. Xiao Zhao. You take Mr. Fong to a resting place. Lu Ming. Chu Rong. You don't have to go to collect herbs these 2 days. Accompany Mr. Fong throughout the whole process. The guild will give you a special subsidy. In addition, please check your email tonight. A contract will be sent to you. Print it out, sign it, and send it to the guild headquarters. You will be employed tomorrow. If you need anything during this period, please find Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao. You are responsible for the connection. Understood. A female player next to them nodded, while Lu Ming and Chu Rong opened their mouths wide. The surprise came too suddenly. Why don't you thank the president? Li Qian frowned and pulled Lu Ming. Oh, thank you, President. Thank you, President. Okay, go out, Mr. Fong. Wait for your news. Well, good. Fong Bai, Lu Ming, Chu Rong. Xiao Xiao walked out of the room, and Xiao Xiao nodded to Fong Bai. Hello, Mr. Fong. My name is Xiao Xiao. You can call me Xiao Xiao or Xiao Xiao. I work in the office next to the president. If you need anything, just come to me. This is my phone number. Zhao Xiaoxiao handed a piece of white paper with a phone number written on it to Fong Bai. And Fong Bai took it and nodded. Well, good. Mr. Fong, please come this way. The four walked away. And in Li Jiaming's office behind them, the three fell silent. After a moment, Li Qian broke the silence. Vice President Liu, you are right. They are unorganized and undisciplined. Let them pack up and leave in the afternoon. Lu Shan's face suddenly became gloomy. Li Jiaming glanced at Li Qian after hearing this. Okay. Stop talking. Li Qian smiled and closed his mouth. Li Jiaming turned his head and glanced at Lu Shan indifferently. In the future, pay more attention to the main things and play less tricks. After speaking, he sat down and waved his hand. Okay. Go and do your own things. Li Qian smiled and turned to leave. Looking at Li Qian back, Lu Shan's face was not very good. Chapter 17 Moving. Are you really a blacksmith? Yes. Haven't I said it many times? Facing Lu Ming's curious eyes, Fong Bai nodded and picked up his steel hammer. Look, this is my casting hammer. Oh, then are you going to join our guild next? Why don't you go to the combat department? Combat players are so cool, with both fame and fortune. And it's easy to find a wife. As for me, I'm afraid of pain, and I don't have a combat talent. Now, except for better equipment and some advantages, I'm not as good as others. When others are equipped in the future, how can I fight? If you know that your skills are not good, then don't touch it. Be a logistics player honestly. Who says that logistics players can't stand out? Fong Bai said casually. Maybe if I switch to logistics, I will be more valued and more likely to make some achievements. Oh, I don't have a combat talent. That's a pity. Lu Ming believed it. Of course, Fong Bai himself didn't lie. He really thought so. But it doesn't matter. You are in charge of logistics, so our president will pay attention to you. It's better this way. Lu Ming comforted confidently. And then he had an idea and said again. Hey, by the way, Fong Bai, aren't you going to open a blacksmith shop? Can you give me a discount when I come over? Chu Rong and I are saving money to buy weapons and armor, and are preparing to transfer to the combat department. It's just too expensive, and we can't afford it. Sure, you can come later. If you come and bring friends, I will give you discounts. Hey, it's enough to give us 2 discounts. If you bring friends, isn't this taking advantage of you? If you say that business is not good, it's still supporting your business. But you don't worry about business. Fong Bai smiled and didn't say anything when he heard it. It's not clear whether Lu Ming is pretending to be stupid or really stupid. Now he doesn't seem to be greedy. Under the leadership of Zhao Xiaoxiao, Fong Bai settled down in the Dynasty Guild and went offline. I still have to move. Fong Bai looked at everything in front of him with nostalgia. A table, a chair, a flower, and a grass. The house in his hometown has been rented for 900 yuan a month, which is twice as much as here and much better than here, because the daily schedule was very tight before. I didn't have time to move, so I could only renew the lease for another 2 months. Now that I have time, there is no need to waste money. Things have been sent back to my hometown in bits and pieces over the past 2 months. Finally, I packed them up, picked up my backpack and turned to leave. At the high-speed rail station, Fong Bai raised his mobile phone to take a photo and posted his status. Goodbye, Magic City. Huh? As if he had completed a farewell ceremony. Fong Bai took a long breath, put down his mobile phone, and walked into the high-speed rail station without looking back. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. The prompt sound rang again and again. Like, are you leaving? I want to leave too. What are you going to do in the future? Will we meet again in the future? Fong Bai looked at the familiar names one by one. There were no colleagues, or colleagues who only liked it. The replies were all acquaintances, friends, or fellow townsmen. After thinking for a while, he replied uniformly. Uniform reply, I'm going to show my hand. I can't hold on any longer. I'm going back to my hometown to inherit the family property. Everyone, come to my hometown Longyuan City to play when you have time. Come back for a drink. Brother Bai, are you going back to your hometown now? Don't. How about I introduce you to a job? Lin Jun. Fong Bai narrowed his eyes slightly when he looked at the name. But before Fong Bai could reply, another person started arguing with him. It's all because of you, Lin Jun. No one will think you're dumb if you don't speak. Guofeng. Don't argue with him. There's no need. Just do your job. Whenever you go back to your hometown, I treat you to a one-stop service. Fong Bai closed WeChat, closed his eyes, and recalled every detail of the city. Lin Jun. Fong Bai is quite familiar with this person, and his previous resignation can be said to be closely related to him. Huh? Fong Bai took a long breath, stopped thinking about these troubles, and turned to open WeChat and a group chat. Group chat name, Family 4, I'm back. Dad, yes. I pick you up. Mom, I bought your favorite dishes and will wait for you to come back. Sister, animated emoticons. Sister, I want to go home too. Look at the wallet.gif. No. You don't want to go back. Sister, go away. Fong Bai smiled knowingly and returned to the small town in the south along the high-speed train. Longyuan City. Fong Bogan. Fong Bai looked at the person in front of him and spoke. Dad. Well, stay at home for a while this time? No. Didn't you rent a house for me in the city before? I go there after dinner tonight. So urgent? Your mom will nag again. I can't help it. So I asked for such a long vacation. Are you just playing games? Or I can just stay at home. It's not convenient. But it's close to home anyway. I can come back often. That's fine. If you don't have enough money, ask me. Hey, Dad, don't worry. I still have some savings. Enough? And when I can't hold on anymore, I will definitely ask you for money. Okay. I know you don't want to take money from home. Fong Bogan scolded with a smile. Get in a car and go home. Fong Bai home is located in a small village in Longyuan City. Passing through the village, you can see one stove after another, and you can hear bursts of crisp iron forging sounds next to several houses. Looking up, a stream flows around the village, and the clear stream water is cool and refreshing. This village is called Fengjia Village. Although it is not the inheritance place of Longyuan sword, it also has a good sword-making technology. Since modern times, relying on handmade swords for sale, the furnaces in the village have not been extinguished and have been passed down to this day. Even because of this, the people in the village have basically built small villas. And after getting rich, the atmosphere in the village has suddenly become harmonious. Every family is harmonious, and it can be called unity and friendship. Hey, Fong Bai is back. Grandpa, second grandfather, fourth uncle, fourth aunt, second uncle, eldest uncle. Fong Bai looked at the group of people sitting and chatting and shouted, Come back to see your parents. Yes, I haven't been back for a long time. I came back for a while. Fourth uncle smiled. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. I haven't seen you for so long. You've grown more handsome. You're 23 or 24. Right? Have you found a girlfriend? Yes. I'm looking for one. Oh. You have to hurry up. That's right. Third brother. You have to urge her. Yes. That's right. Fong Bai. If you like someone, you can bring her back to have a look. Fong Baijian couldn't help but agree. As soon as he finished speaking, this group of uncles, aunts, and uncles started chatting, and they talked about how to raise Fong Bai's son. One of them even said on the spot that he would introduce one to Fong Bai as a heavy armored warrior and blacksmith who was highly valued by Wang Chao's guild. Fong Bai, who was so high-spirited, was so scared that he fled in embarrassment. Back home, Fong Bai shouted, Mom, I'm back. Okay, the last dish is ready. Wash your hands and get ready to eat. Where's your dad? What is he still talking about outside? Xiao Shuqing was cooking with an apron on. When she heard Fong Bai's voice, she replied directly, talking about introducing a daughter-in-law to Fong Bai. Fong Bogan walked into the house, hung his coat on the clothes rack at the door, and spoke. Xiao Shuqing immediately became interested. Where is this girl? Is she pretty? What job do you do? Oh, I haven't worked yet. I just got admitted to graduate school. I think I'm majoring in mechanics. Dad? Mom? Stop. Stop. Can we not talk while eating? Fong Bai didn't listen carefully and interrupted quickly. I have to go out after dinner. I have to go to work tomorrow. Let me have a good meal. Okay. Okay. I won't talk about you. You eat? Fong Bogan said disdainfully. And then he took out a bunch of keys from the drawer and handed them to Fong Bai. Since you are back, you can drive this car. Your mother doesn't drive it. It has been idle here. Don't waste it. It will be more convenient for you to have a car. It just so happens that I am too lazy to send you off. I still have a sword in the stove. Okay. You do your thing. I go by myself. Fong Bai said vaguely. After eating a quick meal, he grabbed the key and went out. Dad? Mom? I'm leaving. Go ahead. Go ahead. Be careful on the road. I know. Driving into the city and arriving at the rented house. Fong Bai stretched, packed up a little, and then went online. Xiao Xiao. Help me find your president. Chapter 18, he gave too much. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Fong Bai and Li Jiaming shook hands and smiled at each other. Presidently, I don't know when the venue and equipment will be ready. I will also get into work mode as soon as possible. Li Qian? Li Jiaming looked at Li Qian next to him and said immediately, iron felt, hammer, furnace, coal, and iron ingots are all in place and can be used at any time. President, Mr. Fong, how about going over now? Okay, let's go. After the voice fell, Li Qian immediately took Fong Bai, Li Jiaming and others into the market next to him. The market is generally a street. At the head of the street are 2 rows of relatively regular and fixed shops. Going further in is a large range of stalls. Just like a flea market, like a vegetable market. The blacksmith shop prepared for Fong Bai is on the right side of the market. The sign is very large, but it is still covered. In front is a shop with samples. The inferior ones can be placed on the weapon rack in front, and the better ones can be hung on the wall behind. Inside is a yard. Behind the yard are the bedroom and study. And in the middle is the studio. I have prepared the basic hammer, iron felt, pliers, furnace iron ingots, coke, and if you need anything else, I will prepare it immediately. The things are very complete. It is estimated that Li Qian has already prepared them. He just lacks a blacksmith. But he waited until Fong Bai came to start, which shows the scarcity of player blacksmiths. The things are already very complete. I will tidy up a little in the morning and basically start working in the afternoon. Presidently, do you have any orders? The newly opened blacksmith shop is crying for food. Ha ha ha. Hearing Fong Bai say this, Li Jiaming laughed immediately. Yes. How could there be no? I wonder if the heavy armor on you, Fong Bai, can fight? You mean the iron pagoda? Fong Bai looked down at the armor on his body, nodded and said, no problem. But it takes about a month to make a set. If you are willing to wait, I can customize a set for you according to your body shape. Before, Fong Bai spent a full 40 days to make the iron pagoda on his body. But with the improvement of strength, physical strength and skills, it is estimated that it can be completed in a month. If the time arrangement is relatively loose, if you really want to work overtime, it is estimated that it will take less than 20 days. 1 month? Li Jiaming pondered for a moment and then asked, how much is it? Fong Bai pondered after hearing this. According to his understanding, there is no heavy armor for sale in the entire Bag town. And the blacksmiths in the town do not have this technology. So there is no price to negotiate. It takes about a month to make a set, compared with the actual price. Fong Bai said after thinking for a moment. In reality, such a set of handmade iron pagoda heavy armor costs about 39,000 yuan. There are no real equipment and semi-finished raw materials in the game. So forging will only be more difficult, time-consuming and labor-intensive, adding to the scarcity and importance of heavy armor. It stands to reason that the price should be raised a bit. 50,000 or 60,000 is not too much. But I don't do one-shot deals. So, a set of iron pagoda heavy armor is priced. Fong Bai looked at the expressions of the people around him and said slowly, 38,000. When Lu Ming and Chu Rong heard the price, they opened their eyes and mouths wide, and couldn't help but take a breath, and then looked at Li Jiaming and the other 2 nervously. But Li Jiaming, Li Qian, and Lu Shan didn't change much when they heard it. Just a hint of surprise in their eyes. Surprised that the price is not high? Brother, this price is indeed not high. Lu Ming was even more stunned. But a month is still a little long. Can it be expedited? I can pay more. If it can be completed within 15 days, I can add another 20,000. Fong Bai was slightly tempted, but shook his head after consideration. No. I have other arrangements. Is that so? Li Jiaming thought about it, and his eyes suddenly fell on Fong Bai armor. Hey, Fong Bai. Since you plan to go the logistics route, I wonder if you can give up this armor on you. Fong Bai refused before Li Jiaming finished speaking. I won't sell this armor. This is the first armor I forged. And it is also the armor I have been wearing. It is very commemorative. 50,000. This is not about money. I want to collect it. Well, then, after a while, Fong Bai opened his mouth and watched Li Jiaming happily leave with the Iron Pagoda heavy armor. Shame. I couldn't resist. I really couldn't resist. Who the hell can resist this? Fong Bai opened his mouth, closed it, and opened it again. And after a long time, he slowly spoke. It's not about the money. It doesn't matter how much money you have. The main thing is that the armor shouldn't be left alone in the collection room. A clay pot will break if it is not close to the well mouth. A general will inevitably die in battle. The same is true for armor. Alas, Fong Bai couldn't help but go offline and check the balance in the unnamed account of the International Bank. And couldn't help but sigh. It should be so. Huh? Fong Bai looked at the empty blacksmith shop and took a long breath. He felt refreshed after taking off his armor. Such a big blacksmith shop is empty. There is nothing. Let's prepare some weapons to enrich the scene. Fong Bai stretched his waist, closed the door of the blacksmith shop, and went directly into the yard behind. There was an extended awning in the corner of the yard near the shop, and under the awning was Fong Bai blacksmith workbench. Fong Bai walked closer and saw some stone-like coke and piles of black iron ingots piled up next to the furnace. Coke. Bellows. This is a sudden upgrade. Fong Bai first used the charcoal next to him to ignite the fire, and then poured the coke on it after it was ignited. And the bellows blew air. Whoosh. 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 The bellows whirred. Sparks flew out of the furnace, and the coke was ignited bit by bit. When the flames completely rushed up, Fong Bai directly placed an iron ingot on the flames and burned it, and then blew air. The flames whirred, and the iron ingot soon became red. Hey, so fast. Fong Bai was a little surprised. Yes, with bellows and coke, it is much better than my previous conditions. When I calculated before, I only took my own changes into account. If you add the changes in equipment, a set of Iron Pagoda heavy armor, plus get off work and overnight, should be completed in about 10 days at the fastest. Well, a set costs 38,000 yuan. If you calculate it this way, I can actually make more than 100,000 yuan a month. Fong Bai was slightly surprised, and the haze accumulated in his chest yesterday could not help but dissipate a lot. Is my income so high? Fong Bai couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth slightly. But he didn't plan to tell anyone about this news. Nor did he plan to earn this 100,000 yuan a month. 38,000 yuan is enough for him to spend. There is no need to devote all his energy to repetitive work that will not improve him. It is enough to have enough money to spend. The most important thing is to improve yourself. If you refuse to improve yourself, you will always be able to do repetitive work. Dang! The hammer hit, and a crisp sound rang out. The dust and impurities on the iron ingot were all peeled off, and the surface was as bright as a mirror. Chapter 19, The Next Armor. Okay, let's do this. Fong Bai looked at the polished straight-back tang sword and was quite satisfied. Zhong Ming, who was standing next to him, breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. You asked Xiao Su to take it to the shelf. Okay. Zhong Ming was Fong Bai blacksmith apprentice, and Fong Bai asked Li Jiaming for it. Fong Bai couldn't help but recall the scene at that time. Xiao, please help me find the president and ask him if he is a blacksmith apprentice. Find one for me. Okay. Mr. Fong, the president asked you how much you want a month? 5,000. Do you only need one? How about two? It's a small workshop. Not very large. One is enough. Well, this is Zhong Ming. What do you think of him? Most of our guild things were made by him before. His craftsmanship is not good. He can only make iron products. But he has some basic knowledge of blacksmithing. Try it first. Okay. The money will be transferred to your previous account at the beginning of each month. Please check it. Okay. Fong Bai thought of this and went offline to take a look at his anonymous international bank account. The 5,000 yuan this month has been deposited. This dynasty guild is quite good at handling things. As for Xiao Su, whose full name is Su Wen, she was recruited by Fong Bai. Fong Bai pays her salary, not her paying Fong Bai's salary. The 22-year-old girl, who had just graduated from college, didn't want to fight or collect herbs or mine after entering the game. She just wanted to find something easy to do in the market. Fong Bai negotiated 3,000 yuan a month, and she could get a commission on the things she sold. So she agreed. At the end of the month, she could probably get 5,000 yuan. For the girl, she was quite satisfied. But she didn't know how long she could do it. The basic weapons are made, and they can be put on the shelves after Zhong Ming finishes polishing them. We can make more after opening. Fong Bai looked at a pile of various weapons and protective gear that took 2 whole days to make. Long sword, short sword, scimitar, long sword, broadsword, long spear, spear, axe, long-handled hammer, short-handled hammer, round shield, steel tower shield, arm shield, etc. The work at the blacksmith shop can be temporarily stopped. From now on, I only need to spend some time every day to make the iron pagoda armor customized by Li Qian and give some advice to Zhong Ming. Teach Zhong Ming a little bit, and then let him make some basic things, which can save me a lot of time. My focus should be on the 3 refining practice and the design and creation of the next armor. The former is the basis for me to ensure my technological leadership, and the latter is my proof of self-protection. Fong Bai looked down at the linen clothes he had just bought. In the past 2 days without wearing heavy armor, Fong Bai was tense all over when walking on the street, for fear that someone would suddenly pull out a kitchen knife to kill him. In reality, Fong Bai can try to restrain this feeling, but in this lawless game world, Fong Bai seriously lacks a sense of security. So Fong Bai plans to learn the 3 refinements as soon as possible, design the next armor as soon as possible, and then forge it with the 3 refinements technology. But this 3 refinements armor must not be so ordinary. If it only increases defense, then if I encounter someone who is 1 level stronger than me, and happens to have a fighting skill that is 1 level stronger than me, then even if I have armor, I will be easily suppressed. So this set of armor must be able to effectively increase my combat effectiveness. At least it must be the simplest way to increase strength. You know, according to Fong Bai observation, the strength of Li Jianming, Li Qian, and Lu Shan may not be weaker than him. So a new generation of armor is imperative. After searching for information, Fong Bai finally set his sights on the mechanical power-assisted exoskeleton. The next set of armor. Mechanical power-assisted armor. Fong Bai looked at the various exoskeleton armors on the internet, all of which could only remain on the drawings due to human fitness. It is absolutely feasible. Build it. I want a heavier fist, faster speed, and more weapons. But in terms of mechanical engineering, Fong Bai studied liberal arts in college, not science, let alone mechanical engineering, and only has a basic understanding of mechanical engineering. You have to learn. Fong Bai pondered for a moment and came to this conclusion. Only by studying in depth can Fong Bai have the ability to design his own armor. And anyway, as long as you want to learn, there are sufficient teaching videos, teaching materials, and materials on the internet that can be used at will. In addition, Fong Bai also has a hunch. The 3rd refining can be completed by exhaustive trial and error. But the legendary 4th refining after the 3rd refining, it must be based on sufficient knowledge and computing ability. Otherwise, if you only rely on exhaustive trial and error, although there is room for fantasy, Fong Bai still seriously doubts whether he can complete this step before he dies. Thinking from this perspective, even in the game world with extraordinary abilities, if you want to become stronger, you still have to learn. And learning will be carried out throughout physics, chemistry, mechanical engineering. Fong Bai searched for various books on the computer. Fundamentals of control engineering. Fundamentals of mechanical design. In addition to various professional books, Fong Bai also found some high school and junior high school physics books, and finally placed an order online. After buying, Fong Bai went online again and came to the furnace to start forging armor plates. Forging heavy armor is actually not difficult, Fong Bai said casually, and Zhong Ming, who was clamping the iron ingot on the furnace and starting to blow air, immediately pricked up his ears and began to listen. He knew that Fong Bai was teaching him. Through repeated folding and forging, the carbon content in the iron is gradually reduced. When the carbon content is between 0.02% and 2.11%, it can be called steel. In this range, the higher the carbon content, the harder the steel is, and it will become brittle accordingly. Generally speaking, we need to determine the carbon content of the steel based on the forged object. Of course, these are basic knowledge, so I won't say more. You also have a certain foundation, so I will directly talk about the practical operation, and we will start forging. Fong Bai picked up a piece of red-hot iron and placed it on the steel felt, and directly hammered it down. Dang! Whatever you want to forge, you have to think about it in your mind before you start forging. After you start, first, you have to be decisive when you drop the hammer, and second, you have to drop the hammer accurately. If you start hitting without knowing anything, and you hit it one hammer at a time, you won't be able to hit anything good, and the things you hit will definitely be full of weaknesses. Generally speaking, I will think about the whole process before hitting. And then, the hammer must be accurate in terms of position, force, and deformation of the iron ingot. Look at me. Fong Bai's chest and arms were knotted with muscles, and when he swung, it was like flowing water, and the power bursting out from the steel hammer to the iron ingot. Dang! 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 Hammer after hammer. Hammer after hammer. There was no fancy skills, but it was extremely coherent and smooth. Zhong Ming watched carefully and seriously, but he did not drop the work in his hands at all. Blowing air, clamping iron, adding carbon. Fong Bai did not teach Zhong Ming the 72 forging methods or the first, second, and third forging methods. He was not teaching an apprentice, but just paying for an apprenticeship. Teaching him to forge common weapons and heavy armor was enough. Enough for him to get his money's worth or even make a lot of money. Fong Bai only worked for 3 or 4 hours before stopping, leaving the steel felt for Zhong Ming to make some simple farm tools to sell in his store. After all, the Dynasty Guild also farms, and has a demand for farm tools. And some people who can't afford weapons will also buy some farm tools to make the transition. While Zhong Ming was making farm tools, Fong Bai sat at the desk in the study, closed his eyes slightly, and started his business. Dang! The third forging training begins. Sprint to the 28th hammer. Chapter 21 about Pavilion. 28 hammers. 29 hammers. 36 hammers. Ding! The crisp sound of the 36th hammer of the third refining echoed in the fantasy space, and Fong Bai's mouth curled up slightly. The progress of the third refining is more than halfway. Almost there. Fong Bai was delighted, but did not rest, but continued to practice, and stopped after the planned time was over, and went offline to rest. After going offline, Fong Bai first took a look at the balance in the foreign account, and did not move for the time being, but turned on the computer to look for information about mechanical assisted exoskeleton armor on various forums and forums, in addition to a small amount of information about the use of transport exoskeletons. There are more discussion posts by netizens discussing the feasibility and structure of exoskeletons and mechas, although there are many very naive remarks in the posts. And although only 3 or 4 out of 10 posts may contain valid information, but after reading all of them, Fong Bai also obtained a lot of information. At least he was familiar with some basic terms and principles, and had a relatively basic understanding of the outline of exoskeleton armor. This is how Fong Bai learned when he was selecting computer parts for his DIY computer. He could find relevant information on selecting parts, installing the system, testing, and solving common system problems without having to spend money to seek help from professional staff. Fong Bai has always believed that the internet is a huge treasure of information, but this treasure is buried in the garbage dump. If you want to dig it out, you need to learn a little bit of skills and some time. Browsing many discussion posts, Fong Bai suddenly found a website address posted in a rather professional answer. Website of the School of Mechanical Engineering of a certain university? Fong Bai followed the website address, and his eyes lit up when he saw the content clearly. He found a way to mine the treasure of information on exoskeletons, mechas, and mechanical assistants. Yes, college students are highly professional, have enough spare time, and most importantly, have a lot of resources. There are professional professors everywhere who are rarely seen by the outside world or charge money to give lectures. Isn't this the easiest place to do this? And for me, this is the best way to get in touch with various mechanical engineering research institutes and professors. Otherwise, I can't find such people even if I spend money. It's free here, and there are people everywhere. Fong Bai's fingers quickly tapped on the keyboard and began to search and enter the forums of various schools. According to Fong Bai's observation, basically the better the school, the more mechanical engineering students discuss this, the more rigorous, and the more serious the posts in the forum. Later, Fong Bai only looked at the forums of famous universities or schools with extremely famous mechanical engineering majors. Sure enough, in these forums, you only need a simple keyword search to find a large number of related technical posts and discussion posts. That is, Fong Bai only has a superficial understanding of many things in these posts. He knows individual words, but he is not familiar with them when they are put together. However, Fong Bai still noticed some concepts and ideas. Time always flies when browsing forums. 2 hours passed in a blink of an eye. Fong Bai saved the forum URLs he found one by one, and then opened the web version of eStation to search for zero-base physics. Find the video with the highest number of views. Take out the notebook and start learning immediately. Video after video. Line by line. It is always right to choose the video with the highest number of views. Basically, every knowledge point is broken down and explained to you bit by bit. Maybe this is the physics teacher who ranks among the top in the country? And learning his course does not cost a penny. Fong Bai thought so and continued to immerse himself in learning. As usual, if you don't have the talent that others envy, then you have the effort and persistence that others envy. At least the latter can be decided by yourself. At 2 o'clock in the morning, I lay down on the bed and fell asleep on time, almost falling asleep as soon as I touched the bed. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. The next day, the alarm clock rang. Fong Bai got up and studied physics for an hour, then washed and ate a little, and entered the game. He closed his eyes slightly in the game and started his morning exercise in the fantasy space. Ding! 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 2 hours later, Fong Bai stood beside Zhong Ming and instructed him to cast farm tools. After he officially got started, he walked out of the yard. Boss. Good morning. Suwen, who seemed to be offline with her eyes closed, opened her eyes quickly when she heard the noise and greeted Fong Bai. Good morning. How's business? Today is the first day of the blacksmith shop's opening. There was no ceremony. Suwen was just asked to open the door, and it was considered business. However, I heard that the Dynasty Guild is promoting it. It's so early, and there's no one here yet. Oh. Xiao Su. I saw you seem to be offline just now. Right? Oh. That's right. Suwen was a little nervous and glanced at Fong Bai secretly. Seeing that Fong Bai didn't look angry, she patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Boss, didn't you see me sitting at the door of the store? Although I'm not online, but I can sense anyone coming in, so I can go online again. Is there such a thing? Fong Bai was shocked. Yes. Anyway, when we are offline, we can also sense the movements around the game body, but we just focus on reality. Fong Bai suddenly realized, and finally understood why this little girl could endure loneliness and not play with her phone for the sake of 3 or 5,000 yuan, and did nothing but guard the store. This is not guarding the store without doing anything. This kind of guarding the store, let alone playing games on the phone, can do anything. This is equivalent to working in a completely free state. This kind of class. High pay. Little work. Close to home. Oh. No. It's okay to work at home. Who wouldn't love this kind of class? Okay. Then you keep an eye on the store. I go out for a walk. Okay. Boss. Goodbye. Fong Bai didn't care about Su when slacking behavior. He hired people to look after the store. If they can look after the store well and fulfill their duties, Fong Bai doesn't care how she slacks off. Fong Bai is not the kind of boss who feels uncomfortable and loses money when he sees his employees idle. Fong Bai even feels a little happy. This time Suwen is probably going to work for a long time, and he doesn't have to think of ways to replace her or train her. It saves trouble. Hey. Fong Bai. Fong Bai. Where are you going? Hearing the voice, Fong Bai turned his head and looked, and was a little surprised to see Lu Ming coming over. I'm just going to take a look. Why are you here? Didn't the guild assign you a job? Yes. My current job is to connect with you. If you need anything or have any messages, just leave it to me. I'm right next to your blacksmith shop. I can take you wherever you want to go. After all, you're unfamiliar with the place, and it's inconvenient without someone to lead the way. Oh. So that's it. Fong Bai suddenly realized and pointed to a wooden building in front and asked, Hey. Is this store owned by your guild? It's so big. He turned his head and saw a plaque hanging on the exquisite 3-story wooden building. What about Pavilion? Chapter 21. Aren't you guys? What about Pavilion? It's not our guild's. It's a chain store opened by a player's chamber of commerce. It's said to be quite large. They also organize special caravans to exchange goods between different towns. So there are a lot of things inside. And there are many specialties from other places. Want to go in and take a look? Yes. Let's go in and take a look. Fong Bai suddenly felt that there were a lot of players in this game. So many that they almost formed their own ecosystem. Whether it's the guild, the market in front of us, Wanbao Pavilion. These are all made up of players. And players play one role after another in them. Different players do different things here, forming a small society that is different from the real operation. But when Fong Bai entered Wanbao Pavilion, he realized this small society has not been running for a long time. And the level is not high. Although this Wanbao Pavilion chain store has appeared, there are mostly some common items inside. Knives, guns, sticks, shields, and armor only have one chain mail. Then, there are various medicinal materials, various prepared wound medicines, etc. This is like a chain supermarket, with a little bit of everything. But the level is not high. At least Fong Bai didn't see anything particularly scarce. For example, heavy armor, and job transfer tokens. After leaving Wanbao Pavilion and strolling around the flea market, Fong Bai thought for a while and asked, Lu Ming, do you know how to change jobs? Is there a place like a career minter that provides job transfers? Career minter? I haven't heard of it. Doesn't it take level 10 to change jobs? My level is still low, so I haven't thought about it so much. Fong Bai, why are you in such a hurry? Just upgrade slowly first. This game is not good at this point. The upgrade is too slow. Oh! Fong Bai responded subconsciously, but the next moment he reacted, thinking of his previous doubts, and asked immediately, by the way, aren't you an old player who has already left the Novice village? How come you are not even level 10 and haven't changed your job yet? How did you leave the Novice village? Yes, I am an old player. But what do you mean by not even level 10? You just came out and don't know how difficult it is to level up. Level 1 and level 2 are fine. Not only do you get more experience points for leveling up, but it also becomes more difficult to get experience points. In the early stage, you may be able to level up by just running, lifting stone blocks, and killing monsters. But later on, you may only get a little experience points by running to death. You will know when you reach level 3 or above, Lu Ming said indignantly. And Fong Bai was surprised when he heard it. You are only level 3? He knew Lu Ming was a bad player, but he didn't expect him to be so bad. Old player? He remembered that he reached level 2 on the 2nd day and level 4 on the 8th day. Right. What do you mean by just? When you know how difficult it is to level up. You will. Fong Bai clicked on the attribute panel, turned on the viewability of others, hidden attributes, and displayed levels. Name, Fong Bai. Level, level 10. Hide. Hide. Level 10. 10. 10? Lu Ming stared at the attribute panel with wide eyes. Fong Fan closed the attribute panel and asked, how did you get through the Novice village with such a low level? Isn't it that everyone is like this? Lu Ming was shocked and listened to Fong Bai's words. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt like he heard it wrong. Isn't it that everyone here is trash? Is that what you mean? It shouldn't be. I heard it wrong. Isn't the Novice village the forest where you were born? Yes. How did you get out? That's just for you to get familiar with the operation. Won't you be resurrected around the town if you die? Ah? Any questions? Lu Ming couldn't help but ask back, and suddenly realized something, and asked again hurriedly. Wait, you're not like that. Then how did you get out? That forest is full of beasts, and they are very aggressive. Without the protection of a novice, you can't go far. Well, is it possible that I killed my way out? Fong Bai smiled, and Lu Ming wanted to refute, but he couldn't speak when he recalled Fong Bai level. In the Dynasty Guild, Li Jiaming led the team in from outside wearing the Iron Pagoda heavy armor, and there seemed to be a lot of blood on the armor. Walking into the office, facing the envious eyes of Li Qian and Lu Shan, Li Jiaming sighed. Alas, this Iron Pagoda heavy armor is good in every way except that it's too heavy. TSK. It makes people feel uncomfortable. I don't know how Fong Bai wears it all day. Oh, it's heavy. Li Qian and Lu Shan looked at the handsome silver-white Iron Pagoda heavy armor and listened to Li Jiaming's words. Their eyes turned red. They wanted to smash this Versailles to death with a club and wear the armor themselves. Forget it. He has armor. But he can't beat him. I respect the president and won't fight. Seeing that the two of them were silent, Li Jiaming smiled slyly, and took off the armor, and prepared to put it on the armor rack next to him. This heavy armor is really heavy. Suddenly, Li Jiaming was stunned. Wait! Wait! At that time, Fong Bai seemed to wear such a heavy iron pagoda armor all day long. Right? Li Qian, who was beside him, was helpless and joked. President, I know this armor is very cool. And we are also very envious. But you don't need to emphasize it again and again. Right? If you emphasize it again, I will steal it and sell it. But after Li Qian finished speaking, Li Jiaming didn't mean to laugh at all, but continued. That's not what I mean. What I mean is that Fong Bai is a novice. How could he wear such heavy armor for a long time, and still remain calm and move freely? Is this a novice? After the voice fell, Li Qian and Lu Shan were stunned, and their faces immediately became serious. Li Qian spoke first. I asked Lu Ming about the whole process of meeting Fong Bai, including all the words he said to Fong Bai. According to the questions Fong Bai asked at that time, he is indeed a genuine newcomer. The direction he came from is also the direction where the players resurrected, and the blacksmith who can cast such heavy armor. If you think of our level, it is impossible that we have never heard of it and have no information. He is a newcomer. This is absolutely correct. After Li Qian finished speaking, the three of them fell silent and looked at each other. Newcomer, high level, strong strength. These keywords can't help but remind them of a rumor. A rumor that almost no one believes and is regarded as a fabricated false rumor. In this game, when players log into the game for the first time, they will appear in the wilderness of an uninhabited area far away from the town. Players have novice protection, where they can quickly familiarize themselves with the game, and the speed of gaining experience points will increase, making it easier for players to explore upgrade methods. This is like an independent area or an independent internal test. Players cannot bring out any items and experience points obtained in it. But it is said that if players can rely on their own strength to fight their way out of the uninhabited area full of dangers, then everything can be brought out, including levels, including equipment. After all, it's just a no man's land, not another world. However, considering the difficulty, no one believed it at all. If Li Jiaming hadn't mentioned it today, they wouldn't have remembered it. The three people who came out turned their heads at the same time to look at the eye-catching claw marks, tooth marks, and dark bloodstains in the gaps on the heavy armor of the iron pagoda. It seemed nothing special, just ordinary. Swish. Suddenly, Li Jiaming pulled out a knife and chopped it on the armor with all his strength. With a swish, the steel knife bounced away. Looking closely, there was only a light white scratch left on the iron pagoda. At this time, compared with the deep claw marks and tooth marks, the three looked at each other and reacted after a moment. Hiss. Chapter 22 Copying Books. Hiss. Fortunately, it's just a blacksmith player. He must have forced his way in with the equipment advantage of the iron pagoda. He should not be good at fighting. Just treat him as usual, Li Jiaming said, with a little regret. What a pity. It would be great if he was a combat player. But he is just a logistics player. Doesn't a blacksmith have combat talent? Li Jiaming shook his head repeatedly and said. But no matter what, he is currently a blacksmith in our market. Don't say anything and pretend that you know nothing. Strictly keep it confidential. No one is allowed to disclose it. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. I understand. Li Qian and Lu Shan responded in unison, while Lu Shan fell into thought. Suddenly, an idea emerged in his mind. Isn't this the qualified player who has truly walked out of the novice village? We are all unqualified? So even if you reach level 10, you can't find a way to change your job? The qualified one, Fong Bai, who successfully graduated from the novice village. Unconsciously, Lu Shan's eyes gradually became deeper. A blacksmith. Master, please guide me. Master, please guide me. Lu Ming was completely convinced and followed Fong Bai with admiration on his face. At this moment, Fong Bai had returned to the blacksmith shop, without a set of heavy armor on his body. Fong Bai always felt that passers-by might pull out a kitchen knife and chop him at any time. Although there was still a point of resurrection that could be fully conditioned without dropping, Fong Bai still subconsciously guarded against everyone passing by. In front of him, and behind him, it was obviously a walk. but it made him nervous and exhausted. So Fong Bai simply came back. There was nothing to see. Just let others buy whatever you wanted. If you really want to go shopping, you can wait until the next set of armor is made. Fong Bai concentrated on his studies and the 3 refining training, and made a plan. In the plan, he would spend 10 hours a day browsing forums, searching for information, resting, eating, and solving personal problems. In the remaining 14 hours, he would spend 4 hours a day forging pagoda armor pieces, and 1 hour for making ordinary weapons for sale. Then, in the remaining 9 hours, 4 hours were spent on the 3 refining training and 5 hours on learning physics knowledge. After making a schedule, Fong Bai handed a list of books to Suwen, and after explaining it, he went back to the study room and started watching videos to learn junior high school physics. While Fong Bai was studying, Lu Shan came to Lu Ming on the other side. Lu Hui, you're looking for me. Well, how is your work going now? Are you adapting? Lu Shan asked with a smile. Lu Ming was originally a member of the collecting team of the logistics department under him. Lu Shan was the leader of his leader, and was also his leader. After signing the labor contract and joining Dynasty Company, Lu Ming still works in the logistics department under Lu Shan. So Lu Shan is now his direct supervisor. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for your concern. I will do my best to adapt to the task at hand. Well, okay. Oh, by the way, how is Fong Bai today? Is he adapting? Very good. I went to Wanbao Pavilion and the flea market today. Judging from his appearance, he should be in a good mood. Lu Ming answered directly. Well, as long as you are in a good mood. Lu Ming, you should understand why the company assigned you this task. And you must understand its importance. Fong Bai is a blacksmith. And a blacksmith who can forge heavy armor. This is definitely a rare talent among players. No, even among the indigenous people. Not all blacksmiths have the ability to forge heavy armor. The reason why you are sent is to play your emotional card and keep Fong Bai in our market as much as possible. Or even join our guild and join our company. This is extremely beneficial to our long-term development. Of course, for Fong Bai, this is definitely a good choice. After all, our funds and strength are absolutely strong, and we can provide him with quite high treatment. Do you understand? Understand? Lu Ming nodded. Yes. Lu Shan lowered his head, pondered for a moment, and said with deep eyes, Go ahead. You can take Fong Bai around our guild camp more often. It's better to go to the combat department as well. Customize a batch of weapons and equipment according to the needs of the players in the combat department. Second, let Fong Bai see the strength of our guild. Do you understand? Understood. Lu Ming turned and left, without seeing the deep eyes that Lu Shan showed after he raised his head. Xiao Su, have you finished copying? The next morning, Fong Bai, who had finished learning physics, came online. After completing the routine 3 refining exercises, he came to Suwen and looked at the textbook that Suwen was copying, and asked, You have copied 1 book, and you are still copying the others. Boss, are you still reading? Why are you copying these books? Still studying? Do I look that young? Fong Bai said with a smile. As for the purpose of copying books, of course it is for learning. You can learn until you die. And if you want to be a good blacksmith, knowledge of physics, chemistry, and mechanical expertise are indispensable, Fong Bai said. And Zhong Ming beside him also heard Fong Bai words, and his expression changed slightly. Fong Bai didn't say anything when he saw this. If Zhong Ming is willing to continue learning, it will definitely be no harm. Looking back at Su Wen, who was copying the physics textbook, Fong Bai smiled. If you can't finish copying, you can outsource it. Anyway, as long as you give me the book, I will give you so much money. As long as the quality is not a problem. Okay, I understand. Su Wen continued to copy without raising her head. Fong Bai made a list of all the mechanical professional books, tutorial books, literature, physics professional textbooks, tutorial books, etc. that he planned to read and sent it to Su Wen, asking Su Wen to copy them all from reality into the game. Although he paid a lot of copying fees for this, Fong Bai still felt that this deal was very cost-effective. Holding a physics textbook that had been copied and the accompanying tutorial book, Fong Bai sat in front of the desk, his mind immersed in the fantasy space. The scanned textbook and tutorial book appeared in front of Fong Bai at a faster time flow. Fong Bai nibbled the junior high school physics textbook bit by bit. In the fantasy space, Fong Bai nibbled the junior high school and high school physics books at a speed of 1 book a day. Faced with Fong Bai's speed, Suwon still couldn't resist and chose to outsource the copying to the other 2 people. Fong Bai estimated that Suwon could make some money from outsourcing. But he didn't care too much. As long as the quality of the books he brought was okay. During this period, Lu Ming asked Fong Bai to go out many times. But Fong Bai declined. Fong Bai also asked Zhong Ming to go to the combat department to collect data. And Fong Bai's mind was completely immersed in learning. Chapter 23, Breaking the Limit of Spirit. 5 days passed in a blink of an eye. And Fong Bai had already started studying mechanical engineering books at the university level. With a solid physics foundation from junior high school and high school, Fong Bai still found it difficult to learn. But Fong Bai still enjoyed learning. Because he found that after learning junior high school and high school physics, it was easier to get inspiration during the 3 refining practice. And the progress was also accelerated. This surprised him very much. It was effective just after learning junior high school and high school knowledge, which undoubtedly showed that the direction he chose was not wrong. All inspirations are based on sufficient knowledge. A person who has never been exposed to physics knowledge cannot create even a circuit out of thin air because of inspiration. Physical knowledge is closely related to forging, so it is normal to have such an effect, if converted into a game effect. Fong Bai may have obtained such a permanent state after learning junior high school and high school physics. Forging experience gain plus 10%. Of course, this value cannot be easily quantified into 10%. It may be less or more, but it is roughly the same. After reading the book, Fong Bai felt that his memory seemed to have improved a lot, and his brain became more flexible. Increased attribute value? Or did my high-frequency use of fantasy space improve my brain ability? Fong Bai tried several multi-digit multiplication mental arithmetic and found that the speed was indeed much faster and simpler than before, which made him directly confirm this point. His brain thinking speed, memory, and multi-threading ability have indeed improved. Is it improved in reality? Fong Bai's eyes lit up after he was offline. That's not a problem with the brain, but a change in the spirit? After all, the body is not the same body, but the spirit and consciousness are the same. Fong Bai thought. I didn't feel anything abrupt when the attribute points increased. And the increase in the speed of thinking didn't seem abrupt. It was like a subtle influence, which should be the reason for the talent fantasy space. To some extent, it seems that long-term high-detail fantasy items and deductions from them can also be regarded as a kind of visualization, a kind of training for the spirit and thinking. It's just that the improvement was not obvious before, so I didn't notice it. Now it seems to have broken through a certain critical point, so I noticed it. After some attempts, Fong Bai roughly came to some simple conclusions. Moreover, the thinking multiplier of the fantasy space has also increased. It seems that the talent does not exist in isolation. It is affected by me and also affects me. After adapting for a while, Fong Bai happily entered the game. The consciousness sank into the fantasy space, and the furnace and iron ingots appeared and began to hammer immediately. Daily training. Start. Dang! 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 1 refining. 2 refining. 3 refining. Hammer after hammer fell. Fong Bai skillfully raised the steel hammer with the help of the recoil, and then used the rotation of his body to gather the strength of his whole body to hit it hard. Dang! The stronger recoil made the steel hammer rise high, twisting his waist and hips, and the steel hammer fell with greater force while twisting his body. Dang! Fong Bai enjoyed using the force again and again, and hammered with greater force again and again. This way of constantly stacking strength is very fun. Hammer after hammer. Each hammer is more powerful than the last, and each hammer is faster than the last. It's like a storm, spinning faster and faster. In this process, the recoil from the iron ingot also accumulated and rushed like a tide. But it was all resisted by Fong Bai's strong physique. Dang! 45 hammers. Fong Bai opened his eyes with joy. I'm in good shape, and I've actually made a breakthrough. Hey! Wait! What is this? The delighted Fong Bai was suddenly stunned. He felt as if there were wisps of golden air in the air that were constantly entering his body. As the aftershocks in his body dissipated, this situation gradually stopped. He moved his body, but there was no change or abnormality. What is that? Fong Bai was stunned by the situation he just noticed. And then, As he had read a lot of novels, he couldn't help but have all kinds of fantasies in his mind, thinking of all kinds of possibilities. Fong Bai couldn't help but imagine a red-hot iron ingot again and forged it again and again. It was still the same storm forging method as before. But unlike the concentration on the state of the iron ingot just now, Fong Bai now paid some attention to his physical condition. 1 refinement. 2 refinements. The recoil accumulated in the body. But nothing changed. The first hammer of the third refining. Clang. When the first hammer of the third refining fell, a completely different recoil was transmitted to Fong Bai along the hammer, and the previously accumulated recoil was ignited like dry grass. As the first hammer of the third refining fell, an extremely subtle reaction occurred inside the iron ingot, and at the same time, Fong Bai body, which had a similar frequency due to the recoil, also had a similar reaction. In the air, it seemed as if there were wisps of icy and somewhat irritating gas flowing into the body. At this moment, with Fong Bai high concentration, his senses seemed to be infinitely magnified. Fong Bai felt as if he was lying naked on the lawn, with a slight tingling pain all over his body. At this moment, Fong Bai's whole body, inside and outside, every inch of his body was shrouded in this feeling, including bones, skin, internal organs, blood vessels, brain, etc., without any exception. This feeling lasted only for a moment, and the tingling all over his body broke Fong Bai's highly concentrated attention, allowing the magnified senses to return to their original state. But the wisps of irritating gas continued to flow into the body. But as Fong Bai stopped forging, the recoil force gradually dissipated and the situation stopped. If it's not an illusion, then what is this feeling? Suddenly appeared. No, it doesn't necessarily appear suddenly. Maybe I didn't have enough perception ability to perceive it before. Even if it happened, I don't know. And every time I get tired, I will imagine my body again to restore my physical condition. And the failed 3 refining will waste iron ingots. Therefore, I have never tried the 3 refining outside the fantasy space. So I don't know what effect this state will have on my body. Fong Bai's eyes gradually lit up, and he immediately exited the fantasy space, took some bread and water to the study, and told Su Wen and Zhong Ming not to disturb him and not to ask him to eat. After that, Fong Bai immersed himself directly in the fantasy space. Imagine iron ingots, forging, 1 refining, 2 refining, 3 refining. While forging, Fong Bai paid attention to his body. As the 3 refinings fell, his body began to absorb the slightly irritating gas. With the advancement of the 3 hammers, the accumulation and change of the recoil force in the body, the speed at which the body absorbs the irritating gas also increased. When the 45th hammer fell, the speed reached the fastest, and the 46th hammer fell. Dang! The 3rd refining failed. The internal force structure of the iron ingot was destroyed, and a completely different recoil was transmitted to Fong Bai's body, disrupting the recoil force like a tide. At this moment, the body stopped absorbing the irritating gas. After a slight pause, Fong Bai did not hesitate, and imagined an iron ingot again and started forging. 1 refining, 2 refining, 3 refining. The body began to absorb again. Chapter 24 Failed Products. Again and again. Again and again. Fong Bai has forgotten how many iron ingots he has forged. I only know that if I don't recover my physical condition, my body will be as tired and exhausted as if it were real. Every time I hammer, I basically use my whole body to exert force. And every time I hammer, my whole body bears the recoil. Fong Bai often can't squeeze out any strength in his body, and his arms are as heavy as a piece of iron, and he can't lift them at all. In the past, when he was tired, he would refresh his body. Now Fong Bai can only lie on the ground and feel and recover quietly. Fortunately, the recovery ability of his body, with a 19-point constitution, is not weak, and Fong Bai will soon be able to get up again and continue forging. Again and again. Again and again. Fong Bai feels that what is being forged is no longer an iron ingot, but his body. I just hate that my body can't bear it, and I can't jump into the furnace and burn it red, and then hit it 89-72 times with a steel hammer. In this case, the body has never stopped absorbing irritating gases. Perhaps because the amount is enough. Fong Bai slightly feels that some changes have taken place in his body. The strength seems to be a little stronger, and the hardness and toughness of the skin seem to be a little stronger. Is it an illusion? Fong Bai felt it quietly, focusing all his attention on his body. His senses became stronger. Fong Bai seemed to hold up a magnifying glass and began to perceive all the changes in his body. After a moment, Fong Bai suddenly opened his eyes wide. It's not an illusion. My body has indeed become stronger. In the process of forging iron ingots, my body has also been forged, thus absorbing some power and elements in the environment. As long as I forge like this outside the fantasy space, my body will continue to be tempered and become stronger. Perhaps because he has absorbed more and is more familiar with it. Fong Bai closed his eyes and seemed to be able to feel some gases in the surrounding environment when he emptied his brain. The heavy yellow, the cold black, the hot red, the active green, the sharp gold, the moist blue. The brown world around him seemed to become colorful, and with distracting thoughts, this feeling dissipated, like an illusion. Spiritual power? Elemental power? If it is elemental power, then what I absorb should be the gold element. Right? Fong Bai recalled the feeling of absorbing this gas. Let's call it the gold element for now. In addition, my accelerated thinking speed, increased memory, changes in perception, and the body that will return to reality with consciousness. Maybe it can be called mental power for now? I really met a good fortune. Fong Bai was very excited. This feeling of self-tempering and strengthening made him more intoxicated and excited than upgrading and adding points to become stronger. He didn't continue, and immediately exited the fantasy space. Looking at the bread and water on the table, a strong sense of hunger suddenly surged in his heart. After wolfing down all the bread and drinking a glass of water, Fong Bai let out a long sigh. Huh? So full. Looking up and looking out the window, the pure sky can see the shining stars hanging on the night sky with the naked eye. Looking at the angle of the moon, Fong Bai realized that it was late at night. After going offline to eat, solving personal problems, and lying on the bed, he fell asleep. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Fong Bai got up and entered the game with full energy. After reading the book in the fantasy space as planned, during the time period originally planned for the 3 refining training, Fong Bai exited the fantasy space and came to the steel felt. Zhong Ming, who was preparing for forging, quickly stepped aside. Boss. Well, help burn iron, blow air, and then watch from the side. It depends on how much you can learn. Fong Bai, who was in a good mood, said directly. Zhong Ming opened his eyes wide and became very alert. Fong Bai directly picked up an iron ingot burned by Zhong Ming and clamped it on the steel felt. Then swung the steel hammer and smashed it directly. Clang! Zhong Ming felt something was wrong the moment the steel hammer fell, but he couldn't tell what was wrong, so he could only watch more attentively. Clang! 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 The iron hammer in Fong Bai's hand fell like a violent storm. 1 hammer. 2 hammers. 3 hammers. 72 hammers. 1 hammer. 2 hammers. 3 hammers. 72 hammers. 1 hammer. Dang! The recoil force like the tide erupted inside the body, and the slightly stimulating gold element poured into the body and merged into the body in the tide-like recoil. Dang! 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 45 hammers in a row. Dang! With a strange sound, Fong Bai stopped and threw the dark red iron ingot aside. Zhong Ming was stunned when he saw this. He looked at Fong Bai and then at the discarded steel ingot. He didn't understand what Fong Bai was doing and why he threw the steel ingot away. But Fong Bai didn't mean to pay attention to him. He picked up a red-hot iron ingot again and hammered it down one after another. Just like this, the violent knocking sound echoed in the yard for a long time. The continuous influx of gold elements made Fong Bai's body reaction gradually increase. In the later stage, the inside of the body even began to become numb, which was very easy to detect. Feeling this state, Fong Bai continued to forge. He threw another steel ingot aside, and when he was about to pick up the iron ingot, he found that the furnace was empty. Huh? No more. Boss, they are all gone. Do you want to reheat them? Zhong Ming pointed to a pile of steel ingots next to him. Fong Bai took a look and shook his head. Which ones? Throw them away. In addition, take out all the money in the shop and go to the Dynasty Guild to buy iron ingots as soon as possible. I need them tomorrow. Yes. But boss, throw these away. You can take them if you want. They are all failures and useless. Fong Bai took off his clothes and wrung them, and sweat dripped down. He walked to the water tank next to him and filled a bucket of water with a wooden barrel and walked into the bathroom, while Zhong Ming stood there looking at the pile of steel ingots on the ground. In his mind, he was thinking about Fong Bai's words and the forging process just now. The incomprehensible forging. And the incomprehensible results. The silvery white steel ingot looked very shiny and pleasing. But Fong Bai said it was a failure, and had to be thrown away. Failure? What failure? Zhong Ming hesitated for a moment, and picked up a steel ingot. After thinking about it, he raised the steel hammer, and smashed it hard. Bang! The steel ingot made a strange sound, and cracks appeared on it like glass. Huh? Broken? Zhong Ming was stunned. He looked at the steel hammer in his hand, and then at the steel ingot. He doubted himself a little. He raised the steel hammer, and smashed it again. Bang! The flat steel ingot was completely broken, making Zhong Ming even more confused. It was as if it was not a steel ingot, but a thick piece of glass. But when he picked up the broken steel ingot and took a closer look, he found that the steel ingot did not seem to be broken by him. These broken cracks were completely different from the position where his steel hammer hit it. They were not smashed at all. It was there originally. Chapter 25 Bodybuilding? Krypton Gold. These cracks seemed to have been here originally, but they appeared because of his smashing. Even if he didn't smash them, these cracks would still be there, and they would break when they were stressed. How did this happen? Failed product? Is this a failed product? Then what kind of forging was this failed product left behind? Why did such a magical change happen? Zhong Ming, who knew a little about blacksmithing, was shocked. Fong Bai, who thought he had seen it clearly, became mysterious again in his mind, as if he was shrouded in a layer of fog. Before this, although Fong Bai's skills were good, it was not incomprehensible, but just good skills. And now, he couldn't even understand what Fong Bai showed. In the bathroom, Fong Bai heard two hammer sounds outside, picked up the bucket, and poured water on his body. The water flowed over the streamlined muscles, leaving behind beads of water. This is why he had been practicing the 3 refinements in the fantasy space before. The 3rd refining will reorganize the stress structure inside the steel ingot, and preparations will be made from the 1st and 2nd refining to lay the foundation. It will officially start from the 1st hammer of the 3rd refining. Starting from the 1st hammer, each hammer of the 3rd refining will mobilize and sort out the stress state and structure inside the steel ingot. The steel ingot at the beginning may be a pile of disorderly bricks and cement. Then from the 1st hammer of the 3rd refining, the bricks will be stacked, cement will be bonded, and the building will be built. When all 72 hammers of the 3rd refining are completed, it means that the load-bearing capacity of the building is completed. However, unlike building a building, the building of this 3rd refining is from top to bottom. First put the top bricks, support them, and then repair them layer by layer. As long as the last hammer is not completed, the building will definitely collapse and fall. And the more it is built, the greater the impact of the collapse, the greater the damage and loss. It's okay in the early stage of the 3rd refining. The stress involved is not much. And even if it fails, it will only cause a small impact, such as a slight reduction in strength, or a trivial weak point. In the middle stage, when most of the stress is mobilized to rebuild the structure, if it fails, all the stress will burst out, directly tearing the structure of the steel ingot from the inside, thus creating cracks, which is the situation just now. Such a failed product has no value. Going up, Fong Bai suspected that after reaching the late stage, the steel ingots that failed the 3rd refining would be directly torn into pieces, or even turned into powder by the violent stress. However, there was one thing that surprised Fong Bai. That is, these failed products cannot be reused even if they are resmelted. It is still steel after breaking, but even if it is melted and recast, it is much weaker than normal steel, and it cannot be refining for the 3rd time. Otherwise it will be directly broken during the 3rd refining process. This puzzled Fong Bai very much, and he thought for a long time, but could not come up with a satisfactory answer. I don't understand. Fong Bai shook his head slightly, put down his thoughts, and focused all his attention on his body. The perception was magnified little by little, and Fong Bai carefully sensed every inch of his body. In this case, even every contraction of the blood vessels and every beat of the heart were in Fong Bai perception. The strength has increased a lot, and the physical strength should have also increased a lot. Fong Bai came to the conclusion after careful perception. The stronger body cannot be faked. Then, Fong Bai continued to perceive deeply. Not long after, Fong Bai felt that his body seemed to be warm and full, and at the same time, There seemed to be a desire inside his body. The desire for gold element. If the gold element fills the entire structure of the body, then my current progress should be less than 1%. But the difference should not be far. In other words, this also means that my current degree of strengthening is far from the limit. If it is +1 now, then I can at least increase it to 100. Fong Bai clenched his fist, feeling the obvious increase in strength, and pinched the skin on his arm, which was obviously strengthened. It is indeed stronger, but the attribute value has not changed. Fong Bai opened the attribute panel, and the attribute value on it did not change at all. And the same was true for the level and experience value. Before the job change, Fong Bai attribute panel would probably not change at all, and would not be of any help. However, although the panel did not change, Fong Bai did become stronger. This means that, in addition to the attribute panel, Fong Bai has found another way to become stronger through cultivation. A way that makes people feel at ease, and does not feel that the power is false. One step at a time. It makes people feel at ease. Fong Bai can become stronger without relying on the attribute panel. However, the price of this cultivation is not cheap. Fong Bai used up nearly 300 iron ingots in one go today. The iron ingots of the Dynasty Guild are slightly longer than a palm, and one weighs about 2 kilograms. 300 pieces are 600 kilograms, and more than half a ton of iron ingots only allow him to complete nearly 1% of the quenching. If we want to complete 100% of the progress, then we need more than 100, more than 60,000 kilograms, or more than 60 tons of iron ingots? Fong Bai was stunned after a simple calculation. Where can I get more than 60 tons of iron ingots? Does the blast furnace built by the Dynasty Guild have such a high output? And the price of iron ingots fluctuates between 10 and 15 yuan per kilogram. Today I have spent 7,000 to 8,000 yuan. So more than 60 tons of iron ingots would cost less than 1 million yuan. Is my cultivation so expensive? How can this be called bodybuilding? This is clearly Krypton Gold. Have you found the Krypton Gold channel for this game? Fong Bai couldn't help thinking this, and suddenly felt so poor again that he couldn't afford to cultivate even if he found a cultivation method outside the attribute panel. A slight toothache. But after calming down a little, Fong Bai remembered something else. But in general, I am still a novice and poor. If I have money, then there is nothing to say. I can just use money to pay. There is a ready-made channel for paying money. If I have skills, as long as I can do the 3 refined 72 hammers, then it goes without saying that every iron ingot will become a 3 refined creation with high prices in my hands. Iron ingots will not be wasted, and they can be sold for money after being made into things. Not only can I make money, but it can also achieve the best and fastest cultivation effect. Fong Bai thought and analyzed. But generally speaking, it is more convenient to make money, and making money actually does not conflict directly with improving technology. I can make money while continuing to train in the fantasy space. Master the 3 refinements as soon as possible, or push the progress forward. Even if the progress is improved by 9 hammers again, it means that the training time and the fastest training speed of an iron ingot can be improved. That is, the training effect brought to me by an iron ingot will be improved. In this way, it may not cost so much. But then again, how to make money? In addition to the normal sale of things in the blacksmith shop, what other ways are there to make money quickly? Thinking of this question, Fong Bai couldn't help but fall into thought. Life's Problem. Chapter 26 Songlong Guild. President. You won't be going out again in the near future, right? Inside the Songlong Guild, a group of players looked at Wang Lilong who had returned and greeted him. Wang Lilong nodded, and without hesitation, he got straight to the point. Well, I probably won't be going out in the near future. Let's go to the meeting room and talk. In a moment, all the management players of the Songlong Guild gathered in the meeting room. The meeting room became lively for a while, and seeing everyone present, Wang Lilong coughed twice, and the meeting room immediately became quiet. Then Wang Lilong turned his head to look at the vice president, who was in charge of the work next to him. Tell me about the situation during this period. Okay. Currently, our guild has 178 combat players and 379 logistics players. Compared with the first half of the month, the total number of combat players increased by 67, and the number of logistics players increased by 228. Among them, there are 4 level 10 combat players and level 9 resource points in markets, which increased month on month. Our guild is generally in a stage of rapid development during this period. But the development speed has slowed down recently. Wan Lilong carefully studied the data, compared it with the data before he left, and then nodded and said, "Yes. What's the reason recently?" "It's like this, President. Last week, the Dynasty Guild not only found a player blacksmith, but also bought a ready-made full-body heavy armor. The equipment of other combat players has also been gradually updated. During this period, because you, the President, went on a mission, you were missing a set of heavy armor, and it was very difficult to fight. So recently they have become more rampant and have occupied many of our resource points. The brothers are all frustrated." "Yes, President. It's been too frustrating recently that Li Jiaming relied on his armor and led people to rush around. We thought of many ways to grab it, but the full-body heavy armor is invulnerable. Li Jiaming dared to rush around among more than 10 of us, and the players behind rushed up, and the formation was messed up. It's the President." Okay. I know what you said." Wan Lilong knocked on the table and said after a moment of silence, "Since you want to fight, let's fight. It's just a dynasty guild. Come on. Come over here." Wan Lilong immediately set up the game. After a few hours, the players dispersed excitedly. Wan Lilong, who came out last, also showed excitement in his eyes. Standing on the 3rd floor, he looked down at the entire camp and looked at the distant Bag town, with ambition in his eyes. "It's almost done. These are all mine." A trace of gray breath slowly flowed through his body, but it was fleeting. "Wang Lei, come up for a moment." "Brother?" Wang Lei, who was resting downstairs, came up. As he walked, a corner of the tattoo could be seen faintly on his neck. "I have something to tell you. Come over here." Wan Lilong whispered in Wang Lei's ear. Wang Lei nodded from time to time, with surprise in his eyes, and then ecstasy. "It must be kept secret. No one in our own guild can tell it. Do you understand? Very important." "Understood, brother. I will do the work. You can rest assured." Wang Lei immediately patted his chest and said, "Okay. You go." Wang Lei left, and Wang Lilong looked quietly in the direction of Bag town, his eyes gradually becoming deeper. Waste. Waste is waste. In a mountain in the wild, Lu Shan was furious, pulled out a long knife and chopped around, chopping all the surrounding branches and bushes into pieces. After a long time, Lu Shan stopped. He instructed Lu Ming to take Fong Bai out. But Fong Bai had not gone out once in such a long time, and had been in the blacksmith shop all the time. But he couldn't urge him. If he urged him, he would appear anxious, and it would be easy to see that he had ulterior motives. He could only wait. Otherwise, Lu Ming would notice it. In theory, this should not be urged at all, although he mentioned it casually. But he is the company, and the leader of the guild. In theory, Lu Ming shouldn't do this. Are you so careless? Job transfer. There is a possible job transfer news in front of him, but he still can't confirm it. If there is a job transfer, Lu Shan's eyes will show greed. If he completes the job transfer first, he can completely squeeze out Li Jiaming and become the president, and complete the integration of all the player guilds in Bag town, monopolize the player resources of Bag town, and even start to march into Hanfeng City. If he can monopolize the player resources of Bag town, let alone swallow up all the player camps and all the markets, then this market alone is a golden goose that can generate huge profits. Just as Lu Shan was thinking, a thin player came over. President, Xiao San. How is it? They will be here soon. Yeah. Good. Xiao San looked at Lu Shan and asked, President, we will be fine if we do this? What can happen? Lu Shan asked back. Li Jiaming is so fond of Fong Bai. And wasn't he the first to discover that he was a player from the Novice village? What if we can't eat him? Hearing Xiao San's words, Lu Shan smiled disdainfully. What if he came out of the Novice village? He is still level 10 and hasn't changed his job. And do you think he really got there by strength? He just relied on a suit of armor to get out. What kind of beasts around the Novice village can bite through that heavy armor? I don't have armor, but I can get out even if I have it. If he had armor, it would be fine. But without armor? Lu Shan smiled disdainfully. Blacksmith? It's just a chicken. I can crush it to death at any time if I want to. Do you really think that everyone has the same strength because of the same attribute values? They are both level 10. But sometimes the difference between people is greater than that between people and dogs. As for Li Jiaming, Lu Shan paused slightly, a little apprehensive, and then said slowly, "He didn't want Fang Bai, but just a blacksmith?" I asked. "And the Zhongming sent there can already forge various weapons, and has also been exposed to forging heavy armor plates. Isn't the so-called difficulty in making heavy armor the armor plates? Now that you can forge a few armor plates, the worst thing you can do is to change the angle. Right? After forging, just assemble it. The quality is a little worse. But heavy armor, with a little worse quality, is still heavy armor. The difference between having no blacksmiths and having blacksmiths is a qualitative difference. Li Jiaming is very anxious and attaches great importance to it. Having one blacksmith and two blacksmiths is just a difference in quantity. Not to mention that Fang Bai has never joined our guild from beginning to end. Do you think Li Jiaming is very prudent? And Li Jiaming has a..." Lu Shan paused slightly, then continued, "He led the team out and won't be back in a short time. Just take care of everything before he comes back. Don't worry. Just be straightforward. There will be no problem." "Okay." Xiao Sen nodded excitedly. Lu Shan looked outside and asked, "How is it? Have they come? How many did you call? It should be soon. I invited 2 level 10 people. They are both famous and have good skills. There will be no problem dealing with a blacksmith." "Okay. I won't show up. You go." "Okay." Xiao San left. Lu Shan waited for a moment and turned into the forest. And the forest became quiet again. Chapter 27: Overwhelmed Attributes. Making money? Fang Bai pondered this question for a long time without getting an answer. After thinking for a while, he went offline and asked on the forum, "How to make money in ancient times? Quick! Urgent! Waiting online. Brother, do you have a channel to travel through? Take me one. And I have summarized the method you want for you. Remember to adopt it. Personally verified to be effective. Link." Fang Bai was stunned when he saw the reply so quickly, and then clicked to take a look. Criminal law. Fang Bai mouth twitched slightly. Personally tested and effective? You fucking tested it yourself? Close the forum. Fang Bai understood after seeing this. Making money is not that easy. So, let's go back to the mine. Fang Bai hesitated slightly and thought. Not long after, the iron ingots he bought arrived, and Fang Bai temporarily put aside this question and forged it. After a long time. Why do I feel that this number is a bit fuzzy? Fang Bai was slightly stunned when he opened the attribute panel to check. He originally wanted to see if the attribute had increased. He practiced the 3 refining forging for a long time, and deliberately prolonged the forging time during the practice. He paused slightly for each hammer, and only dropped the next hammer when he had to follow the hammer. In this way, he absorbed the most gold element power, and the situation was indeed the same as he thought. In this case, the gold element that each iron ingot could bring him increased a lot. Of course, it was not a lot, just a little bit. After a day, a lot of iron ingots were consumed. Fang Bai felt that the gold element in his body was about to break through 1%. He wanted to see if the attribute value had increased, but found that the attribute value number became blurred. Blurred before growth? Fang Bai guessed, without hesitation, and immediately picked up another red-hot iron ingot and put it on the steel felt. There were only more than 30 iron ingots left next to him, and Fang Bai originally wanted to keep 50 to make things. But the gold element content in his body reached 0.99% at that time. Can this be tolerated? Fang Bai couldn't help but practice another piece. And after practicing, the gold element content reached 0.99%. This can't be tolerated. I have to have another piece. One after another. One after another. Until there were more than 30 pieces left. It still couldn't reach 1%. It might be only a fraction of a second away from that 1%. Fang Bai could hardly tell. But it didn't reach 1%. Which is why Fang Bai couldn't help but check the attribute panel. Now Fang Bai has doubted the composition of this game. Developer? Fang Bai couldn't help but think jokingly. Ding! The steel hammer fell. And Zhongming watched quietly beside him, and said silently in his heart, "Here it comes. The first hammer of the 3rd stack." Zhongming slightly widened his eyes, pricked up his ears, and watched and listened attentively. Ding! 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 The sound of the steel hammer echoed in the yard, echoing in the ears of the 2 focused people. Fang Bai listened to the sound, felt the process of his body absorbing the gold element, and hammered one hammer after another. Just when the 10th hammer fell, There was a strange sound. Bang! At this moment, even Zhong Ming heard something wrong and turned his head to look at Fong Bai. Fong Bai suddenly stopped without any movement. Fong Bai seemed to hear the sound of glass breaking and something being crushed. The sound of the glass plank road being crushed? However, in the next moment, a feeling of falling quickly lingered in Fong Bai's heart. It was as if he was falling in his sleep. But Fong Bai could not wake up. The next moment, the attribute panel popped up automatically, and Fong Bai looked at the attributes on it. The attribute value finally changed, but it was not increasing, but decreasing. Strength, 17. Strength, 16. Strength, 11. Skill, 10. Skill, 9. Fong Bai opened his eyes wide, and in the terrifying feeling of falling, all the attribute values were rapidly decreasing. In an instant, all the attribute values that Fong Bai had spent dozens of days to upgrade were lost. In a few seconds, Fong Bai attribute values became what they were when he just entered the game. Except for the level 10. These words seemed to mock Fong Bai ridiculousness. Fong Bai heart sank to the bottom of the sea, and unknowingly, the feeling of falling from a high altitude disappeared, and his feet stepped on the ground again. This feeling made Fong Bai heart move slightly. He thought of something. Looking at the changing attribute values, a little hope suddenly appeared in his eyes. Under Fong Bai's gaze, the original attribute values slowly changed. The numbers twisted little by little, and finally turned into a question mark. Name, Fong Bai. Level 10. Profession, none. Experience, unknown. Power, unknown. Skill, unknown. Speed, unknown. Physique, unknown. Armor, unknown. Resistance, unknown. Looking at the attributes, that all turned into question marks. Fong Bai's face gradually became weird. After the attribute changes, the next step is the profession. Soon, Fong Bai's profession was also changed, and mosaics were directly added, becoming blurred. But it seemed that it was a little bit off, and could not be completely changed. Fong Bai had figured it out at this moment. The attribute values on the attribute panel were not important. The power they represented was the most important. So what if the attribute values disappeared? And so what if the attribute panel disappeared? The attribute panel was gone. Fong Bai lived in Bungbu. But fortunately, it was a false alarm. The attribute panel was just put away after the change. Fong Bai's heart was completely calm at this moment. As I said just now, the attribute value is not the key, but the power represented by the attribute value is the key. It was just that I found that the power seemed to still exist that made Fong Bai react. Quietly feel the body. Clench your fists. And feel the power brought by the contraction and relaxation of the body's muscles. The power has not increased or decreased at all. Fong Bai felt it. But it seems that something has changed. Fong Bai gave the casting table to Zhong Ming, and walked aside to do one action after another to feel it. It seems to have become more real. The power was like this before, but now it gives Fong Bai a sense of solidity. It is also easier to control. If the original power is controlled by the control system of the virtual game, then now I am directly controlled by the main body consciousness. This is my body, and all power can be controlled at will. Fong Bai thought about it, and scratched a mark on his hand with his fingernail. He went offline to make sure that the mark was not synchronized before going online again. From the source of power of the two, there seems to be only one difference. That is, the former is the attribute points obtained through experience upgrades. Even if the work of making things obtains experience points and upgrades, it may increase strength and physique. The latter is what I practiced. In essence, it should be the tempering of my body by the gold element, so that I can gain strength. So, Fong Bai expressed his doubts in a voice that only he could hear. Are the powers gained through experience and upgrades all like buildings built on glass lofts? Once the glass is broken, everything will become nothing. Only the power gained through one's own cultivation is what one really possesses, with a solid foundation that will not be deprived or affected by external forces. Just now was the sound of the glass loft being crushed by my own power? Fong Bai felt the gold content in his body again. 1%. But Fong Bai felt that the gold element at this moment was different from before. The gold element at this moment seemed to have been completely integrated into the body through repeated forging, consolidating the foundation. The same attribute value. The difference in performance may be greater than the difference between humans and dogs. Then is the reason why others have not changed their jobs yet? They haven't laid a solid foundation yet? Fong Bai took out the job change token and looked at it. The buttons on the pop-up virtual panel did not change at all. Unusable. Fong Bai shook his head slightly. It should be that the job change conditions have not been met yet. It is impossible that all players are so bad that they don't have job change tokens? Impossible. Impossible. Definitely impossible. How could they be so bad? Fong Bai first ruled out this possibility. Chapter 28 Drawings. Fong Bai moved his body, feeling very comfortable as every bit of his strength was under control. Although they were the same attributes, Fong Bai felt that his combat power had improved by more than one level. After consolidating the foundation and fully controlling the strength, beating ordinary players is like using 30 milliseconds of delay to fight 300 milliseconds of delay in a shooting game. It's basically a crushing victory. As soon as the voice fell, Fong Bai paused for a moment, not knowing what he thought of. Forget it. I can't be so sure. I have to exclude those perverts, who can beat 300 milliseconds of delay with 300 milliseconds of delay. Fong Bai performed a few moves he learned online and returned to the blacksmith's table. After happily instructing Zhong Ming to complete a forging, Fong Bai was surprised to find that Zhong Ming's forging actually had some of the appearance of the first and second forging. Zhong Ming was imitating him, although he only got the form, but not the spirit. It looked like the same 2 stacks of 72 link. But there was still an essential difference. But it did look a bit like that. Fong Bai thought about it and asked out loud, Zhong Ming, where did you learn to forge iron? Boss, I learned it by myself. I saw people forging iron before. I heard that the Dynasty Guild was recruiting blacksmiths. So I looked up information and taught myself for a while. But I'm not very good at it. Self-taught? How long did you learn? A few days. Fong Bai recalled Zhong Ming's appearance when he was forging iron before and his current skills. Well, his talent is okay. Zhong Ming smiled embarrassedly. And Fong Bai didn't say anything. There are many people with good talent, and this has nothing to do with him. Zhong Ming stepped aside the blacksmith's table, and Fong Bai stood on it with a steel hammer in his hand, took a red-hot iron ingot, put it on the ingot, and hammered it down. Dang! 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 Fong Bai felt the changes, and quickly completed the second refining, and came to the third refining. However, he felt something was wrong as soon as he hammered it down. Gold element? During the third refining, the iron ingot will absorb the gold element? Fong Bai sensed the flow direction and changes of the gold element, and found that it was indeed the case. As the hammer fell one after another, just like his body tempering, after every 9 hammers, the speed at which the steel ingot absorbed the gold element would increase by 1 level. And as the hammer fell one after another, the gold element in the steel ingot became more and more concentrated. When it came to the moment of the 45th hammer, the concentration of the gold element in the steel ingot was already very high. Bang! With a strange sound, the third refining failed. The power structure in the steel ingot collapsed and became chaotic, and the stagnation and gathering of gold elements became violent. And then all exploded, like a leaking balloon. Leaking out? At this moment, although the steel ingot looked no different on the surface, Fong Bai could not see the internal structure. But Fong Bai knew that the inside of the steel ingot must have been hit by the violent gold element. The more 3 refining hammers there are, the more gold elements there are inside, and the greater the impact, coupled with the stress damage. It is no wonder that these steel ingots are intact on the surface, but they break when touched. No wonder the steel ingots that failed the 3 refining in reality can be melted and used again, but not in the game. It turns out that the difference is here. There is no gold element in reality, but there is in the game. At this moment, Fong Bai suddenly understood. Then Fong Bai felt the gold element content in his body again. It was found that it had begun to grow normally after breaking through 1%. And his own strength and physical strength had also changed a little, which was almost unnoticeable. He dropped the steel hammer and looked at the remaining 30 whole iron ingots next to him, and said, "Don't move these iron ingots." "Okay. Got it." After Zhong Ming left, Fong Bai suddenly had a headache again. The iron ingots are used up. The troubled Fong Bai thought for a while, and then put this problem aside for the time being, and turned to forging the iron pagoda armor plates. Unknowingly, the forging speed increased, which was much faster than usual. Today, the time spent on making armor plates increased by 2 hours. Fong Bai didn't log off until dark. He used his computer to enter a school forum. According to the time plan, he read the posts. After reading for a while, He paused and posted a post. Excuse me. How can the machine itself complete the mechanical assistance? After thinking for a while, Fongbai added a sentence. Can a pure mechanical structure do it? After posting on several forums, Fongbai browsed the forums again, then returned to the game, entered the fantasy space, and started practicing the 3 refining. If you can master the 3 refining, you don't have to worry. As long as you bring iron ingots, you can exchange for 3 refining equipment. If others know about it, they will probably break their heads to grab it. 3 refining. When Fongbai sensed that the iron ingots would absorb gold elements during the 3 refining process, he understood. 3 refining equipment must be qualitatively different from 2 refining equipment. It must be the equipment after the player changes his job. In other words, this kind of equipment must be usable after the player changes his job and will not fall behind. This is a forger's evaluation of his equipment. During the call, Fongbai found that Zhong Ming had gone out, but he didn't care. It was normal for him to go out after work, so he continued his practice. After the practice, he started to study, and logged off at about 2 o'clock to log into the forum to check. At this time, he found that an account named Shirchi replied to him. I don't know what kind of mechanical assistance you mean. If it is just a literal meaning, can a pure mechanical structure complete mechanical assistance? The answer is of course it can. Bows, pulleys, and springs are all very common ways of assistance. And springs should be more in line with everyone's understanding of a pure mechanical power storage method. Fongbai looked at this passage, pondered for a moment, and replied again. What I mean? Fongbai was about to reply when he suddenly found that Zhong Ming was back. He looked at the time. It was 2:30, and muttered in a strange way. What did you do? You just came back. This game does not require equipment to go online. And you can go online anytime and anywhere. And you will not be completely disconnected after going offline. In reality, there are also the 5 senses of the game body. And in the game, there are also the 5 senses of the real body. The difference is nothing more than where the attention is focused. So even in reality, Fongbai can still sense the movement in the game. Ignoring the sound of washing next door, Fongbai's attention returned to the forum in front of him. The mechanical assistance I mentioned refers to the mechanical exoskeleton. After wearing it, you can run faster, jump higher, and punch harder. Can a purely mechanical structure do it? Fongbai was just about to wash up and go to bed, but found that the computer was ringing. Ding ding. Looking back, I found that the person on the forum had replied, and looked down at the time. 2:36. Is Shirchi still awake? Open the reply and look. Shirchi, in theory, it can be done. For example, this is a mechanical arm design I used before, as shown in the picture. Drawing.jpg. When Fongbai clicked on the drawing, he instantly woke up. Chapter 29 Decision. Shirchi, drawing.jpg. Fongbai clicked to enlarge the picture. This is a hand-drawn drawing. There are many contents, but they are clear and concise, and they do not interfere with each other. Obviously, the draftsman's skills are very deep. Looking closely, the drawing shows a mechanical arm. The simple and powerful appearance and the complex internal structure make it a bit difficult for Fongbai to see. He can only push and see it bit by bit. After looking at it for a while, he combined it with what Shirchi said to understand. This mechanical arm can unload force and save effort through mechanical mechanisms during single use. It can play an auxiliary role in the process of carrying and lifting. If it is equipped with a waist hanger or a floor support, it can achieve a certain degree of mechanical assistance with the help of mechanical power storage function. The principle is as follows. In a dormitory at the university, the desk lamp on the desk illuminates a small space. Above the simple and clean desktop stands a palm-high Iron Man mechanical model. There is an A3 size drawing in the center of the desktop. The girl in front of the table is holding her mobile phone horizontally to take a photo of the drawing. The shadow of her slender arm falls on the drawing. Click. A girl poked her head out from the bed behind the desk and rubbed her hazy eyes with her hands. Giorgio, you haven't slept yet. No. I go to bed soon, the girl at the desk said without turning her head, and sent the photo to the computer and then posted it on the forum. Looking at the drawings that were sent up again, Fongbai thought for a moment and continued. Big brother, I don't quite understand. Do you have a recommended list of books? I want to learn more about mechanical structure and mechanical assistance. Oh, I'm not a big brother. You can just call me senior sister. I give you a copy later. Junior, if you are really interested, you can take the pure mechanical structure design course taught by Teacher Mai. Teacher Mai teaches very well. In addition, you can join the school's mechanical club. They are very interested in machinery and are very friendly to newcomers. You can also borrow the school's lathe equipment. If you are interested, you can join the group. Looking at the QQ group number and book list set by Shirchi, Fangbai first bought all the books in the book list. Then search the group number on QQ and click to apply to join. Okay. Thank you. Jiangnan looked at the reply on the forum. Nadphone, okay. Thank you. I've joined the group. He picked up his phone and opened a QQ group called Mechanical Club and entered it. I'm lying on the forum. I've invited a little brother to join the group. Take care of him when you have time. Don't run away again. Okay. Thank you. Sister Nan. Thank you. Sister Nan. Thank you. Sister Nan. Go. Go. Go to sleep. Jiangnan closed QQ and continued to browse the forum, thinking while reading. And the desktop had been replaced by an unfinished mechanical drawing without knowing when. Indistinctly, a mecha jumped onto the paper. The next day, Fangbai found himself in a QQ group called Mechanical Society. Looking at a group of group members who were making a fuss, he smiled and sent a red envelope of 20 yuan. As soon as the red envelope came out, the group was stunned. Just kidding. Don't take it seriously, Panic. It's okay. I have a lot of questions. Just say hello in advance, funny. Oh. Welcome. Welcome. The red envelopes were snapped up, and the group became lively again. Fangbai also saw a lot of serious information, and some of the group's previous works in the group files. Looking at these works, Fangbai knew that he had found the right place. There are probably many masters in this group. At this time, Fangbai couldn't help but think of Shirchi, whom he met last night, and the drawings he saw at that time. He is also a master. After playing in the group for a while, Fangbai entered the game to learn. And after learning, he was ready to enter the fantasy space to practice. Still short of money. Go back? Fangbai hesitated slightly, since he found out yesterday that he needed a lot of iron ingots to improve his strength. He has been thinking about going back, but he has not made a decision. I was lucky to get out last time, but I am not sure if I can go in again. This road is too dangerous. And I promised Li Jiaming to build a blacksmith shop. And the iron pagoda ordered by Li Qian has not been completed yet. In addition, Fangbai took out the map and spell scroll that he had kept close to him, and was silent. They can take out the spell scroll and send such a group of people to explore the ruins. They must be powerful. If the first group of people died, there must be a second group. It's okay if I'm not there. If I go back, and we are so close to the ruins, and the place where those people died is so close to my blast furnace. If I run into that group of people again, it will be like yellow mud falling off my crotch. It's hard to say. Fangbai pondered for a moment. This is something he has been hesitating about. But today is the second day. He has to make a decision no matter how much he hesitates. Otherwise, if he delays any longer, the little advantage he has finally gained may be lost. Hesitation will only lead to defeat. Either go back, or just give up on this idea and focus on making money or improving technology. Back. Trouble? Is there anything more troublesome than being poor? Can death be more terrible than being poor? If money is so easy to get, will it be my turn? Even if it is my turn, will there be no danger? After spending a day considering all the pros and cons, Fangbai made a decision immediately. Go! After making the decision, Fangbai began to think about the aftermath here. The blacksmith shop was just a cooperation at the beginning. Now that I have taught Zhongming, I am worthy of Li Jiaming. The Dynasty Guild will not lack blacksmiths because of my departure. In addition, I have not joined the Dynasty Guild, so there is no problem in this regard. Then I started to speed up the forging of Li Qian Iron Pagoda yesterday. With the current progress, looking at the armor pieces that have been completed, Fangbai made a rough estimate. It should be finished in a week. Not too late. I might as well wait a little longer. After finishing and delivering the Iron Pagoda to Li Qian, I will then make a set of armor for myself. Otherwise, it will be really hard to go to the mine. After all, the road is quite dangerous. If you are not fully armed, you might die on the road. In fact, you may die on the road even if you are fully armed. It's funny. Fangbai couldn't help but pat his head when he thought of this. I thought I would not go back to the mine in the short term. Otherwise, I would not have sold the armor. Forget it. It's a good time to make some improvements and replace some better linings. The original one is painful. Although Fong Bai made a decision, he did not intend to break his promise. The decision was made by him. And so was the promise. After thinking everything over, Fong Bai went out to find Lu Ming and spoke directly. Lu Ming, please inform your president that I will be away for a while in 20 days. And I am not sure when I will be back. Tell him to make plans as soon as possible. And also tell Li Qian that I will finish the Iron Pagoda as promised to him as soon as possible. So don't worry. Fong Bai. You are leaving? Lu Ming was a little surprised to hear this news suddenly. Well, I plan to go out for a while. Please inform him for me. Chapter 30 Customized Weapons. But the president is not here now. He has been out for a while. Then notify the vice president. Besides, haven't you joined his company in real life? Just notify him in real life. Oh, okay. Lu Ming was still a little hesitant. But seeing that Fong Bai had turned back to the store, he could not say anything more, and could only turn around and walk towards the station. After Fong Bai returned, he immediately started to pack up. First, he transferred a sum of money from an unregistered international account to Zhong Ming, and made a list for Zhong Ming to purchase. When the iron ingots purchased by Zhong Ming arrived, Fong Bai directly swung the steel hammer to forge quickly. In the pursuit of speed, the iron ingots quickly turned into bright silver iron pagoda armor plates under Fong Bai hands. Maintaining the current speed, the time required for completion may be shortened. And at this moment, a cry of surprise came from the blacksmith shop. Are you trying to rob me? What blacksmith would dare to charge this much for custom-made products? I've been to so many stores, but yours is the one that charges the most. Hello. Our boss said this is the price. If you think it's expensive, you can look at other things in the store, Suwen said with a guilty conscience. Fong Bai had specifically told her that the price of custom-made products starts at 5,000 yuan, which is almost 5 or 10 times the price of other products in the store. She even suspected that the boss didn't want to waste time custom making and set a high price. Now the customer is going to run away again. So, call your boss out. Hello. If you decide to make a custom-made product, you can pay a deposit here first. Suwen showed an awkward but polite smile. And the girl who came with her spoke up. Will it be refunded if it doesn't work? If it doesn't work, the deposit will be refunded in full. Okay. Pay it. After the female voice finished speaking, the male voice immediately lowered its voice and said, Captain. Zhang Zhong pulled Wu Yin aside. Captain. He is clearly raising the price, relying on the fact that there is only one blacksmith shop nearby, and the things in the shop are ordinary, so they will definitely not work. Forget it. Let's look for another one. When can you change your temper? You can choose not to buy if it's too expensive. Now that you are here, you must try it. Besides, won't you get a refund if it doesn't work? Wu Yin rolled her eyes at Zhang Zhong, and Zhang Zhong was stunned. Pay the money. Oh, okay. Zhang Zhong walked to the counter, looked at the account number written on the counter, and immediately transferred the money. I tell you, if your boss doesn't work, return the money to me immediately. Suwen, return the money to him. I won't take it. Fong Bai's indifferent voice came from behind. Wu Yin glared at Zhang Zhong, and immediately walked up to Fong Bai and said, Boss, I'm sorry. My teammate is naturally impatient and stubborn. I don't have any bad intentions. I have been to many blacksmith shops recently, but I couldn't beat them, so I'm a little irritable. Please forgive me. Fong Bai turned his head to look at Wu Yin, and then looked at Zhang Zhong. Are you the boss? Yes. My name is Wu Yin. His name is Zhang Zhong, and I have the final say. Then tell him to stop talking. Okay. Zhang Zhong beside him clenched his fists, but Wu Yin glared at him and didn't dare to get angry. Fong Bai asked, Wu Yin, right? What do you want to beat? You want to customize it? We have general weapons and equipment in our store. Fong Bai pointed to the weapons and equipment around him and said, the price is reasonable. Hundreds, thousands, and thousands of them. All kinds of grades are available. If you need it urgently, just choose one. The price is reasonable. You also know that the price of your customization is unreasonable? Zhang Zhong couldn't help but speak out. Before Fong Bai said anything, Wu Yin shouted, Shut up. Fong Bai also glanced at him. He looks good, but he has a big mouth. What's wrong with my high price? I didn't want to order it anyway. If you think the price is too high, you can decide. No one forces you. Oh, so that's the case. Sorry. He and I just came here and don't know each other. I'm sorry to bother you. Boss, we have paid the deposit. So let's talk business, Wu Yin said embarrassedly, and then took out a piece of yellow paper. I want to make a gun head. Fong Bai glanced at Wu Yin indifferently, then took the yellow paper and found that there was a three-sided gun head on it, with the size, weight, and center of gravity marked on it. Seeing this drawing, Fong Bai turned his head to look at the long pole-shaped cloth bag behind Zhang Zhong, and immediately reacted. No wonder he's willing to pay such a high price. Is this a gun with a gun head and a gun barrel? Three-edged armor-piercing long spear. Is he an expert at using a gun? What kind of enemy can't be broken through? Boss, you have a good eye. I wonder if you can hit it. Wu Yin obviously didn't mean to explain too much, and asked directly. Three-edged is difficult to hit. Not to mention that it has requirements for size and center of gravity. So it's very difficult. Fong Bai said slowly after a moment of silence. So it can be used? Wu Yin's eyes lit up, and even Zhang Zhong next to him couldn't help but stand up. Fong Bai glanced at Zhang Zhong, and with an idea, he tapped the table with his fingers and said, It's very difficult. Wu Yin nodded immediately after hearing this. Okay, no problem. As long as it can be used, I will pay another 5,000. Suwen, collect the money, and come in with me after paying the money. In a moment, the two followed Fong Bai directly into the backyard. At this moment, Zhang Zhong was much more honest, with a hint of expectation in his eyes, and his previous irritability disappeared. Zhong Ming went out. Fong Bai opened the bellows and started blowing. Seeing this, Zhang Zhong thought about it and walked forward. Go away. I do it. You hit the gun head for me. After saying that, he pushed Fong Bai away to pull the bellows. Fong Bai, who was pushed away, was stunned, looking at Zhang Zhong who was pulling the bellows with his head raised. He suddenly understood something and smiled. He didn't have any bad feelings towards him. Well, I won't take the extra money. Just take it. Who made Zhang Zhong have a big mouth? Originally, Fong Bai didn't intend to take it. It was just a three-edged spear head. But who made him dislike Zhang Zhong before? Foul mouth? Then give me super double. Laugh. It would be more convenient for someone to pull the bellows. Fong Bai didn't hesitate, and directly picked up an iron ingot and put it on the stove. While waiting, he chatted with Wu Yin casually, and Wu Yin covered her mouth and laughed from time to time, which made Zhang Zhong, who was puffing and pulling the bellows, couldn't help but stare at Fong Bai with wide eyes. If eyes could kill, Fong Bai would probably be riddled with holes. Wu Yin, do you mind if I try this spear? Being stared at by Zhang Zhong, Fong Bai became interested instead, and continued with a smile. Yes, in order to better forge the spear head. Of course. Wu Yin also ignored Zhang Zhong's eyes, directly took the long pole and untied the cloth strips wrapped outside, and handed the spear pole to Fong Bai. However, Fong Bai, who was smiling, was stunned the moment he grabbed the spear pole. Chapter 31 Extraordinary Weapons. What's wrong? Wu Yin noticed Fong Bai's strangeness and asked. Fong Bai held the gun and held it flat, shook it, and his face was quite solemn. Then he said slowly, Nothing. Fong Bai looked at the long pole wrapped in vines. The vines on it were vigorous and powerful, dark and shiny, and the surface exuded a hint of metallic luster. Holding the gun, sensing the elemental power contained in it, Fong Bai said, I will do my best to make the next gun head, but it is still not worthy of this gun. You can use it for now, and come to me in 2 months if you want to change it. Fong Bai stroked the gun barrel of the extraordinary weapon, and then handed it to Wu Yin, ignoring the two people who were stunned, and walked directly to the forging table, no longer teasing Zhang Zhong. At this moment Fong Bai stood in front of the blacksmith's table and slowly adjusted his state. In the mouth of the natives, professionals are called extraordinary, and the weapons used by extraordinary people are called extraordinary weapons. Fong Bai was very interested in matching the gun barrel with a gun head for a supernatural weapon. Needless to say, he would go all out even if he didn't have a penny. He closed his eyes slightly and entered the fantasy space. And then the furnace, iron ingot, steel felt, and steel hammer appeared one by one. Fong Bai didn't rush to use the hammer, but was thinking. The same is true for the second refining. But the forging of Fong Bai and Zhong Ming is naturally very different. And the current forging of Fong Bai is also the same as the previous forging, although the third refining is not fully mastered. The hammer dropping method, the internal structure of the iron ingot, the temperature, and the stress adjustment plan mastered in the third refining process have made great progress. The simplest example is that the weapon forged by Zhong Ming must have weak points everywhere, and the weapon forged by Fong Bai must have only a few weak points, and they will be hidden by Fong Bai. The weapon forged in this way is more resilient and not easy to break, damage, or collapse. In addition, the compromise between the hardness and toughness of forged steel, the materials, temperature, and methods of quenching, etc., all lead to the fact that the weapons are both second-level refined. But the use is very different. At this moment, Fong Bai was thinking about the next forging. After the idea was completed, the sound of forging sounded in the fantasy space. Wu Yin and Zhang Zhong looked at Fong Bai, who closed his eyes and rested, and looked at each other. Both of them were a little confused. Wu Yin suddenly thought of something and lowered her voice. There is a legend. I don't know if it's true or not. It said that the ancient sword-making masters would think about the way to drop the hammer before forging. Each hammer was thought through countless times. The impact of the hammer was calculated in advance, and the next hammer was calculated. So there was no hesitation when forging. Each hammer was extremely crisp and accurate, and the sound produced during forging was continuous and stable. In this process, the material does not need to be heated a second time. It can be forged in one go, and after forging, the surface of the material is still dark red, and there is still high temperature, and the weapons forged in this way are integrated, flawless, and they hum softly when struck. Master of forging? How is that possible? If he is a master of forging, I just quarreled with him like that. Then wouldn't I be a dog? Zhang Zhong shook his head repeatedly. And at this moment, Fong Bai picked up the red-hot iron ingot and clamped it on the steel felt. And almost at the moment of clamping, the steel hammer fell directly. One hammer fell, followed by the second hammer, the third hammer, and the fourth hammer. Dang! 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 The continuous hammering sound rang in the ears of the two people. And every time the iron ingot turned black, a steel hammer fell, shaking off the gray film on the surface of the iron ingot, revealing the red iron ingot. In a blink of an eye, the 72 hammers were completed. But Fong Bai did not fold it, but used another method to directly forge the second refining. During this process, the iron ingot was always red, which made Zhang Zhong a little suspicious. The soft iron ingot changed its shape with each hammering, and at the same time, it also transformed little by little, from black to bright silver. Under the gaze of the two people, the triangular spearhead was directly forged into shape by Fong Bai in one piece. Even Zhang Zhong couldn't help but admire this skill. Dang! The last hammer fell, and the triangular spearhead was formed. At this moment, after the spearhead was formed, the surface of the spearhead was still dark red. Zhang Zhong and Wu Yin looked at each other suddenly. Chi. The dark red spearhead was immersed in the liquid and cooled rapidly in the boiling liquid. Fong Bai picked up the triangular spearhead and polished it immediately. After more than half an hour from the beginning of forging, Fong Bai reached out to take over the spear shaft, installed the spearhead, and stabbed it fiercely. In a flash, the two iron ingots on the ground were directly pierced. Zhang Zhong's eyes lit up when he saw this effect, and he said subconsciously, "So strong." He caught the spear thrown to him by Fong Bai, stabbed and shook it, and the excitement in his eyes became more and more obvious, and he couldn't let it go. This is a player who can't hide his face. Zhang Zhong took back the spear and knocked it with something at random. "Een!" A clear and longing sounded, and then he looked at the triangular spearhead again, which was perfect without any flaws. Hearing the sound and looking at the spearhead, Zhang Zhong and Wu Yin, who were delighted, opened their eyes wide and took a breath of cold air. His Master Swordsmith? They both looked at Fong Bai, and Fong Bai smiled and waved his hand. Not really. I still have a long way to go. As for this spearhead, you can just use it as a tail to a tiger. At this stage, it should be okay. Very good. Very good. Wu Yin said, very satisfied, and then turned to look at Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong hesitated at this, but looked at the spearhead and raised his head slightly. Humph. You are awesome. I, Zhang Zhong, will remember you. Zhang Zhong turned around and left with the spear in his arms. Seeing this, Wu Yin thanked Fang Bai repeatedly and asked how to find Fang Bai in 2 months. After everything was arranged, she followed Zhang Zhong and left. Just as he walked to the door, Fang Bai vaguely heard a voice. Wang! Fang Bai was stunned at first, then reacted and smiled. He can afford to lose, and he dares to say, do, and take responsibility. Shaking his head, Fang Bai calmed down and thought after they left. Supernormal weapons. To be precise, incomplete supernormal weapons. If it is really completed, what kind of scene will it be? Fang Bai looked at the gun barrel in the fantasy space and immediately began to experiment. How is it? Are you satisfied? It's okay. Just use it. And don't ruin his reputation. He is awesome. Zhang Zhong couldn't put down the spear, with a smile on his face. And Wu Yin laughed beside him. As the two walked, 2 people passed by them and happened to hear them whispering. It's the blacksmith. Right? Yes. It's the boss. Kill him and don't take it. Equipment. Take 1. The 2 people who passed by spoke in a low voice. And they heard it very vaguely. But a few key words instantly made them understand what was going on. But they didn't look back, but continued to walk forward as if nothing had happened. Then, Wu Yin spoke up. It's Han Ming, Song Kun, and Qi Yunchuan's players. Masters, all level 10. It is said that Qi Yun, the boss of Qi Yunxian, paid to invite them from other places. They are very strong. Why are they here? And they went to the blacksmith shop owner? From what they said, someone must have asked them to kill the boss. Zhang Zhong said immediately after hearing this. Captain, let's go back and help him. Otherwise he will definitely die. After Zhang Zhong finished speaking, when he saw Wu Yin's strange eyes, he quickly added, it's not to help him. It's mainly to help ourselves. We have to find him in 2 months. Wu Yin's eyes were even more strange. At this time, Han Ming and Song Kun walked to the blacksmith shop. Chapter 32. The reputation is damaged. We will go after they go in. We can't let them take away anything that falls. Understand? Lu Shan looked greedily at the direction of Fang Bai blacksmith shop. As long as Fang Bai has something related to job transfer, it will be his later. He is just a blacksmith. Why should he own such things? Understood. Understood. Several people around responded one after another, and they all fell silent after that. The window of the restaurant box where they were just happened to see Fang Bai blacksmith shop. Suwen, do you think my price is too high? Suwen asked cautiously. Too high? How can anyone be willing to pay if it's too high? Besides, I make things that you get what you pay for. Compared to these things outside, you will definitely make money if you ask me to customize them. Just like the spearhead just now, when it was chopped against the ordinary spearheads in our store. The one that broke was definitely the ordinary spearhead, and the one that was missing might not be missing. Otherwise, why do you think the 2 of them were laughing so happily just now? Before, it was because of my technical problems that I dared to offer such a high price. Now that my skills have improved, I have to raise the price anyway. Right? It's impossible that I will become a forging master in the future and the price of customization will be so low. Right? Fang Bai pondered for a moment and said slowly. In this way, with the improvement in quality and the premium of high-end weapons, it will be 19,800. In addition, I will not customize heavy armor for others in the future. It's a waste of time. These are some targeted adjustments made by Fang Bai based on his own economic situation, technical situation, weapons market, and his own needs. Fang Bai would not do such a stupid thing as making a magic weapon and charging only 5,000 yuan. Why should others take advantage of it? You get what you pay for. We don't cheat people, and we don't do stupid things. People will look down on you if you offer a low price. Maybe your peers will even exclude you. There is no need for that. The heavy armor before might have had some of this meaning, but that was just a misjudgment by Fang Bai. He became more and more clear about what the price of his product should be. 19,008? Suwen opened her mouth wide. Yes. Fang Bai nodded with a normal look on his face, and then muttered, no one will ask me to customize it like this. Right? Suwen's mouth twitched slightly when she heard this. Sure enough, her boss had this idea. He was just lazy. No matter how much he said, It was just to cover up the facts. However, at this moment, two players walked in. Where's the boss? I'm looking for your boss. I'm the boss. What can I do for you? Oh, I want to customize a piece of equipment. Can you customize it here? Fong Bai and Su Wen were stunned when they heard this. Looking at the player in front of them, Han Ming asked curiously, why? Can't it be customized? Song Kun, who was standing next to him, walked behind Fong Bai and said, while looking at the weapons in the blacksmith shop, forget it. Why don't we go? Looking at these weapons, the quality doesn't seem to be very good. Really? Fong Bai, be careful. They want to kill you. A loud shout suddenly came from outside the door. Fong Bai was stunned. Han Ming, who was in front of Fong Bai, was stunned. He picked up a short sword in front of him and seemed to be ready to take a look. Hearing this voice, he grabbed the short sword and took a step forward. The short sword in his hand stabbed Fong Bai directly. At the same time, Song Kun, who was behind Fong Bai, also grabbed the long sword he was looking at and chopped it down directly. Sure enough, there are always villains who want to harm me. Fong Bai saw this scene and couldn't help but have this thought in his mind. Listening to the whistling wind behind him and looking at the dagger rushing in front of him, the scene in the entire store naturally emerged in his mind. In his calm mind, Fong Bai watched from a third-party perspective, and the best response plan emerged directly. The next moment, he crossed his hands and stretched forward, directly for Han Ming's arm holding the dagger and pressed it down. And then his body rushed forward. Bang! Fong Bai's shoulder hit Han Ming's chest firmly. Han Ming was stunned, and the next moment a head hit him head-on. Bang! Fast! How could it be so fast? Han Ming widened his eyes in shock. Didn't he say he was just a blacksmith? This guy is a blacksmith? This Fong Bai is obviously faster than him in both movement and reaction. Their strengths are similar, but it's this speed that gives him a strong suppression force. The collision of the bridge of his nose made him dizzy, and then a sharp pain came from his joints. And the short sword in his hand broke away and fell into Fong Bai's hand. Fong Bai then stabbed Han Ming through the gap between his ribs into his kidney, and a sharp pain spread. Han Ming instantly lost the ability to struggle and fell to the ground wailing. Seeing this scene, Zhang Zong and Wu Yin, who were about to rush in to help, opened their mouths wide instantly. And Fong Bai did not stop, and stepped forward, barely dodging the knife from behind, and then rushed back to Song Kun. Zhang Zhong and Wu Yin couldn't help but stop and start watching the show. The next scene made them scream. The famous master Song Kun was like a clumsy human machine in Fong Bai's hands. Fong Bai could easily sidestep and slide to avoid his attack and counterattack. At this moment, Song Kun also felt the same as Han Ming just now. He was just a little bit away, but he couldn't hit Fong Bai no matter what. Song Kun's eyes were full of unwillingness. Fong Bai was like playing with a child. The next moment, he bit his kidney through the gap between his ribs. Hiss! Zhang Zhong and Wu Yin subconsciously covered their kidneys and looked at each other. So powerful. Zhang Zhong. Can you touch him if it's your turn? Within 7 steps. He wins. And outside 7 steps. I win. Zhang Zhong grabbed the spear behind him, bursting with a sharp edge, and said confidently, and after putting down the spear, he returned to his original state and spoke out. However, Fong Bai's power control is too fine, and his perception is too sharp, just like he has eyes on the back of his head, and his reaction is fast. And did you notice that he was very calm when he was attacked? Even when he was attacked from the front and back by 2 people, he was not panicked at all. People who can remain calm throughout the battle will be very difficult to deal with. Yes, it is. At this moment, a shout came from outside. Don't let them run away. They dare to enter our territory. Catch them. It's in the blacksmith shop in front. As soon as the voice fell, Lu Shan led people to rush in, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. But when he saw the situation inside, his pupils shrank suddenly, and he couldn't help but clench the long knife in his hand. In the blacksmith shop, Han Ming and Song Kun fell to the ground and wailed bitterly. The intense pain made their bodies spasm. Their faces were hideous, and they had no ability to resist. And Fong Bai asked Su Wen to take a rag and gently wipe the dagger, and asked lightly, "You said the weapon I used was of poor quality? Is it of poor quality?" There were a few players watching the excitement at the door. They had just arrived and only saw 2 people lying on the ground. They were shocked when they heard Fong Bai's words. They looked at the 2 people on the ground, and then at Fong Bai, who was wiping the dagger. He just said that the quality was poor. And the grumpy boss was online? Several people panicked and ran away. Fong Bai was stunned. Hey. 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 It's not what you think. Don't go. Come in and take a look. It's not a kidney. Fong Bai walked to the door and saw Lu Shan. And his steps stopped. And he was a little surprised. Hey. President Lu. Why are you here? Ah. Me? Lu Shan just recovered and said immediately. I chased them here. How are you? Are you not injured? Chapter 33 Death. Really? Fong Bai asked doubtfully. What are they doing? Why are you chasing them? President Lu? Oh. They killed several players in our guild. So they chased us right away. Oh. That's it. Fong Bai nodded after hearing this. And without thinking too much, he walked directly to Han Ning and Song Kuan. Killed them both neatly in front of Lu Shan. And said, Then can you trouble President Lu to help me deal with the bodies? Before he finished speaking, the blood of the two bodies gradually faded away, leaving only 2 sets of clothes and 2 money bags in place. Oh! They resurrected and left. No need to deal with them. Not far from the blacksmith shop, a figure watched the scene. Waste. Seeing that Lu Shan was talking to Fong Bai in a friendly manner and had no intention of fighting, the figure cursed and turned around and left the market. In the shop, Lu Shan and Fong Bai exchanged a few words and then left, leaving only Wu Yin and Zhang Zhong. Fong Bai. You are awesome. How come you play a blacksmith if you are so awesome? Don't you play a combat profession? No way. My combat talent is relatively poor. I am not good at combat. And I am afraid of pain. So I can only play a logistics profession? Fong Bai walked over playing with a dagger. Zhang Zhong and Wu Yin couldn't help but cover their waists subconsciously, pointing at the 2 sets of clothes on the ground and said, You call this not good at combat? Alas, they are too bad. They have no technical content at all. And they don't need combat talent at all. If they are calmer and use a little brain, they can fight. Fong Bai waved his hand casually. Hey, didn't you leave? Why are you back again? Oh, we came back when we heard they were coming to kill you. Ready to help. Since we just called out and are willing to help. Give me a discount next time. Zhang Zhong moved his spear, pointed at the tip of the spear, and laughed. Fong Bai smiled when he heard it. Okay. 99% discount. Zhang Zhong immediately raised his middle finger to Fong Bai. At this time, Wu Yin, who had been pondering for a long time, asked, Fong Bai, have you offended anyone recently? I know these 2 people. They are players from the Kyongswing Guild. From what they said just now, it is obvious that they were invited to kill you. Kyongswing. Fong Bai had heard of it. It was a guild on the other side of Bagtown. The president Qi Yun was very financially powerful. He used money to open the way and recruited a large number of expert players. Qi Yun. I haven't had any contact with them, let alone offended them. I haven't offended anyone recently. Fong Bai frowned and thought. Then you are being targeted? Targeted? Then why should I invite 2 level 10 players to kill me? It's okay to invite them. But you invite such a rookie. Zhang Zhong opened his mouth wide and looked at Fong Bai with admiration. This Fong Bai is even more arrogant than him. Wu Yin was speechless when she heard it. Not knowing what to say, Fong Bai's heart suddenly moved, and he turned his head to look in the direction where Lu Shan came from just now. Dynasty Guild? Lu Shan. He remembered that Lu Shan seemed to be in charge of the logistics department. Is this matter under his control? And what player ran to the headquarters of another guild after killing someone? So arrogant? Damn it. Damn it. Damn it! Han Ning and Song Kun were resurrected in a forest wearing linen clothes and empty-handed. Ding. The system prompts. You have entered the first level of weakness. Looking at the system prompt and feeling the weakening power, Han Ming and Song Kun looked very ugly. When a player dies, he can choose to revive at the resurrection point or randomly revive around the town. There is no need to wait, and there is no time limit. But once he dies, all his belongings will be dropped, except for a set of free body-covering hemp clothes, and he will enter the first level of weakness. The so-called first level of weakness means that the level drops to the same proportion of experience points as the previous level. For example, a player with 50% experience points at level 10 will drop to 50% experience points at level 9 after dying once. There is no time limit for the weakness state, and you must regain so many experience points to recover. The level of the weakness state has not changed in essence. It is still level 10, but it is equivalent to the strength of weakening to level 9. If you die again in the first level of weakness state, you will enter the second level of weakness state, which means you will drop 2 levels on the basis of dropping 1 level. Gaining experience points in the second level of weakness state will re-enter the first level of weakness state. If you die again in the second level of weakness, you will enter the third level of weakness and lose 4 levels. This will multiply until you reach level 0 and 0 experience. However, this game is quite friendly, and there is no such thing as deducting experience points. Otherwise some accounts would be really useless. In the 0 level state, as long as you are not afraid of pain or the feeling of death, you can jump around at will, without any punishment. At least no punishment has been found so far. Han Ming and Song Kun cursed for a while, and then punched the tree. No. We have to find an explanation. Fong Bai is a master. That bastard gave us false information. What a bullshit blacksmith. He is obviously a combat player. And a very powerful combat player. Looking for Fong Bai? Huh? Why look for Fong Bai? Han Ming looked at Song Kun in surprise. Didn't Fong Bai kill us? Can you beat him? No. Then what are you looking for? Are you planning to ask the guild to help you for a private job? It would be fine if everything went well. The president turned a blind eye. Now you are killed, and you still want to ask the guild to help you. I will curse you to death. Go find that bastard Lu Shan. Don't think I don't know that he is behind the mistress. If he dares not to compensate us for our losses, tell Fong Bai about this matter. Oh, it seems so. Let's go and find Lu Shan. Song Kun thought about it and nodded. It won't end until you give us an explanation. After sending Zhang Zhong and Wu Yin away, Fong Bai's mind sank into the fantasy space and began to think. In the fantasy space, paper and pen condensed. Fong Bai held a pen and traced back the events bit by bit according to his memories, and wrote down his thoughts, doubts, and suspects. Job transfer token. Heavy armor. Blacksmith. Talent. Spell scroll. Li Qian. Li Jianming. Lu Shan. Lu Ming. Zhong Ming. Songlong Guild. Use lines to link all the doubts and names. And finally circle the person with the most doubts. Lu Shan. And then, Fong Bai circled another factor in his thoughts. Job transfer. I am the only one who walked out of the Novice village alive. So do you suspect that I have a job transfer token? Walking out of the Novice village alive is the only difference between Fong Bai and other players. And it is also the only point that can induce a guild vice president to take action against him. Lu Shan. Chapter 34 Customized Drawings. Boss, why did you hit their kidneys? Su Wen asked curiously after she recovered. And Zhong Ming beside her couldn't help but look over. Oh, the severe pain of hitting their kidneys can make them lose their fighting ability. And they won't die for a while. I originally wanted to keep them for interrogation. But I thought this was a game. So there was no need to be too ruthless. So I just killed them later. Fong Bai thought for a moment, and said that he would never tell Su Wen because he had simulated the human body structure in the fantasy space, and was used to hitting kidneys. Oh, I thought you were a pervert. Su Wen said disappointedly. Pervert? Me? How is it possible? What pervert? Impossible. Fong Bai stood up while talking, went back to the room to get 2 weapons, and said aloud. Su Wen, you take care of the store. I go out for a while. Okay. Fong Bai left the blacksmith shop with his weapons. He was hired to murder someone. Although he was fine. But he couldn't just let it go. He was very stingy, and not so generous. Hiding outside the exit of the station and waiting quietly. Fong Bai didn't know if he could wait for anyone. So he just tried his luck. If he didn't wait, there were other ways. Well, it depends on Lu Shan luck. After waiting for a few hours, just when Fong Bai thought Lu Shan was unlucky, and was going to return disappointed, suddenly, 2 players came out of the door of the Dynasty Guild station, and made him brighten his eyes. Hey, it's not in vain. I waited. Fong Bai looked at the direction Lu Shan was walking, which was exactly the direction of the Kaiungswing Guild station. Fong Bai looked at it for a few times, and didn't follow him directly. Instead, he estimated the location, and went around in front of Lu Shan, and continued to wait. As long as a line was connected between the Kaiungswing Guild station and the Dynasty Guild station, and a road that was easier to walk was chosen, it would not be difficult to guard Lu Shan and his team. After squatting for a few times, they entered the forest. and Fong Bai followed them from a distance. His perception was more acute. In this forest with poor vision, he was definitely the first to discover others, not others to discover him first. After following for a while, Fong Bai found that Lu Shan had stopped. So he approached quietly, and heard the sound of Lu Shan arguing with someone. You sneak attack and can't even kill a blacksmith. And you still have the nerve to come back and ask me for compensation? Sanner, pay off the balance? We have done our best. Still want compensation? Go to hell. Bah! Go! Lu Shan, you don't want to give it to me, right? Alright. Lu Shan, you don't want Fong Bai, your president, to know that you hired us to kill Fong Bai, right? Lu Shan paused after hearing this and cursed. I fuck you, jungler. Threatening me, right? Okay. Give it to them. Sanner, give it to them. I see if they have the life to take it, but not the life to spend it. Then, Fong Bai hid quickly when he heard the sound of Lu Shan and others returning. After Lu Shan and others passed by, he looked at the direction where Han Ming and Song Kuan left and fell into thought. Soon after, two screams rang out. Han Ming and Song Kuan, who had resurrected again, looked at their second-level weak state, and their reason was instantly overwhelmed by anger. And they shouted, Lu Shan, I am not done with you. Let's go and find the president. Lu Shan is bullying too much. This matter is not over. Let's go! The two immediately rushed to the base in anger. Fong Bai looked at the two disappeared bodies with a smile, picked up the money bags on the bodies, weighed them, and opened them. They were all copper coins. Well, this must be worth 2,000 or 3,000 yuan. Right? He stuffed the money into his pocket and turned away. Lu Shan is lucky. Let's just let him go. Fong Bai smacked his lips, took out a copy of the map and shook his head regretfully. Keep the map and use it next time. Back at the blacksmith shop, Fong Bai continued to forge his iron as if nothing had happened. First, he forged the armor plates of Li Qian armor, and then his own. Li Qian still played casually according to the original level. After all, you get what you pay for. But Fong Bai himself was not vague at all. With his most advanced technology, he kept improving everything, striving for perfection and erasing all weaknesses. In addition, Fong Bai also made targeted improvements and personal modifications based on his own experience. In addition, finger armor composed of small fingernails was also designed. This step was also thanks to the students of the Mechanical Society. Fong Bai didn't spend a penny. He said a few more good words and called a few more big guys. They immediately helped Fong Bai design it in a hurry. This made Fong Bai find that these people were quite good and very enthusiastic. Yes, people who like machinery can have any bad intentions. During the study time, after reading the last professional book, Fong Bai prepared to read the books on Shurqi's recommended list. But at this time, Fong Bai had a vague idea in his mind. He currently has a relatively comprehensive understanding of mechanical design, and he can be regarded as a bit of understanding. Designing a mechanically powered armor at the current level is simply a pipe dream. But if you just express your needs, understand other people's design drawings and propose modifications based on your own conditions, Fong Bai feels that he can take on the challenge. Big brother, are you free now? Fong Bai immediately found the account of the most technical person in the mechanical club and sent a message to him alone. Brother Bai, what's the matter? After this period of communication, they all knew that Fong Bai was not a student of their school, but the chat was comfortable, and Fong Bai spoke well, so no one cared about this. It's like this. I want to design a set of mechanical power armor, but I don't know how to start. So I want to ask a few big guys in our group to help. The person Fong Bai is currently chatting with is called Su Shiping. Although he is not very old and is only a junior student, he has led a team to win a national certificate in the college-level mechanical competition. Although it is only a bronze medal, his personal ability is still quite terrifying. Well, if you have any questions, just ask in the group. Everyone will definitely answer when they have time. I just don't have the ability to get it. Otherwise, why would I need you big guys to help me? In this way, big guys, I am embarrassed to get it for free. How about this? I will take 30,000 and transfer it directly to you big guys. And then, you will help me find 4 more people. Although the money is not much, it is mainly a token of my kindness. I can't let everyone work in vain. Fong Bai roughly estimated the time and energy required for the drawings, and finally gave a price of 30,000. not counting how Su Shiping distributes it. It is 6,000 per person evenly. Perhaps it can be said that most of these families who play with machinery are not short of money, and they may not care about 6,000 yuan. But for college students, doing something they are interested in with their classmates and earning money during school gives them a sense of accomplishment. 30,000? Just one drawing? No, not one, but a whole set, including various adjustments and modifications in the later stage. Well, no hurry. When do you have time to tell us the specific requirements? If you are interested, we will come without paying. But brother Bai, aren't you afraid that we can't do it? It's okay. Just for fun. Not for anything else. I also want to take this opportunity to learn from the big guys. Otherwise I can't get a word in when you chat. No matter if there is any result. This money is spent on buying materials. Su Shiping, who was in the dormitory, scratched his head embarrassedly. This person is quite nice. Fong Bai smiled, and his main feature was sincerity. So sincere that it embarrassed these college students. What? Can't do it? That's impossible. The 5 people he selected are all the treasures of professors at all levels in their school of mechanical engineering. They may not be able to get in touch with members of the Academy of Engineering, but they can still find a lot of 1st to 3rd level professors. Smile. Chapter 35 Perfect Armor. My idea is this: a cold weapon combat type armor. High speed, high attack, high defense. We don't consider the strength of the material. We don't consider energy restrictions. We don't consider the user's physical fitness restrictions. We don't consider the manufacturing cost. We aim for the most powerful attack, the thickest armor, and the fastest speed. Let our thoughts fly and design a cold weapon combat armor that is not compromised by any factors. This is our romance, Fong Bai said slowly, and while speaking, he watched the eyes of the college students present light up little by little. What he said was crazy about their points. Who hasn't dreamed of summoning a suit of armor and being invincible on the battlefield? In the past, I was limited by various conditions and compromised for various reasons. But I don't want to do it now. I want to dream once. I want a set of armor that is not subject to any compromise and is truly feasible. Even if it stays on the drawing forever. Even if it can never be built. But we know that it can. Perfect. Perfect. It has to be perfect. So I found you. You are strong, passionate, and have plenty of time. But I? Okay. Brother Bai. Stop talking. Su Shiping interrupted Fong Bai directly. Don't mention money. It doesn't matter if you want to drive me away from this job. I won't leave even if you want to. I want to wait until I'm old and show my grandson a dozen blueprints and say that this is the armor I designed and I saved the world. I've done it. You said it was such an interesting job earlier. You should have said it earlier. But there are only 5 of us. Which is probably a little short. Old Wang, there are a few good people in the club. Can you pull them out? Fong Shiping asked. And a student next to him said after thinking for a moment. Yes. At least 5 or 6 people can come. Okay. Yes. Divide the work. About 10 people are enough. Maybe we can finish the graduation project. I'm good at the main body. I do the main part. Old Wang. What about you? I do the transmission system. Leave the power system to me. I can borrow a lathe here. I can do the specific experimental demonstration. After a while, the general division of labor was formed. At this moment, Fong Bai couldn't help but be stunned, and then smiled and said, I have a lot of free time, so I'd be responsible for logistics and help. Fong Shiping looked at Fong Bai after hearing this. Okay, Brother Bai. You can also take a general look at the overall situation and pay attention to the coordination of various directions. This idea was proposed by Brother Bai, and Brother Bai must have had a draft in mind. The directional work still needs you, Brother Bai, and the logistics aspect, Fong Shiping said after a moment of silence. Although it's just drawings, we all bring our own tools, but some consumables needed for demonstration still need to be purchased. Let's not talk about whether there is any reward or not. I will apply for an empty classroom from the hospital as an activity venue. The 30,000 yuan will be used to buy consumables, order takeout, and supper. It will be considered as the research funds for our fledgling project team. Fong Shiping moved his neck and was slightly excited. Since the game ended, I haven't done something so interesting and challenging for a long time. Fong Shiping was also very efficient. He put down his bowl and chopsticks and immediately began to organize. with one phone call after another. The number of people in the newly formed WeChat group soon increased. 1, 2, 3, 4, 13. Fong Bai suddenly felt a little excited. After dinner, the group excitedly ran to the club room to discuss for a whole afternoon and an evening. When Fong Bai took the high-speed rail home in the evening, he was a little unrecovered. After thinking for a while, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He seemed to underestimate college students. College students, like players, are species that are unreasonable when they are idle. And college students are strong in action, have many ideas, and have a peak knowledge reserve. Although what he said today was awkward, without any technical content or encouragement, but the meaning expressed completely aroused the interest of Su Shiping and others, so that it was out of control. But there was one thing that made Fong Bai silent slightly. They don't seem to think highly of me. Not in terms of personality or education. And no one shows it. Everyone laughs with me. And they are all nice people. But no one can get a say in the discussion. And no one asks me questions other than the general direction. Fong Bai leaned back on the chair with his head raised. He knew that they didn't look down on him. But he really couldn't get a say. This is their professional field. And Fong Bai has just started. How can he discuss their profession with them? But Fong Bai felt uncomfortable. The truth is the most hurtful. He Fong Bai is not as good as them. And lacks professional knowledge. This is the reality. Thinking of this, Fong Bai couldn't help but open his mobile phone and look at the book list he had just collected from everyone in the mobile phone notepad. This was collected by Fong Bai one by one when the show ended. The 5 of them are good at different areas. So there are different book lists to recommend. Looking at the total book list, recalling the scene where he couldn't get a word in just now, Fong Bai felt a little depressed and let out a long breath. This situation can only happen once. There won't be a next time. Fong Bai started buying books according to the book list as soon as he got home, and only went online to prepare for the 3 refining practice after buying them. But before practicing, he thought about it and came to Suwon's side. Suwon, have you copied all the previous ones? I've copied them, Suwon said with relief. She was finally relieved. She almost lost consciousness in her hands after copying these days. Can the person still be found? Yes. What's wrong? As soon as Suwon finished speaking, her heart skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition surged into her heart. Wait, boss. What do you want to do? Suwon looked at Fong Bai with horror. There's still a little to copy. Oh, a little? I'm scared. There are still a few books. Send me the titles later. It's okay. There are not many books. Just about 100. Fong Bai was stunned after saying that. Hey. Suwon. Don't fall. Hold on. After being scolded by Suwon, Fong Bai returned to the study room in a depressed mood and started to read the list of books brought from Shurchi. As his mental power broke through the limit, the time multiplier in his fantasy space became higher and higher. So he didn't have much else. But he had a lot of time. With his increasingly powerful memory and thinking speed, Fong Bai was full of confidence. He just didn't believe that he couldn't beat these college students to death. As long as he couldn't beat them to death, he would beat them to death. It's a great opportunity for me to be able to participate in this project this time. The nutrition I can get from such a project is combined with the theoretical knowledge I learned in the fantasy space. Theory plus practice can definitely produce a practical effect of 1 + 1 greater than 3. In fact, Fong Bai didn't notice that he had been attracted by the beauty of the machine without realizing it. What he just said was awkward, but sincere and from the heart. And it was this sincerity that resonated with Su Shiping and others. Otherwise would they be fools? No one is a fool. Especially the top students of top universities like them. But then again, being a middle school student among a group of middle school students and resonating with everyone. Can this be called awkward? Fong Bai recalled the excitement of Su Shiping and others at that time. And the corners of his mouth curled up slightly unconsciously. Pack your things and go there early tomorrow morning. Fong Bai looked down at the balance. Just when he said he was in charge of logistics, he had already decided to rent a house in Hyang City. Otherwise, how could he join the project team? It's not a big problem for a short time. And Su Shiping and the others have to go to class. So they can't join the whole day. I have strong mental strength now. And saving time for sleep should not affect my normal progress in the game. Go online and learn. Chapter 36. I did it. No need to thank me. Okay. Let's stop here today. It's so late. Don't delay tomorrow's class. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Fong Bai said. Everyone looked at the time. At first, they didn't notice it. But when they saw the time, they immediately started yawning. After eating something casually, they went back to rest. Fong Bai was sorting out his manuscripts in the classroom. On the manuscript paper, he hand-painted the main structure of various armors, and wrote their advantages and disadvantages next to them. After a little tidying up, Fong Bai also went back to rest. At this moment, in the game, Bag Town, outside a small hill in the forest, a group of people quietly moved over, walking into the hill. A wooden camp surrounded the hill, and a cave inside the camp was brightly lit, and people walked by from time to time, and it was still in operation even in the middle of the night. Jiang Biao stuck his head out and asked, "That's it?" "Yes." "Okay. Team 1. Clear the sentries. Team 2. Team 3. Team 4. Follow me and go over there later. Don't worry about anything. Just rush into the range of the bows and arrows. Team 5. Set the fire. We will leave after the fire. Don't be greedy. Understand?" "Understood," a low voice replied beside him. "Action." As soon as the voice fell, the sound of bowstrings rang out in the forest. The sound was very small and dissipated after a few meters, followed by a series of muffled groans. At the moment the bowstring sounded, the tall and strong Jiang Biao stood up and led the team to charge. Just a few dozen meters into the camp, a sentry gave a warning, but it didn't matter anymore, because the players who were resurrected in the camp had already started shouting, "Enemy attack!" Wearing a heavy armor, Jiang Biao, who was at least 1.9 meters tall, had a cold face. He charged like a heavy tank and directly knocked away a sentry in front of him. When he saw the people in the camp ahead, he directly held the silver-white steel tower shield in front and continued to move forward. Ding ding dang dang. There was a chaotic sound, and the occasional arrow shot over did not penetrate the defense. And the occasional heavy arrow only left a faint white mark on the surface of the tower shield. And more arrows flew to who knows where. And the hit rate is worrying. And the players around Jiang Biao also raised their bows to counterattack and suppress. But the hit rate was not high, and they could only rely on probability to kill the enemy. But at this time, several players stopped aiming with crossbows. Swish, swish, swish. A series of screams rang out. At this moment, Jiang Biao had already rushed to the gate of the village. Looking at the single-layer wooden gate, he squatted like a violent bear, rushed forward suddenly, and shouted, "Ha!" The weight of the heavy armor and the tower shield in his hand plus his own weight were concentrated together to charge at high speed. Bang! As if a high-speed collision of a mud truck. In the eyes of the players fighting behind the door, the village gate exploded instantly, and a violent bear rushed in, threw away the tower shield in his hand, pulled out the broadsword on it, and swept it fiercely. The broadsword was not sharp, but it was unstoppable. All the weapons in front of him were shattered by the terrifying force. Ha ha ha. Cool. The players behind him filed in and continued to break through. A moment later, barrels of black oil were poured into the village, and a terrifying fire was burning in the cave. Whirring. At the same time, in another carbon kiln, on the battlefield, the sound of bowstrings sounded, like the sound of demons. A longbow that was a few points larger in the hands of this long-armed man was like a calling device of the King of Hell. When the bow was opened, there would be an echo. Even the killing efficiency of the several crossbows next to it could not be compared. "Burn it. Retreat," Zhongli said. Not long after, a raging fire also ignited here. In just 10 minutes, the lights inside the Dynasty Guild were bright, and the battle players in each area were quickly awakened. Fong Bai was also awakened by the sudden movement. When he knew what was going on, he was immediately happy. After thinking about it, he walked towards the Dynasty Guild. At this moment, in a meeting room in the Dynasty Guild. "What's going on? Why did Qi Yunxian suddenly attack us?" Li jamming through a report on the table, his face extremely ugly. Lu Shan, who suddenly received the news, was immediately confused when he heard that it was Qi Yunxian. "Qi Yunxian? President, are you sure it's Qi Yunxian?" Li Qian's face was also quite ugly, and he said yes directly. The two main generals, Violent Bear Jiang Biao, Eagle Eye Zhongli, and Qi Yunxian, led the team respectively. "Do you think it's Qi Yunxian?" Lu Shan was a little confused when he heard the words. He hasn't made a move yet. How could it be Qi Yunxian? Li Qian. Why did Qi Yunxian suddenly target us? Have we had any conflicts with Qi Yunxian recently? No. Our range of activities is very different from theirs. But, Li Qian paused slightly. And Li Jiaming immediately slammed the table. Speak. The day before yesterday, 2 players from Qi Yunxian suddenly came to our market to attack Fang Bai. But were killed by Fang Bai. At that time, Lu Shan happened to lead the team there. Lu Shan should know more about it. Me? What does it have to do with me? Before Lu Shan finished speaking, a man ran over. President. Qi Yunxian sent a message. What did he say? President. You should read it yourself. Li Jiaming took a look and was immediately furious. He threw it in front of Lu Shan. Lu Shan. Look at what you did. The direct loss is 150,000. And the indirect losses are countless. This loss will be recorded in your account. In addition, you don't need to keep the combat players. The combat players will be managed by the combat department. The logistics department will be responsible for logistics. And Li Qian will cooperate, Li Jiaming said and left. After leaving the sight of several people, the anger on his face disappeared. He sat in front of the table, squinting his eyes. And I don't know what he was thinking. Lu Shan, who was at the conference table, was stunned and picked up the paper to read. Killing Qi Yunxian guild players Han Ming and Song Kuan in succession. Twice. Lu Shan reacted instantly. Fang Bai? Fang Bai? Lu Shan gritted his teeth and turned away. However, just after walking out of the meeting room, he saw Fang Bai coming over. Lu Shan stared at the smiling Fang Bai with his eyes wide open. Fang Bai walked to his side with a smile and whispered, I did it. No need to thank me. Fang Bai pulled away and looked at Lu Shan in surprise. Chairman Lu, why are you staring at me like that? We have no hatred or grudges. You don't want to kill me, do you? How could that be? I can't protect you in time. Lu Shan's eyes went dark, and he almost fainted. Then he gritted his teeth and said. Fang Bai smiled and felt more comfortable. He originally wanted to come back to see the crime scene, but he didn't expect to meet Lu Shan again. Huh? Fang Bai, why are you here so late at night? Li Qian came out and asked with some surprise. Lu Shan, who was next to him, saw Li Qian coming out and turned away directly. Li Qian took a look and then turned his head to look at Fang Bai. Oh, I was just woken up. Seeing that your lights are on, I just came to look for you. After all, you are usually not here during the day, so it is hard to find you. Oh, is there something wrong? Is the armor ready? Part of it is ready. I just want to tell you that you can try it when you have time. I will also make some targeted adjustments. Oh, I will come during the day. I don't have time now. Okay, you are busy. Fang Bai left. Chapter 37 Warcraft. This is basically a deadly feud with Lu Shan. Fang Bai turned his head and looked towards the conference room and muttered. But it doesn't make any difference. He wanted me dead anyway. Fang Bai was completely happy now. Very, very happy. Very, very clear. It was worth it for him to find an excuse to run to the Dynasty Guild in the early morning to watch the excitement. It would be best if he could piss this bastard off to death. He walked straight out and was about to leave the Dynasty Guild when he was suddenly stunned. Ding! 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 Breaking sounds of hammering rang in his ears. This rhythm was very familiar to the noobs. Zhong Ming? Fang Bai couldn't help but log off and check the time. It's 3 o'clock. Zhong Ming is still forging iron here? Helping in my blacksmith shop during the day. And going back to the guild to forge weapons at night? No wonder he goes out every night. I thought he went to a bar. There are several bars in this market. It is said that they are doing well, and the games are quite colorful. After all, there are no laws in the game. And in reality, you can play the game by pretending to sleep. It's very convenient. In addition, many people also think that the game body and the real body are not the same. So they are open. So although the wine is not good, but the people are good, so the business is booming. Fang Bai thought that Zhong Ming worked like a cow and a horse every day. But he really worked like a cow and a horse. It's just that he doesn't plow the land, but forge iron. No wonder Zhong Ming occasionally speaks a little resentful of the Dynasty Guild. Under Lu Shan, working overtime like this, I guess the overtime pay is nothing. It would be strange if he didn't have any objections. Zhong Ming is a blacksmith, a logistics player, and is naturally managed by Lu Shan. Thinking of this, Fong Bai shook his head slightly. He can't control other people's affairs. He returned to the blacksmith shop in a good mood and continued to sleep. At 4 o'clock, I vaguely heard Zhong Ming return to the room. Ding! 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 A series of dings. Zhang Zhong holding a big gun collided with a huge millipede, and a group of people around him holding long guns assisted him. The front part of the millipede has 2 huge blade arms, and the blades are sharp. There are many severed spearheads scattered around. Many of the spearheads of the people around have been cut off, and even those that have not been cut off are full of gaps and are on the verge of breaking. Only the spearhead in Zhang Zhong's hand is still flashing with cold light, and even leaves wounds on the millipede again and again. All around, players holding square shields gathered and blocked in front of the spears, and there were traces of corrosion on the square shields, as if they were doused with sulfuric acid. Be careful. It's about to spit again. Shield on top. Gunners retreat. Zhang Zhong retreat. Zhang Zhong, who was showing his edge, retreated quickly after hearing the words. The millipede was about to chase the shield in front of him, but it closed directly, and the spears penetrated through the shields, directly forcing the millipede back. Unconsciously, the shield and spear formation had closed in. Puff! The millipede struggled to spit out a mouthful of purple poisonous mist, but the moment he opened his mouth, he was seized by a javelin and pierced through. Go! 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 A moment later, the millipede died. Zhang Zhong and Wu Yin came over, and the person who had just commanded was Wu Yin. Zhang Zhong carried his spear on his back, and his whole person was restrained, and he was completely different from the one on the battlefield. He pulled out a sharp knife and searched the dead millipede, and finally shook his head at Wu Yin in disappointment. No! Not yet? Wu Yin frowned. It is estimated that it has already transformed into a demon beast. Otherwise it would not be so difficult to deal with. But it has not yet condensed a crystal core. No. Forget it. Team 5. Pack up. Collect the blade arm, venom gland, and outer shell, and take them back. Others, continue to follow me. Yes. Zhang Zhong. Wu Yin and his group were about to continue to go deeper into the forest, but a girl next to them walked in front of Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong, let me ask you, where did you make this spearhead? Is the quality so good? I have a task card. I have to find a better blacksmith. After the voice fell, the others could not help but focus their attention. I didn't think so before. I just thought Zhang Zhong's spearhead looked better, but I didn't expect it to be so good. After a battle, other spearheads either broke or broke directly, but Zhang Zhong didn't break at all, and it was still as smooth as a mirror. They were all jealous. Who doesn't want a good weapon? Which aboriginal master made it? A person next to him said, Can a player make a weapon of this level? Everyone was a little disappointed when they heard it. If it was made by an aboriginal blacksmith, it would be difficult to hire him. This is not a matter of money. Without a little status and not being a noble, those arrogant blacksmith masters will not pay attention to people at all. Zhang Zhong was a little proud when he heard it. Although he didn't make it, he found this blacksmith shop. Having bought something that was worth the money, he felt somewhat happy, raised his chin slightly, and spoke out. Hey, don't talk nonsense. This is not some aboriginal. He is really a player. Everyone was stunned. Is he really a player? So awesome? Of course not. Otherwise why would I play? Zhang Zhong curled his lips, making Wu Yin laugh. Zhang Zhong saw Wu Yin laugh, and his old face turned red. A little embarrassed. His name is Fong Bai. The group of people suddenly became lively, and many people remembered this name. Blacksmith. Fong Bai. The next day, Fong Bai woke up naturally at 6 o'clock. Although he only slept for less than 3 hours, Fong Bai felt very energetic. Since his spirit broke through the limit, Fong Bai found that the rest time he needed was getting shorter and shorter. Now he only needs 3 or 4 hours of deep sleep to restore all his energy. And with the strengthening of mental strength, this time is also tending to be further shortened. Fong Bai even suspected that he would not need to sleep in the future, or a shallow rest of 1 hour would be in full condition for a week. This allowed Fong Bai to free up more time to study and do things. After breakfast, Fong Bai first entered the game, and while he was in a good mental state, he entered the fantasy space to study for 2 hours. The current fantasy space is at least dozens of times larger than before. For Fong Bai, 2 hours for the outside world is no less than 2 days. After finishing the study, he walked into Haiyang University. The next time was calm again. After destroying the 4 strongholds of the Dynasty Guild, the Qi Wenchuan Guild also calmed down. It seemed that there was no plan to go to war with the Dynasty Guild head-on. The whole process was a bit anticlimactic. Lu Shan, who was fainted by anger, disappeared from the scene. It is said that he also kept a low profile in the Dynasty Guild. As for Fong Bai, he was in school, rented house, and the game. Every day was very regular, peaceful and fulfilling. What was worth mentioning during this period was that he helped a person beat 2 strange things. One was stranger than the other, and one was more difficult than the other. But fortunately Fong Bai succeeded in beating them. Later, one morning, 2 sets of armor were completed one after another. Chapter 38 Transformation 100%. Zhong Ming, notify Li Qian to pick up the armor tomorrow morning. Okay, boss. Zhong Ming nodded. And Fong Bai continued. After delivering the armor tomorrow, I will be away for a while. If you have time during this period, help me make some weapons and sell them here. And then wait for me to come back. Okay, I will. Fong Bai returned to the study room after speaking and started practicing as usual. Maybe it was because he was in a good mood when he was happy. Today, Fong Bai was in a very good state and his hands felt great. Ding! 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 In the fantasy space, Fong Bai hammered one after another. 1 refining, 2 refining, 3 refining, 1 hammer, 9 hammers, 45 hammers and 46 hammers. Ding! At this moment, after a long period of accumulation, Fong Bai made another breakthrough, and continued until the 54th hammer. Fong Bai felt comfortable all over after the 54th hammer. Looked at the time. Well, it's 4:30. Fong Bai glanced outside, and saw that there was no light outside. He immediately jumped out of the window, quietly picked up the 1.1 version of the Iron Pagoda heavy armor that had just been completed, carried the dry food he had bought, held a round curved arm shield, and a fist-sized angular pumpkin hammer, and left the blacksmith shop directly. The next morning, Li Qian came to the blacksmith shop to find Fong Bai to get the armor. The armor was placed on the armor rack in the yard. The silver-shining full-body heavy armor made him obsessed. But he had been here for a long time, and didn't see Fong Bai come out. It was a bit strange that he didn't answer. He asked Zhong Ming to call him. But Zhong Ming knocked on the door for a long time without any response. Li Qian thought of something, and his face changed immediately. Regardless of Zhong Ming's obstruction, he opened the door directly and walked in. It was empty inside. Where is Fong Bai? I don't know. Maybe he went out for something? Zhong Ming said. Li Qian heard the words, and immediately ignored the armor. He walked out of the blacksmith shop, and found 2 people in a house next to it. But when they went there, they slept like dead pigs. Where are the people? Ah! What president? The 2 days people suddenly became alert when they saw Li Qian, and answered confidently when they heard the question. He is in the blacksmith shop. Fong Bai is reading in the study at this time every day. As they said that, they took out a notebook with Fong Bai's schedule written on it. President, look! This is our duty ledger. We are on duty 24 hours a day every day. All situations are recorded. There is absolutely no problem. Li Qian almost bit his teeth when he heard it, and he wanted to slap the ledger in his hand directly on the faces of the 2. A moment later, the combat players belonging to the Dynasty Guild dispersed, and searched on a large scale. The sudden movement of the Dynasty Guild immediately alerted several other guilds around. After a little inquiry, the name Fong Bai sounded in their ears for the first time. What? The blacksmith who could make the full-body armor of the Iron Pagoda ran away. Find him. Find him for me. If you find him, protect him or hide him. As long as the Dynasty Guild doesn't find him, it doesn't matter. We make Li Jiaming angry to death. The guild leaders immediately became the people who had fun and watched the excitement. But at this time, a piece of news about Fong Bai spread. It is said that Fong Bai is a player who graduated from the Novice village alive. He has a job transfer item on him, which will be dropped upon death. As soon as the news came out and was confirmed, the guild leaders could not sit still. The originally peaceful Bag town was boiling instantly. Almost all the combat players of the guilds came out to search for Fong Bai on a large scale. At this time, Fong Bai, the protagonist of this incident, was wearing heavy armor and walking towards the direction of the mine. He was seen holding a round arm shield in one hand and an angular pumpkin hammer in the other, and he was more and more satisfied with this combination. The round arm shield is much more practical than the tower shield. As expected, practice is the key to success. You can only know the benefits of each after using it. Fong Bai suddenly thought of his tower shield again. I don't know if that tower shield is still there, or if it has been picked up by someone else. Forget it. It's lost. The tower shield is full of weak points, and it will be thrown away even if you find it. As Fong Bai spoke, he checked the map to determine the direction, and added some new circles to the map from time to time to replan a route. The distance between many circles is very narrow, and the road can only go deep into the forest by winding between the circles. These are the roads explored by the previous team, and Fong Bai later modified them based on his personal experience. If ordinary people come in, they will most likely walk into some circles. Fong Bai smiled and looked back at his unconcealed traces. TSK. Don't chase me. Otherwise I wish you good luck. Fong Bai laughed and immediately quickened his pace to go deep into the forest. There was basically no danger at the front of the road. All the wild beasts had been wiped out by the players. Even if there was an occasional fish that escaped the net, it would be frightened by the terrifying upright ape and run away the moment it saw it. Fong Bai's journey was also very smooth. Keep going forward. After going around several circles, Fong Bai started to walk straight to a circle, leaving the corresponding traces, then disappeared and began to enter the forest along a safe path. For safety reasons, after leaving 7 or 8 fake traces, Fong Bai focused on hurrying on the road. Even he had to be careful on the next journey. However, Fong Bai seemed to have good luck. He had no danger along the way and returned to the range of the ore deposit in just over 20 days. Looking at the familiar hematite ore in the flat, light red Gobi desert with huge rocks, Fong Bai felt very relaxed. Finally back, Fong Bai moved his body and immediately came to his blast furnace. After dozens of days, the blast furnace was covered with dust, but there was no problem with the overall structure, and it could still be used normally. After quickly packing up his things and putting away the dry food he brought, Fong Bai started to smelt iron. When the first furnace of molten iron flowed out of the blast furnace, Fong Bai took a long breath. His brain was empty, and his mind became extremely clear. That's it. Let's get started, Fong Bai said. From this moment on, Fong Bai went into seclusion. He paused reading, and the blueprint work came to a temporary end. In a day of 24 hours, 3 hours are used for rest. 1 hour is used for eating, going to the toilet and other chores, and the rest of the time is all for forging. Clang, clang, clang. Pieces of iron ingots were deformed under Fong Bai hammer. 1 refining, 2 refining, 3 refining, 54 hammers. Failed. 1 refining, 2 refining, 3 refining, 54 hammers. Failed. Piece by piece, piece by piece. After reaching this point, Fong Bai did not deliberately time it, but forged it directly in the most natural and smoothest way. The steel hammers fell one after another like a storm, and Fong Bai's body absorbed the gold element like a dry sponge. Feeling the growth of the gold element in his body, Fong Bai worked harder and harder. Only when he was exhausted would Fong Bai stop and continue forging in the fantasy space, and come out to forge again after his physical strength recovered. Without any distractions, Fong Bai's life became extremely pure, and gradually only the steel hammer in his hand and the iron ingot in front of him were in his eyes. Only forging. With concentration. Time passed quietly. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 15 days, 21 days. Time passed day by day, and it seemed that not only the iron ingot was forged, but also Fong Bai. Fong Bai seemed to be following the iron ingot, slowly transforming under the hammering. Finally, on the 45th day, it was 100%. Chapter 39 3 Refinements. Transfer to a magician? Ding! 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 Forging again and again. The proportion of gold contained in the body gradually increased. 99%, 100%. When the concentration of gold in the body reached 100%, a blessing came to his mind, and he struck with a hammer. Ding! 55th hammer. Ding! 56th hammer. Ding! Ding! 63 hammer. At this moment, Fong Bai still did not stop. An inspiration continued to emerge. In his mind, the experience accumulated from years of forging without stopping turned into a source of inspiration at this moment. How many hammers have been struck during this period? Too many that Fong Bai no longer knows. Millions? Tens of millions? Fong Bai is not clear, and he has lost count. Fong Bai only knows that each of these hammers is not redundant and not wasted. Accumulation of wealth leads to burst of energy. Real accumulation of wealth leads to burst of energy. Inspiration gushed out of his mind like a spring. And Fong Bai struck the 64th hammer in an extremely comfortable state. Ding! 65 hammers. Ding! 71 hammers. Ding! 72 hammers. Ding! The moment this hammer fell, Fong Bai felt a huge sound, like a huge bell ringing in his mind. At this moment, Fong Bai felt a vortex forming above the steel ingot, and the gold elements in the surrounding environment rushed in frantically. The same situation also appeared in Fong Bai. When the 72nd hammer fell, a strong recoil echoed inside his body. The recoil of the 72nd hammer and the previous confluence seemed to have undergone a qualitative change. A huge suction force was formed, and an elemental vortex was formed with Fong Bai as the center. Countless gold elements poured into Fong Bai's body, but then overflowed. 100%. The body was full and could no longer accommodate gold elements. Instead, the steel ingot in front of him had been absorbing gold elements continuously, and its capacity was much larger than Fong Bai. But at this time, Fong Bai found that with the spread of the vibration of the 72 hammers, a tingling feeling came from all over his body. Originally, all the gold elements that flowed into the body would overflow. But from this moment on, a part of them was intercepted by the body and merged into the body again, just like a wooden barrel full of stones. It seems full, but if you shake the barrel and pour sand, you can always pour it in. Is the body not 100% yet? No. It is 100%. But there are still gaps and dead corners. Fong Bai's eyes lit up, and he waited expectantly. The vortex formed by the gold element lasted for more than 10 minutes. Fong Bai felt that the gold element that had been integrated into his body had completely reached its limit. The body has undergone tremendous changes, and even his perception ability has undergone another transformation. At this time, Fong Bai can easily sense the gold elements in the environment and every change of the gold elements. The gold element seems to have become extremely friendly, and he can even try to control it. It's very simple. Like instinct. Clenching his fists tightly, Fong Bai didn't know how much power he had increased because the attribute panel did not display the attributes. But when Fong Bai opened the attribute panel, he found that the original question mark gradually began to blur. The attribute display is going to be restored again? Fong Bai shook his head slightly, carefully sensing his own state. Although it was not quantified at the moment, it felt at least more than double. Fong Bai felt that he could kill a cow with one punch now. And the strength of his body also changed drastically from the inside out, and his body became tougher. After sensing it, Fong Bai opened his eyes and looked at the steel ingot in front of him. Huh? Where's the steel ingot? Fong Bai was stunned. There was no steel ingot on the steel felt. Only a pile of silver white powder. This is a very rich gold element. Fong Bai sensed a very rich gold element in this powder. It exploded? It will explode again? Fong Bai was stunned for a moment. First put away the powder, and then took out another iron ingot and beat it. 1 refining. 2 refining. 3 refining. It didn't take long for the 3rd refining to be completed. It was just a test, so Fong Bai didn't shape it. It was still in the shape of a steel ingot. This time, there was nothing unusual about the 3rd refining, and there was no big movement like just now. The body absorbed the gold element, and it all overflowed without causing any vortex. The same was true for the steel ingot. It absorbed the gold element normally without much noise, and there was no huge momentum of the vortex that swept the surrounding gold elements just now. It seemed to be just a special case just now. Under Fong Bai's gaze, the speed of the steel ingot absorbing the gold element increased after the 3rd refining was completed, and gradually slowed down after a while, as if it had stabilized and was about to complete the transformation. And at this moment, the structure of the gold element suddenly collapsed, and the collapsed gold element became violent, completely tearing the steel ingot from the inside out. Puff! A handful of silver white metal powder was left in place, and in a wave of gold element fluctuations, the violent gold element was lost. Iron can't withstand this transformation. The foundation is unstable, and it collapsed directly. Fong Bai frowned and turned his head to look at the metal powder left by the first 3 refinings. The gold element is stable and rich. What is this? The special case caused by the first 3 refinings? Is it an elemental material? The casting material of extraordinary weapons? Fong Bai recalled the feeling of Zhang Zhong's spear at that time, which seemed to be similar to the feeling of this metal powder. Is ordinary steel not qualified to be forged into extraordinary weapons, even if the 3 refinings are used, which can make the material reborn? Wait, that's not right. Fong Bai suddenly thought of something. The environment of the 3 refinings does not have the power of the gold element. The essence of the 3 refinings is not rebirth, but to use ordinary materials to exert performance beyond the limit. The rebirth of the material is only a derivative effect in this environment in the game. Fong Bai immediately forged again excitedly. This time, from the beginning of the forging, he used his newly acquired gold element control ability to repel the gold element. 1 refining, 2 refinings, 3 refinings. The 3 refinings were successfully completed. This time Fong Bai forged a steel knife. After the forging was completed, the steel knife did not change even if it came into contact with the gold element again. Fong Bai then quickly forged a 2 refined steel knife. The steel knives chopped against each other. Ding! With just 1 strike, a fingernail-sized gap appeared on the 2 refined steel knife, while the 3 refined steel knife remained intact. Sure enough, this is the real 3 refined magic weapon. If it were in the real ancient times, I should be called a master of casting. Fong Bai was quite excited. And then he looked at the pile of metal powder next to him. Ordinary materials can achieve this effect. So what about this metal powder? Fong Bai immediately scanned into the fantasy space. And after a test, he opened his eyes again, full of excitement. Is this the elemental material? Fong Bai whispered softly, and immediately put it away carefully. Very precious. At this time, Fong Bai suppressed his expectation and took out the job transfer token. The job transfer token looked neither gold nor wood, with the word forging written on one side and the word mage embossed on the other. He took a long breath, and then a virtual panel that was very different from the attribute panel slowly emerged in front of Fong Bai. Item: Forger Job Transfer Token. Effect: Used to transfer to become a forger. Click to use. Looking at the green button on the virtual panel and the words, Fong Bai clicked it without any hesitation. A mechanical sound rang in Fong Bai ears, and then a ray of light passed through Fong Bai body. Beep. Job transfer token activated. Job transfer process started. Network connection failed. Beep. Offline mode activated. Beep. Scan completed. Mental power meets the standard. Forging technology meets the standard. Job transfer is allowed. Beep. Spell slot begins to condense. Chapter 40 Mental Power in Reality? Ding. The spell position begins to condense. The moment the voice fell, the job transfer token shattered into azure fragments and floated into the mind. Consciousness sank into the mind along with the azure fragments. After the azure fragments entered the mind, Fong Bai felt a burst of coolness at the center of his eyebrows. Then, the perception ability began to grow at an extremely fast speed. Pop! After a moment, a light sound echoed in the mind, and the world instantly felt clear. The perspective rose, and the front, back, left, right, up, down, and all directions were clearly presented in the mind. Fong Bai felt this strange perspective with novelty, and the changes in his mind continued. The azure fragments were absorbed by the mental power without hindrance and grew rapidly. When all the azure fragments were consumed, the mental power had already filled the mind. Then, an invisible force appeared, and all the mental power was compressed inward. After a moment of darkness, Fong Bai's eyes lit up, and his mental power broke out of the shell. He swept outward, and all the scenes within a radius of 10 meters were taken into his eyes. Is this the spell position? Fong Bai looked at the prismatic transparent crystal in the center of his mind. All his mental power seemed to come from this crystal. It seemed empty inside. Before Fong Bai could perceive it carefully, the sudden abnormality in his body attracted his attention. It seemed that an invisible force left a mark inside his body. Points formed inside the body, and lines connected them to each other. The points and lines formed a three-dimensional model in the body. In the blink of an eye, 3 different three-dimensional models were formed. Job transfer completed. The last mechanical sound sounded, and then disappeared without a trace. Then, the attribute panel popped up. At this moment, the information on the attribute panel changed rapidly and reorganized as a series of data streams. After a while, it formed text again. Name, Fong Bai. Level, level 11. Growth C. Profession, mage type mechanical forger. Expertise 1. Primary mechanical control. White slightly increase the proficiency of all mechanical creations forged by yourself. 2. Primary gold element body tempering. White slightly increase strength, physique, magic, armor, and resistance attributes. 3. Primary gold element affinity. White slightly reduce the damage of gold element spells, slightly reduce the difficulty of releasing gold element spells, and slightly increase the speed of magic recovery. Skills 1. Forged Mage Hand. No level the forger's improved version of the Mage Hand, which can transmit vibrations and shape freely. 2. Primary Flame Control. First ring can control flames and isolate flame temperature. 3. Primary Meditation. First ring enter the meditation state. Can recover, repair, improve mental strength. Attribute value, strength, 30. Constance, 33. Magic, 27. Skill, 15. Speed, 11. Armor, 7. Resistance, 3. Rating, 181 points. C-level growth? Are you talking about my potential, or my attribute panel template is only C-level? 3 specializations. The second and third should be obtained by my own absorption of gold elements. The first one is a professional specialization. There are also 3 skills, which are the 3 three-dimensional models in my body. The attribute panel has changed a lot after the job transfer. Although there is only 1 level difference from the 10th level, the attribute value completely crushes the 10th level. There is an extra magic attribute. The strength attribute has increased by 13. The physique has increased by 14. The armor has increased by 5. And the resistance has increased by 2. The attribute value has basically doubled. After reading the attributes, Fong Bai couldn't help but look at the occupation column again. Mage type mechanical forger. Does this mean that my major occupation category belongs to the mage category? Forger is a type of mage. In other words, I am a full-time mechanical forger? Fong Bai couldn't help but activate the first skill, the Hand of the Forging Mage, activated by touching the three-dimensional model. The mental power passed through the three-dimensional model, and Fong Bai felt that the mental power seemed to be materialized. As soon as the thought moved, a hammer composed of mental power emerged. Dang! The hammer hit an iron ingot and made a crisp sound. Is it really real? Fong Bai changed again, and then an invisible steel felt emerged, and then activated the flame control. The fire in the furnace was directly led by Fong Bai to the air, and the flame was condensed into a fist-sized ball. A fire line at the bottom continuously introduced the flame into it. The temperature of the fireball was isolated from the inside and outside, and the temperature inside rose rapidly. After the iron ingot inside the fireball was quickly burned red, Fong Bai directly forged it out of thin air. During the forging process, the invisible hammer constantly changes shape, sometimes round and sometimes conical, and constantly changes size. Sometimes it may be only a dozen centimeters long, and sometimes the hammer face may span an area of 5 meters. Fong Bai tirelessly tried various ways of playing, and after a long time, a feeling of fatigue came over him. His mental power was almost gone, but his magic power did not change at all. So Fong Bai stopped and touched the three-dimensional model representing meditation. The moment the three-dimensional model representing meditation was activated, Fong Bai felt a coolness in his brain, and then a tingling sensation acted on his mental power. Fong Bai found that under the effect of the three-dimensional model, mental power and gold elements were mixed together, and the gold elements were gradually consumed, and mental power was gradually restored. When Fong Bai woke up again, it was gradually getting dark. Fong Bai looked at the time, and it was 4:30. But he was not sleepy at all, but was energetic as if he had just got up. Meditation can not only restore mental strength. No. It should be said that meditation can restore mental strength. I didn't meditate to restore mental strength before, so I could only rely on the most primitive way of sleeping to maintain my energy every day. Now I have meditation, so I can directly restore through meditation. Can I not sleep? Fong Bai found that he seemed to be able to save 3 hours of sleep. I couldn't help but be overjoyed. After meditation, my mother no longer has to worry about my sudden death due to lack of sleep. Fong Bai was happy. After logging off, he felt slightly, and as expected, he was full of energy, without the feeling of staying up late. Well, Fong Bai withdrew his spirit after sensing Fong Bai suddenly opened his eyes wide. What the hell? Mental strength? Where does my mental strength come from in reality? Fong Bai sensed in disbelief, trying to extend his mental strength outward. It was found that although the mental strength seemed to be strongly suppressed, it could only barely extend a few millimeters outside the body. But it was indeed genuine mental strength. If it was just in his mind, it would be no different. Fong Bai suddenly realized. Yeah, I should have thought of it earlier. After all, my mental power in the game has improved, and my thinking speed in reality has also increased. So my memory should also be strengthened. I should have thought of it earlier. After all, it's the same mental power and consciousness. It's very reasonable. Mental power. Mental power in reality. Chapter 41 Killing the White Wolf. Spiritual power. Fong Bai excitedly tried his mental power in reality. Although his mental power was suppressed to only extend to a few millimeters on the surface of his body, and although he could not sense any elemental power in reality, Fong Bai still enjoyed playing with his mental power. Spiritual power in reality. This is just like a dream. Rounding off. This is equivalent to him gaining superpowers in reality. How can he not be surprised? After playing for a long time, Fong Bai calmed down and began to test the changes after he had mental power. My memory ability has basically reached the level of photographic memory. The speed of thinking has also been greatly improved. And the compound algorithms of addition, subtraction, multiplication and division of 4-digit and 5-digit numbers are just like playing. This is basically equivalent to a calculator. Right? Fong Bai was full of emotion after the test. My ability is just like the genius in the legend. Photographic memory. Super brain. Cool. Fong Bai was very addicted, but suddenly realized something. Wait. Genius? I got superpowers to reach this point. In reality, there are geniuses who rely on their talents and are born with photographic memories. Super brains? Fong Bai was stunned. Such people definitely exist in reality. His heart gradually calmed down. So why am I so happy? I am happy, but I must not be arrogant. I have to keep working hard. Fong Bai murmured, and his fighting spirit was high. This positive change brought by mental power gave him the possibility and confidence to surpass genius. As long as he can continue to improve, there are infinite possibilities. Entering the game again, Fong Bai's mind sank into the fantasy space and began to study. As soon as he entered the consciousness space, Fong Bai found that the acceleration increased directly from the original 20 times to nearly 100 times now. The 100-fold acceleration caused a huge time difference between the inside and outside of the fantasy space. Fortunately, Fong Bai's mental power was strong. Otherwise, the problems caused by the difference in time flow would drive Fong Bai crazy. Gradually adapting to the speed of nearly 100 times, Fong Bai quickly studied professional books one by one. Photographic memory plus calculator-like thinking speed, which means that seeing is remembering. Remembering is understanding. Fong Bai finally experienced the joy of genius, and even began to think that learning is a very simple and happy thing. It's refreshing. This situation of acquiring knowledge and understanding at a very fast speed is simply addictive. Compared with the previous slow learning and relying on perseverance to learn when learning was difficult, Fong Bai can now get positive feedback from learning continuously. And the requirements for perseverance have been lowered a lot. No wonder geniuses are happier and easier to learn. And their grades are getting better and better. This is the reason. Fong Bai couldn't help but sigh. Study, study, and meditate when tired of studying. With high concentration, time passed quietly. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the alarm clock rang, and Fong Bai broke away from the fantasy space with confused eyes. After a while, he slowly adapted. Huh? Cool. Stretching and looking at the slowly rising sun, Fong Bai ate a big pancake with cold boiled water. After filling his stomach, he picked up the arm shield and pumpkin hammer and walked towards the west. It's a bit light. Fong Bai shook the iron pagoda heavy armor on his body, and the pure steel arm shield and pure steel pumpkin hammer in his hand. The 80 to 90 kilograms iron pagoda heavy armor felt light on his body, and the arm shield and pumpkin hammer felt even lighter. Although the blueprint of the next mechanical power armor has been initially formed, it still needs to be improved. Before that, I will first build a heavier and thicker heavy armor for transition. As for how heavy it is, let's start with 200 kilograms. Fong Bai thought. But there is a problem. That is, armor sometimes uses weight to distinguish the defense level. 30 kilograms level, 50 kilograms level, 80 kilograms level. In the history of ancient wars, 80 to 90 kilograms full body heavy armor is basically the highest level. Starting at 200 kilograms. I don't know what level of heavy armor this is. Fong Bai only knows one thing. Once this level of heavy armor is put on, it is absolutely invulnerable to swords and guns. Completely like a human tank. And ordinary heavy weapons are useless. You can only stare blankly and think carefully. So Fong Bai walked westward while thinking about the armor structure. Not long after, Fong Bai arrived at the ruins in the west. And before Fong Bai entered, he saw a white shadow. No, it can no longer be called a white shadow at this moment. Fong Bai can already clearly see the movement of the white wolf. TSK. What a coincidence. How come you look so lame? Looking at the suddenly appeared white wolf, Fong Bai showed a look of joy instead. If you don't return to your hometown when you are rich and powerful, it's like walking in the night in brocade clothes. I thought that I wouldn't fight for a short time after changing my job. But I didn't expect that the enemy would meet on a narrow road. Looking at the narrow wolf eyes of the white wolf, the white wolf looked at Fong Bai with a little doubt at this moment, as if he had noticed something. And this keen perception surprised Fong Bai. This reminded Fong Bai of the time when the job transfer token changed into azure fragments. And he looked at the obviously smart white wolf, and suddenly realized, you beast. You probably smelled that this token was a good thing that could improve your mental strength. So you chased it all the way to steal it. Right? You beast. Your nose is really sharp. Fong Bai said, as he took out 3 javelins from the hook behind him. Roar! The white wolf lowered its front legs, bared its teeth at Fong Bai, and let out a low roar. Whoosh! Suddenly, the white wolf jumped to the side, and a javelin nailed to the place where it was just now. However, the moment the javelin was shot out, Fong Bai saw the white wolf dodge, and then calculated the speed, angle, and landing point. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, another javelin was shot out, and the white wolf wanted to dodge the moment it landed. But it was directly pierced through the abdomen by the javelin and nailed to the ground. The white wolf kept struggling to get up. But the next moment another javelin instantly nailed one of the white wolf's hind legs and nailed it to the ground. Roar! The painful white wolf growled at Fong Bai, as if warning him. The cold eyes made people feel cold. Then the white wolf raised its head to the sky, ready to howl. Ah! Bang! However, before the white wolf could howl, an angular pumpkin hammer fell directly on the top of the white wolf's head, smashing its skull, and the shrill howl in its mouth stopped before it could make a sound. Still want to shake people? Ah! Don't even think about it. Fong Bai curled his lips in disdain, stretched out his hand, and pulled out 2 javelins. Then used the javelins to stir the white wolf's head for a while, and then used another javelin to pierce the white wolf's heart. The mental power probed into the white wolf's body, and Fong Bai turned and left after confirming that the white wolf was completely dead. It's a pity for this pure silver wolf's skin. It seems to have elemental power on it. Wind element? Fong Bai felt that this wolf might be different from ordinary beasts, and the difference might be in the elemental power. After thinking about it, Fong Bai turned back and peeled off the wolf's skin. Although the unprocessed wolf's skin would rot in a few days, and although Fong Bai did not know how to process leather, he still decided to take the wolf's skin back. Wolf's skin with elemental power. Maybe it can be studied. At worst, Fong Bai will learn how to process leather and then store it. Using a short sword, he peeled off the wolf's skin as completely as possible. Looking at the 2 beautiful wolf teeth, Fong Bai also knocked them off and put them in his pocket. After collecting the wolf's skin, Fong Bai got up and left and found that maybe he didn't dislike fighting. He just didn't like pain. He was just afraid of pain. If every battle is like this, wearing heavy armor to chop others, and it's others who are hurt, then the battle is not so annoying. Fong Bai thought as he walked towards the ruins. Last time I didn't change my job, and they said I didn't have enough authority to enter. This time it should be okay. Right? Chapter 42 Small Tower. Dragon? Why do I feel that it has changed so much? Fong Bai frowned as he looked at the somewhat changed building, as if it had experienced a major earthquake. The originally intact ruins collapsed and turned into ruins. Fong Bai clenched the handle of his shield hammer, his face serious and cautious. As he entered the ruins, the feeling of panic surged into his heart again, as if there was a wild beast crawling in front of him, which made people palpitate. This kind of pressure is also stronger than before, Fong Bai said softly. Fortunately, he is much stronger now, and can barely withstand it. Step by step. Fong Bai was stunned when he could see the scope of the square. The originally flat square has now collapsed into a big pit. The white tower in the center of the pit is tilted on the spot, and it seems to have become more dilapidated. And some bones are exposed where the base of the tower collapsed. The bones are huge, like gold and jade, and each bone is thicker than Fong Bai's waist. The whole skeleton lies at the bottom of the pit, with only some corners exposed. When Fong Bai was staring at the skeleton, suddenly, a loud cow mooing sounded in his mind. Mooing! The bones in Fong Bai's eyes began to spread flesh, tendons, membranes, and scales. In a blink of an eye, a living giant beast suddenly broke free from the mud and rushed towards Fong Bai. Fong Bai widened his eyes and stared at the giant beast. When the giant beast rushed in front of him and was about to touch him, it suddenly dissipated. It turned out to be just an illusion. Fong Bai's face turned pale, and his back was wet. Unknowingly, his back was wet with cold sweat. Even so, Fong Bai couldn't help but recall the illusion just now. Head like a camel, horns like a deer, eyes like a rabbit, ears like a cow, neck like a snake, belly like a clam, scales like a carp, claws like an eagle, paws like a tiger, and the cry is like a loud cow mooing. Fong Bai opened his mouth slightly and uttered a word in disbelief. Dragon! Wow! It's so beautiful. After a long time, Fong Bai finally let out a long breath and woke up from the illusion. But he couldn't help but indulge in the magnificence of the dragon. Looking at the golden and jade-like dragon bones, Fong Bai wanted to get closer. But he felt the pressure surge just by taking a step forward. In just a moment, Fong Bai's thinking was sluggish. His face flushed, and the spell position made a cracking sound, on the verge of breaking, and his heart seemed to be squeezed by a hand, and it would explode in the next moment. Fong Bai took a step back and fell to the ground, gasping for breath, looking at the dragon bones in front of him with horror. Although the dragon is dead, its power still exists. I can't get close at all. Even if I take one more step, I will die. And it's the death of both spirit and body at the same time. Fong Bai didn't dare to get closer. He looked at the dragon bones reluctantly, and turned to walk towards the collapsed white tower next to him. The white tower at this time became more dilapidated, and Fong Bai didn't react even if he approached. Broken? Fong Bai turned his head to look at the keel, and then at the white tower. This time, even when he walked to the top of the tower and looked in through the window, there was no response. No sound. Looking through the window into the white tower, nothing could be seen. Only a gray area. But there seemed to be hideous cracks on it. This white tower seemed to be only a hair away from completely collapsing. Paw! Fong Bai couldn't help but pat the white tower twice. But there was still no response. Thinking about it, he tried to scan the white tower with a fantasy space. But even touching the white tower could not perform any scan, let alone scan it into shape in the fantasy space. Is it really broken? Fong Bai was a little disappointed. He got the job transfer token here. He wanted to come here again to see if he could get any benefits. After all, he had the first level authority. But he didn't expect to come here and see that it was broken. Fong Bai couldn't help but pat twice, and continued to use the fantasy space and mental power to scan. And at this moment, a sudden intermittent sound caught his attention. Ding. Network connection failed. Ding. 100% damage. Ding. Check authority. Ding. Enter emergency. Restore factory default. Repair. Ding. Human race Chang'an. Law. Long term. Tower spirit number 09527. 1 year in office. Mission completed. Goodbye. Then the white tower floated up silently, and the flame spread from the inside to the outside. Fong Bai did not notice any temperature overflow, but the space above the white tower was violently twisted and broken under the burning. Under the flames, the outer shell of the white tower melted into white liquid bit by bit, and the liquid rolled, repairing the cracks on it bit by bit. In this process, the tower gradually shrank, and the tower layers fell one by one. In just a blink of an eye, it fell from a 10-story tower to 7 and 6 floors. It was not until it became a 6-story tower that it was completely repaired and stopped changing. The flames continued to burn, and the tower did not melt again. The number of layers remained unchanged, but it was constantly shrinking. Dozens of meters high, more than 10 meters high, a few meters high, dozens of centimeters high. In the blink of an eye, the white tower turned into a delicate small tower only 9 centimeters high. At this moment, the small tower became brand new. The flame disappeared, and then it floated in front of Fong Bai. During the smelting process of the high tower, a fist-sized stone bead fell from the bottom. After the small tower floated, the stone bead was about to fall, and Fong Bai quickly reached out to catch it. Looking at the hot stone bead that did not melt at all in the flame, Fong Bai put it in his pocket, and then looked at the exquisite small tower in front of him. After thinking for a while, Fong Bai reached out to catch it, but the moment his hand touched it, the white small tower disappeared. Fong Bai had no time to look for it, because as soon as the small tower disappeared, the earth suddenly shook. Earthquake? The violent shock made Fong Bai stagger and almost fall. Looking back, the source of the earthquake was the big pit where the dragon bones were. Before he could take a closer look, a terrifying pressure that covered the sky and the earth swept over. Fong Bai only felt his whole body stiffen. His hands and feet became weak, as if he was facing a natural enemy. Feeling the rapidly increasing pressure, his heartbeat speed kept accelerating, and his thinking reaction kept slowing down, which made Fong Bai's face change suddenly. He forced himself to run outside, and the pressure eased slightly. As expected, before, the white tower should have suppressed the pressure of the dragon bones, so the fatal pressure can only be felt within that range. Now that the white tower has disappeared, the pressure of the dragon bones will return to its normal range and normal strength. If you stay any longer, you will definitely die. Fong Bai did not dare to stop for a moment, and ran out at full speed. Even if he was a little slower, he might be crushed by the terrifying pressure. It was not just Fong Bai who was running, but also a group of wild beasts of all colors. Some of them were familiar, and some were so strange that they were completely unfamiliar. A small beast tide formed, and there were even a few beasts in the beast tide that made Fong Bai feel dangerous. They were definitely extraordinary beasts of the same level as the job changers. This made Fong Bai realize the hidden dangers in this forest. But at this moment, no one had the intention to conflict, and they were all running for their lives. From time to time, the slow-running beasts behind him would fall into the pressure and could no longer run, being directly pressed to the ground, bleeding from all 7 orifices, eyeballs popping out, and finally exploding into a ball of blood mist under the terrifying pressure. Behind him, a shadow soared into the sky, and the loud mooing of a cow that shook the world sounded. Moo! Chapter 43 Territory. Huh? I finally got out? Fong Bai looked back at the direction of the ruins with lingering fear. After losing the suppression of the White Tower, the range of the terrifying dragons might have even spread from the ruins to the ore deposit, covering most of the ore deposit. The total area can be imagined. It was simply terrifying. After escaping from danger, the tide of beasts gradually dissipated, and Fong Bai watched the beasts disappear into the forest one by one. No beasts attacked here, as if they were worried that they would turn from hunters to prey after being injured. They all looked quite harmonious. However, Fong Bai still noticed that some beasts quietly followed some beasts out. Obviously, the hunters' hunting was about to begin. Not long after, all kinds of beasts had gone away, and Fong Bai returned to the blast furnace. Fong Bai did not forge or start studying after returning, but sank his consciousness into his mind, quietly watching the white tower that suddenly appeared in his mind. Fong Bai had no time to check within the range of the dragon's might, but once he left the range, Fong Bai found that the white tower that had disappeared before suddenly appeared in his mind. The white tower was suspended in the center of his mind, domineeringly occupying the original spell position, and the spell position was directly squeezed down and slowly rotated under the white tower. Fong Bai stared at the white tower and tried to perceive it with his mental power. Along with it, a message emerged in his mind. Please select a territory as soon as possible to place it. Select a territory to place it? Fong Bai was slightly startled. Place a territory? Fong Bai thought for a moment, then pointed to the front and thought. Place. Ding. Territory ownership detection. Detection failed. Placement failed. Please select all your territories to place. A message flowed in Fong Bai's mind. All my territories? Does it mean that I have to own a piece of my own territory to place it? But what exactly is considered my territory? Is it my territory if I write a flag and stick it in the ground? Or is there any ceremony required? Does it need the approval of national forces or divine forces? After trying some methods at random, but finding that they were useless and could not be considered as territories. Fong Bai had to use his mental power to test again and again. But this white tower was like a solid stone, with no reaction at all, and no sound. The mental power could not penetrate, and the fantasy space could not scan. Not only the white tower, but also the stone ball that was taken out immediately was the same. The mental power could not scan, and the fantasy space could not scan. It looked like an ordinary stone. But the fact that the mental power and the fantasy space could not scan was enough to show that it was extraordinary. Not to mention that the stone ball did not change at all under the flame that could melt the white tower. At this moment, Fong Bai was like finding two gold mountains, but found no door to enter. After running around the forest and the mine for a long time, Fong Bai could not place the white tower anywhere. After doing this over and over again, there was really no way. So he could only put it aside for the time being. After putting away the stone ball, Fong Bai took a look at the time. 9:30. Still early. After a moment of hesitation, Fong Bai remembered the message Su Shiping had sent him before, and he immediately logged off and left the rental house and walked into Haiyang University. Although he had not been here for more than a month, the school had not changed at all, and the girls were still as beautiful as before. He walked into the classroom that Su Shiping had applied for, but when he opened the door, he did not see Su Shiping, but only saw a beautiful girl sitting inside. The beautiful girl wore a brown beret, and when she heard the door open, she turned her head and looked over, and Fong Bai was stunned. "Who are you?" "I remember there were no girls in this project team. All of them were men." "Who are you?" the girl in the beret asked back. "I'm looking for Su Shiping and the others." "Isn't this the activity center for the armor project team that Su Shiping applied for? Did I go the wrong way?" Fong Bai couldn't help but doubt himself. He first exited doubtfully to look at the house number, and then walked in again after confirming that it was correct. "Did they go out? My name is Fong Bai. They should have mentioned me. Right? Oh, Fong Bai. I heard them say that." The girl reacted immediately and said immediately, "Hello. My name is Jiang Nan. I'm their senior sister in the same major. I had a discussion with them for a while before. Today I came here to check the information and find some inspiration. They are all going to Professor Lu now. If you want to find them, you can wait here. They should be back in the morning." After Jiang Nan finished speaking, she turned back to continue drawing her own drawings. But the pen was turning in her hand, and she couldn't write for a long time. "Oh, okay." Fong Bai didn't say anything after hearing that. He walked forward. When he passed by Jiang Nan, he found that she seemed to be drawing a design of a mechanical armor. The armor was very beautiful, especially the mechanical part. It was practical, simple and beautiful, but it was not finished yet. There was still a part missing. Fong Bai took a look and then retracted his gaze and walked straight over. Hearing Fong Bai passing by, Jiang Nan looked up and then focused on the drawings again. Frowning slightly, Fong Bai walked straight to a whiteboard, which was filled with various mechanical structures drawn with a black marker, and various formulas and derivation results were written next to it. Force transmission formula. Design of force unloading path. Looking at the derivation results, the two seemed to have some conflicts. There was also a pile of manuscripts and a stack of experimental records next to it, and Fong Bai was flipping through them while waiting. Most of the recent manuscripts seemed to contain similar problems. This problem should have troubled them for a long time. They made a lot of discussions and analysis, but did not reach a conclusion. Time passed bit by bit. Jiang Nan, who had been thinking for a long time without success, looked up and found that Fong Bai was reading the manuscripts and experimental records. She had also flipped through them before to seek some inspiration. There are some very professional formulas and derivations in them. Can he understand them? Jiang Nan remembered that Su Shiping said that Fong Bai was not very professional. Maybe just for fun. This thought flashed through his mind. And then he put it aside, lowered his head again, and began to look up information on the computer. Time passed bit by bit, and the classroom was quiet, with only the sound of two people turning pages from time to time. Occasionally, he looked up and took a look, and then immersed himself in the thinking in front of him. After a long time, Fong Bai read all the manuscripts and rough drafts and thought about it. Stress? Fong Bai thought silently in his heart. After thinking for a while, he saw a few blank white bars next to him, and immediately picked up a marker and wrote on the whiteboard while verifying what he thought in his heart. Jiang Nan, who looked up and moved around, saw what Fong Bai was deriving, and started to read it out of boredom. Watching Fong Bai calculate and derive all the way quietly. Watching this derivation process, Jiang Nan's beautiful eyes widened slightly. Her cheeks were hot, and she thought to herself, Jiang Nan, do you still doubt whether others can understand the manuscript? Just looking at it for fun. Luckily I didn't say anything to him. Otherwise it would be too embarrassing. Jiang Nan couldn't help but continue reading, until she saw the final result calculated by Fong Bai, and watched Fong Bai take out a rough draft based on the result. And after slightly adjusting it, he added a small structure to it, and then stopped. The new drawing looks much more coordinated and beautiful. This problem is actually solved. So amazing. And the drawing has become much more beautiful. Jiang Nan opened her mouth slightly in surprise. She had also read this manuscript and tried to solve this problem before, but she didn't succeed. In the end, she had to recommend Su Shiping and others to ask Professor Lu for help. But she didn't expect Fong Bai to solve it directly. Just as she was surprised, Jiang Nan heard the door opening at the door, and Fong Bai also put down the marker and looked back, and immediately adjusted his expression and pretended that nothing happened. She is a senior sister, so she should be calm. It's embarrassing to be so surprised, but she can't let the junior brother see it. He lowered his head, as if he was always looking at the drawing. Hearing the noise, Fong Bai looked back and saw Jiang Nan still thinking about something with her head down as before. Turning her head to look at the door, Su Shiping and his men walked in. At this time, Jiang Nan also heard the sound and looked up. Sister. Hey. Brother Bai. Are you done with your work? Long time no see. Long time no see. Fong Bai nodded slightly, and seeing that Su Shiping was in a good mood and still holding some documents in his hand, he continued, Is the problem solved? Solved. Professor Lu stepped in. Isn't this easy? Su Shiping said happily, and was slightly stunned just after he finished speaking. Huh? Brother Bai. How did you know? Did you see it? Okay. Brother Bai. You wouldn't go home secretly to read books. Right? Su Shiping glanced at the manuscript next to him, said with a little surprise, and then raised the documents in his hand. Professor Lu's manuscript. Professor Lu not only gave us ideas to solve the problem, but also made some comments on the mechanical armor we designed and put forward some optimization suggestions. We made a lot of money this time. Come and see it. It will definitely make you shine. Fong Bai was immediately interested when he heard it. He put down the marker in his hand and immediately took the A4 paper stapled together. There were some very casual drafts and sketches on it, but the ideas reflected in it were very good. Fong Bai couldn't help but sink into it. Su Shiping glanced at the data on the whiteboard casually and didn't react. Jiang Nan, who was secretly paying attention to Su Shiping's expression, was stunned. Not surprised? Why didn't he see this derivation result at all? Isn't this the problem that has been bothering them? Could it be that he didn't see it? Didn't he notice it? Jiang Nan was suddenly suspended in the air, neither up nor down. It's uncomfortable. Could it be that she was the only one who was surprised? Jiang Nan was stunned. Chapter 44. Have you heard of players? At this time, Su Shiping stood beside Fong Bai and said excitedly, Just calculate some data according to this idea and bring it into our armor blueprint. I roughly know it. Brother Bai. I tell you, as long as I calculate this, I can complete the mechanical armor blueprint within 5 days. Su Shiping said with a little pride, and didn't say much to Fong Bai after that. He took the manuscript and immediately discussed it with others, calculating while discussing, while Fong Bai stood by and listened quietly. After listening for a while, seeing that it was already time for dinner, and these people had no intention of going to dinner, Fong Bai thought about it and went out. After Fong Bai left, Su Shiping suddenly felt that the data looked familiar in the middle of the calculation. He paused slightly and walked to the whiteboard to look at it. The more he looked, the more surprised he was. The data was exactly the same, and it was similar to Professor Lu's idea. Sister Jiang, did you calculate it? No. Jiang Nan said. No. Then who calculated it? Su Shiping asked in confusion. After thinking for a while, he couldn't think of anyone who could calculate it. Seeing Su Shiping's puzzled expression, Jiang Nan suddenly laughed in her heart. Finally, she waited for it. It's time to go to eat. But Jiang Nan didn't show anything on her face and said casually, Fong Bai. After saying that, she turned around and left calmly. walking out of the classroom at a normal speed. As soon as she was out of the sight of Su Shiping and others, Jiangnan couldn't wait to run to the window and look at Su Shiping and their reactions quietly. When she saw their facial expressions were frozen and their eyes were full of activity, Jiangnan felt relieved. What's going on in the classroom now? It's roughly non-static picture.jpg. Music. Jiangnan was about to get up and leave when she suddenly heard someone behind her asking, Sister Jiangnan, what are you looking at? Would you like one? Fong Bai behind her picked up a takeaway box. Braised chicken with rice. The one in the cafeteria. Jiangnan's heart instantly had a mole screaming in her heart. And her little face flushed. No need. It's a little strange inside. Let me take a look. Jiangnan walked forward with her bag in her hand without paying attention. Sister. The door in front is locked. I know. Jiangnan continued to walk forward. And Fong Bai scratched her head. Did she really know? After a while, Jiangnan silently passed by Fong Bai. And Fong Bai shrugged and walked into the classroom with a big bag full of rice. But Fong Bai was surrounded by Su Shiping and others as soon as he entered the classroom. Su Shiping and others circled around Fong Bai again and again, looking at Fong Bai up and down with serious eyes. After a few circles, Su Shiping suddenly pulled a hair from Fong Bai's head. And another classmate suddenly pinched Fong Bai's arm. And Su Shiping opened Fong Bai's collar and looked inside. Another one even wanted to fish under Fong Bai, but was stopped by Fong Bai's quick eyes and hands. This was not allowed. What do you want to do? Fong Bai crossed his arms across his chest and looked at them with vigilance, while Su Shiping and others turned a deaf ear. Is he still a human? Yes. Is he still Fong Bai? Should be. Could he have been possessed by a spirit? Otherwise, there is no way to explain it. It should be impossible. That's impossible. Su Shiping's eyes widened, and he pointed at the whiteboard. Then how did he calculate that? Oh, you are talking about this. That's how he calculated it. Fong Bai saw Su Shiping pointing at the blackboard and immediately realized it, and said aloud, I thought it was something else. Haven't I been learning professional knowledge in this area during this period? Huh? Didn't I ask you all for a list of professional books? Yeah. I learned a little bit. I learn every day. Well, then? What then? How do you calculate it? Didn't I tell you that I learn every day? I have been learning for at least 2 months now. Then you will know it? Yes. Looking at Fong Bai, who was confident. They were speechless. Human language? What do you mean you have been learning for more than 2 months? Ask everyone present how many 2-month periods they have studied. Oh, you are surprised by this. Don't be surprised. You also know that I am a blacksmith. Isn't it common sense for a blacksmith to be proficient in stress? I have learned professional knowledge for a period of time. The professional theoretical knowledge is combined with my practical knowledge of stress. I solved this problem by combining practice with theory. Isn't this reasonable? Fong Bai spread his hands. Otherwise, why do everyone emphasize that theory should be combined with practice? This is the reason. And don't think I'm strong. It just happened to be in the area where I'm good at. I'm not as good as you think. Fong Bai said as he put out the braised chicken rice. Understand? Let's eat. Oh, so that's how it is. Su Shiping gradually believed what he said, and subconsciously took the lunch box handed by Fong Bai and started eating. Yeah, that's reasonable. Fong bite-sized foot-picking before. Sometimes what he said was worrying. He couldn't have learned everything in 2 months and improved to this level. Right? 2 months? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Su Shiping started eating, and Fong Bai was thinking the same thing beside him. 2 months? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I still have to spend a few hours every day forging iron, and a few hours practicing the 3 trainings. What did you say? Su Shiping vaguely heard Fong Bai muttering something, but he didn't hear it clearly. Oh, nothing. Nothing. Oh. Luckily Su Shiping didn't hear it. Otherwise he probably wouldn't be able to eat. Happy. On the other side, Jiangnan entered the dormitory with an empty head, and wailed as soon as he entered the dormitory. Ah. I'm embarrassed today. What happened? A girl popped her head out from the upper bunk behind Jiangnan and asked curiously. Tell me about it. Crack. The girl stuffed the potato chips into her mouth and asked curiously. After Jiangnan told her about the matter, the girl ate more and more excitedly and became more curious. Is the guy handsome? He's quite handsome. Oh, that's really embarrassing. The girl said it pertinently. Crack. She got more excited eating potato chips. Jiang Nan, who was waiting for his roommate to comfort him, wailed again when he heard it. Ah, my senior sister is so majestic. Jiang. She won't tell the junior brothers. Will she? I always look like a cold goddess in front of the junior brothers. And my personality can't collapse. Who knows? The girl shrugged and grabbed a potato chip and handed it down. Want some chips? Ah. Jiang Nan took the chips and stuffed them into his mouth. Crack. Crack. Woo. 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 The girl on the bed shrugged and then turned her attention to the TV. Suddenly, she remembered something and asked, Hey, Gio, have you heard of players? Chapter 45. The blueprint is finished. Player? What player? Jiang Nan was stunned and turned to look at Su Imo on the bed. It's a player. I heard that there is a very magical game now. An invitation letter suddenly appears, and a real world that can be entered out of thin air. Su Imo said vaguely while eating potato chips. Where did you hear that from? It's weird and mysterious. My third uncle. I heard that he encountered an invitation letter at an auction before, but unfortunately no one knew where it went later. He didn't know what happened at the time. But later I heard that he regretted it. Is it so magical? It's so magical. I haven't heard of it. I asked later. Jiang Nan looked like he had no desire to live. He shook his face and put his attention back on the blueprint in front of him. At this time, he suddenly remembered how Fong Bai deduced in the classroom just now. Speaking of which, Fong Bai is quite strong in mechanics. He actually figured out that problem. Jiang Nan looked at the blueprint and pondered. Why don't we go ask him? But I just lost face. Jiang Nan picked up a mechanical ornament on the table and played with it, transforming it. At this time, hearing the sound of eating potato chips behind him, Jiang Nan had an idea. Jiang, lend me your QQ. What? I want to use your QQ to ask a question, so that he won't know it's me, and I won't be embarrassed. As long as he doesn't know it's me, I can ask anything. It's just like in a TV series, hiding the identity. Great, Jiang Nan said with great interest, and immediately added Fong Bai as a friend using Sumo's QQ. Hello, I'm Su Imo. Can I ask you a question? Click. Jiang Nan was about to take a picture of the drawing in his hand, but suddenly thought that Fong Bai might have seen it once. Although he couldn't see the content clearly, he might have some impression of it. After thinking about it, he took out a previous drawing, took a photo, and sent it to him. Hey, I'm really meticulous. As soon as he sent it, the message came back. Senior sister Jiang Nan? Pa! Jiang Nan quickly put her phone on the table. Fong Bai looked at Jiang Nan, who didn't reply to the message, and clicked on the drawing to read it. Although he just glanced at it, he had already remembered most of the content. Although it was not the same drawing, it was still very easy to recognize it. Fong Bai was quite impressed by this interesting senior sister wearing a brown beret, mainly because there was some contrast. And she was pretty. Before, she was capable and cold. But now looking at this drawing, she is capable, but she is cold. Interesting. But this ability is indeed strong. Fong Bai looked at the drawing quietly, and began to reply after thinking for a moment. After replying, he looked up at Su Shiping. By the way, what did you say just now? I said. Why is your derivation process similar to Professor Lu's thinking? Fong Bai recalled the derivation ideas in the manuscript when he heard it. And it was indeed familiar. He thought about it. And when he thought of the name Professor Lu, he suddenly reacted. The Professor Lu you are talking about is not the one who wrote the textbook. Yes, that's him. Fong Bai was shocked. The drawings he spent 30,000 yuan on were actually read by a big shot who was qualified to write professional textbooks and even proposed improvements. I wipe it. Fong Bai took a breath and continued. That's very simple. My ideas are all from reading books. The ideas I learned from reading his books naturally have a shadow. It's normal. His book? Su Shiping was suddenly stunned. If he remembered correctly, the book written by Professor Lu was already quite late and quite in depth. Wait, you have read all his books? You can't have finished reading all the books we recommended to you? Yes. Su Shiping was stagnant. Forget it. Just ignore me. Talking to you is just asking for trouble. Fong Bai smiled slightly. It was true that he felt very comfortable, but he was not proud. Instead, he apologized silently in his heart. Sorry. I have a cheat. If Fong Bai has a cheat, he will use it. Any hesitation on this point would be disrespectful to the cheat. But at the same time, Fong Bai also knows very well that he will not think that he is really great just because he is a cheat. He is a cheater, and has no right to look down on others. Who knows how strong they will be after entering the game. Just treat them as equals. Su Shiping immediately stopped making trouble for himself, took out the manuscript, and began to discuss some revisions proposed by Professor Liu. Fong Bai thought that this was the opinion of the boss, and immediately studied it with 100% concentration. It was the same as before. Everyone discussed together. But the difference this time was that this time Su Shiping did not carry Fong Bai on his back. Nor did he ignore Fong Bai, but discussed together, and even attached great importance to Fong Bai's opinion. In this way, a group of people discussed and quarreled lively, and even cursed and fought when their opinions conflicted. Everyone has their own ulterior motives. Everyone is constantly discussing and studying. Everyone has the most sincere love without any impurities. Fong Bai likes this pure feeling. In such a team, Fong Bai feels as if he has become pure. At this moment, Fong Bai really gets along with this group of people, discuss intensely during the day, and forge online at night. After the job change, forging can also gain experience points again. Although the difficulty of gaining experience points has been greatly increased again, with the difficulty of the third refining, Fong Bai can still gain a lot of experience points every time he forges. However, Fong Bai's willingness to gain experience points is not strong, and he is even quite reluctant. After all, the scene of the attribute points gained by experience points being crushed is still vivid. Fong Bai does not think that there will be any essential difference between the experience points before and after the job change. The glass attic on the first floor is a glass attic, and the two-story one is the same. It's just that the method of tempering the body with gold elements has failed for Fong Bai now. The gold content in the body is already 100%, and it can't accommodate more gold elements. There was no other way. Fong Bai could only try to obtain attribute values through experience points to see if he could increase the gold element capacity in his body. However, Fong Bai would not use experience points to advance his rank, even if he did not advance. Why can the iron ingot absorb so many gold elements during the 3 refining processes, while my body is obviously much larger than the iron ingot? But the gold elements it can absorb are far less. Fong Bai, who was forging, could not help but fall into deep thought, and a hint of inspiration emerged in his mind. After a while, Fong Bai probed his mental power into the red-hot steel ingot, and while forging, he used his mental power to observe every detail from the inside out. Life on the mine bed was as simple and straightforward as in school. Time passed quietly between 2 points, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Fong Bai casually replied to Jiang Nan on WeChat, and then immersed himself in the tense atmosphere again, quietly looking at the screen. When the simulation program finished running, everyone looked up and looked at each other, and a moment later, a warm cheer rang out. At this moment, Fong Bai was also full of emotion, looking at the 18 people in front of him. Fong Bai was very familiar with each of them, and each of them had spit at each other more than once. Fong Bai looked at them quietly, and they gradually calmed down and looked at Fong Bai. Unknowingly, Fong Bai had replaced Su Shiping and became the absolute core of the team. Even Su Shiping was convinced by the confrontation again and again. What coincidence? What could it stress? Believe him. Fong Bai is a pervert. Thinking of this, Su Shiping couldn't help but calm down and look at Fong Bai. At this moment, facing everyone's eyes, Fong Bai slowly picked up the specially purchased light yellow thick rice paper, showed it to everyone, and then said, "Finished." As the voice fell, louder cheers filled the classroom and surrounded Fong Bai's ears. At this moment, Fong Bai couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth, and looked at the drawings in front of him quietly. The perfect mechanical power armor drawings are finished. Chapter 46. Take it for granted? It's so beautiful, Fong Bai said softly. After celebrating, Fong Bai copied a dozen drawings into the game overnight, and scanned them into the fantasy space. The overall height of the armor is 2 meters. The appearance is simple, and the pure steel color style perfectly presents the most primitive beauty of the machine, which is fascinating. The entire armor is not equipped with power. It is designed to be driven by manpower and operated by accumulation, gravity, inertia, levers, mechanical elasticity, and other methods. The specific actual combat effect remains to be tested. In addition, under Fong Bai's proposal, This set of armor also added some additional power installation vacancies. In theory, as long as a motor with enough horsepower is installed, it can definitely exert extremely strong performance. The reason why it is said in theory is that it is difficult to find such a small motor with such a large horsepower in reality. The reason why it is difficult is that it must be excluded from the military industry and laboratories. Civilian? On the market? Does not exist at all. This interface is purely advocated by Fong Bai. The main feature is a fantasy armor. In fact, the whole set of armor is only feasible in theory, because no one in reality can reach the physique and strength to activate this set of armor. This set of armor can certainly increase strength, but that is only when there is enough strength to activate and load. The latter Fong Bai physique and strength in the game can fully meet the standard. As for the latter, since there are extraordinary people in this world, there must be a source of power for the extraordinary. Just like the gold element in my body, it is also an energy source. There must be a power driven by the power of elements in the game. All I have to do is find it, Fong Bai said softly, and immediately began to forge in the fantasy space. First, imagine a pile of silver elemental metal powder, and then imagine a furnace. When the molten iron in the furnace flows out, Fong Bai sprinkles some elemental metal powder into it, and stirs it slowly. When the molten iron gradually solidifies, Fong Bai mind moves, and an invisible iron hammer is formed. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sound echoes in the fantasy space, and the solidified iron ingots are also changing shape under repeated knocks. Because it was forging odd-shaped parts, Fong Bai did not use the folding forging method, but started the third refining without folding. Clang, clang, clang. First refining, second refining. When the third refining began, the iron ingot began to absorb the gold elements in the environment. With each hammer, the speed of absorbing the gold elements increased. Clang. The third refining was completed. The speed of absorbing the gold elements reached the highest speed, and the suction force of the parts that had just been formed suddenly increased, and all the surrounding gold elements were squeezed into it. The rich gold elements had been integrated into the microstructure of the metal parts during the forging process, and evenly integrated into every bit of the parts. When the last hammer was forged, a large number of gold elements rushed into it and solidified in a specific structure. At this moment, Fong Bai mental power was fixed on the changes inside the parts. When the gold elements that were integrated into it were completely solidified, a strong pressure burst out from the inside of the metal. Creak! Creak! Fong Bai seemed to hear the wailing of the internal structure of the metal, which made Fong Bai heart lift. He put the elemental metal powder in a certain proportion, which he got from many experiments. The alloy formed under this proportion is not strong enough to withstand the last stage of the 3 refinements and complete the transformation. The strength of the alloy above this proportion is indeed improved, but in comparison, the cost performance will gradually decrease. However, Fong Bai calculation was correct. The metal parts suddenly burst into a ray of light in the wailing, and then converged. Fong Bai looked at the metal parts that were basically equivalent to the elemental metal casting, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. If the powder is mixed at the critical point to make an alloy, then my 2 kilograms of elemental metal powder can be forged into hundreds of kilograms of elemental metal parts. Fong Bai looked at the parts in front of him with joy, and immediately began to test the accuracy of the parts. Looking at this complex polyhedron part that is only a few centimeters in size, Fong Bai frowned slightly after measuring it. Compared to the larger simple-shaped parts, the precision error of this complex-shaped small part is still too large. This is only a few centimeters in size, and the error is so large. Wouldn't the error of a few millimeters be even greater? Although the forging mage's hand allowed Fong Bai to gain the ability to forge polygonal and complex parts, it had a precision error compared to manual forging. Fong Bai manual forging can easily forge even high-precision parts, and they are absolutely perfect. But the mage's hand can't do that. It stands to reason that the mage's hand formed by mental power should be easier to control, more accurate, and freer. After all, it is formed by mental power. So why do I feel that my mage's hand is not free at all, but is trapped by various rules and regulations? Fong Bai immediately put his mental power into his body, and looked at the 3-dimensional model representing the hand of the mage. Model. Should it be a spell model? Is it because of this spell model? Fong Bai immediately thought about it, and at this moment a question that he had been thinking about for a long time emerged in his mind. I am a forger. A mechanical forger in the category of mages. Strictly speaking, I should be a mage. First a mage, then a mechanical forger. So that's the case. Do mages cast spells in this way? All recorded on the body. When it is time to release, it is just a place that lights up. Fong Bai looked at the 3 spell models in his body. Shouldn't mages cast spells freely? Why is it like this? No matter what. It can't be this kind of foolproof operation. Since mages can't be like this, then my current foolproof operation method may be because I am not the mage I became. I took a shortcut. A shortcut called a job transfer token. A real mage should never cast spells like this. Fong Bai said decisively. If he had just entered this game, he would never have this question. But after he experienced the attribute point collapse incident, Fong Bai began to doubt everything that was taken for granted in other games. Many things seem to be taken for granted, but in fact they may be traps. This way of casting spells wherever there is a light is definitely a trap. Fong Bai would not doubt that the spell itself could not be done, but would only doubt that the things obtained by shortcuts were too fake and were all empty attics. So, what is real spellcasting like? If I learn to cast spells, does it mean that I'd bypass the job transfer token and directly change my job from a mechanical forger in the mage category to a real mage? Fong Bai heart was slightly moved. What? You said Fong Bai favorite was the forger before? Sorry, forger. Please don't contact me in the future. I'm afraid the mage will misunderstand. Chapter 47 Memory Palace. Of course, this is just a joke. In Fong Bai opinion, it is not contradictory to want to go to the next level and become a mage and a forger. After all, from the job introduction, the mage is a higher level job than the mechanical forger, and the job positioning has already included the mechanical forger. If the spell model is the key to releasing the spell, then does the real mage temporarily make the spell model in battle to release the spell? Chant? Pre-swing? Then can I not use the ready-made spell model in my body, but try to release it myself? Fong Bai thought for a moment, and tried it immediately, recalling the process of the internal flow of mental power after each touch of the spell model. Recalling the pattern of each time the mental power fills the spell model. After thinking for a while, Fong Bai immediately copied and began to copy the spell position of the mage's hand inside his body. The spell model of the mage's hand has a total of 13 nodes, and dozens of lines connect these 13 nodes into a whole. Fong Bai tried to use his mental power to condense 13 small dots, and then used his mental power to transform them into threads to connect them. After completing it, the model did not react at all. After thinking for a while, Fong Bai touched the magic model of the magic hand in his body and observed it with his mental power. He saw the mental power flowing through the magic model, filling the holes in the magic model, forming a magic model composed of mental power, and then turning into substance. Yes, it still needs to be operated. Fong Bai immediately controlled his mental power to operate, but there was no reaction. Maybe it needs to be operated to form the magic model? Failed. Maybe there are requirements for the length of time to form each node? Failed. Maybe the size of the node, the length and thickness of the mental thread cannot have any deviation? Failed. Maybe? Failed. Maybe? Failed. Fong Bai tried again and again without getting tired of it. And while trying, he used a notebook to record the time, process, and results of each experiment. Finally, Fong Bai, who had tried hundreds of times in the fantasy space, finally succeeded once. Success? Fong Bai's eyes were very surprised. Although he just found that the magician's hand released in this way was extremely simple and clumsy. It was released by himself, breaking through the limitations of the spell model in the body. Although it was the bottom line, the spell model in the body would never release such a bad spell. But it can be released, which means that this is right. The one in the body is just a foolproof release method that belongs to a shortcut. A real magician can definitely release spells freely, although the effect of my release is very poor. If I practice more, it will definitely become better, and even surpass the spell effect released by the spell model in my body. Let me see how big the gap is between the spell model I release and the spell model in my body, Fong Bai said excitedly, and immediately began to compare them. Once compared, he was stunned. Is this a thing? Fong Bai was silent. Fortunately, the spell model in his body could not speak. Otherwise it would definitely say that Fong Bai insulted it. What the hell? It dared to come to touch porcelain. Forget it. First improve the proficiency and quality to the standard of the internal spell model. Keep your feet on the ground. Take one step at a time, and consider the idea of upgrading after completing this step. Fong Bai immediately started practicing. Everything in the fantasy space is fake. People are fake. Mental power is fake. Even time is fake. But efforts are real. And experience is real. He tried again and again. Released again and again. Improved little by little. And kept taking notes. The notebook became full at a speed visible to the naked eye. But Fong Bai gradually felt a little inconvenient. I have to imagine it again every time. It would be great if it could be stored for a long time. Fong Bai thought for a moment. And suddenly a light flashed. Why can't it be stored? Books. Books. Can't it be stored on bookshelves? He immediately stretched out his hand and pointed forward. A wooden bookcase appeared in the fantasy space. As soon as the thought came, another bookcase appeared. In a flash, bookcases piled up one after another. And in a flash, a wall of bookcases that stretched from sky to earth and had no boundaries appeared in front of Fong Bai. Looking at the endless bookcases and the notebook in his hand, Fong Bai came to the bookcase and put it in. With a thought, another notebook appeared in his hand, and Fong Bai wrote the word index on the cover. 001 Zone. 001 Category. 001 Group. 001 Genus. Number 00001. Notebook storage number. 00100100100100001. Coding rules. 1 to 3 digits for the zone. 001 Zone. Note Zone. 002 Zone. Real Data Zone. Area 003. Game Data Area. Area 004. To be determined. Digits 4 to 6 are for the class. 001 Class. Mage Class. Class 002. Mechanical Forger Class. Fong Bai wrote this and pondered for a moment. Then altered it, changing the code of Class 001 to Class 100. Class 100, Mage Class. Class 101, Mechanical Forger Class. Digits 7 to 9 are for the group. 001 Group, Spell Group. Digits 10 to 12 are for the attribute. 001 Attribute, Mental Power Spell Attribute. Digits 13 to 17 are for the data sequence number. The first notebook in the mental power attribute is number 00001. So the correct number of this notebook is 00110000100100001. After determining the rules, Fong Bai thought about it, and books appeared in the fantasy space. And then, they were classified into the divided areas. After all the books learned in reality were classified, the bookshelf still looked empty. But Fong Bai didn't care. As long as he kept learning, this bookshelf would be filled sooner or later. When that day comes, it should be spectacular. Right? Fong Bai imagined the bookshelf being filled. And suddenly he became excited. Looking at the bookshelf, he thought about it. And all the air and other materials imagined in the bookshelf area disappeared. Maybe this can be regarded as an alternative memory palace? As long as I keep the fantasy space, it will always exist, and I can use it at will when I need it. For Fong Bai at this moment, the speed at which the fantasy space consumes mental power is not as fast as the speed at which he recovers on his own. It is no problem to maintain it all the time. He only needs to divide a wisp of thought. The perspective expands under the huge bookshelf that connects the sky and the ground. And there is no visible boundary. A tiny figure releases spells again and again at the bottom of the bookshelf. The notes recorded in the process are also put into the bookshelf one by one, like an epic. At the same time, in a continuous mountain range, still nothing. Zhang Zhong cut open the head of the wild boar in front of him in disappointment. After checking it, he shook his head slightly at Wu Yin. Chapter 48. You really just took a look? Wu Yin was a little disappointed when she saw this. But when she saw her teammates who were discouraged, she immediately cheered up and said, "Don't be discouraged. This one is not it. We can find another one. Haven't you noticed that our cooperation is getting better and better? And it is getting easier to hunt? What we lack now is not strength, but just a little luck. We are only one real monster away. We have already gone so far into the mountains. I think this day will not be too late." Wu Yin said some words to boost morale. After seeing that everyone's morale was a little better, she went offline and looked at the girl next to her. "Ayu, how is your progress?" The girl also went offline after a while. Helplessly said, "I can't buy it. I can't buy it at all. This thing is directly listed as a controlled resource. There is no such thing on the market. Even if some occasionally appear on the black market, it will cause a great fight. In terms of money, We can't compete with those aborigines at all. Wu Yin rubbed his temples and frowned when he heard this. And the girl named Su Yu next to him couldn't help but say, Sister Yin, it's a pity that when you saw the blacksmith, you didn't know he had a job transfer token. Otherwise it would have been great if you had snatched it. Wu Yin rolled her eyes when she heard this. If someone says he has it, then he really has it. And even if he has it, so what? He fought his way out of the Novice village. How dare you? A bunch of little Karamis who died. Say he stole it? We don't even know who stole it. But others say he relied on a set of heavy armor to fight his way out. But he just relied on the blacksmith profession to take advantage of it. If you don't let him wear heavy armor, you can't tell what the result will be, Su Yu said unconvinced. Wu Yin looked at him and said faintly, then getting a set of iron pagoda heavy armor with bare hands in the Novice village. Isn't that even more outrageous? Su Yu was stunned. And Wu Yin said again, besides, he is a blacksmith. And the transfer token is probably also for a blacksmith. A living profession. That's the big daddy. Big brother. Forget everything you just said. We finally left a good impression on him. If we meet him again in the future, we can recruit him if we can. If not, we will win him over. Such a good big daddy. You actually shouted for war and killing, and extorted the natural resources. Wu Yin curled her lips and tapped Su Yu's forehead. Do you think those guilds are going to do it just because they said so? They are deceiving you naive people. When you shout for war and killing, they may stab you in the back and then go to the big daddy to ask about your well-being. Be more careful. Su Yu couldn't help but open her mouth wide when she heard this, and suddenly doubted herself, while Wu Yin couldn't help but say again, one question I still don't understand is what kind of idiot the manager of Dynasty Guild was. They drove people of this level out, and they monitored them? Do they think they can keep people like this as long as they don't shout and kill on the surface and monitor them secretly? Wu Yin was puzzled. This is quite puzzled. Even if Fang Bai didn't join Dynasty Guild, it would be infinitely beneficial for him to stay in the market of Dynasty Guild. I can't figure it out. I really can't figure it out. While puzzled, Wu Yin's expression suddenly froze, and she immediately went online. Sister Yin? Sister Yin? What's wrong? Wu Yin, who was online, looked at the teammates who were panting in front of her and asked, World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft. Definitely World of Warcraft. Seeing that everyone didn't react much, the player said anxiously, he can use skills. He is definitely a real World of Warcraft. He can use skills? Hearing this, Wu Yin's eyes lit up and asked hurriedly, Yes, a rhino. The player immediately described it, and everyone became more and more excited as they listened. After a discussion, they immediately walked towards the direction of the rhino. After climbing over a high mountain, everyone saw a valley. A river meandered through the valley, nourishing a small grassland in the valley. At the foot of the mountain, a group of rhinos were scattered by the river. The rhinos, which were as tall as a person, were eating grass comfortably. The thick horns on their foreheads and the dark and thick rhino skins on their bodies immediately cooled down their excitement. Which one is the Warcraft? The one in the middle. Wu Yin looked over unwillingly. When she saw the largest rhino clearly, the last bit of luck in her heart was gone. The skill is the ground spike? Yes. Did you see that wolf? I passed by and took a look. With a swish, a stone spike as thick as a thigh came out from the ground. Everyone looked over when they heard the words. When they saw the body of a gray wolf still skewered on the stone spikes, their lower body tightened. Wu Yin was silent when she saw this. She pondered in her mind, and after a long time, she shook her head and sighed. Let's retreat and keep looking. Since there is a demon beast here, there must be another one. This rhino has thick skin and flesh, but it has a long-range killing method. Even if we control the rhino with the help of traps, the ground spikes can kill us alive. Retreat. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, and prepared to retreat immediately. However, at this moment, the rhino that was eating grass suddenly noticed something and looked up at everyone. Everyone was stunned, and subconsciously looked at the rhino. The next moment, moo! Puff! The rhino's nostrils contracted and expanded, and it snorted, making a dull roar, sliding its front hooves, and the next moment it rushed towards everyone. Other rhinos heard the noise and raised their heads. After taking a look, they immediately followed the leading rhino. Boom boom! Boom boom! Instantly, the grassland was in chaos. When the beasts found that they were not the target, They stopped and turned their heads to look. Boom, boom! In a blink of an eye, the rhino rushed to the foot of the mountain and rushed up the mountain. Under the group's charge, the hill shook. Everyone on the hillside was stunned and fled in panic. Fuck. You just said that the wolf passed by and took a look. You really only took a look. Then guy. I thought you were abstract. But you didn't expect you were realistic. Fuck. We didn't do anything. How far does he want to chase us? I suddenly feel that the wolf died a little unjustly. Bang. 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 The trees were directly knocked down by the leading Warcraft rhinoceros. Wu Yin and other players did not dare to look back, and ran all the way without daring to stop. As the saying goes, the person is running in front of you, and the soul is chasing behind you, and you use all your strength. The rhinoceros chased for more than 1,000 meters before stopping, and then staggered and ate the tender leaves in the forest, eating while walking back to the small grassland. There was not a single beast around who dared to show up. This group of rhinos was like a group of gangsters wearing black suits and with fat faces. After chasing people, they ate and took all the way on the street, and no one dared to say a word. Arrogant! Chapter 49 Lancer Job Transformation Ceremony. Wu Yin's face was red from running, and she was out of breath. She slowly stopped when she saw that the rhinoceros had stopped chasing her. She said while panting, Huh? What's going on? These rhinoceroses, are they used to being domineering? They really chased and beat me just by looking at me. Wu Yin shook her head and said immediately, Avoid this direction. There must be other monsters in this range. Huh? Just look for them along the upstream and downstream of that river. Yes. Yes. The players who were still frightened complained and dispersed, leaving only Wu Yin and Zhang Zhong in place. Seeing that there was no one around, Wu Yin took out a piece of parchment from her bag and slowly unfolded it. There was a hexagram drawn on it, and the inside of the hexagram was full of dense dots and lines. The dots and lines intertwined to form a three-dimensional model, which vaguely looked like a figure holding a gun. Just looking at it made people dizzy. Looking closely again, the figure seemed to move again. There were a few small words written on the top of the parchment. Spearman. Job Transfer Ceremony. Zhang Zhong took the parchment and stared at the three-dimensional model on the parchment. After a moment, Zhang Zhong, holding a spear, danced on the spot. The spear was steady and powerful, and strong winds whistled. The branches and leaves of the surrounding trees rustled. While dancing with the spear, Zhang Zhong made one strange posture after another, stretching his body to various limits, and his bones crackled. Wu Yin watched this scene quietly. Zhang Zhong was sweating profusely after a moment. After a long time, Zhang Zhong stopped, and saw that his skin was red all over, as if he had just come out of a hot pot. He rested for a long time before slowly returning to normal. Wu Yin then walked up and handed some dried meat over and asked, How do you feel? Zhang Zhong said while chewing the dried meat. Just like before. The strength of the body is increasing, but it is not clear how far it is from being a professional. Hungry Zhang Zhong ate one piece of dried meat, and then took another piece of dried meat to eat. Wu Yin showed a helpless expression when she heard this. This training method was figured out by Zhang Zhong from the parchment, and it is not the formal use of parchment. Parchment is a transfer prop. The formal use is to use parchment and the magic beast crystal core to arrange the ceremony. After using it, you can directly transfer to become a professional spearman and achieve extraordinary achievements. At present, the parchment is obtained, and even the matching weapons are considered to be obtained. But the magic beast crystal core is stuck to death. How to transfer? Kill the magic beast and take the crystal core. How to kill the magic beast? You can kill the magic beast after the job transfer. Wu Yin, who has always had a good temper, couldn't help but want to swear when she recalled the appearance of the magic beast rhino just now. And for some reason, their luck is simply too bad. Let's go! Zhang Zhong stood up after finishing his meal and said. Wu Yin nodded, and the two left. After they left, a player walked out from behind a big tree, looking at the place where Zhang Zhong and Wu Yin had just stayed, with a surprised look on his face. Moo! Fong Bai, who was fetching water from the stream, suddenly heard a cry. He turned his head and saw a one-horned rhino walking to the river to drink water. It just happened to look over. The rhino was more than 1 meter tall, gray and white, and its small eyes looked at Fong Bai. Fong Bai saw a rhino in this area for the first time, and he became interested and looked at it curiously. He was also bored after practicing magic. Although he had strong willpower, he needed to adjust occasionally. However, Fong Bai did not expect that the rhino's eyes gradually became angry after just staring at each other for a second. Wait. What does this look mean? What are you looking at? Try looking at it again. Moo! Fong Bai thought he had seen it wrong. How could the rhino's eyes mean this? Rhinos are usually quite gentle. He must have seen it wrong. Really? Fong Bai doubted himself, but not the rhino. But the next moment, he heard the rhino snort. And then it swung its feet left and right, and charged towards him. This temper. Really explosive. Fong Bai was a little confused, watching the rhino rushing in front of him, just wanting to try out the strength after the job change. He didn't hide, but moved his wrists, and quickly grabbed the rhino's horn with both hands. Stop! Fong Bai's muscles were tense, and all the strength of up to 30 points burst out. He stepped back and pushed hard. Moo! The rhino mooed, and the horn was about to rise. But Fong Bai held it down tightly. The rhino was actually suppressed by Fong Bai for a moment, and its momentum of charging stagnated. Fong Bai shook his head slightly when he saw this. Rhino, you haven't even reached the level of transcendence yet, so I won't use any magic to fight you, and it won't be considered as me bullying you. However, as soon as Fong Bai finished speaking, he felt that the rhino's strength had increased a lot, and began to push him back. Fong Bai's face couldn't help but swell red due to excessive force. But these were all secondary. The main thing was that he suddenly felt some crackling sounds on his face. It really couldn't hold on. It was a bit embarrassing. No, this rhino has too many innate advantages. Even if it's not extraordinary, its strength is ridiculous. Moo! Moo! The rhino called twice, as if mocking Fong Bai. Fong Bai couldn't help but be silent, and then said seriously, Forget it. Since you want to do this, I won't talk to you about the moral code of the martial arts world. Show your real ability. Fong Bai immediately took a step forward, stretched out his hand to hug the neck of the unicorn rhino, and at the same time, the hand of the forging mage directly formed a glove and covered the outside of Fong Bai's arm. Fong Bai's arm and the mage's hand exerted force at the same time, and the strange force that burst out instantly threw the unicorn rhino to the ground, and the rhino was stunned. And Fong Bai, who was standing, shook his hand. When he just exerted force, the mage's hand and his own hand were not coordinated well, and the mage's hand pressed his own hand. This is a new method he developed, using the mage's hand to increase his strength. The original version of the forging mage's hand does not have this function. The constant mage's hand in the body can only be used to condense hammers, iron ingots, various molds, etc. But after Fong Bai learned to release the mage's hand by himself, various ways of playing became more and more free, and the control became more and more smooth. However, Fong Bai is probably the first person in ancient and modern times to use the mage's hand for close combat wrestling. I don't know if other mages will regard Fong Bai as a shame for mages once they know about it, but Fong Bai is very excited at the moment. Come again. Fong Bai looked at the rhino, his fingers slightly hooked, and said seriously. The rhino, who was stunned by the fall, staggered to his feet, and saw Fong Bai movements, and suddenly became agitated again. Puff puff. The rhino snorted twice, and rushed towards Fong Bai immediately. Fong Bai did not wrestle this time, but directly threw it down neatly, and at the same time began to practice the use of the mage's hand in close combat. Such a good meat target cannot be wasted. While practicing and wrestling, the rhino had thick skin and a stubborn temper. It would not run away no matter how it was thrown. Fong Bai could not help but feel pleasing to the eye. After a while, Fong Bai became smoother in using the mage's hand in close combat. It could not only increase strength, but also be used as a third hand. It was very convenient. He stopped with satisfaction. The one-horned rhino had been thrown countless times. It was dizzy and staggering. Its pair of small eyes as big as green beans were crystal clear, as if it was about to cry at the next moment. Looking at the rhino staggering away, Fong Bai could not help but shake his head slightly. It's such a big bull, and it still cries when it is beaten. I feel a little embarrassed. Fong Bai touched his conscience, and was relieved when he saw that he didn't touch it. Then he turned back to the blast furnace and started forging, leaving this matter behind. It was just a small episode in life. Forging his second armor was the top priority at this stage, but it was obvious that Fong Bai had not yet realized the seriousness of the situation. The one-horned rhino that swam upstream and returned to the rhino herd said angrily, "Moo!" In an instant, the cows roared to the sky, and the earth shook. Chapter 50: The Art of Explosion. Mage's Hand. Flame Control. Fong Bai easily constructed 2 spell models, and used 2 spells at the same time. Looking at the flame control in his hand, his heart moved. He waved his hand to disperse the Mage's Hand spell model, and instead imagined a large number of furnaces. Then, under the effect of the spell, the flames of the furnaces were gathered like fire snakes. However, Fong Bai did not start forging. Instead, he kept absorbing the flames in the furnaces for fun and kept compressing the fireball. The flames in the fireball became more and more intense, and in the end, they even tended to turn into liquid. Suddenly, Fong Bai had a random thought. Boom! Fong Bai, who was blown to death, condensed again from the fantasy space. How did I die? Can the forging spell of flame control be used as an attack spell? It's just that the fire condenses a little slowly, and it takes too many furnaces in time. Hey, wait. It seems that there are other ways. Fong Bai suddenly had an idea and took out a scroll. After a moment, boom! The wall of the bookshelf trembled. Fong Bai, who had recondensed in the fantasy space, looked at the huge power and couldn't help but widen his eyes, and then tried again. Boom! Boom! The fantasy space roared continuously, and Fong Bai seemed to have activated the hidden violent gene, and he was having a lot of fun. Huh? It's true. Explosion is art. Fong Bai played for most of the day, and only stopped reluctantly until the break time was over, and continued to practice forging. After a while, the rhythmic forging sound rang in the fantasy space. Ding! Ding! In the fantasy space, in front of the wall of bookshelves, the crisp forging sound slowly spread. 1 refinement. 2 refinements. 3 refinements. Forging is complete. Fong Bai looked at the complex parts in his hand that were only the size of a thumb, and finally showed a satisfied smile after a test. Although the accuracy of this part has not yet reached his expectations, it has improved a lot compared to the beginning. But looking at this part, Fong Bai thought, simple parts are fine, but for such complex parts, the hammer will inevitably produce extremely subtle errors during the hammering process. It may be only a few tenths of a millimeter at a time, but if it is piled up continuously, it will also cause the parts to fail. For small and complex parts, errors are inevitable as long as a hammer is used. Unless you don't use a hammer, you can forge without iron. How to forge without a hammer? A flash of inspiration flashed through Fong Bai's mind. When I forge by hand, hammer and iron felt are my only options. But this is definitely not the only option for Sanlian. What makes Sanlian is the power and vibration transmitted by the hammer. It is also the recoil of Sanlian that makes me absorb the gold element. So the core lies in the stress structure change guided by the vibration, not the hammer. Fong Bai recalled the introduction of the forging mage's hand, and suddenly realized it. A moment later, after some thinking, Fong Bai started forging again. But this time the mage's hand did not turn into a hammer, but directly wrapped the red-hot iron ingot. The mage's hand wrapped the iron ingot inside, and a stream of power was directly transmitted to the iron ingot through the mage's hand in the form of vibration. The iron ingot was deformed again and again in the mage's hand. 1 refining. 2 refining. 3 refining. The iron ingot absorbed the gold element, and after a moment, the parts were formed. At this moment, the parts looked a little crooked, so Fong Bai threw them away and started forging again. Over and over again. Fong Bai's precision in forging fine parts has been improved, and the parts used for practicing forging have become smaller and smaller, at a time flow rate of nearly 100 times. 1 hour is 4 days for Fong Bai, and less than 2 hours is a week. Continuous practice without any interruption is simple and efficient. After a while, Fong Bai opened his eyes and left the fantasy space. In the game, Fong Bai's mind moved, and the magic model of the magician's hand, which had been constructed tens of thousands of times, took shape instantly. Then, he began to build another magic model. Flame control. The magic model took shape, and under Fong Bai's control, the flame in the blast furnace rose straight up in the air in a tube shape and condensed, and turned into a fire lotus under control. The magician's hand grabbed the molten iron in the furnace, and then carefully grabbed some silver-white elemental metal powder and threw it into it, stirring it slowly. After stirring evenly, Dots of silver light gradually emerged from the red molten iron. After the molten iron solidified, forging began. In the flames, the iron ingots continued to vibrate and deform. The black color faded, and gradually turned into silver white. Soon after, the silver parts that had been formed and quenched fell into Fong by hands. Measured with mental power, the accuracy exceeded expectations. It's better than I thought. And we can officially start forging. Fong Bai immediately officially started forging the armor parts. This set of armor has a thick stack of drawings alone, and a large part of them are specification drawings of various parts. Fong Bai strictly followed the blueprints, and the alloys made of molten iron and elemental metal powders were turned into delicate parts. Gears of various shapes and transmission shafts of different specifications gradually took shape. In addition, springs, steel sheets, hollow curved steel plates, movable mechanisms, and other various parts appeared one after another. And if you pick up 2 gears and mesh them with each other at random, they will definitely fit perfectly and water cannot penetrate. Fong Bai excitedly forged the parts. His current speed was much faster than the previous manual forging. If he continued like this, it would not take long for the armor on the blueprint to be perfectly reproduced in the game. But at this moment, a footstep suddenly came from a distance, and Fong Bai frowned and looked over. Is there someone coming? A newcomer to the game or? Hey, Sister Een. There are traces of people living along the river. A player called Wu Een excitedly. Wu Een was stunned when she heard this. People? There are people in this area? Wu Een said immediately after thinking for a moment. Be careful. Don't get close. Don't make a fuss. Wait for us to meet up. Yes. The 2 players looked at the traces left on the ground, looked at each other with curiosity, and then quietly walked forward. Thousands of thoughts flashed through Wu Yin's mind when she received the news. There are people in the depths of this primeval forest? Reclusive aborigines? Savages? Novice players? Or people from other guilds? Wu Yin thought of thousands of possibilities. But when she really saw people, she couldn't help but be surprised. Fong Bai? Wu Yin? Zhang Zhong. Is it you? Seeing 2 familiar faces, and looking at the surrounding players, Fong Bai also put down his weapon after finding that there was no heavy armor. Zhang Zhong, who came with Wu Yin, looked at the simple shelters around him, the blast furnace that was smelting iron, and the pile of stones and coal next to it, and couldn't help asking, Fong Bai, did you build all this? Is there no one else? Yeah. What's wrong? I'm the only one here. Zhang Zhong looked around again, especially when he saw the ruins of an earthen furnace, a carbon kiln, and a brick kiln next to him. His face couldn't hold back anymore. Awesome. You are worthy of being a big shot who can roll the iron pagoda heavy armor in the novice period. From the looks of it, you can do more than roll the iron pagoda heavy armor. You have also climbed the technology tree. Let me see. Stone hammer, iron hammer, steel hammer, earthen furnace, brick furnace, blast furnace. You really climbed one level at a time, Zhang Zhong exclaimed. And the surrounding players couldn't help but exclaim when watching the scene. Fong Bai smiled happily when he heard this. Zhang Zhong's words were not bad. So far, only Wu Yin has remained calm on the surface. At this moment, she was very happy to see Fong Bai. Recalling the previous information, her brain was working rapidly, thinking about what conditions and how to recruit Fong Bai. Looking at the complete equipment around, the forest around, and the Gobi Desert under his feet. Wait a minute. How come the stone under his feet is exactly the same as the ore place next to Fong Bai? Is this Gobi Desert an open-air iron ore deposit? After Wu Yin reacted, she couldn't help but look at Fong Bai equipment again. Hiss. Wu Yin thought of something, and immediately became ruthless, doubling the conditions she had originally thought of. Such a blacksmith. It is definitely worth spending a lot of money to recruit him. If he can really help him complete the job transfer later, it will definitely be a big profit. At this moment, Wu Yin even wanted to show Fong Bai the original shares and the spearman job transfer ceremony. If she missed this opportunity, she would definitely regret it for the rest of her life. Fong Bai. However, as soon as the voice fell, Wu Yin's words were forcibly held back by the scene in front of her. Chapter 51. The Old One is Coming. Fong Bai. When Wu Yin just opened her mouth, she saw a line of fire slowly extending from the blast furnace, condensing into a red and blue flame lotus in the air. A piece of iron ingot with silver spots quickly burned red in the flame lotus, and slowly changed its shape in the vibration. It was Fong Bai who saw Zhang Zhong, and Wu Yin had no intention of leaving for a while. After chatting for a few words, she thought for a moment and felt that there was nothing to hide, and it was more important to forge her armor quickly. So she just started forging directly. Fong Bai was annoyed by those who hid things. After all, it was just a job change, and it was not something shameful. It was only in a small place like Bag Town that there were no job changers. In the Red Maple City to which Bag Town belonged, there were already job changers who fought all over the world. And when others knew that he had a job change item, it would only benefit him to let others know that he had changed his job properly. So, it's not a novel. So there's no need to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger in reality. He Fong Bai, by nature, doesn't like to pretend. Everyone was stunned when they saw the scene. Wu Yin and Zhang Zhong, ? Players, shock. Everyone looked up at this magical scene, looking at the light blue fire lotus. And Wu Yin's words just now made Fong Bai, who was forging, turn his head and ask, "What's wrong? Are you forging?" Wu Yin looked at this scene, and a possibility that popped up in her mind made her a little suffocated. "Yes. You changed your job?" "Yes. It's been a while since I changed my job." Fong Bai was happy in his heart, but on the surface his face and tone did not change at all. And even the rhythm of forging did not change at all. The people around him were suffocated when they heard the words, especially Wu Yin and Zhang Zhong. The two of them looked at each other, and no one understood the difficulty of changing jobs better than them, who had the props for changing jobs. Without any help. He changed his job? Isn't this the same as a player who didn't change his job and won a single fight against a monster? It's really awesome. Listening to Fong Bai words, Zhang Zhong thought Fong Bai was very powerful. But Wu Yin fell silent, knowing that she had missed it. She no longer had the qualifications to recruit, and she couldn't afford the price of a blacksmith who changed his job, even if she had to sacrifice all her shares. But Wu Yin figured it out immediately, and said in a surprised tone, "Congratulations. I didn't expect that, Fong Bai. You alone could lead so many guilds and so many players." "Huh? Are there no other guilds that have changed their job yet? Why is it so slow?" Fong Bai was stunned when he heard this, and her question made Zhang Zhong and Wu Yin hesitate to speak, and they paused for a moment before continuing. "Yes, there has been no job changer so far. The job change props are too rare, and the job change conditions are too harsh. I really didn't expect that you have already changed your job. This can shock me for a whole year." Wu Yin sighed again, and said immediately, "Fong Bai, can I customize some equipment from you? If it is convenient? Okay. It's fate that we can meet in this forest. I can help you get some equipment when I have time." Fong Bai has a good impression of Wu Yin and Zhang Zhong. Now they are nice to talk to, under the condition that it does not affect the progress of his armor. He is also happy to sell some equipment to them. However, Fong Bai is also quite curious about their appearance. "Why are you here? I don't know how far it is from Bag Town." Fong Bai just finished a part and took the quenched part in his hand for inspection. After measuring it, he asked, "Oh, we are here to find Warcraft." "It's hard to say," Wu Yin said, and looked at the other players watching nearby. "What are you still standing there for? Team 1 and Team 2. Go and smash some more. Team 3. Go and chop some trees and make charcoal. Team 4. Light a fire and cook. It's almost time for dinner. Grill some meat and cook some soup. You have to rely on Fong Bai for your equipment later. If you're more agile, the food will taste better, and maybe the equipment you get will be better." After Wu Yin finished speaking, she turned around and said to Fong Bai, "Fong Bai, do you want to eat together later?" "Okay." Wu Yin's intention to make friends was very obvious, and Fong Bai didn't resist. He chatted with her and Zhang Zhong. At this moment, a familiar sound of footsteps sounded. "Moo!" Fong Bai turned his head and saw the one-horned rhino that was about to cry just now running over. But this time, the one-horned rhino widened its eyes and barked when it saw Fong Bai, then ran away with its short legs. Fong Bai was happy to see this. "You're running away now?" Fong Bai was laughing, but Zhang Zhong and Wu Yin looked as if they had seen a ghost. "Rhinoceros? Phew. Luckily there was only one." The two of them breathed a sigh of relief, and Fong Bai looked at them in confusion. "What happened?" "Fong Bai, you don't know how bad these rhinos are. Fortunately, There is only one. By the way, Fong Bai, you didn't offend it, did you? Offended? Fong Bai recalled the scene when the one-horned rhinoceros was thrown to tears by him before. Seeing the cautious look of the two people, he suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Does it count if it cries? Ah. This. Zhang Zhong and Wu Ying were silent. And at the same time, the ground shook slightly. And the two of them reacted immediately and shouted, "No! They are coming! Run!" However, as soon as the voice fell, Fong Bai turned his head and looked to the north. A strong momentum as heavy as a mountain rose in the north. The earth element over there seemed to have a strong personal will. Zhang Zhong and Wu Ying just wanted to run when they felt a huge momentum crushing them and could not move directly. This feeling made Fong Bai slightly startled and discovered something. Momentum? I see. The next moment, Fong Bai next to him tried for a while, and a strong momentum also burst out from his body. The huge pressure made their breathing stagnate, and they took a few steps back. Zhang Zhong felt it particularly clearly. And then the momentum from the opposite side instantly made the two people unable to move. It was like a mouse in a bellows, being bullied from all sides. Fong Bai noticed the difference between the two people next to him, but he didn't care about them. Instead, he kept sensing and learning, and barely released the momentum. Until a moment later, Fong Bai finally found the trick, holding the hammer in his hand, and took a step forward. Buzz! The invisible momentum in the sky, like a steel hammer, lifted up a piece of the sky. Zhang Zhong and Wu Ying felt the pressure fade away, and at this moment, heavy footsteps sounded. Boom! 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 The earth shook. Some gravel jumped up and fell, and a group of unicorns taller than humans appeared in front of Fong Bai and others. Fong Bai locked onto the leading one-horned rhino in an instant. This one-horned rhino was over 2 meters tall, and it was a huge beast standing on the ground. The rhino's skin covered with keratin was like a natural thick heavy armor, which was daunting. What really scared Fong Bai was the strong elemental power in its body. There was no doubt that it was a magic beast. At this moment, as the momentum of both sides continued to collide and the atmosphere was tense, the 1 meter tall one-horned rhino was standing at the feet of the magic beast rhino and mooing continuously. Moo! 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 The little rhino jumped up and down, pointing at Fong Bai with its horn from time to time, and shouting at the magic beast rhino from time to time. After shouting, the little rhino took a few steps forward and looked at Fong Bai provocatively. Fong Bai even tasted a sense of complacency. Now Fong Bai understood everything. Good guy. Warcraft 2. No wonder he is so arrogant and deserves a beating. Fong Bai. Hurry up. This is Warcraft. You can release the skill ground spike, Zhang Zhong said hurriedly. Fong Bai shook his head. I'm locked in. I can't leave. You guys should pay attention to your own safety, and stay away from me later. Fong Bai twisted his neck after speaking and continued. This is the younger one. Here comes the older one. I want to see if I can beat this old one. Zhang Zhong. Wu Ying couldn't help but pause when hearing this. Fong Bai's face became serious at this moment, and his wrist shook lightly. A scroll fell into his hand, and the blast furnace behind him opened, and the flames in it and the flames in the furnace gushed out together, condensed into a ball in the air and quickly compressed. Chapter 52. Unreasonable? It's quite reasonable. Fong Bai stared at the Warcraft rhino with a serious look, and the spell scroll in his hand floated up and unfolded. Red lines extended from the spell scroll and quickly formed a hexagram out of thin air. A complex three-dimensional structure slowly took shape in the middle of the hexagram. In the blast furnace, the flames inside the furnace continued to flow out and surround the spell scroll. In an instant, the surrounding fire elements surged. I didn't hurt your offspring. Otherwise it wouldn't be alive. What you should do is to take care of it, instead of coming to me. Now, leave here. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences, Fong Bai said slowly, and his mental power surged towards the Warcraft rhino with a strong personal will. As soon as the voice fell, the atmosphere became more tense, and Zhang Zhong next to him was terrified. Moo! The Warcraft rhino stared at Fong Bai. The two sides had a huge difference in size, but the momentum confrontation was evenly matched and stalemate. After a stalemate, the Warcraft rhino took the initiative to let out a deep moo. With turbid eyes, it glanced at the spell scroll, glanced at Fong Bai, and then looked down at the little rhino that was jumping around without any injuries, but was still provoking in front of it, and then walked over. Moo! The little rhino suddenly felt that the atmosphere was not right, and looked back in confusion, and then saw a hoof quickly enlarged in front of it. Bang! The Warcraft rhino kicked the little rhino back into the rhino group, and rolled several times in a row. The little rhino was stunned, stood up and shook his head, looking at the Warcraft rhino in confusion, and looked at Fong Bai in confusion. The little head was full of confusion. Moo! The Warcraft rhino walked back and let out a moo, and the other rhinos immediately turned around and followed. The little rhino was still standing there in a daze. Fong Bai looked at it with a bad face. It reacted instantly and ran to the feet of the Warcraft rhino, then turned back and looked at Fong Bai provocatively. Fong Bai sneered at this. The mental power went away again with the sound. The little rhino provoked me first. Fortunately, it was lucky that I had no ill intentions. Otherwise you would never see it. It is not a good habit to provoke a supernatural being. Sooner or later, you will die miserably. Moo! Moo! The two rhinos, one big and one small, mooed at the same time. But the meaning was not the same. The little rhino, who felt the danger, wanted to escape immediately. But before he could leave, a rhino leg like a stone pillar kicked over. Bang! The little rhino flew out. The little rhino, which flew a long way, shook its head and stood up. Before it could react, it was kicked again. Moo! The little rhino mooed unwillingly, as if to tell Fong Bai that the matter was not over yet. But the next moment, it was kicked away again. The kick was very heavy, and the little rhino flew even farther than before. Fong Bai watched the rhinoceros kick the little rhino away, waved his hand, and the flame surrounding the spell scroll slowly dissipated, and the unfolded spell scroll was also folded up and fell into his hand. Zhang Zhong and Wu Yin, who were beside him, breathed a sigh of relief. When they touched their backs, they were soaked with cold sweat. Finally left. But just like that, Fong Bai returned to the blast furnace and said casually, "What else? It's just a naughty kid. This rhino is not unreasonable." Reasonable? Unreasonable? Isn't this quite reasonable? Zhang Zhong, question mark. A huge question mark appeared on Zhang Zhong's head. And Wu Yin, who was beside him, said in confusion, "Warcraft will not reason with people of different levels." Zhang Zhong paused when he heard this. As a monster, judging from its performance just now, it should have a certain degree of intelligence. Its character may be frenzy, but the nature of the beast determines that it will not easily fight with enemies of the same level to avoid injury. After Wu Yin finished speaking, she looked at Fong Bai and said softly, "Fortunately, Fong Bai was quick-witted and scared the monster rhino away directly. Otherwise we would have died." After the voice fell, Fong Bai, who was about to continue forging, smiled and looked back. Scared? With just one glance, Fong Bai momentum just left was leaked out, and the two seemed to see a steel hammer several tens of meters in size falling towards them. Wu Yin and Zhang Zhong subconsciously took a step back, and Fong Bai restrained his momentum in an instant. This made the two recall the rhino's undisguised murderous intent in the terrifying momentum just now, and they immediately got goosebumps, recalling again the confrontation between Fong Bai and the monster rhino just now. If it wasn't scared Zhang Zhong, question mark. Wu Yin, shock. The two looked up at Fong Bai at the same time, and saw that Fong Bai had completely restrained his momentum at this moment, and looked like an ordinary person. In front of him, a bright green fire lotus slowly rotated. Fong Bai continued to forge. Nothing was more important than his armor. At noon, with the help of Zhang Zhong and Wu Yin, Fong Bai had a hot meal. After the meal, he used the ordinary second-level refining technology to make a batch of equipment for them. The quality of these equipments is better than what they originally used, but it is limited. The average price is 1,500 yuan per piece. Considering the lunch, they made a small profit, and Fong Bai did not lose. It took some time to make a total of 20 pieces, and receive 30,000 yuan, which can be regarded as a subsidy for the family. After the forging, Fong Bai was about to continue forging heavy armor, but was interrupted by Wu Yin before he started. Fong Bai, can I customize a gun head with this metal? Wu Yin pointed to the iron ingot next to Fong Bai furnace and said. The black iron ingot had sporadic silver dots on it. You have a sharp eye. No. Fong Bai smiled and said the most affirmative refusal. Seeing that Wu Yin wanted to say something, he said it in advance. No. It's not a matter of price. No matter how much money it is, it won't work. Wu Yin saw Fong Bai said it directly, and was helpless. The materials Fong Bai used to forge his own weapons are definitely the best. Is there really no other way? If you find similar materials, you can bring them to me. At least I have the forging ability, and will not waste materials. Right? Fong Bai shrugged. And I will give you a discount on the processing fee when the time comes. Okay. Then we will definitely come to you, when we find similar materials. But Fong Bai, don't you have anything better here? I think these weapons just made are not as good as Zhang Zhong's previous gun head. Right? It's so cheap. I want to customize another gun head. I don't know the price. Fong Bai glanced at the spear in Zhang Zhong's hand. And there were dark red marks left in the blood groove of the spear head. The originally brand new spear head has some gaps and mottled spots. This is obviously the mark left after countless battles. Fong Bai is of course willing to customize the gun head. But the price? Fong Bai thought about it. The price of mass-produced weapons is 1,000 to 1,500 yuan. At the beginning, the custom price quoted after mastering the second refining is 5,000 yuan. After mastering the second refining and reaching the threshold of the third refining, it is 18,000 yuan. Now under the watchful eyes of Zhang Zhong and Wu Yin, Fong Bai said, since we are so familiar with each other, I will give you 3 standards. 5,000 yuan, 18,800 yuan, and 68,800 yuan. 68,800 yuan. As soon as Fong Bai finished speaking, Wu Yin immediately took over and said, which made Fong Bai stunned, and then nodded. Okay. Wait a moment. After Fong Bai finished speaking, he immediately prepared to forge. And at this moment, another familiar sound of footsteps sounded. Moo! Chapter 53 Elemental Materials. Moo! Hearing the familiar rhino call, Fong Bai and the other two turned their heads, and saw the little rhino running over quickly with its short legs. When it noticed Fong Bai looking over, it suddenly braked. Snap! The thing on the little rhino's back fell off. The little rhino hesitated for a moment, then used its horns to throw it behind its back, and then ran over in small steps. Moo! The little rhino shouted at Fong Bai fiercely, then threw the thing on its back in front of Fong Bai, with a look of dissatisfaction in its eyes. Give it to me? Fong Bai picked up the thing on the ground and found that it was a piece of rhino skin. Unlike ordinary animal skin, this skin was blue-black and a little transparent. Like jelly. Press it hard. It was soft, but very, very tough. And then Fong Bai also sensed the rich power of the earth element in it. The skin of elemental material shed from the Warcraft rhino? Feeling the toughness of the skin, Fong Bai heart moved. Moo! The little rhino lay on the ground unconvinced, not looking at Fong Bai. I received the things. Why are you still here? Aren't you going back? Be careful, your dad will beat you again. Moo! The little rhino turned his head to the other side angrily, which made Fong Bai laugh. This little rhino is quite interesting. As if he ran away from home after being beaten. Fong Bai couldn't figure out for a while whether this piece of rhino skin was a gift from the Warcraft rhino, or the money the little rhino brought when he ran away from home. But it was obvious that it was his. First put the rhino skin and the processed white wolf skin together, and then Fong Bai walked towards the blast furnace. However, at the moment when Fong Bai turned around, the little rhino suddenly stood up and arched his butt towards Fong Bai. But I knew you had bad intentions. Fong Bai cursed with a smile, and turned around to throw the little rhino to the ground. For the sake of the skin, he was not angry, but felt a little fun. If he could get a few more skins by throwing them a few more times, it would be great. He would never have too much of this stuff. Fong Bai narrowed his eyes as he thought about it. Moo! The little rhino that was thrown down saw that sneak attacks were useless, and immediately fell to the ground and did not get up. Fong Bai smiled at this, and did not care about it. With a thought, 2 spell models took shape, and a fire lotus extended from the furnace, and an iron ingot in it quickly turned red. Bang! 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 There was no clanging sound. Only a dull and real sound echoed. And the iron ingot quickly changed its shape in such a sound. 1 refinement. 2 refinements. 3 refinements. When the 3 refinements were all completed, the spearhead was perfectly formed. During this process, gold elements continuously gathered, but they were all isolated by Fong Bai mental power. However, this also increased the concentration of gold elements around. Suddenly, Fong Bai found that something was absorbing these stagnant gold elements. With a sweep of mental power, Fong Bai immediately looked at the little rhino lying on the ground. Huh? Is it? In the castle of Bag Town. My Jia, wearing a white robe, walked away. The Lord will punish you. Father, the Bag Knights will not see us. What about those poor villagers? They will die. The little nun in white clothes said with pity. And the old My Jia shook his head slightly and said aloud, let them live in the church. In addition, I have sent a message to the Red Maple City Church. The Knights of the Temple will arrive soon. Don't worry. The Lord will protect his people. The old father My Jia said this. But the sorrow on his brows did not dissipate for a long time. The frequent disappearances made him feel very bad. He smelled a rotten and foul smell. And the speed of Knight support has been getting slower and slower in recent years. I hope it's in time. Meiga prayed silently in his heart. God, protect your people. In the castle, Bag looked at the person next to him. Is that old guy gone? He's gone, the sturdy leech said, and then asked again. But Lord, I have heard that there are many beggars in the slums recently. A bunch of lowly people. They are dead. And they are still cults? A few people dying is a cult? That old guy just wants to use this to pressure me. And wants to use me to help these people to help him preach. Old guy, why don't you die? A trace of displeasure flashed in Bag's green bean-sized eyes. Leech keenly caught this point and immediately shut up, never mentioning this matter again, and no longer mentioned the number of dead beggars, and said instead, this old guy probably won't live long. By the way, Lord, I sent someone to check, and the person who went to look for Cory came back. He didn't find Cory, but he found some other things. What's going on? He said that he found a group of dozens of players in that forest. This group of players is well equipped and carries a lot of dry food. They have been running around in the forest, as if they are looking for something. But it is not clear what they are looking for, Leech said doubtfully, and then asked, Lord, do you know what is there? Leg regretted his words as soon as he said them. He saw a flash of light in Bag's green bean-sized eyes, and he shouted immediately, don't ask if you shouldn't ask. Yes, yes, yes. Leg lowered his head and responded quickly, and Bag stood up after he finished speaking. His fat body walked around in the hall, and his eyes were almost narrowed into a slit. It's impossible to search for things in a large area. No, we can't wait like this. Thinking of the location of the town marked on the magic map, Bag's face still looked a little ugly, and he made a decision immediately. Leg, take your people, prepare supplies, and go into the mountains immediately. Leg was refreshed when he heard the words, and responded immediately. Yes. Soon after, Baker personally led a well-equipped elite force out of the barracks. The moment the army left the barracks, all the player guilds in Baker Town were boiling. In an instant, all the guilds directly entered a state of war, and the evacuation began, and the whole began to be broken into pieces. However, when they found that this army had entered the wilderness mountains, they were stunned. Not to fight them? What the hell? There is something more hateful than their guilds that attract hatred? The players immediately became interested when they thought of this. And soon after, a group of players followed Baker. Soon after they left, a servant in the castle walked out of the castle normally, quietly shook off the many players who were staring at the castle, and disappeared in the crowd. On the bed, Fong Bai looked at the little rhino strangely, and then handed the quenched 3 refined spear head to Zhang Zhong. Seeing Zhang Zhong looking around at the spear head, looking quite curious, Fong Bai thought about it, took the spear head, and chopped his original spear head directly with the spear blade. Ding! The original gun head broke with a sound, and the cut was unusually smooth. Wu Ying couldn't help but cover her mouth, while Zhang Zhong widened his eyes, looked at the gun on the ground, and then looked at the intact new gun head in Fong Bai hand. Fong Bai was very satisfied with the effect. There is no way. The fee is so high. You have to make the customer feel that the money is worth it. Right? How is it? Not bad? Not bad. Not bad. But not bad is not bad. But Fong Bai. Zhang Zhong pointed to the half-gun head on the ground and said, Why did you cut off my gun head? Fong Bai's face froze when he heard it. Damn. What are you doing? You are so proud now. I just asked you whether the new gun head is sharp and awesome. But you actually care about your old gun head being broken? Fong Bai was silent. Chapter 54 Little Rhino died suddenly. My spear head can still be used by others, and can be collected. Why did you cut it off for me? Zhang Zhong said with a bitter face. Fong Bai said immediately after a moment of silence. Okay. I paid for it. I paid for it. Well, forget about paying for it. How about this? Fong Bai Zhang Zhong sighed. But Fong Bai suddenly became alert as soon as he opened his mouth. He seemed to hear the sound of an abacus. Before Zhang Zhong finished speaking, Fong Bai in front of him moved. An iron ingot was instantly burned red in the fire lotus. Clang! Bang! Clang! Bang! Bang! Steel hammer and magician's hand were used together. Zhang Zhong was dazzled. In a flash, a red spear head was quenched. It was so fast that it seemed to come off after a turn on the assembly line. Why don't you help me make a set of armor, and I pay for it? Fong Bai had already handed the warm spear head to him, as soon as Zhang Zhong finished speaking. Okay. This is for you as compensation. It's definitely better than the previous one. Zhang Zhong looked down at the gun tip, then at Fong Bai, and was stunned. After thinking about it, he still said with a smug face, Fong Bai, that armor. Forget it. I haven't played armor for many years. Then what about the armor on you? His. Do you guys have any hobbies? Why do you like to take armor from me so much? No. No. I just made 100,000 from you. And I'm not short of money. I won't sell it. Even if you pay more. Ah. This. Zhang Zhong was silenced by Fong Bai words. What do you mean by just making 100,000 from them? Although it is indeed a fact. And they are willing to do it. Why does it sound so unpleasant? Okay. Zhang Zhong was helpless. Can you help us hunt a monster? We can pay the commission and cooperate fully. Even if all of us die once. When the monster comes, we only want the crystal core. Nothing else. Zhang Zhong couldn't help but look at Fong Bai. But Fong Bai didn't say anything. Wu Yin and Zhang Zhong also understood. Sighed slightly, and made Fong Bai feel a little uncomfortable. But at this time Wu Yin said again, Can I customize some hunting tools and traps? Okay. Fong Bai couldn't refuse. So he agreed directly. But he felt something was wrong just after agreeing, and looked at Zhang Zhong and Wu Yin suspiciously. He felt that he was being tricked. But there seemed to be no evidence. Forget it. It shouldn't be a trick. Most likely it's a one-shot deal. Since they are so rich, let's make another fortune from them. Next time they customize something, raise the price for them. Super double. Fong Bai thought to himself. After spending some time to help them finish the hunting tools, Zhang Zhong and Wu Yin led the team away. The blast furnace was quiet again, with only Fong Bai and the little rhino still humming. Fong Bai squatted next to the little rhino, watching it turn its head away angrily, and looked at it. How can you absorb the power of the gold element? Isn't your father an earth elemental monster? Fong Bai muttered, and simply extended his mental power into the little rhino's body to give it a comprehensive physical examination. It was found that there was no trace of the earth element in the little rhino's body. Only the gold element that had just been absorbed. And the content was negligible. Are you sure it's your own child? Fong Bai turned the little rhino's head over and looked at it in confusion. Moo! The little rhino screamed angrily and wanted to but Fong Bai. But Fong Bai, who was prepared, held it down firmly. Mutated? Fong Bai suddenly understood why the little rhino taken away by the monster rhino still had the opportunity to come to him. Anyway, it was definitely impossible for it to sneak out. The Warcraft rhino is not a fool. And it just happens that he is also a gold element. Thinking of this, Fong Bai immediately became interested and patted the little rhino's head. I understand. You were sold to me by your father, so you will follow me in the future. Moo! This time the little rhino did not get angry, but just turned his head to the other side unhappily. This further confirmed Fong Bai's guess. But then again, how did you absorb the gold element? Did you absorb it on your own initiative? The little rhino did not respond, and Fong Bai shook his head. You definitely don't have this ability. Otherwise the environment is full of gold elements, and you would have absorbed it long ago. That should be related to my forging. Fong Bai pondered. Could it be that the gold elements attracted by the three refinements can be more easily absorbed by humans or beasts? That shouldn't be the case. Zhang Zhong and Wu Yin next to me didn't react at all before. There should also be a special feature of the little rhino. After thinking for a moment, Fong Bai entered the fantasy space and tried it. He had just scanned the little rhino in. In the fantasy space, Fong Bai was performing the third refining above the little rhino, and using his mental power to closely monitor the changes in the little rhino and the third refining iron ingot. After a moment, the vibrations emitted by the magician's hand caught Fongbai attention. The magician's hand transmits power in the form of vibrations, thereby forging. This vibration acts on the iron ingot inwardly and acts on the air outwardly. Creatures within a certain range will be affected by the vibrations and begin to absorb gold elements. However, when Fongbai imagined Zhang Zhong secretly scanning and forging on his head, Fongbai changed this conclusion. Even if he was 3 refined on Zhang Zhong's head, he didn't feel anything. So it must not be this reason. At least not the main reason. But it can also play a certain role. And at this moment, a thought suddenly flashed through Fongbai's mind. Wait. If it is useful, can I? After a moment of hesitation, Fongbai immediately imagined a little rhino. And the magician's hand directly wrapped the little rhino. The 3 refined hammer method was performed. And a steady stream of power was transmitted to the little rhino through vibrations. 1 refining. Snap! A muffled sound came from the little rhino's body. Fongbai scanned it with his mental power, and found that the little rhino's internal organs and muscles had completely turned into a mass of paste. It was deader than dead. Ahem. Fongbai pretended not to notice it. With a thought, he imagined a little rhino again, and continued forging. However, this time, the force was much lighter, and the distance was much farther. 1 refining. 2 refining. And soon, the little rhino croaked again. After the little rhino croaked back and forth for 100 times, Fongbai finally found some tricks, and forged by touching the critical point of the little rhino. 1 refining. 2 refining. 3 refining. When the first hammer of the third refining fell, the gold element gathered towards the little rhino. Unlike the little rhino's negligible absorption during the previous forging, at this moment, all the gold elements attracted were absorbed by the little rhino. This discovery gave Fongbai a little distracting thought. Snap! The force was heavy, and the little rhino died again. But Fongbai didn't care about that anymore, and imagined a little rhino again and started. 1 refining. 2 refining. 3 refining. As the 3 refining hammers fell one after another, the speed at which the little rhino absorbed the gold element became faster and faster. And under the effect of the 3 refining, the structure of the little rhino's body seemed to have undergone a qualitative change. Huh? Fongbai was so shocked that he let out a long breath. The 3 refinings were completed. Snap! The little rhino died suddenly. Chapter 55 3 Refinements to Refine the Body? Pa! The little rhino died suddenly again. Fongbai was very happy. Of course, it wasn't because the little rhino died suddenly. Although that was a little bit true. Although the little rhino died, its physical strength was definitely improved before it died. The gold element formed a specific structure under the shock of the 3 refinements, and was ready to be completely integrated into the little rhino's body. But the little rhino's body couldn't withstand it, and was torn apart by the huge changes in a short period of time. Theoretically, as long as the little rhino can withstand it, its physical strength will be close to that of elemental metal. This discovery surprised Fongbai. What does it mean? Can the flesh and blood body become as hard as elemental metal? If you can do this, then you don't need to be afraid of a machete, standing in place and letting others chop you without blinking. Coach, I want to learn this. He is the coach. If he doesn't know it yet, then it's okay. After a brief excitement, Fongbai slowly calmed down. The changes that even steel ingots can't withstand, the flesh and blood body definitely can't withstand. However, steel ingots can withstand after being integrated into the elemental metal powder to form an alloy. So can the body also add something, or strengthen it in advance before the last step of forging? First, increase the strength of the body to the level of iron ingots little by little, and then increase it to the level of steel ingots little by little. Finally, add something to allow the body to withstand the qualitative change, and then undergo the 3rd refining, so as to be reborn and have the strength of elemental metal directly? Fongbai's eyes became brighter and brighter. This is what a blacksmith is. What kind of blacksmith is he if he can't even withstand the forging hammer? Fongbai immediately started to study excitedly. First, figure out the principle of how the gold element increases my body strength. I have already completed the improvement, and it is not easy to study. The little rhino has just started. So let's use the little rhino to experiment. Fongbai ignored the fact that he could use the fantasy space to imagine this thing before, and directly imagined a lot of little rhinos. After a while, the little rhinos died in batches. After a long time, Fongbai opened his eyes, only to find the little rhino standing in front of him. eager to try, but not daring. And when Fong Bai opened his eyes, the little rhino seemed to see countless ways of his own death from Fong Bai eyes. The main point is that your death is beyond imagination. The little rhino's eyes widened instantly, and it ran a long way with its short legs. Come back. Fong Bai waved kindly. Moo! The little rhino shook its head quickly. Come back quickly. Are you afraid of me? Moo! The little rhino nodded. It's stupid, but not stupid at all. Fong Bai's face suddenly darkened. Don't come back? I count to 3. 1, 2. The little rhino hesitated for a moment, and ran over reluctantly. Moo! That's better. Fong Bai directly grabbed the little rhino's horn with one hand and dragged it forward. The little rhino pushed back with its 4 hooves, but its arms were no match for its thighs, so it was dragged forward. This made the little rhino look hopeless, as if it was about to be dragged by Fong Bai to do something. What are you thinking about? Lie down. Fong Bai patted the little rhino. The little rhino just wanted to lie down, but Fong Bai threw it to the ground as soon as he finished speaking. It felt wronged. You are wronged even though I gave you a benefit. Take a closer look. Fong Bai kicked the little rhino, and then he thought about it. 2 spell models took shape, and the flames were drawn out from the furnace and turned into a brilliant green fire lotus above the little rhino. Fong Bai immediately threw an alloy ingot into the fire lotus. Watching the alloy ingot gradually turn red, Fong Bai hard moved slightly. The iron ingot must be heated and softened before forging. Otherwise it will break if forged directly. Does the body also have to go through a similar process? Otherwise, it is normal for the body to break directly after a sudden forging and a rapid change. Fong Bai began to forge the parts of the armor while thinking. 1 refining. 2 refining. 3 refining. During the 3rd refining, the steel ingot began to absorb the gold element. And during this process, the concentration of gold elements around it was also increased a lot. And the little rhino below also began to absorb it. Fong Bai did not conduct any experiments on the little rhino. There is a fantasy space, and any experiment can be conducted in it. And some of the experiments just now did not produce any results. So Fong Bai would not use them on the little rhino, to avoid it suddenly dying. For now, just let it absorb the gold element by itself. It is safe, and nothing will happen. Other things will be discussed later. Since he has completely mastered the magician's hand and the control of fire, Fong Bai's forging speed has increased dramatically. First, the flame control condenses the flame and isolates the internal and external temperatures, which directly causes the flame temperature to rise rapidly. And the iron ingot can be burned through in an instant. The precise magician's hand wraps the iron ingot, and can directly forge the iron ingot from all directions at the same time, just like mechanical pressing. And it takes shape instantly. However, this is still somewhat different from mechanical suppression. Fong Bai still needs to use 3 refining to shape the internal structure and stress structure of the iron ingot. So there must be a sequence between each hammer, and it cannot be done at the same time. In addition, there is still a process. But for ordinary 2 refining, Fong Bai can be said to be able to do it in a blink of an eye. This is why he finished forging the 2 refining spearhead before Zhang Zhong reacted just now. It's so fast. Even the assembly line is not so efficient. 1 by 1, the parts are formed. 1 by 1, the iron ingots fly into the fire lotus, and then become parts neatly placed aside. In this process, the gold element is constantly absorbed, under the action of a suction force. The concentration of gold elements in the vicinity is also increasing. The most comfortable one is the little rhino below, which is very comfortable. But it can't feel anything. Just feels very comfortable, lying on the ground with eyes narrowed, and gradually fell asleep. Fong Bai's main mind is concentrated on forging, and it is not easy to be distracted. However, he also used his mental power to cover the little rhino, constantly scanning its state at every moment into the fantasy space and condensing it. The forging continued until the evening, and when the sky gradually dimmed, Fong Bai stopped. The dull sound that suddenly disappeared made the sleeping little rhino open his eyes. And when he found Fong Bai here, and there was nothing else unusual, he fell asleep again. You sleep comfortably. Fong Bai kicked the little rhino, and the thick-skinned little rhino hummed twice in dissatisfaction, but didn't wake up. Fong Bai also laughed as he watched. Ate some dry food in the game. Ate some food in reality. Solved some problems, and went online again. Study time. First read books. Although he had finished reading the books in the previous book list, Fong Bai did not rush to find them for the book list again, but turned out the previous books again. Before, I could only say that I had finished reading and understood some, but I was still far from mastering it. At this moment, Fong Bai had a basic understanding of this course, and he immediately started to study again. Not bad. The progress was not bad. Time passed by minute. 2 hours in reality, and nearly a week in the fantasy space. Fong Bai put the book and the notes he wrote on the bookshelf and came to a pile of little rhinos. Chapter 56. The second armor is finished. Structure. Fong Bai imagined a whole square array of little rhinos in front of him, and scanned them with his mental power bit by bit, carefully sensing the gradually increasing gold elements in the little rhinos. These gold elements are integrated into the body structure of the little rhinos, directly improving the strength of the body structure. Perceiving from a microscopic perspective, Fong Bai found that the gold elements seemed to be accumulated inside the body structure, supporting the strength of the body structure. This made Fong Bai think. The body absorbs the gold elements and merges with the body in the shock of the 3 refinements, which simply improves the body strength. The fundamental reason why the 3 refinements can make the steel ingots reborn is that I adjusted the stress structure inside the steel ingots through forging, and adjusted the structural arrangement of the gold elements inside. After the 2 are completed at the same time, they are integrated, so as to complete the qualitative change of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Therefore, it has a strength similar to that of elemental metals. These are the 2 mysteries of the 3 refinements. The former. Fong Bai recalled the various magical deaths of the little rhinos, and shook his head slightly. The structure of living flesh and blood is different from that of dead steel ingots. They are 2 completely different fields. No matter how I adjust the structure of steel ingots, it will be fine. But once I adjust the stress structure of the flesh, it will inevitably cause structural disorder, and then tear the body apart from the inside out. There will be no exception, unless I stop being a human being and don't want this body anymore. So the first way to adjust the stress structure is not advisable. At least it is not advisable to directly use the forging method to change the structure. Anyone who comes here will surely die. And the stronger the body, the faster it will die. What about the second way? Fong Bai observed the gold elements accumulated inside the little rhino, and then sensed the gold elements inside the body. Now the gold elements are simply piled up, loose and messy, which is completely different from the gold element structure shown during the 3 refining process. If the gold elements inside the body can be compressed and then structured, then the strength and stability alone will definitely be improved by dozens of times. If it is integrated into the body and kept constant in the body, it may have the same effect as metal. And the first method is not completely impossible. Rapid and violent forging does not work. So find a way to slowly guide the changes in the body structure and slowly adjust the internal structure of the body. In this case, the gold element structure is consistent with the internal stress structure of the body. Fong Bai fell into thought. This seems to be feasible. I went offline to drink a glass of water and looked at the time. It was 3 o'clock in the morning. After a glance, he went online again to continue researching. This sounds simple, but many studies must be completed to achieve these 2 steps. Fong Bai imagined a notebook and wrote on it. 1. Body structure. 1. Scan the human body in large quantities. Analyze the stress structure of the human body, and calculate the optimal stress structure diagram. 2. Conduct a large number of experiments to obtain methods to guide the growth of the body structure by external force. 3.2. Gold element structure 1. Based on the optimal human body structure and the 3 alchemy element structures, the optimal human gold element structure diagram is calculated. 2. Through experiments, obtain methods to change the gold element structure of the human body. 3. Verify and quantify the impact of gold element structure changes on human strength, power, nerve reaction speed, and health. 4. Fong Bai wrote a few pages of paper, and after thinking about it, he added some more. After all the additions were completed, Fong Bai took a general look at all the projects and divided them into order according to whether they needed preconditions, difficulty, etc. For larger and more general projects, they were divided and refined. And finally the schedule was completed. 3 alchemy body forging method. The research officially began, and Fong Bai fiddled with the fantasy rhinoceros again. But this time hundreds of Fong Bais slowly appeared next to him, each reflecting the different degrees of fusion of gold elements. Although it was a bit strange to face himself and study himself, Fong Bai quickly restrained and adapted to it, and devoted himself to the research. Then, Zhang Zhong fantasy was also condensed, and Fong Bai mental power scanned it bit by bit to study his internal structure. Later, Fong Bai even controlled Zhang Zhong body to perform the 3 refining forging, so as to obtain the data of Zhang Zhong body fusing gold elements. Little by little, the samples Fong Bai study gradually increased, and Fong Bai would not disperse these samples, but keep them in this fantasy space. Not long after, a corner under the bookshelf wall had another experimental area. When Fong Bai was immersed in something, time always passed quickly. It was like slipping away quietly without you noticing. In the early morning, he studied the textbook knowledge that he had already read and mastered, chewing and grinding it repeatedly, trying to understand it thoroughly. During the day, he forged armor parts, little by little, pursuing the ultimate precision and strength. At night, he conducted research on the 3 refining body forging. Except for the forging during the day, he had no choice but to forge little by little. At night, whether he was reading or researching, he simply used one day as dozens of days, nearly 100 days. During this period, he occasionally practiced archery and close combat to adjust his mood. 10 days later, Fong Bai forged the last part marked on the armor drawing. Fong Bai started to assemble this set of armor that day. 3 days later, the armor was assembled. That day, Zhang Zhong and Wu Ying came with a girl. Fong Bai, what are you doing? Zhang Zhong stared blankly at the armor on a shelf. Is this the armor you made? So handsome. Fong Bai looked at him quietly, walked to the front of the armor, and inserted 2 shaped handles into a groove on the back of the armor. The overall armor is closed, about 2 meters high, unpainted, silver mechanical style, and looks tall and burly. Fong Bai did not answer Zhang Zhong, but stood in front of the armor, grabbed the handle that had just been installed and pulled it outward. Just when Zhang Zhong was puzzled by Fong Bai actions, the sound of continuous springs and gears rang out. Click, click, click. The helmet and limbs of the armor popped out. Looking at the slot at the interface, Zhang Zhong suddenly understood something. Fong Bai looked at the armor in front of him, took a long breath, reached out to pick up the helmet, and manually flipped open the mask. Click, click, click. As the mask was flipped open, the neck of the helmet also expanded, revealing the rubber lining inside. Fong Bai put it on from top to bottom and covered the mask. Click, click, click. The heavy helmet fit tightly on Fong Bai's head, and Fong Bai immediately opened the breastplate. The front side of the breastplate flipped up, like a protector that presses up and down on a roller coaster seat, and it was like a pair of metal wings slowly unfolding. Fong Bai leaned against the armor frame, leaned his whole body into the breastplate, grabbed the open wings, pulled down, and closed them. Click, click, click. The wings closed and bit each other. Fong Bai stood up, and the breastplate was detached from the armor frame and worn on Fong Bai. Zhang Zhong's mouth gradually opened, and he could hardly make any sound. I watched Fong Bai reach out and grab the thigh part, pull it open, and then lock it on the thigh. Click, click. The armor on the 2 thighs is completed, and the combat boots are next. Fong Bai opened the combat boots and put his feet in them. Click, click. The combat boots are armored. Fong Bai finally looked at the 2 arm armors, and after a moment, click, click. The arm armor and hand armor are armored. Fong Bai grabbed the handle that had just been installed and pushed it outward. Click. A series of springs snapped, and all the connecting parts of the armor were locked, and a low imitation mechanical sound rang out. Armor fit. Chapter 57 100,000? 10 lifetimes. Armor fusion. When the low mechanical sound rang out, Zhang Zhong seemed to have goosebumps all over his body, trembling all over, looking up at the armor that threw away the 2 handles, and casually picked up the weapon next to it, and put it on the tower shield. At this moment, the whole armor seemed to be covered with a layer of gold. At this moment, Fong Bai's whole body was emitting light. At this moment, Zhang Zhong trembled all over, with only one thought in his mind. I want. Coach, I want to learn this. After matching himself with the sound of armor fusion, Fong Bai seemed to have just seen Zhang Zhong and asked aloud. Ah, it's Zhang Zhong. How about it? Is my armor handsome? Handsome. Oh, I think it's handsome too. I really envy you. You can see this armor from all angles. I'm different. I can only wear it. Fong Bai pretended not to see Zhang Zhong's fiery eyes, and experienced the feeling of the armor, and the close-fitting lining made of gelatinous rhino skin. The armor that has been modified many times in the fantasy space is very close-fitting and very satisfying. Fong Bai didn't experience it too much, and after wearing it for a while, he had an idea, and the mage's hand replaced the previous handle to push. Click! The lock spring bounced open, and Fong Bai placed the armor one by one on this specially made armor rack, and sighed, "Hey, why is this armor so heavy? I get tired after wearing it for a while." Tut tut. Not only is it heavy, it's also troublesome to put on. It takes a long time. It's inconvenient. Inconvenient. Really inconvenient. Fong Bai sighed while taking off the armor, ignoring Zhang Zhong, whose eyes were already red. At this moment, Zhang Zhong's eyes seemed to be glued to the armor and couldn't be pulled away. "Don't look at it. It's mine even if you look at it again." Fong Bai happily covered the armor with a wooden box. "Hey, mine. I won't let you look at it." Fong Bai. "Big brother. Great God. Big brother. Godfather. Stop. Stop. Do you have something to do with me?" "Nothing. Big brother. You will be my big brother in the future." This. Zhang Zhong suddenly felt someone poking him from behind, making him wave his hand casually and continue. Suyu next to him looked at him with disdain and walked aside, as if ashamed to be with him. But Zhang Zhong ignored it. "Oh my God. That's a set of deformable, wearable full-body mechanical heavy armor." Suyu immediately walked up to Fong Bai and asked, "Fong Bai, do you still remember me?" Fong Bai glanced at this bookish girl and thought for a moment. "You? The one who made weird things?" Suyu was stunned. Fong Bai actually had this impression of him. She was a beauty after all. The thing that impressed Fong Bai the most was that the things he made were weird. Suyu pursed her lips and said, "Yes, it's me. My name is Suyu. I came here to ask you to help me make something." "Another weird thing?" Fong Bai asked. Suyu nodded with a bit of a smile and took out a piece of white paper. "This is a blueprint." Fong Bai took it and took a look, and found that it was a few semi-arc hollow thin lines with holes on them. It looked familiar, but thinking carefully, he was sure that he had never seen it before. After taking a look at the size, Fong Bai nodded. "For Zhang Zhong's sake, I can make it. But you should know the charges. Right? More than 5,000. 18,000. 68,000? Fong Bai also recovered from the joy of the armor, shook his head and said, "There is no 5,000 or 18,000. That is Zhang Zhong's sake. If you want to make it, there is only 68,000. Fong Bai is not short of money now. There are so many interesting things, and time will only feel more and more insufficient. If it weren't for acquaintances, he would never accept such custom orders for casting. At most, when he runs out of money, he will occasionally take 2 orders to make some money. In this case, Fong Bai naturally can't waste time to make 5,000 and 18,000. It wastes energy and time, and lowers his own level. 68,000. Suyu hesitated slightly, then nodded. Okay. Fong Bai was slightly stunned by Suyu's agreement. Agree now? Are you so rich? 68,000 is the annual income of an average person. Right? Why do I feel like I am the only one who has no money? Did they pick up all their money? Fong Bai was a little puzzled. But fortunately, he has money now. That's all right. After seeing Suyu pay the money, Fong Bai did not regret it, and turned around to prepare for forging. It's like a line, but it's hollow, and it has to have high strength to maintain its shape, plus the arc shape. Fong Bai also has to spend some time. However, as soon as Fong Bai walked to the side of the furnace, Zhang Zhong ran to the bellows and started blowing. When he saw Fong Bai looking over, he smiled flatteringly. Fong Bai ignored him. First practiced a few times in the fantasy space, and then forged. After failing twice, Fong Bai handed the finished product, which was at most a few hairs thick, to Suyu. Okay. Suyu carefully took the finished product, looked at the hollow in the middle, looked at the perfect arc, and showed a slight surprise on her face. Suddenly, she felt that the price of 68,000 yuan didn't seem high. Thank you, Suyu said. You're welcome. It's just a deal. Fong Bai waved his hand, and Suyu said a few more words and looked at Zhang Zhong next to him. Zhang Zhong. Let's go. Right away. Zhang Zhong smiled, approached Fong Bai, and said with a smug face, Fong Bai, can you lend me that armor to play with once? Just once. Just let me say that the armor can be combined. And I can pay for it. Zhang Zhong was like a child. His eyes were fiery. This sincerity, this kind of cheeky made Fong Bai recognize and touched. And then said firmly, "No." "Ah. Okay." Zhang Zhong was disappointed when he saw Fong Bai was so straightforward. But he didn't bother. He just looked back every 3 steps. Like a child who didn't buy a toy. And left reluctantly. After walking away, Zhang Zhong suddenly sighed. "Hey, Su Yu. Wu Yin. What's the point of me changing my job to a spearman?" Zhang Zhong's sudden words made the two of them stunned. And they looked at him in surprise. "Why don't I follow Fong Bai to be a blacksmith and learn to forge iron? You don't want to change your job to a spearman? And you don't want to be a combat profession? Don't you like fighting and spears the most? Hey, that's because you didn't see the armor. His. You didn't know how I felt just now. If I could also go to the center of the crowd, do a set of actions like this, and do a sentence of armor fusion." Zhang Zhong seemed to tremble all over as he spoke. How cool that would be. Let's not talk about the actual combat value of that set of armor. But don't you see how cool it is? Isn't it just a set of armor? Su Yu was a little puzzled. Although it does look cool, it's not worth it. Right? It doesn't have to be so practical to switch to a combat profession? Zhang Zhong raised his eyebrows when he saw Su Yu talking about the set of armor, and said immediately, "Not practical. Do you know how much this set of armor is worth?" "How much?" "Let's put it this way. If you take that set of armor out to sell, with this appearance and this effect," Zhang Zhong gestured with a 10. 100,000? 100,000? Are you insulting me? Zhang Zhong rolled his eyes. "I can't make that much even if I switched to a spearman in my lifetime." The two were stunned. Chapter 58 Mechanical Assisted Armor. "I can't earn it in my lifetime." The two were stunned. Su Yu came to her senses after a while, and said stubbornly, "I admit this. But such a heavy set of armor. And there are so many parts in it. So precise. Such a precise thing. Such a heavy armor. Bulky and fragile. It is not suitable for actual combat. It's just a big toy." Zhang Zhong opened his mouth and wanted to refute. But he didn't know what to say for a while. So he could only shake his hands. "Oh, you don't know why you say no? You will know it when you really go to the battlefield. You are stubborn. You also think I am right," Su Yu said. Zhang Zhong remained silent. He was a little dissatisfied with the fact that the armor he liked so much was belittled. But he didn't want to argue. So he could only remain silent. Finally left. Fong Bai muttered, and then looked around. "Should I build a house? It didn't matter if there was no one here before. I could do whatever I wanted in this uninhabited area. Now that Zhang Zhong and his men are here, they may come over at any time. If I leave my things in the open air, they will take them away at a glance." Although Fong Bai was not afraid of them looking at me, he didn't like this feeling very much. After silently planning to build a house, Fong Bai immediately opened the property panel. Ding. System prompt. Successfully made a set of nameless mechanical armor white, and obtained 1807 experience points. Ding. System prompt. You have upgraded. Ding. System prompt. You have upgraded. A set of armor is nearly 2,000 experience points, and it has been upgraded by 2 levels directly. I am stunned. Fong Bai eyes lit up. With his current difficulty in obtaining experience points, he can obtain 1,800 experience points, which shows how highly the system evaluates this armor. But what does the white in the brackets mean? The level of the armor? White equipment. Then why is there nothing showing about the armor and weapons I forged before? Fong Bai suddenly had an idea. It's impossible that the weapons and armor I forged before are not considered equipment. There is no level at all? Only the equipment used by job changers will be graded? Fong Bai thought for a moment and immediately entered the personal attribute page. Name, Fong Bai. Level 13. Directly upgraded to level 13. Strength increased by 2 points. Magic power and constitution increased by 1 point each. Not bad. Fong Bai slightly adapted to the enhanced strength. After closing the attribute panel, Fong Bai looked around to make sure that no one was approaching his armor. Taking off the covered wooden box, Fong Bai put on the armor again, according to the previous process. Listening to the crisp and pleasant sound of the spring in his ears, Fong Bai trembled slightly all over his body when the armor buckle was finally closed, and couldn't help but imitate the mechanical sound. Armor fusion. Hey. Hey. Fong Bai laughed. And after a while, his excitement gradually calmed down. And then he began to experience the armor carefully. Huh? It's so heavy. Fong Bai felt like he was wearing a tight shackle. This armor was like a solid iron weight, pressing Fong Bai in place. If Fong Bai had just heard what Suyu said, Fong Bai would definitely agree. Ah. Right. 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 It's just an iron weight. Good looking but useless. If there is no mechanical assistance. It is indeed so. Just like before. Fong Bai couldn't help but use the magician's hand to condense on his limbs to assist in movement. Every step requires great strength. But as Fong Bai moved, the gears inside the armor gradually started under the power. This is actually one of the reasons why Fong Bai mentioned human power startup before, which is very demanding for the wearer. Fong Bai moved little by little, and the power of his body drove the armor to move, thereby starting the internal gears. With the movement, the speed of the gear rotation gradually increased. Click, click, click. Fong Bai heard a tiny sound in his ears, and his mental power paid close attention to the rotation of the gears inside the armor. As the gear speeds up, the resistance to Fong Bai movement also decreases little by little. When it reaches a critical value, the resistance disappears completely. Fong Bai limbs move without any obstacles, without any burden, and move completely freely. When the gear speed exceeds the critical value, not only is there no resistance, but it will give Fong Bai a boost. 1 point of force can play a role of 1.5, 2 points, or even higher. However, this can easily cause injuries to the user. Once used improperly, it will only take a few seconds to turn the iron armor into an iron can. Although many restrictions and auxiliary devices are added during the design, it also requires the user to be highly skilled. Accelerate, 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 accelerate. Fong Bai opened the limit mechanism of the critical value speed. The gear speed limit was released, and the speed increased instantly. When the mechanical speed reached the limit, Fong Bai turned the buckle to insert the gear into the power system, and waved his arm at the same time. Both started at the same time. Fong Bai clenched his right fist, and smashed a piece of iron ore the size of a small rhino. Bang! With a loud bang, the iron ore was completely shattered, raising a cloud of dust. Moo! The awakened little rhino looked around in doubt, but only saw Fong Bai standing in a pile of rubble. Moo! The little rhino continued to lie down and sleep. It felt so comfortable sleeping, and the more it slept, the stronger its body seemed to be. Sleep, sleep. At this moment, Fong Bai felt the force-removing process of the armor. When the armor touched the iron ore, the force-removing mechanism also started to operate. The huge recoil was partially unloaded, and part of it was used to join the rotation of the gear. And the last aftershock was directly absorbed by the gelatin lining. And when it was transmitted to Fong Bai, it was almost negligible. Looking at the completely shattered iron ore, Fong Bai couldn't believe this terrifying power. I can definitely kill a cow now. Standing there for a moment to digest, he immediately started testing. The armor equipped with a mechanical gearbox similar to that of a car can freely control the speed and timing of gear intervention according to needs, allowing Fong Bai to freely control the bonus ratio of this armor, or choose not to add, or even negatively add, so that this armor has the ability to be flexibly controlled, rather than just a handsome decoration or a suicide can. However, this armor also has a big disadvantage. That is, since there is no energy, the power of gear rotation can only come from Fong Bai himself or the force borrowed during the unloading process. Therefore, the power assist cannot be turned on for a long time. In addition to starting the armor at the beginning, Fong Bai also needs to take time to charge the power storage system inside the armor during activities. Like a clockwork, it cannot be allowed to lose power. Chapter 59 Buried Alive. Let's do it here. Dig a pit and bury them, Bag said with narrowed eyes. Yes. Ledger beside him nodded immediately, and looked at the soldiers beside him. Go farther away. Find a hidden place to dig a pit. Tie up all the captured people with ropes. Gag their mouths, and throw them into the pit. Remember, you must not kill them. Not a single one. After throwing the people into the pit, cover the pit, and hide them all. Do you understand? Ledger commanded very skillfully. Several soldiers beside him nodded quickly, and then carried a group of blindfolded players away. Leech thought about it, and followed them. Not long after, Leech returned to Bag and said respectfully, Lord, everything has been dealt with. they will not be found by anyone, and can only die of thirst. In this way, they should not come to bother us within 3 days. For these immortal players, Leech obviously has a more mature method. In fact, this is outside. If they were in the dungeon, Ledger could guarantee that these players would never bother him again. Baker left for a walk and nodded to Ledger when he came back. Well, let's go. No one is following us anymore. Yes. After he finished speaking, Baker led the way forward, and Ledger followed closely with more than 100 soldiers. No one knew their whereabouts anymore, except for the players, who were cursing in reality. Name: Mechanical Assisted Armor, Incomplete. Level: Professional Level, White. Forger: Fong Bai. Fong Bai looked at the attribute panel that popped up on the armor, and finally understood what the white in the previous system prompt meant. White means professional level, which is the level of this equipment. Only the extraordinary level is considered a real equipment, and has an attribute panel. Those made before are not considered equipment. But this incomplete. Fong Bai remembered the power and energy interface he had reserved. So this is what incomplete means. Right? Only when it is complete can it be considered a truly complete equipment. Fong Bai thought for a moment, then turned his attention to the remaining elemental metal powder. The mechanical power armor has been built. And the remaining elemental metal powder. Fong Bai looked at the remaining elemental metal powder. Most of it was used to forge the armor, especially the most critical few clockwork-like power storage, and some key parts of the gears and transmission shafts. These parts have high material requirements, and for the overall performance considerations, Fong Bai had to increase the content of elemental metal powder. So after the production, the remaining elemental metal powder was less than Fong Bai expected. Looking at these elemental powders, Fong Bai pondered slightly. After thinking for a while, the sound of forging sounded again under the blast furnace. Under the rich gold element, the little rhino hummed comfortably, which made Fong Bai couldn't help kicking it. Moo! The little rhino opened his eyes inexplicably and looked at Fong Bai. It's okay. Get up and go back to sleep. Moo! Fong Bai looked at the puzzled little rhino and continued to forge his weapon happily. He just thought about it and finally decided to make another weapon for himself and the armor. This weapon is relatively large, and Fong Bai also spent a lot of effort. In addition to the reserve for repairing the armor, all the remaining elemental metal powders were added to it, and its material strength even exceeded the armor itself. And the weapon Fong Bai chose according to the characteristics of the armor is an axe. Long-handled giant axe. The armor has been made, so it is naturally no problem for Fong Bai to forge the axe. Not long after, a long-handled Xianhua axe appeared in Fong Bai's hands. The steel-handled steel axe. The back of the axe was even thickened by Fong Bai, and it was faintly hammer-shaped, which made the Xianhua axe, which was not light, even heavier. Fong Bai held the Xianhua axe, which was as thick as a goose egg, and it was a little difficult to hold it. Ding! The Xianhua axe was smashed to the ground by Fong Bai, making a small pit in the stone ground. Fong Bai looked at the Xianhua axe, which was as tall as him, and liked it more and more. I don't know what effect an axe of this weight and size would have on a person. Fong Bai couldn't help looking at the little rhino, and then looked at the axe face. With this axe, even a rhino would be cut in two. Right? After playing with it for a few times, Fong Bai, who felt a little tired, put the weapon next to the armor, and then covered them with a wooden box. After covering them all, Fong Bai directly entered the fantasy space. Imagine the mechanical power armor and the long-handled Xianhua axe, and equipped them directly on his body. The mechanical power armor weighing thousands of pounds, and the Xianhua axe weighing dozens of pounds, or nearly 100 pounds, were all pressed on his body. And Fong Bai felt heavy. However, in a static state, Fong Bai hardly needed to spend any effort. The support system of the mechanical armor would support the weight of the armor itself. In addition, the support system in the design strength can allow the user to withstand objects several times heavier. This is still the original design, not the limit of the armor made of quasi-elemental metal. So it is not possible that Fong Bai will be crushed by wearing armor. In the fantasy space, Fong Bai moved little by little with the help of the magician's hand, driving the gears to rotate with his own strength. While accumulating power, he was proficient in the power-assisting gear control. As time went by, the gear speed increased, and the clockwork-like power-storing structure was already full of power. However, Fong Bai did not enter the mechanical power-assisting state at this moment, and his whole movement was a little clumsy. as if he was pressed by the weight of the armor. But when Fong Bai imagined the little rhino in front, the gear was switched, and the mechanical gears instantly intervened in the power assisting system, and the long accumulated power burst out. The originally clumsy Fong Bai instantly rushed forward to close the distance, and the ferocious giant axe directly chopped down with a terrifying howl. Puff! Under the terrifying giant axe, the little rhino was directly cut in half with almost no obstacles. The next moment, Fong Bai imagined a pack of wolves and rushed in at high speed. After a long time, Fong Bai slowly opened his eyes, broke away from the fantasy space, turned his head and looked at the armor and giant axe that were covered, and couldn't help but feel disappointed. What's going on? Why didn't anyone come up? I just learned to capture. No. I just made armor and weapons. If I don't use them, wouldn't it be in vain? Fong Bai couldn't help muttering. Why don't I help Zhang Zhong kill the monsters? Fong Bai moved slightly, then shook his head again. Forget it. Fong Bai gave up his idea, and his excitement gradually calmed down. However, Fong Bai was a little uncomfortable with the fact that the forging that was extremely fulfilling every day suddenly stopped because of the completion of the armor. He was a blacksmith. He had to find something to forge. But what should I make? Weapons. Nothing interesting. Chain mail? Boring. Armor? I won't use it either. Without the purpose of selling for money. Fong Bai didn't know what to make for a moment. It seemed that he had everything he needed at the moment. But he didn't want to keep his hands idle. Fong Bai's eyes drifted around, looking around, thinking as he looked. Suddenly, when Fong Bai saw the little rhino, an idea came to him. Chapter 60. Get up. There's something good going on. Fong Bai walked to the little rhino and kicked it awake. What's that expression? Are you doubting me? Want to be beaten? Fong Bai twisted his wrist and neck, and the little rhino's eyes instantly became docile. Moo! That's about right. Fong Bai curled his lips, made some iron sheets and put them on the little rhino, and then fixed the iron ingots on the iron sheets. Moo! The little rhino looked at Fong Bai in confusion, shook the iron ingots on his body casually, and walked without any inconvenience. Wow! You can still hold it? Fong Bai's eyes lit up, and he continued to add iron ingots immediately. After doubling the number, the little rhino didn't feel any pressure at all. So strong. It really deserves to be the blood of a monster. Right? Although it's not a monster yet. Its physique is awesome. Fong Bai happily untied the iron ingots on the little rhino, and with a sweep of his mental power, all the body data of the little rhino was measured. Okay. You can continue to sleep. Fong Bai waved his hand, and sat directly on the stone to enter the fantasy space. Seeing Fong Bai go to sleep, the little rhino was slightly stunned, walked to Fong Bai's feet and lay down, looking forward with his little eyes, and his tail swept across his body from time to time. In the fantasy space, Fong Bai immediately designed it. Compared with the mechanical assisted armor, the heavy armor required by the little rhino is much simpler. Even the mechanical assisted armor can participate in the design level. So designing such a set of rhino heavy armor is simply a piece of cake. Generally speaking, the so-called heavy armor of heavy armored war horses is chain mail or fish scale armor. But Fong Bai does not intend to use these two types of armor. It's not that these two types of armor are not good. But Fong Bai thinks that since the little rhino can withstand this level of weight, it would be a waste to use lightweight chain mail and fish scale armor. Isn't the so-called lightweight a compromise on defense when the mount cannot bear the weight? Fong Bai said something to Su Shiping. He doesn't like compromises, whether it's cost or performance. After Fong Bai determined the idea, he drew while thinking. The style drawn on the drawing was close to plate armor, but it also took into account a certain degree of flexibility and weight. Don't consider it. Fong Bai quickly completed the main design, and then added a rack for guns, a rack for placing weapons, and some small hooks on it, and finally drew a crucial configuration on it. Saddle. Soon the whole set of drawings came out. But Fong Bai was slightly stunned after a simple calculation. What's the matter? It's already using plate armor. Why is it still so light? It's so light. Isn't it an insult to the little rhino? How can it be heavier? Thicken it? Fong Bai thought about it, and finally nodded decisively. Thicken the plate armor. Simple and crude. Fong Bai directly thickened the plate armor by half. But after thickening it, Fong Bai still felt that it was not right. Lighter. No. It's still lighter. Lighter. Add more. Add more. Add more. Fong Bai piled up the configuration recklessly. After several modifications, he finally smiled with satisfaction when he saw the heavy armor with a thickness of up to 5 centimeters at the thickest position. 5 centimeters? 50 millimeters. It's not too exaggerated. After all, the equivalent thickness of the front armor of the tank is more than 700 millimeters. This is less than 1/14. Fong Bai was intoxicated. I am still very easy to satisfy. Fong Bai felt comfortable from the bottom of his heart just by looking at the drawings. Such thick armor must be very safe. Right? He kept admiring the drawings. But after looking at it for a while and sobering up, Fong Bai suddenly frowned. The metal saddle on the drawings was a little inconsistent. For mechanical armor, cavalry combat is not a problem. Its own design can be used as cavalry combat armor. It only needs a larger saddle. And the saddle on the drawings is designed according to the standards of mechanical armor. And there are some quick-release buckles on it for Fong Bai to use. The only bad thing is that the little rhino, which is only about 1 meter tall, is wearing a huge saddle. A small horse with a big saddle. Fong Bai thought about himself sitting on it in armor, and his legs would almost fall to the ground. If someone sees this, they will probably say I'm exploiting child labor. Right? And it's weird. But the little rhino seems to grow a little when absorbing gold elements. For Warcraft, strength may directly lead to physical changes, but at this speed, I don't know how long it will take to grow as big as its father. Fong Bai frowned slightly, thought about it, and removed the saddle. Let's talk about it later. The drawings without the huge saddle became much more pleasing to the eye. After checking that it was correct, Fong Bai began to forge in the fantasy space. After forging, he conducted various tests, and then modified the drawings in reverse, manufactured, and tested again. After a dozen cycles, the test of this set of armor was almost done. Remembering the finished product drawing, Fong Bai immediately left the fantasy space. As soon as he left Fong Bai, he saw the little rhino looking over. He knew that the little rhino had not slept all the time. He thought it was full of sleep. But when he found that the little rhino yawned and was about to close its eyes to sleep, he suddenly had an idea. He walked over and shook the little rhino's horn. Were you just guarding me? Moo! The little rhino, who fell asleep with its eyes closed, looked at Fong Bai with squinting eyes after being shaken awake. And Fong Bai couldn't help but slap him. Who did you learn this from? You look at people with squinting eyes. If you dare to look at people like this again, your legs will be broken. Go to sleep, Fong Bai said unhappily, and then officially started forging. Flames gushed out of the furnace, and the blazing green fire lotus slowly bloomed. Although simple fireballs can also be used for forging, and the effect is no different. Fong Bai still spent more time shaping it into a lotus shape. Being tired is temporary, but being handsome is lifelong. It must be done in a good-looking way. The iron ingot quickly burned red in the fire lotus, and Fong Bai began to forge. 1 refining. 2 refinings. Isolate the gold element. 3 refinings. One after another. The quasi-3 refined parts were quickly formed. Now only those that absorb the gold element to complete the transformation are called 3 refined metals. The 3 refined ones that do not absorb the gold element are called quasi-3 refined by Fong Bai. So this is only quasi-3 refined, compared with Fong Bai mechanical heavy armor. This armor is simply too simple. However, Fong Bai stopped forging for a while because it was time to study. Study, meditate, research, and meditate. Fong Bai daily life is regular and fulfilling. When Fong Bai stopped forging, the little rhino also opened his eyes in a daze. Seeing Fong Bai closed his eyes, he shook his head and stood up, grinning at Fong Bai, eager to try. But after a while, he suddenly hummed again, raised his little head proudly, and didn't know what he was thinking. In the early morning, Fong Bai finished his meditation and looked at the little rhino that was fluttering a butterfly. The little rhino noticed Fong Bai standing up, and his movements paused for a moment, becoming serious and steady, which made Fong Bai laugh. Continuing to cast, Fong Bai sped up a bit, and finished and assembled all the work on the same day. After using white wolf skin and some linen to make the lining, Fong Bai directly put the heavy armor on the little rhino. After putting on the last metal rhino horn helmet, Fong Bai looked at the metal horn tip mixed with elemental metal powder on the top of the rhino horn and smiled slightly. The sudden heaviness made the little rhino a little uncomfortable, and he shook the armor again and again to shake it off. Seeing this, Fong Bai took the little rhino to the river. Moo! 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 A moment later, when the little rhino looked at the gorgeous, handsome, and huge silver heavy armor rhino in the calm water, especially when he saw the shining silver rhino horn, Fong Bai ears suddenly rang with excited cries. Moo! 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 The little rhino excitedly bumped into the trees, and the metal rhino horns directly pierced the trees, under the weight comparable to that of a small tank. The trees were even directly blown up. Suddenly, the little rhino ran to Fong Bai, rubbed Fong Bai, called out, and then walked upstream of the river. This direction. Huh? Is it going home? Fong Bai was slightly stunned, and then realized that the little rhino seemed to have said, Lao Ding, I'm going home to see you. Chapter 61 Crystal Core. See Lao Ding? Are you going to show Lao Ding? Fong Bai said with emotion. You show off when you have something good. Can you be as low-key as me? But I seem to be affected by it recently. No. I have to reflect deeply. Fong Bai walked away from the river happily, and his steps suddenly stopped while walking. Wait a minute. Fong Bai suddenly thought of something, and his eyes lit up. After thinking for a moment, he immediately returned to the blast furnace and sank into the fantasy space. In the small valley, the rhinoceros herd walked leisurely by the river, eating grass and taking a walk. If they met wild animals on the way, they would give way obediently. If they dared to look at them for a while, they would be kicked twice. The largest rhinoceros was looking deeply into the distance at this moment. Next to it, there were several delicate female rhinoceroses looking at it. In front of it, that was the kingdom it had conquered. Suddenly, the Warcraft rhinoceros head glanced at the forest on the left, and then immediately turned back. No, that side hasn't been hit yet. At this time, the Warcraft rhino heard the sounds of surprise, envy, and a familiar childish voice coming from the rhinoceros behind him. The little cub is back? Look back at it? No. Stay deep. Today is the Deep Rhino King. And at this moment, the voice behind him suddenly disappeared, leaving only the deliberately low footsteps. The rhino sneered. The little calf hasn't been beaten for 3 days. Has he forgotten who he is? You're short-horned. Standing here, you can't break the hard skin even if you push you. Snap. 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 The footsteps behind him began to accelerate, and the rhino showed a hint of ill intent, secretly accumulating strength, preparing to push back when the little rhino hits him, so that the calf knows who is the boss. Let it know that the flowers are so red. The rhino has a strong ability to seize the opportunity, calculates the time and pushes back. And it is indeed as expected. It touches in an instant. But the other onlookers closed their eyes in pain. Moo! The deafening mooing of a cow echoed through the valley, and the gray wolves that were hunting suddenly raised their heads and became alert. A resting tiger suddenly woke up and felt a dull pain in its chest. A wild boar was alert and subconsciously looked around. A group of beasts inside and outside the valley were startled and a little panicked. They were relieved when they found that there was no rhino around. And Zhang Zhong, who was on the side of the valley, also heard the sound and subconsciously shrank his neck. Is the rhino crazy again? Which hero is not afraid of death and dares to provoke it? Moo! The little rhino was pushed to the ground and shivered suddenly when he heard the cry that echoed through the valley. A chill surged into his heart. When he woke up, he suddenly widened his eyes. What did it just do? Dang! Moo! Lao Ding! I'm leaving. Don't miss me. The little rhino turned around and ran away in an instant. At this moment, it was wearing heavy armor, but its speed did not slow down, but was far beyond the ordinary. Seeing the little rhino was about to run, many rhinos who were watching the excitement gave way, as if they were afraid that they would be affected if they were a little slower. They ran out 10 meters at a time, and the next moment, an angry cow mooed. Moo! The earth shook. Bang! A ground spike several meters high suddenly protruded in front of the little rhino. The little rhino immediately turned. Bang! Turn! Bang! Bang! Spray! The little rhino was instantly surrounded by 4 or 5 ground spikes, and the last one lifted the little rhino to the ground. The little rhino, sitting on the ground, looked at the slowly approaching shadow, raised his head, subconsciously took 2 steps back, and leaned on the ground spike. Moo! The little rhino looked at the Warcraft rhino pitifully, and the next moment, moo! 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 After a while, the Warcraft rhino violently kicked the little rhino into the rhino group. and the other rhinos caught it skillfully. Very skilled. Maybe Fong Bai will understand why the little rhino is so strong here. Moo. 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 A group of rhinos surrounded the little rhino, curiously looking at its armor and its long and shiny horns, occasionally hitting it with their own horns, listening to the crisp sound, their eyes rolling. At this time, the Warcraft rhino came over, and the bruised little rhino suddenly felt that the world was dim. Moo! 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 The little rhino was honest. And from this look, it should be honest for a few days. After a while, the Warcraft rhino looked at the little rhino. Moo! Moo! The little rhino shook his head repeatedly. Moo! The Warcraft rhino silently moved its feet. Moo! The little rhino was obedient, walking in front with a wronged look, and the Warcraft rhino followed behind. As soon as the Warcraft rhino left, it suddenly thought of something, dug in the grass next to it, picked out a diamond-shaped crystal from among several crystals, and put it in its mouth, and then followed the little rhino. Not long after, the little rhino walked in front of Fong Bai, crying with a wronged look. Moo! Moo! Fong Bai in the fantasy space felt the breath of the Warcraft rhino and smiled. He put the drawing he had just finished on the table and left the fantasy space. On the drawing, the large saddle appeared again. No problem. No problem. Moo! Moo! The little rhino and the big rhino looked at Fong Bai in confusion. Oh! I mean welcome. Welcome, Fong Bai said with a smile, looking at the back of the Warcraft rhino. Well, the more I look at it, the more I like it, and the more I look at it, the more suitable it is. Moo! The Warcraft rhino felt that the person in front of him had some bad intentions and was a little uneasy. However, when he saw the bright silver armor and the thick metal rhino horn on the little rhino, he couldn't move his legs. Moo! The Warcraft rhino walked in front of Fong Bai, shouted at the armor on the little rhino, and then put down the diamond crystal in his mouth. What is it? Fong Bai was a little surprised. He looked at the Warcraft rhino, who took 2 steps back and picked up the diamond crystal on the ground. The diamond crystal was only slightly larger than a thumb, transparent, and slightly golden. There seemed to be something inside. Fong Bai could only sense the rich gold element in it. I didn't understand what it was. It looked like a spell slot. Wait, such a rich gold element. Could it be the Warcraft crystal core that Zhang Zhong is looking for? Fong Bai couldn't help but feel moved. After picking up the crystal in his hand, Bai looked at the Warcraft rhino and asked, Do you want to use this to exchange for me to cast a set of armor for you? The one on the little rhino? Moo! The Warcraft rhino nodded, and Fong Bai smiled immediately. No problem. No problem. What else do you have with you? You are so polite. Too polite. And you are being polite, Fong Bai said as he stuffed the crystal core into his pocket. I will definitely tailor-make you the best and most handsome armor. Better than the little rhinos. And even more handsome. It should also have more functions. You should have everything that the little rhino has. And you should also have what the little rhino doesn't have, Fong Bai said with a big wave of his hand. Moo! The Warcraft rhino nodded with satisfaction. And he liked Fong Bai more and more. This human was very honest. And a question mark appeared on the head of the little rhino next to him. Then, the 2 rhinos lay down beside them. Fong Bai immediately got busy excitedly, helping the Warcraft rhino forge a set of armor. He was even happier than the Warcraft rhino. Enthusiastic. Enthusiastic. Yes, Fong Bai was the most enthusiastic. At the same time, Zhang Zhong, who had just been beaten by a Warcraft and fled in a hurry, was sweating profusely. A player next to him said, Brother Zhong, a brother is missing. Chapter 62 Waiting to Die? Missing? Can we contact him offline? Zhang Zhong frowned and asked. Generally speaking, it is easy to get lost while escaping. But they are familiar with the nearby terrain and have already determined the gathering location. Even if they die, they can be resurrected. There is no such thing as missing. I can't contact him. This brother didn't give me the contact information in real life, the player said helplessly. For this game, some players are more open-minded and don't hide anything, just like a normal game. But some people are more vigilant and think that someone may harm him. They keep their identity information confidential. The proportion of these 2 types of people is basically half and half. This player is the latter. They know nothing except a name and accent. And they can't contact him. Then we can only wait for him to contact us. Zhang Zhong rubbed his brows. But as soon as he finished speaking, the phone rang, which happened to be the one Zhang Zhong announced. Zhang Zhong immediately went offline and answered the phone. A depressed voice came from the phone. Brother Zhong, I was caught by a club. After Li Liang finished speaking, Zhang Zhong immediately went online and said, Be alert. There are enemies. Li Liang was caught. Yes. After speaking, Zhang Zhong went offline to continue answering the phone. What's the situation? Who? I don't know. I was hit by a club while running. And I was just woken up by someone. And now they are still interrogating me. My eyes have been covered. And I can't see anything. Humph. Li Liang suddenly groaned. And Zhang Zhong's face changed slightly. And he asked, How is it? Are you okay? It's okay. I'm not online. I can still bear it. Hearing this, Zhang Zhong was relieved. Although he still maintained the perception in the game after going offline. After all, there was a layer between them. So it wouldn't be so direct. Nor so strong. So it should be relatively okay. Hey, Brother Zhong. They didn't kill me. They left. Come and save me. Suddenly, Li Liang said in surprise. Zhang Zhong was stunned when he heard it. And asked immediately, Really? Okay. Report the location. I don't know either. I just know it's in a pit. Pit? Which direction? Zhang Zhong suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. I don't know. I was knocked unconscious just now. And I was blindfolded the whole time. And I don't know where they took me. Li Liang was stunned as he spoke. Brother Zhong, can't you find me? Li Liang. Commit suicide? This level of experience is gone. But I'm tied up. And my mouth is stuffed with cloth. I can't commit suicide. As soon as Li Liang finished speaking, both ends of the phone were stunned. And fell into silence at the same time. And they all thought of the same question. In reality, people will die in 3 days without food and water. But people in the game have much stronger vitality. And it is not known how long it will take for the time being. But it is estimated that we will know soon. Li Liang, don't go online during this period. And come to gather again after resurrection. Okay, Li Liang said in silence. Also, how strong are the people who arrested you? How many people are there? I don't know. I was hit by a club by one person. And the one who carried me was also one person. When I was tortured, I heard the voices of 2 or 3 people. Zhang Zhong asked some more questions, but didn't get any useful information. So he had to hang up the phone. Online. How is it? Wu Yin asked. Zhang Zhong shook his head and told what happened just now. Everyone's face changed slightly when they heard it. And Wu Yin thought of something, pulled Zhang Zhong aside, and said in a low voice, I heard a rumor before. It is said that a player was caught by a noble just after leaving the Novice village. And he is still locked up. As if he is crazy. Zhang Zhong's face changed slightly when he heard it. Sir, it has been buried. But I am afraid it has also alarmed these players. Ledger said to Bag. Bag nodded slightly when he heard it. It doesn't matter. Everything is false in front of absolute strength. Bag immediately made some arrangements. And after Ledger left, he took out a bee skin map. The center of the animal skin map is still the town. But there is a flashing red dot next to the town. If you look closely, you will find that this red dot is exactly where Bag is currently. Looking at this magic map, Bag showed a trace of awe on his face. It can still operate after a long time. It's really an incredible magic empire. Bag obviously knew something. He put away the map in awe and looked in the direction of the town. But he still didn't go there directly. Instead, he led people to surround Zhang Zhong. To open the ruins, he must first clear out the idle people. Otherwise the biggest harvest may not fall into his hands. There must be no other people around. Dang! 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 Fong Bai quickly forged the quasi-3 refined parts one by one. The Warcraft Rhino watched the little rhino lying down skillfully and began to absorb the gold element. And then looked at Fong Bai with a slightly soft look. It just discovered that there were elemental fluctuations in the little rhino's body. Hey! Go! Go! Don't get in the way! Fong Bai kicked the little rhino twice in disdain, making the little rhino look at Fong Bai in confusion. And then looked at the Warcraft Rhino in confusion. Since its father came, why has Fong Bai become more and more impatient with it and more dislike it? The little rhino who discovered this couldn't help but be alert when looking at the Warcraft Rhino. And after thinking about it, he got closer to Fong Bai. Hey! Go! Go! Don't get so close to me. Fong Bai rubbed the little rhino in disdain, and then quickly forged a large saddle. Fong Bai was very excited at this moment, and the speed of forging parts increased a bit. Most of the parts were completed within a day under the rapid forging. Unlike the little rhino, which was limited by its size, Fong Bai had to consider flexibility even if he didn't consider weight. The Warcraft rhino, which was 2 meters tall, was large enough and strong enough, so Fong Bai could really design it unscrupulously. Under such unscrupulous circumstances, the average thickness of this armor is as high as 100 millimeters. The thickness of the thickest steel plate is even as high as 200 millimeters, which is nearly 1/3 of the thickness of the equivalent steel plate of a tank. Under the defense of this thick steel plate, not to mention sharp weapons, even many heavy weapons have lost their power, especially when there are several centimeters of hard, gelatinous animal skin and dozens of centimeters of fat behind this steel plate. Equipped with this set of armor, the defense of the Warcraft rhino will be completely despairing. In addition, due to the increase in weight, the impact of the charge is enhanced. Fong Bai can no longer imagine how terrifying this Warcraft rhino will be. This rhino will not be invincible in the future, but at least no one will dare to provoke it. This is definitely a heavy-duty rhino tank. Chapter 63. Should it be a lot? Fong Bai couldn't help but shudder. This feeling is so good. It's so good that it's like when he raises a meat shield in chess, and can't be killed by the 8 chess pieces of the opponent. It's so good to breathe. TSK. Why do I like to pile up meat so much? It was like this when I played games before. It's still like this when I play this game now. Fong Bai couldn't help but sigh, and the action in his hands gradually stopped. Although he wanted to play the set of armor immediately, he couldn't delay learning and research. Just when Fong Bai was about to enter the fantasy space, he found that the Warcraft rhino stood up, called out to him, and walked towards the valley. Moo. Going back? Going back? Come back tomorrow. Moo. The Warcraft rhino called out to Fong Bai, and then called out to the little rhino, as if saying goodbye. But the little rhino heard it and stood up, calling out repeatedly, Moo. 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 The little rhino looked very happy, but the Warcraft rhino paused when it heard it. The little rhino was startled and quickly hid behind Fong Bai. The Warcraft rhino glared at the little rhino and turned away. Why are you going back tonight? Fong Bai shook his head slightly. He scanned the little rhino from the inside out with his mental power, and observed the progress of the little rhino's absorption of gold elements. Well, it's about 30%. Not bad. Pretty fast. Fong Bai nodded with satisfaction, and then immersed his mind into the element space to study. As soon as he closed his eyes, the little rhino opened his eyes. His eyes rolled around, and he carefully observed the surroundings. The learning process was really addictive. Using the mechanical assisted armor drawings as a template for learning, Fong Bai felt that he had made considerable progress while learning and pondering. This drawing is so beautiful that every time I look at it, I can deeply appreciate its charm. And every time I study it, I can gain something from it. The study went very smoothly, and Fong Bai gradually improved. But Fong Bai was somewhat stagnant in the research, in terms of the optimal structure of the human body, since only the body structure of male players such as Zhang Zhong was scanned. The samples were too few, and Fong Bai even went to the real world to find various materials and pictures to understand the structure of the human body. But the gains were very small, and the progress was stagnant. However, there were some gains in the structure of the gold element. After all, the essence of the 3 refining is to shape the internal structure of the steel ingot and the gold element structure through forging, so that the internal structure of the steel ingot and the internal structure of the gold element are fused and qualitatively changed, so as to form a 3 refined metal similar to the elemental metal. Fong Bai learned the 3 refining, so it is naturally impossible to only do the 3 refining of iron ingots. Otherwise it would be impossible to complete the 3 refining of alloys mixed with elemental powders. The 3 refining is a method of adjusting the forging method, the hammer dropping method, and the force according to the different structures of the materials. The forging method and the hammer dropping method are just the results of the 3 refining, not the process. Different materials have different ways of forging, but Fong Bai can complete the 3 refining. Thinking from this perspective, the human body itself is also regarded as a forging material. A forging material with special properties. In the final analysis, it has entered the category of ordinary 3 refining. It's just that this material is a little different from ordinary forging materials, and it is more challenging. So, Fong Bai forced the formula of forging 3 refining into the nature of the human body, which resulted in a completely unfeasible plan. Although it is completely unfeasible, at least there is a plan. Fong Bai can adjust, optimize, and modify it. 3 refining, forging. This is exactly what Fong Bai is good at. And now this plan has been iterated to the 17th generation after a long period of research. And the progress is gratifying. 10 hours in the outside world. About a month in the fantasy space. Fong Bai slowly broke away from the fantasy space. With the increasingly powerful mental power, Fong Bai adjusted slightly to adapt to the tearing feeling brought by the different speed of time. Looking at everything in front of him, Fong Bai summarized this night as usual and wrote it down in the fantasy space. The research progress of shaping the gold element structure is good, and the plan has completed 2 iterations. In the fantasy space, there are countless human consumables. Fong Bai recalled the countless death scenes of himself, Zhang Zong, and the little rhino, and pursed his lips slightly. Fortunately, he has a fantasy space. If he didn't have a fantasy space and wanted to study the bodybuilding method himself, then 10,000 lives would not be enough. With countless human consumables, high-frequency experiments, the plan can be continued and iterated stably. Although it is still a long way from official use, it can basically see the end. It's a matter of time. But the research on the optimal human structure, Fong Bai pondered slightly. Too few samples, too few means, whether it is a method to stimulate the body's active growth or the optimal human structure diagram. There is no shadow. It is still just a concept. For the former, there is no way to find a way in reality. For the latter, the magician knowledge I have come into contact with is too few and too poor. No matter how much time I have, no matter how many ideas I have, it will be useless. A good cook cannot cook without rice. The same is true for the latter. Without enough human structure samples for comparison and testing, it is difficult for me to deduce the optimal human structure. No matter how much time you have or how strong your computing power is, it is impossible to create something out of nothing. And these two, if you continue to stay here, it will definitely not come to you. It's not like writing a novel. Where does the treasure boy come from? Fong Bai smiled and then fell silent, quietly looking at the ore deposit. At the beginning, because of the lack of iron, I came back here again to complete the body tempering. Here the gold element content in the body reached 100%, and the 3rd tempering was completed. Here I successfully changed my job, made mechanical power armor, and met a little rhino. Fong Bai looked at the little rhino, who was just looking at him. When it noticed Fong Bai looking at it, it immediately turned its head to the left and didn't look at Fong Bai. But I can't stay here forever. It's useless to work behind closed doors. I can't get all kinds of magician knowledge and extraordinary means out of nothing. And it's even more impossible to get a large number of human samples out of nothing. And there is this thing. Fong Bai sank his thoughts into the spiritual space, looking at the small white tower that occupied the spiritual space and continued to absorb and release spiritual power. In addition to being more friendly, the small white tower still only sends out information for Fong Bai to find a territory to place the white tower as soon as possible. But no matter how Fong Bai places it in this or deposit and forest, it will fail. This place is not considered his territory. You need a piece of your own territory to place it. So what will happen if you place it? Will the white tower at that time reappear? Can I get a white tower that can suppress the dragon? Fong Bai couldn't help but daydream for a moment, and then woke up. Without communication, my information contact surface is still too narrow. I don't know. Maybe other players know? Without communication, I will never know. It's time to go out. Fong Bai took a long breath and said softly, I don't know what the outside world has become, and how many extraordinary professionals there are. It should be a lot. Very exciting. Right? Fong Bai is looking forward to it. Chapter 64. The truth is revealed. You're back? Fong Bai turned his head to look at the rhino beast approaching, and found that there were several fresh claw marks on its hard armor. Huh? There are still people in this area who dare to provoke you. Aren't you the one who chases and fights others? You chase and fight others again? Fong Bai was a little surprised, and the rhino beast looked at Fong Bai after hearing this. Moo! Fong Bai didn't understand, but he understood after thinking about it carefully. Oh, I see. There are other beasts. If everyone is an ordinary beast, Fong Bai thinks that there are not many people who dare to provoke the rhino herd in the wild. Even if they can beat them, they won't fight. But this is the extraordinary world. let alone other beasts. Even if the rhino is kicked over by a rabbit or caught by an eagle, it won't be surprising at all. Thinking of this, Fong Bai muttered twice. And seeing that the rhino didn't have any serious injuries, he continued to forge immediately. Seeing Fong Bai forging, the rhino called the little rhino to the side, calling and gesturing. It was like teaching. The little rhino didn't learn and was kicked again. Fong Bai watched with pleasure. The Warcraft rhino was like an old parent who was worried about his child. Whether it was the previous lesson sent to him or the current teaching, it was the same. After watching for a while, Fong Bai immersed his mind in forging. The rhino armor designed by Fong Bai was stupid, big, black and rough. In addition to the convenient opening of the excretion port, the movable design of the belly after eating, and several quick-release designs, this set of armor did not have many hidden mechanisms. The structure was simple, and it was also very quick to build. Soon Fong Bai came to the last part of the forging. Rhino helmet with rhino horn. Looking at the rhino horn helmet on the drawing, Fong Bai pondered slightly. From the fact that he had to go back yesterday, it can be seen that, unlike the little rhino, this Warcraft rhino will definitely have to protect the tribe in the end. It is the Rhino King. It has its duties. It is impossible for it to leave with him, no matter how good their relationship is. So Fong Bai did not plan to mix elemental metal powder in the design at the beginning. But when he saw the scars on the Warcraft rhino, and looked at the little rhino, Fong Bai hesitated for a moment, and revised the design again, dividing the rhino horn into two structures, cutting out a part of about 3 or 4 centimeters from the top, and then began to forge it. The lower part is forged with quasi-3 refined forging, and the sharp part at the top is mixed with elemental metal powder, forged with complete 3 refined forging, and finally assembled into one. Forget it. I give it to you for the sake of the little rhino. Although he didn't give as much as the little rhino, Fong Bai still felt sorry for it. After all, it's not his own child. Okay, you can come over and put on the armor. Fong Bai waved to the rhino, and the rhino's eyes lit up when he saw this, and kicked the little rhino away with a casual kick, and then ran towards Fong Bai. Bang! Fong Bai looked at the dizzy little rhino that was kicked and hit on the boulder, and looked at the Warcraft rhino running over, with a slight twitch in his mouth. It's really safe for your kid to be next to you. But it's really not safe at all to be next to you. The main point is that if a kid is in danger, you risk your life. And if the kid is not in danger, you risk its life. Dong 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 dong. The ground shook slightly, and the Warcraft rhino stopped in front of Fong Bai with a sudden break, looking at Fong Bai expectantly. Moo! Okay. Don't worry. Stand still. I help you put it on. Fong Bai looked at the pile of armor parts next to him, and was even happier than the Warcraft rhino, but worried that the rhino would notice something strange. So he held back. Don't get excited yet. Don't get excited yet. Fong Bai suppressed himself and first put the huge carapace on the rhino's back. The Warcraft rhino was too big, and Fong Bai had used up all his hides for the little rhino. So he simply didn't make a lining for it, but simply fixed it with a layer of straw rope. Anyway, the Warcraft rhino had thick skin and flesh, and Fong Bai armor lining was made of its shed skin. The thick hide was more solid than any lining, so it was fine as long as it was fixed. Put on the carapace and fix it. Then the belly armor, and adjust the movable buckle before Fong Bai put on the leg armor. When the Warcraft rhino put the thick and heavy rhino foot into the heavy steel boots, Fong Bai couldn't help but secretly gasp. Brutal. One piece of equipment after another. All the equipment was ready in a short while. The Warcraft rhino instantly grew larger, and the thick and long rhino horns flashed cold light. The fused sunlight dyed the bright silver cold heavy armor with a layer of golden light. At this moment, the rhino was in full momentum. At this moment, it was like an ancient war beast coming to the world. At this moment, the eyes of the little rhino next to him flashed, full of little stars. Moo! 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 The little rhino forgot the kick just now, and excitedly surrounded the rhino and called out. At this moment, Fong Bai's eyes were slightly startled, and the corners of his mouth were gritting to his ears. At this moment, the rhino was almost armed to the teeth, and even had a layer of fine steel mesh outside the eyes to ensure maximum protection without affecting the field of vision. Bang! The Warcraft rhino took a step forward curiously, and a piece of gravel under his feet exploded instantly. This made the Warcraft look at a huge rock in front of him. Think about it, and then look at a huge tree on the edge, and his eyes lit up. Bang! 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 Like a tank charging. The Warcraft Rhino's speed became faster and faster, and finally collided. Boom! The trunk of the big tree exploded. Wood chips flew, and the big tree fell to the ground. Boom! Seeing this effect, the Warcraft Rhino shook his head, and was immediately excited, and charged again. Boom! 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 One after another. The big trees were directly smashed by the Warcraft Rhino. And only a moment later, a large area of the forest was directly flattened. TSK. If Bal Chong had this efficiency, a few Xiongda and Xiong'er would not be enough. Fong Bai recovered, looked at the returning Warcraft Rhino with emotion, and walked over. Come! Let me tell you about some of the functions of this armor. Fong Bai's voice sounded, and the Warcraft Rhino, who was just excited, suddenly calmed down and looked at Fong Bai expectantly. There was no trace of the rebellious look before. Fong Bai smiled at this. Because you are a rhino, you have no hands and feet. It must be inconvenient to wear armor. So I designed some mechanisms. Fong Bai reached out and knocked on the mouth of the armor. The helmet is designed to be quick release. There are 3 levers here in the mouth. You can press them with your tongue. Press the first one down. Then shake your head. The helmet will fall off. And your head can be exposed to drink water and eat. When you want to wear it, just put your head in, and it will be locked when you hear a click. The Warcraft Rhino nodded repeatedly. And Fong Bai continued. The second one is for excretion. After you press it down, as long as you tilt your posture, the 2 openings will open, and you can excrete. After excretion, release the lever and straighten your posture. Fong Bai gestured a posture to the Warcraft Rhino. The Warcraft Rhino tried it after hearing what he said. Fong Bai continued to talk after seeing that it worked normally after trying several times. Then, there is the third lever. Don't move the third lever easily. Once it is pressed down, if you struggle, jump, and shake a few times, all the armor on your body will be shaken off. This is a quick release device for you to use in an emergency. Once it is used, if you can't find a savage to help you, then you basically can't wear this set of armor. Understand? The Warcraft Rhino nodded. Seeing this, Fong Bai showed a hint of a dagger and pointed to the saddle beside him. The last one is this. This is the last function of this set of armor. I will personally demonstrate it to you later. Moo! The Warcraft Rhino nodded repeatedly, without any doubt. Click! The saddle buckle closed, and Fong Bai smiled. Chapter 65 Leave. Moo! The Warcraft Rhino shook and found that the new accessories were tightly attached to its back. It looked at Fong Bai with some confusion. Hey! Wait a minute. Fong Bai immediately ran to his armor, went around the back of the armor, opened a mechanism, looked at the exposed hole, and took out a newly made handle. This is a short handle with 2 right-angle bends. Fong Bai inserted one end of the handle into the hole exposed in the armor, grabbed the handle with one hand, and slowly rotated it. Tat! 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 Fong Bai's ears immediately rang with the sound of gears turning, and multiple clockwork-like energy storage mechanisms also began to sound. Tick! 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 After turning for a while, it felt a little bit immobile. Fong Bai wiped his sweat, turned back and smiled at the rhino, then took out a steel pipe more than 1 meter long, connected it behind the handle, and continued to turn it. This is another way to start the armor. It can be started and charged before wearing the armor, and can directly enter the combat state, but it just doesn't look very elegant. Fong Bai glanced around a few times, and continued to turn after making sure that no one was around. If someone appeared at this time, there would be no need to say anything. Just put on the armor and hit him with an axe. Only after catching an axe can you speak. After turning a few more times, the power accumulation was over. Fong Bai pulled out his hand and put it aside, and stood in front of the armor rack. Unlike the previous manual armor, at this moment Fong Bai had a thought, and the magician's hand was activated, and the armor was suddenly opened. Then the helmet floated up and put on his head, and the body leaned against the back armor, put his hands into the arm armor, and opened the chest armor and closed the arm armor. Then the right foot stepped forward and stepped into the combat boots. Click! The left foot stepped forward. Click! While walking, the legs were armored, and then he stretched out his hand, holding the battle axe next to him in his hand, bent his knees and jumped, and the whole person fell on the back of the rhino. Click! The buckle was locked, and Fong Bai chopped with one arm holding the axe. Swoosh! The air broke. The armor is complete. At this moment, Fong Bai's eyes were cold and his aura was fierce. Completely different from the sweaty and twirling look just now. And only a few blinks of an eye had passed. At this moment, no one dared to speak loudly to him. One more cape is missing. It would be even more handsome if there was another torn cape. Click. Fong Bai stuck the battle axe on the rhino's back and said unsatisfiedly. At this moment, the rhino turned its head to look at him in confusion and made a loud noise. Moo! Fong Bai aura weakened instantly. His eyes retracted, and he quickly smiled. It's a test. It's a test. Don't worry. I won't hurt you. Don't you think we are stronger like this? You break through in front, and I help you deal with enemies on both sides. In the air. And behind. You are flawless and flawless like this. Isn't this function powerful? Fong Bai tried his best to fool him. This state is so handsome and powerful. It doesn't matter whether he is strong or not. He is not good at fighting. And of course, he won't fight often. But being handsome is very important. If you can walk out of the forest and go to the city for a walk like this. What a taste! Those who call him Godfather and Dad will have to line up to call him. Who will dare to mess with him in the future? Don't give up. Whether this is a one-time experience card or a long-term heavy rhino cavalry skin that can be used, it will depends on now. Moo! After hearing Fong Bai's words, the rhino was half believing and half doubting. Seeing this, Fong Bai immediately started talking again. After a while, the rhino left with the saddle on his back. The smile on Fong Bai's mouth at this moment was even harder to suppress than AK. I'm leaving soon. I come and play with you next time. Moo. The little rhino followed and called. TSK. It's a pity that Zhang Zhong wasn't here just now. So I didn't see it. Before, Fong Bai disliked Zhang Zhong coming over to see it. But now Fong Bai disliked Zhang Zhong not coming over to see it. Also, there's no camera. Why doesn't this game have a screenshot function? Otherwise, send it to Shi. She'd definitely scream. Well, there's also Su Shiping. I haven't contacted him for a long time. Forget it. Man, why contact him? Fong Bai said with a little regret. It's so uncomfortable that he can't share this kind of thing with his friends. Is there anything more uncomfortable than this? Fong Bai was stunned for a moment. And after thinking carefully, it seemed that there really was. It's even more uncomfortable if there's no one to share interesting things with. This thought flashed through his mind. Fong Bai looked at the empty surroundings, lowered his head to look at the little rhino next to him, and sighed slightly. It's hard to talk about the things in the game. If you do, people might think you're crazy. Log into the game out of thin air? It's just a crazy person's fantasy. Fong Bai suddenly felt depressed and shook his head. Your father is gone. Let's pack up and get ready to leave. Looking at the direction where Rhino left, Fong Bai always felt like he had overlooked something. Didn't you tell it what the armor does? I've told it everything. What did I forget? Fong Bai thought about it, but didn't expect it. Then he shook his head and started forging. This time, Fong Bai forged some steel plates and parts. These steel plates and parts were combined to form a box. The box was fixed on the back of the little rhino, steady and without any shaking. Moo! The little rhino looked at Fong Bai in confusion. It's for storing things. Don't move around. Moo! The little rhino stood still obediently. Fong Bai stacked some iron ingots at the bottom of the box. But he didn't bring much. Although there was no iron or outside, he could still buy iron ingots with money. The main reason for bringing some was to be a backup, just in case. And Fong Bai put more space on the javelin, longsword, spearhead, and arrowhead made with quasi-3 refining technology. These are hard currency. Any one of them can be sold to buy a small mountain of iron ingots. After filling the box, Fong Bai took out an iron bow. This bow is made of pure steel. The bow arm is as thick as 3 fingers, and the length is as tall as Fong Bai. This is an iron bow that Fong Bai forged on a whim. It took dozens of attempts to successfully forge an iron bow with sufficient toughness and strength. But after forging it, Fong Bai found that he could not find a string that could withstand the force of the bow arm. Although the string does not need elasticity, it must at least have the strength to withstand this force. Unfortunately, it does not have one. So this bow is still a semi-finished product. But Fong Bai is reluctant to throw it away. After thinking about it, Fong Bai hung it on the side of the little rhino, closed the box, reactivated the armor, and put on the armor. The giant axe was placed on the back of the little rhino. and Fong Bai held a slender pumpkin hammer in his hand. "Let's go," Fong Bai said to the little rhino. "Moo." The little rhino saw that Fong Bai was in a bad mood and rubbed Fong Bai. Fong Bai touched the little rhino's head, looked back, and then entered the forest and walked out. At almost the same time, a player who was in a mess and covered in blood ran to the blast furnace. Looking at the empty area, a little dazed. "Fong Bai? Fong Bai? Fong Bai?" The empty echo made him confused. Fong Bai did not come out. There was only the dense footsteps and the sound of weapons colliding around him. The group of people chased him again. "Where do you want to run to?" At almost the same time, a head poked out of the forest. "Who called me?" The sudden voice made everyone stunned, and at the same time turned their heads to see a head sticking out from behind the tree, seemingly wearing armor. After Fong Bai saw the situation clearly, he was slightly stunned and immediately retracted his head. "Excuse me." "You continue." However, at this moment, Ledger's voice sounded. "There is another one over there. Don't let him run away." But as soon as he finished speaking, he regretted it. Chapter 66. The gun comes out like a dragon. Ta-ta! Fong Bai walked out from behind the tree in armor, and everyone couldn't help but cast their eyes on this armored little giant. "Wait, what the hell is that?" Everyone was stunned, and the scene was dead silent. After a while, the little rhino walked out from behind, tilted his head, and looked at everyone in confusion. "Moo! Ha ha ha! Come on! Come on! No one can run away! Ha ha ha!" At this moment, the player laughed so hard that he was out of breath, and he was laughing like crazy. And everyone else looked at Ledger in unison, as if to say, "You called it out, so you deal with it? What are you looking at? It's just a vase that looks good but is useless. It's so heavy. Can it move? Everyone, come together." Ledger was so regretful at this moment. He was going to leave. Why was he so mean? Being able to move freely in such armor already explains everything. After shouting in regret, Ledger turned around and ran away. But before he took 2 steps, a sharp sound of breaking air came from behind him. Swish! The flying javelin directly penetrated the thigh wrapped in iron armor, nailing Ledger to the ground. Ledger immediately hugged his thigh and screamed. The other people who were running away ran faster when they heard the screams. Only the 2 soldiers who really obeyed and rushed towards Fong Bai were dumbfounded. They turned their heads and looked around with their eyes wide open. Swish! 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 The sound of the javelin breaking through the air was like the chain of the god of death. Every time it sounded, it might take a life. After Fong Bai threw all the 6 javelin equipped on his armor, all the people had run out of range. Well, 3 hit. Not bad. The 2 died directly, leaving only the little leader who was just wailing on the ground. And Fong Bai walked over directly. When Ledger heard the movement, he was immediately shrouded in fear and said with regret, "I was wrong. I was wrong. Wait, you can't kill me. I'm Leg. I'm Ba." Swish! The giant axe broke through the air, and Leg and the armor on his body were directly cut in half diagonally. The half of the body with the head rolled on the ground for a few times, looking at the sky with regretful eyes. "Sorry. I have no interest in who you are." Fong Bai put away the giant axe and carried it on his shoulder. He spoke only after seeing that the person was indeed dead. I think he would not refute it. At this moment, Fu Feng, who was watching next to him, was stunned, looking at the armor that was more than 2 meters high, listening to the sound of the gear transmission inside, looking at the huge axe with a diameter of more than half a meter, and looking at Leg who was directly cut into 2 pieces on the ground with his armor. He swallowed. "Horrible! Horrible! It's so horrible! Is the job changer so strong? Also, can the blacksmith forge such strong armor after the job change? What kind of logistics profession is this? If anyone tells him that the blacksmith is a logistics profession, he will be angry. This is clearly a combat profession. He wants to play the blacksmith too." Fu Feng thought excitedly, and Fong Bai turned his head to look at him. "Why is this player's eyes weird?" Fong Bai muttered in his heart, and then asked, "Okay, tell me, what's going on? Surrender, surrender, and I will spare your lives." Bag narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhang Zhong and others in front of him. Someone behind him quietly arranged, "Catch them alive. Don't kill them." "Yes, yes." Zhang Zhong looked at the soldiers, who surrounded him with an ugly face. The few sentinels he arranged did not play any vigilance role, and were killed directly. Compared with these people, although the player's physical fitness has begun to approach, their consciousness is too far away. When Zhang Zhong saw Bag coming from behind, his eyes widened. Bag? Lord Bag actually came in person. After confirming that everything was correct, Zhang Zhong's heart sank immediately. Bag was the only extraordinary person in Bag Town. He usually stayed in the castle, and would not go out easily. He originally thought that Bag only sent someone to come, but he did not expect that he would come in person. After calming down for a moment, Zhang Zhong spoke out. Knight Bag, we have not offended you. I don't know why you suddenly attacked us. Do I need a reason to clear out the bandits in my territory? Bag said lightly. Put down your weapons now and surrender. Otherwise, I will kill you without mercy. As soon as the voice fell, a heavy momentum instantly formed and crushed over, and several players staggered and almost fell to the ground. Zhang Zhong felt bad when he felt this momentum. He had known for a long time that Bag was a transcendent, but he had never expected that Bag's aura was so much stronger than Fang Bai. Faced with such a terrifying aura, they didn't even have the courage to draw their swords at Bag. The aura was suppressed and strengthened little by little, and everyone's faces turned red, and the mockery on Bag's face became more and more obvious. He seemed to want to overwhelm all these people with just the aura. You are not even a transcendent. What qualifications do you have to talk to me? Sixth son. Zhang Zhong stared at Bag and said under pressure. Brother Zhong. A player next to him turned his head and looked at Zhang Zhong. Don't run away. All commit suicide. The worst that can happen is level 1. We must not be caught. The player was stunned, and Wu Yin also spoke up. Listen to Brother Zhong. It's just level 1. Even if you die twice, it's nothing. All commit suicide. Okay. The player responded, and Zhang Zhong retracted his gaze, looking at the spear in his hand with regret, and then Wu Yin looked at each other and sighed. Wu Yin, go inform Fu Feng and tell him to call. Just as Zhang Zhong was about to say the name, he turned his head and looked at Bag, and did not say the two words Feng Bai, but said directly, tell him not to come, so as not to die. After Zhang Zhong finished speaking, he smiled bitterly. Once we return to the pre-liberation era, we will follow him in the future. Okay. After Wu Yin finished speaking, she looked at Zhang Zhong deeply, and then asked someone to support her, and she went offline. Brothers, wait for me to notify you before resurrecting. Zhang Zhong shouted loudly, and after speaking, he felt relaxed all over, and there was no pressure in an instant. At worst, I die. What's the pressure? So, what was I afraid of just now? After thinking about it, Zhang Zhong raised his knife and stabbed Wu Yin to death, shocking the players next to him. Fuck. Didn't you say that Brother Zhong likes Sisterine? Why is he so cruel? Ha ha. You don't understand. The deeper the love, the more cruel the attack. Bullshit. I think he wanted to do this a long time ago, and he must have planned it in advance. You're talking nonsense. I'm helping her. You all heard it. She just agreed. Remember to testify for me later. Zhang Zhong was also anxious and said hurriedly. But no one paid attention to him. They were all busy killing. Ha. Revenge if you have hatred. Complain if you have grievances. You son of a bitch. Die for me. On the contrary. Tian Gang. Who is the master and who is the father? Die. The atmosphere that was extremely depressing just now suddenly changed, and it was distorted beyond recognition. The change was so fast that Bag was stunned and shuddered subconsciously. This group of players turned against each other in an instant, stabbing each other, one more ruthless than the other, even to women. And the first to die were female players. The female player who had the most stabs was even stabbed 7 times. The owners of these 7 knives did not dare to look at the unbelievable eyes of the female players. After stabbing, they looked at each other and then started fighting. Poochie poochie. The white knife went in, and the red knife came out. A player with a girlfriend was stabbed in the waist by his teammate and stabbed back first, then looked at Bag and spit out a mouthful of blood foam with disdain. Fuck you. What kind of dick are you? I'm playing a game, and you can bully me? Just wait for me. What? Realizing his fear just now, Bag, who was a little embarrassed and angry, said subconsciously. He said. Bag turned his head and looked at the sound. After stabbing Wu Yin to death, Zhang Zhong suddenly felt relaxed and relieved. Hack you. Bag was stunned. And then, he saw a little gun light rapidly enlarged in front of his eyes. A little cold light came first. And then the gun came out like a dragon. Chapter 67 Armor shows its power. Bang. As soon as Fong Bai arrived, he saw Zhang Zhong being beaten away. Oh! So miserable. His face was crooked. At this time, Fu Feng, who was supported by the little rhino, woke up. Awake? What's the matter? Oh! Sister Yin told me to tell you not to go. The other party is Bag. A superhuman. Oh! Notify me earlier next time. Fong Bai walked forward, raised the giant axe with one hand, looked at the corpses on the ground, and said casually, Superhuman? Bag was slightly surprised, and immediately waved away the soldiers who surrounded him, grabbed his shield and sword and walked towards Fong Bai. What is your profession? Fong Bai did not speak. He did not like to reminisce with the enemy while he was alive. After beating someone to death, there would be plenty of time to talk, and the other party would not refute. As if he did not hear Bag's words, Fong Bai dragged the giant axe directly towards Bag, but did not turn on the armor to increase the power. Just normal speed. Bag was slightly surprised when he saw this, and then suddenly realized, showing a trace of disdain. You don't even have Dochi? How did you change your job? As soon as he finished speaking, Baker shouted, and the earth element surged, and his body was instantly shrouded in a layer of faint yellow light. In the process, the layer of iron armor on his body echoed with the yellow light, making the light a little thicker, giving people a feeling of being motionless. Fong Bai noticed this, his eyes slightly focused, and he stepped forward suddenly, swinging the giant axe. Step forward and slash. Die! Seeing that there was no elemental fluctuation on Fong Bai's body, Baker sneered slightly, and instead of retreating, he grabbed the shield and pushed it forward. The moment the shield was pushed forward, a yellowish-brown light enveloped it, and the long sword in the other hand was raised at the same time, like the fangs of a poisonous snake waiting for it. Judging from the power just now, as long as the giant axe was deflected and the long sword was forward, it would be easy to kill this crude warrior who couldn't even use Dochi. He has tried the combination of combat skill shield sword plus counterattack many times. A crude warrior who can only use brute force can never imagine the power of fighting spirit. Barbarians are barbarians, even if they change their job. Bag sneered. At this moment, Fong Bai's body still had no elements surging, which made him completely relieved and stepped forward with all his strength. At this moment, Fong Bai also laughed, and his laughter made people feel uneasy. At the moment of swinging the giant axe, he shouted, Full power! In just a moment, the armor gear was raised to the highest level, and Fong Bai's ears rang with the sound of springs and gears turning. In just a moment, the slow giant axe fell with a terrifying roar. The swing of the axe, which was originally full of flaws, became fatal in an instant under the blessing of terrifying power and speed. And all the original flaws disappeared. Bag's face changed, and he wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Bang! With a terrifying explosion, the rich yellow light on the wooden shield collapsed directly, and a terrifying force poured from the giant axe onto the wooden shield. Bang! The wooden shield hit his chest, and Baker fell back violently, leaning back, leaving his defense wide open. At this moment, Fong Bai shouted in a low voice, Rhino! Moo! Almost at the same time as Fong Bai's voice fell, a strong earth element condensed under Baker's body and burst out instantly, without giving Baker even a little time to react. Bang! The sharp ground spikes hit Baker's waist, and the yellow light on Baker's body surface was instantly defeated. The whole person flew diagonally into the sky as if his waist was broken. And in this situation of absolute advantage, Fong Bai suddenly appeared in his hand with a spell scroll, and threw it at Baker in his wide eyes. A spell model was formed on the scroll, and an egg-sized fireball expanded rapidly and rushed forward the moment it appeared. But it was suddenly compressed again the next moment, directly becoming the size of a thumb, and the suppression lasted only a moment. The fireball was completely out of control after flying only 3 meters. The unbalanced fireball exploded with a terrifying power far beyond the ordinary, engulfing Fong Bai and Bag at the same time. The range is 3 meters, and the killing is 10 meters. Bag was swept into the flames and was unwilling. Even if he was given a chance, it would be more than that. In order to beat him, 2 equally powerful enemies actually showed weakness, joined forces, and attacked him by surprise, and finally used precious spell scrolls to make up for it. How could he be so worthy? With the last thought in his mind, Bag was completely swallowed by the flames before he could unfold the spell scroll in his hand. Bag was blown away, like a kite with a broken string under the terrifying power far beyond the ordinary fireball. Fong Bai turned around and bit his knees, and hugged his legs skillfully before the fireball exploded, welcoming the arrival of the flame shock wave with his back with the thickest armor. Boom! The fireball exploded completely, and Fong Bai and Bag were blown away at the same time. The difference is that Fong Bai landed smoothly, while Bag was lifted up by the spikes that suddenly appeared at the moment of landing. Bang! At this moment, Fong Bai, who had fallen to the ground, spread his knees, jumped up suddenly, held the giant axe with both hands, and swung it in a circle to chop down. Puff! Cut it in two with one sword. Since the beginning of the war, Bag, who had only shown one flaw, finally had the chance to fall to the ground. After Bag was cut in two, Fong Bai turned his head and looked at the rhino who came out, grinning. I can't tell, old bull. You look big and strong on the surface, but you are very good at tricking people. You must have tricked people a lot. The rhino grinned, as if laughing too. Moo. Moo. Happy cooperation, Fong Bai said with a smile. Walked straight to Bag's head and cut it again. Caw. After cutting the head in half, Fong Bai looked around. I don't know when all the people Bag brought with him ran away. Not a single one was left. Fong Bai looked around and turned his head to look at Zhang Zhong, who fell to the ground. He doesn't seem to be dead yet? Not dead yet? You have a strong vitality. Zhang Zhong came back to his senses at this moment, looking at Fong Bai in shock, his eyes looking at the armor with fiery eyes. Just killed? Well, what else? Fong Bai looked back at Bag, whose head was split in half. I split his head in half, so he should be dead. Right? Could he still be resurrected? If he can resurrect like this, then I have nothing to do. After hearing this, Zhang Zhong came to his senses and turned his head to look at the scene where corpses were everywhere. Awesome. I thought you were a forger and couldn't beat Bag, but I didn't expect you to kill him. After Zhang Zhong finished speaking, he suddenly doubted himself. But what happened to us just now? How should I know? By the way, how did you die? Why do you look like you killed each other? This Bag can also use mental bewitching? I didn't see him use it just now. Zhang Zhong's face became extremely complicated for a while, and he suddenly didn't know how to explain what had just happened to Fong Bai. Should he say that they all committed suicide? Wait, he just stabbed Wu Yin to death with his own hands? Zhang Zhong's eyes bulged and then closed. Ah! Tired. Let's destroy it. Kill me with one knife. Zhang Zhong suddenly lay on the ground with no desire to live. Hey, what's wrong? It's just a few deaths and injuries? Is it that serious? Who hasn't died yet? I haven't died before, so I can't understand it. By the way, what is the death penalty? I heard others say it seems to be a weak state. Right? Zhang Zhong couldn't help but become more silent after hearing this. And at this time Fong Bai suddenly thought of something and took out a diamond-shaped crystal to play with it. Zhang Zhong was stunned and his eyes widened. Wait, what's in your hand? Fong Bai nodded with satisfaction after hearing this. What? How do you know I just picked up a monster crystal core? At this moment, Zhang Zhong was completely confused, and his hand trembled and pointed at Fong Bai. Well, Fong Bai looked at Zhang Zhong pitifully. Hands began to shake. It seems that he was really seriously injured. Don't look at it. It's mine. Puff. Zhang Zhong spit out a mouthful of blood. His neck tilted, and he was completely dead. Fong Bai was slightly stunned and shook his head. Why did he die? It's a pity to lose the first level experience. Fong Bai muttered a few words, and then walked towards Bag's body. The battle is over. Since the fallen teammate could not be rescued, let's loot the bag. I hope this delivery is fat enough. Fong Bai came to Bag's body. Chapter 68 Spell Effect Armor? Well, 2 spell scrolls. And here is another one. Fong Bai picked up a few scrolls in surprise. But they are burnt. After being happy for a while, Fong Bai was a little confused after checking them. Hey, is this a glass test tube? Broken. Is this a beast skin map? Broken. This, and this. Broken. Broken. All broken. The smile on Fong Bai's face gradually disappeared, And he suddenly realized. Fireball is very cool to make up for the enemy. And it is even more cool to use flames to control and compress fireballs, exchanging stability for power. But there is a price to pay for the fun. And I felt the pain when I counted the spoils. Nothing is left under the fireball that can kill even extraordinary people. Basically nothing can remain intact. Either it is carbonized by the terrifying temperature, or it is broken by the powerful shock wave. Fong Bai's face seems to be wearing a mask of pain. Damn it. I didn't protect my spoils. Bag. You deserve to die. Zhang Zong, who had just resurrected and walked over, was stunned when he heard the words. What the hell? After figuring out the situation, he immediately said in disbelief, Is there really nothing? Is it true or false? Can't you see it yourself? Zhang Zhong looked at the slag on the ground, with a look of pity on his face, and patted his thigh and said, That's simply too happy. Ha ha ha. Zhang Zhong laughed immediately. Fong Bai's behavior just now made him hate him. Now I have a chance to laugh at him. Fong Bai turned around and looked at Zhang Zhong dimly, thought about it, and said to Zhang Zhong behind his back, Wu Yin. Zhang Zhong said that he just stabbed you on purpose. Zhang Zhong was stunned when he heard the words, then laughed, and said without turning his head, TSK. You guessed something, and you want to trick me. I haven't informed Wu Yin to come online yet, and let alone not being behind. Even if she is behind, so what? I just stabbed her. Now, I will do the same. What do you mean by the same? Wu Yin's voice came from behind Zhang Zhong. Snap. Zhang Zhong's legs softened, staring at Fong Bai with wide eyes, his eyes moving. Fong Bai ignored it. Zhang Zhong turned back little by little, and immediately smiled at Wu Yin. Good morning. Good morning. Why did you come up? Brother Zhong. I went to inform. I saw that bag died, so I went to inform immediately. Fu Feng raised his hand next to him. A little proud? Is my speed fast? Fast? Very fast. Zhang Zhong gritted his teeth and said. Fu Feng stood behind Wu Yin happily, not afraid of Zhang Zhong's knife-like eyes. He is not stupid. Fong Bai smiled and watched Zhang Zhong being captured by Wu Yin, and looked at bag on the ground again. On the side, Wu Yin pulled Zhang Zhong over, and Zhang Zhong said stutteringly, Wu Yin, why are you standing there? You want to share Fong Bai's spoils? Wu Yin said in a low voice as soon as she came over. Zhang Zhong was stunned, and when he saw that Wu Yin was not talking about him, he relaxed immediately. His brain returned to normal, and he said in surprise, I don't mean that. Then you stand there. Will Fong Bai give you some? Do you want to consider this? That is, I know you, and know that you are stupid. If it were someone else, who wouldn't think that you are thinking about this and want to steal the spoils? After all, it is the legacy of a supernatural person. No, I don't think so. Even if Fong Bai said he would give it to me, I wouldn't take it. Then should Fong Bai mention this? What if he doesn't like it? You will offend those who are petty and mean. Of course, Fong Bai should not be such a person. But it is unnecessary anyway. It is not good for your reputation. Yes. Zhang Zhong nodded repeatedly. Wu Yin also knew that Zhang Zhong didn't think about this, so she didn't say anything more and changed the subject. I know you don't have this intention. So what do you mean by stabbing me just now? Wu Yin narrowed her eyes and looked Zhang Zhong up and down. I just want to prevent you from falling into their hands. I have no other thoughts. Are you worried about me? Yes. No. Yes. Looking at the nervous Zhang Zhong, Wu Yin suddenly laughed. Zhang Zhong saw Wu Yin laughing, so he laughed too. Fong Bai checked thoroughly and made sure that nothing was left, then focused his attention on the armor, wooden shield, and long sword, recalling what Bag said during the battle and the reaction of the armor at that time. He thought, battle spirit. When Bag used the so-called battle spirit just now, the earth element fluctuation was very strong. It should be the earth element power. The earth element power controlled by Bag. So the battle spirit is the gold element integrated into my body? Fong Bai thought about it, and then shook his head. No, definitely not. These gold elements have been completely integrated into my body, and they can't be extracted at all. And there is no way to use them. The so-called fighting spirit must be cultivated by other methods. And this method should have nothing to do with job transfer. Otherwise, He would not say that even if he is extraordinary, he is still a barbarian. There must be skills, inheritance, and secrets in this. Fong Bai frowned even tighter. This bag didn't even carry a secret book with him to study. Nor did he write a practice diary. Unqualified. Seriously unqualified. Fong Bai looked at bag with disdain. And then his heart moved slightly. Hey. Wait. The secret book should definitely exist. He didn't bring it. Can't I get it myself? Anyway, he is the only extraordinary person in Bag Town. Fong Bai's eyes gradually lit up. As the winner, it is reasonable for me to take my own spoils. Right? Suddenly, Fong Bai looked at Bag with a kind look, and then took off Bag's armor. Fighting spirit is one aspect, and these 3 pieces of equipment should be another aspect. Elemental metal? No. If it was elemental metal, it would not be so easy to be cut in 2 by my sword. It should be the armor mixed with elemental metal. Fong Bai took a closer look. Sure enough, both the armor and the long sword were mixed with a small amount of elemental metal. And it seems that it was not just elemental metal. This structure. Fong Bai found that the way this armor and this long sword were made was different from his. And there seemed to be something similar to a spell model in it. The focus is different. My 3 refined forging is to perfectly exert the physical properties of the material or even surpass it, so as to achieve a strength comparable to that of elemental metal. However, with this forging method, the material strength is not high. At most it is the level of 2 refinings. It does not pay attention to the hardness of the material, but pays attention to amplifying and exerting the elemental properties of the elemental metal. These subtle lines inside should be spell models. Fong Bai's eyes gradually lit up, and when he saw this forging method, he really became interested. This forging method is completely different from his forging method, and it just complements each other. If he learns this forging method, wouldn't he be able to forge a combat armor with spell effects? Armor with spell effects. Chapter 69 Followers? Armor with spell effects. This sentence is simply fascinating. After thinking for a while, Fong Bai carefully scanned the inside and outside of the 3 pieces of equipment until they took shape in the fantasy space. Then he looked at the very obvious noble emblems on the armor, sword, and shield and shook his head slightly. A moment later, a bonfire 3 or 4 meters high was burning in the open space. Fong Bai's mind moved, and the flames gathered in front of him like flowing water, slowly forming a brilliant green fire lotus. The armor and sword slowly melted under the blazing flames, and after cooling, they turned into pieces of iron ingots piled up next to them. And the wooden shield was broken bit by Fong Bai, ground into powder, and assembled. Finally, Bag's body was thrown into the flames, and with the help of Fong Bai, it was completely turned into ashes and scattered with the wind. After the head was split in half, Bag's ashes were also blown away. After extinguishing the flames, Fong Bai prepared to leave with the little rhino and said to the rhino, I will take good care of your son. See you later. Moo. The rhino called out. But just after calling out, it suddenly remembered something and rushed to block Fong Bai. Moo. 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 The rhino stopped Fong Bai from leaving and called out repeatedly, gesturing as he called out. What's the matter? Hearing Fong Bai question, the rhino couldn't help but think back to when he just returned to the herd. Its already strong body became even more sturdy under the steel armor, and with a silver rhino horn that soared into the sky, it instantly caused a shock to the herd. At that time, more than a dozen beautiful little rhinos couldn't stand steadily, and they mooed and rubbed around it. It looked at the harem, and when it was ready to complete the great cause of the herd's reproduction, it used its tongue to press down the lever to open the excretion port. Snap! The front excretion hole showed a small opening, which could be used for excretion. That's all. The opening at the back was quite large. The rhino was shocked when it found this result, and couldn't help but howl to the sky. Moo! The rhino ran to find Fong Bai at that time. Fortunately, he found him. Otherwise, the rhino at its prime couldn't vent its energy, and the surrounding monsters would be in trouble. Now, if you look at it, you will be kicked twice. I'm afraid that you will be kicked twice even if you sleep at home in the future. After the rhino gestured, Fong Bai figured out what happened and thought about this picture with a little pity. What a pity. Rhino, ? Hey, don't worry. I help you adjust it. It took a while to help the rhino adjust it, after trying a few times to make sure it was okay. The rhino left with a brisk pace. Hey, I'm taking your son away. Moo. The rhino didn't even turn its head. Just called out casually and left directly. Fong Bai looked at the little rhino and shrugged slightly. Just when Fong Bai was about to leave again, Zhang Zhong came over again. Fong Bai, are you going to leave? Yes. I've been here for so long. And I'm going to go out for a walk. Fong Bai nodded and looked at Zhang Zhong and Wu Yin. What about you? What are your plans? Zhang Zhong smiled bitterly. This time the loss was heavy. Many brothers died twice. Let's rest for a while. I don't know if we will continue to hunt monsters in the future. Zhang Zhong felt a little bitter. It was okay that he had never encountered monsters before. And he thought those half-monsters were just like that. But when he really faced the monsters, he found that both the monsters and the extraordinary people had a very strong momentum. Without the extraordinary people to confront the momentum, ordinary people don't even have the courage to fight against the extraordinary people. Even if he tried to attack, his combat power would be 90% gone. In the state of full victory, a large number of level 10 might try to surround and kill Chao Fan. But as long as Chao Fan is a little more serious and suppresses his momentum, it will be just a game. Just a casual game. Zhang Zhong thought of the scene when he faced Bag just now, looked at the spear in his hand, and said gratefully, "Thank you so much just now for helping us recover such a big loss. Otherwise, we would really go back to the pre-liberation era." "Don't thank me. She-leg." Zhang Zhong was stunned, didn't react, and didn't think much about it. Then he thought of something, hesitated to speak, and finally said embarrassedly, "I still have to thank you. And Fong Bai. I'm a little sorry. There is one more thing. I shouldn't ask, but I still want to ask. Can I buy that one?" Before Zhang Zhong finished speaking, Fong Bai shook his head slightly, and he immediately swallowed the words he hadn't said yet, and said, "Sorry. I shouldn't have mentioned that." Fong Bai looked Zhang Zhong up and down. He knew Zhang Zhong would definitely want to buy it when he took out the crystal core, but he definitely wouldn't sell it. However, he was prepared to give it to him directly. Of course, the premise is that Zhang Zhong has to ask for it. Otherwise Fong Bai won't give it to him. Just pretend he has no such intention. Fong Bai, who had already scanned the crystal core in the fantasy space, spoke out, "I am not short of money, so I can't sell it. But," after Fong Bai finished speaking, the two looked at Fong Bai. "I can lend it to you, provided that you can complete the job change." "Sure. I only need one crystal core to complete the job change," Zhang Zhong said without any hesitation. And after he reacted, he asked with some speculation, "But what do I need to pay?" "It's very simple. 5 identical crystal cores." Fong Bai threw the crystal core in his hand to Zhang Zhong, who was stunned when he took the crystal core worth thousands of gold. "Okay. But just give it to me like this? Don't you need to sign a contract in reality? Do you believe in my character so much?" Fong Bai walked out with the little rhino and smiled when he heard it. "Not trusting your character. Contract? Is there any binding force in the contract in reality here? In comparison, I believe in myself more." Fong Bai looked back at Zhang Zhong and said lightly, "My name is more useful than a contract." Fong Bai said and walked forward. Zhang Zhong looked at Fong Bai back. His words kept echoing in his ears, which made him stunned. He then looked down at the crystal core in his hand. Zhang Zhong suddenly let out a breath and shouted, "Fong Bai, can I join you? Like the retainers of the spring and autumn period, the followers of Western wizards? As a spearman who changed his job." Fong Bai paused and looked back at Zhang Zhong. "You want to get my crystal core for free before you change your job?" 5 crystal cores. Not one less. Zhang Zhong was stunned when he heard this, and watched Fong Bai walk away until he disappeared from his sight. After Fong Bai left, Wu Yin, who was a little puzzled, asked aloud, "What do you think? Are you really impressed by him?" "This is part of the reason." Zhang Zhong played with the crystal core in his hand. It was quite dramatic. The crystal core that I had been looking for months but couldn't find, and I still had no hope of finding it, was borrowed and thrown to me so easily. The main thing is that I think that if I can follow Fong Bai, it will be more promising than fighting alone. Wu Yin couldn't help but think about it, and then nodded. "I support you." Zhang Zhong looked at Wu Yin, and Wu Yin also looked at him and continued, "Then get rid of the weak state first. Change your job, and then go to him with 5 crystal cores. Whether you owe money or have no ability, No one will look down on you even if you follow him. You can't really rely on others' kindness to get something for free. I don't think you are that pretty. Zhang Zhong looked at Wu Yin, a hint of tenderness in his eyes. Then hid it, and said jokingly, Really? But I think I'm pretty handsome. Poor. Zhang Zhong touched his face, as if he was refuting, and as the two left, the voice gradually disappeared. At this moment, Fong Bai has already embarked on his journey home. Chapter 70 Qi and Blood Ants. Hey, this flower is interesting. Fong Bai took the pumpkin hammer and poked it into the flower. The flower immediately closed and bit the pumpkin hammer tightly, and the inside quickly secreted corrosive liquid. The wood that Fong Bai had just thrown in had been corroded a lot. Very corrosive. Fong Bai pulled out the hammer and wiped it with a leaf. Seeing that the hammer's surface was faintly corroded, he muttered, and hit the flower stem a few times, and found that it was not broken. He muttered twice, and took out the giant axe. Bang! The man-eating plant was cut into 2 pieces with a knife. Fong Bai searched under the flower, but did not find any fruit. Instead, he found a bulb when digging down. Bulb reproduction? Fong Bai thought about it, dug out the fist-sized bulb, and put it on the box of the little rhino. It seems to be the only one. Fong Bai looked around and continued to move forward when he saw that there was no one around. He had been walking for more than 10 days. He had collected a lot of interesting plants along the way, but he didn't bring any live plants with him. He just collected some seeds or roots and brought them with him. After changing his job, he completed this set of armor. Fong Bai walked this road very easily. After all, the density of monsters increased and became stronger as he went deeper into the mountains. Fong Bai was not afraid of the monster rhinoceros in the iron or depths, so it would be better outside. The danger level outside was still relatively low. The further outside you go, the lower the concentration of elements seems to be. Fong Bai looked back into the depths of the mountains. There should be some treasure or spiritual vein, element well or something like that in the innermost part. Right? Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a difference in element concentration, and there wouldn't be a way to support so many monsters. If there's a chance, I can walk around this mountain range and see if I can measure the element concentration and decline in different areas. This should allow me to roughly calculate the distance and direction to the core of the mountain range, as long as I don't go beyond the depth of the ore deposit. It's no exaggeration to say that in this area, I can basically walk sideways. Fong Bai muttered, and at this time, there was a rustling sound in his ears, which seemed a little familiar. That group of ants? Fong Bai suddenly had an idea, looked around, and realized where he was. He was at the home of that group of ants, and his tower shield was lost here, although the tower shield seemed to be very bad at the moment, which made Fong Bai a little disgusted. The key was not the tower shield at all. Otherwise Fong Bai would not have lost it without coming back to look for it. What really made Fong Bai remember was the group of ants. Good guy. I was chased by the group of ants at that time. The memory is deep. This time, when he met the group of ants again, Fong Bai couldn't help laughing. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't bully the poor young people. What can I say if I don't poke your ant nest today? Fong Bai looked at his sealed armor, with even the breathing holes and observation holes blocked by fine grids, and he was extremely confident. Little Rhino, you go forward first. I will come later. After Fong Bai finished speaking, he picked up the hammer and walked in the direction where the sound came from. He walked a long distance under the big tree and climbed a hill. A red ant nest that was more than 10 meters high appeared in front of him, and countless thumb-sized ants crawled like a red tide. Fong Bai suddenly felt something was wrong. He scanned it with his mental power and found that this group of ants actually had only one breath. In his perception, it was like a behemoth, but with the naked eye, it was clearly a large group of ants that could not be counted. This difference in vision and perception made it look a little different, which made Fong Bai fall into thought. At this moment, Fong Bai seemed to be discovered by the ants. A red burning breath rose up like a flame. Fong Bai's mental power seemed to be burned by fire, and a strong pain surged. A moment of delay. The next moment Fong Bai saw countless ants piled up and evolved, and finally turned into a giant fist and smashed towards Fong Bai. Fuck! Bang! Fong Bai hurriedly turned on the armor, and then blocked it with a hammer, but was still smashed out by an irresistible force. Bang 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 bang. Fong Bai, who broke a series of branches, fell on a tree trunk. His chest was stuffy, and a mouthful of old blood rushed up and was swallowed by Fong Bai. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. Damn it. Hearing the sound of approaching quickly, Fong Bai did not dare to hesitate at all, and quickly turned on the power and shuttled quickly between the mountains. After a while, he saw the little rhino still standing there stupidly, and he shouted immediately, "Run!" But the little rhino was not stupid. When he saw Fong Bai running, he immediately ran too. The man and the rhino ran for most of the day before stopping. Fong Bai's chest felt like it was on fire. After stopping, he looked back with lingering fear, and his head was still throbbing from time to time. What the hell? Fong Bai felt a palpitation and almost confessed. The rhino had never given him this feeling before. What are these ants from? I clearly didn't feel any elemental fluctuations. These ants are definitely not monsters. Although Fong Bai's mental power was burned, he still sensed something before the burning. But now, as soon as he thought, he was interrupted by waves of pain. He could only shake his head. Remember this area. Take the little rhino to identify the direction, and return to the path out of the mountains. It was not until 3 days later that Fong Bai's mental power was fully restored, and his chest was still aching. If it weren't for the armor dissipating the force, Fong Bai would definitely have been killed by this punch. There was definitely no elemental fluctuation at the time. And that red, burning feeling, and the breath that was connected together. Could it be blood and qi? After a few days of thinking, Fong Bai, who had read countless novels, couldn't help but guess. This group of ants connected through blood and qi, gathered the power of all the ants together, and then almost killed me with one punch? It seems that this is the only explanation. Fong Bai touched his aching chest, but he could only touch the cold armor. Sit down. Use mental power to push the gear. Start charging the armor. And use this time to sink into the fantasy space. Take a book from the bookshelf. Open a new page on it and start writing. First the title. After a moment of hesitation, Fong Bai wrote 3 words. Name, Qi and Blood Ant. Introduction. Features. Strength. After writing, put the notebook back on the bookshelf. There are already many books in this small area. These are all kinds of exotic flowers and monsters that Fong Bai has seen during this period. Among them, the rhino of the monster is also recorded by Fong Bai. However, the number is not large now, and it seems not full enough. Get out of the fantasy space. Stand up, and feel a dull pain in the chest. Fong Bai realized at this time that he didn't even have any effective way to heal his wounds. He could only rely on his body to heal himself or commit suicide to refresh his status. Sure enough, it's not good to work behind closed doors. You still have to go out to see more and learn more. Only when you have enough knowledge, breadth, and depth can you sit down and study. Fong Bai pondered slightly. One is to learn. The other is to digest. Only after learning can you have the knowledge to digest and make it your own. Only when you have your own knowledge can you learn better. Both are indispensable. Fong Bai endured the pain and continued to move. He looked at the map, and it should only take 3 days. Beige Town. Here I come. The spoils. Here I come. Have you collected my spoils? Chapter 71 Boom. 4 days later, Fong Bai, who was a little tired, walked out of the mountains. Looking at the gradually sparse trees, Fong Bai told the little rhino to hide and wait. Then he touched his healed chest, picked up the giant axe and walked forward. First to take the things away, so as to avoid more trouble at night. Not long after Fong Bai walked, he met a player. He saw Fong Bai as soon as he appeared, and stared at him in amazement until Fong Bai approached. The player panicked when he saw Fong Bai approaching, and hurriedly gave way. And at this time, he heard a voice saying, "Hey, brother, how do I get to Bagtown?" The player was stunned, and then looked at Fong Bai in disbelief. Player? Yes. His. The player was even more shocked, and reacted quickly the next moment. Hello, big brother. My name is Bai Kue. Are you going to Bog Town? I take you there. Ah, that's embarrassing. It's okay. It's on the way. I go too. Bai Kue immediately turned around and took Fong Bai to the direction of Bog Town, saying as he walked, "Boss, where did you get this armor? I made it myself." "Oh, boss, did you change your job?" "Yes, I changed my job to blacksmith, a logistics profession." "Ah, boss, why are you going to Bagtown? I have something in Bagtown. I'm going to get it." "Huh? Boss, haven't you been to Bagtown? How come you have something again? Where is it? I take you there later. Bag's castle. Do you know it? Of course I know. Isn't your stuff next to it? But isn't that area full of military camps and the residences of the aboriginals with status? How come it's there? It's in Bag's castle. Or to be more precise, Bag's treasure house. Fong Bai said with a smile. Bai Kui rolled his eyes in his heart. But he didn't show it on the surface. Still smiling. Boss, you are really good at joking. But you can't let Beggar's men hear you saying this. Otherwise it will easily cause trouble. Those people are very ruthless. But if we don't provoke them, they won't dare to touch our players casually. We have taught them a lot of lessons before. And we have maintained the surface peace. Bai Kui suddenly said when he remembered something. By the way, boss, it's okay to bring weapons to Beggar Town. But you can't wear armor. Especially heavy armor. Why don't you find a place to put the armor? Otherwise it will be lost if you store it at the entrance of the town. Before, a fool lost his heavy armor and has not found it yet. And quickly became the laughing stock of Beggar Town players. It's okay. I wear it in. Hearing this, Bai Kui paused, and suddenly felt that it was meaningless. So he said immediately, Okay, boss, just be happy. Here, this road ends in Beggar Town. Go by yourself. I have something to do. I'm leaving first. Bai Kui felt it was boring, and left directly after saying it. He didn't intend to do anything. He wanted to get close to a big guy when he met him. Chat a little more. And flatter him a little more. But since they didn't get along, he didn't bother to flatter him. Bai Kui curled his lips. I call you a big guy. You really think you are a big shot. Why don't you go to heaven? But Bai Kui didn't go back, but continued to walk towards Bag Town. Since he was here, he might as well go to the Church of Light to pray before going back. The God of Light and the others would definitely not believe it. But a prayer can refresh a recovery buff that lasts for a day. The self-healing ability is enhanced. And the speed of physical recovery is enhanced. Although the extent is not large, it is somewhat beneficial. And since there are benefits, believe it a little. Fong Bai saw Bai Kui leaving, and he didn't have any other ideas. He slowed down by himself. And the magician's hand pushed the gear inside the armor to start charging. Bai Kui walked to the entrance of the town. There were groups of players standing under the 6-meter-high stone wall. Bai Kui saw many familiar faces at a glance, and immediately went over. You don't know what a cool armor I just saw. It's actually from a player. It's more than 2 meters tall. I have to look up when I stand next to it. It looks like the Silver Iron Man from the previous versions. Although he can't chat with Fong Bai, it doesn't affect Bai Kui's bragging about him. Iron Man? Is it true? Who else can get this kind of armor? Wouldn't he be invincible? Of course it's true. Look! Look! It's coming! Everyone looked at it after hearing it. And their eyes widened when they saw it clearly. Fuck. So cool! A burst of hack sounded under the stone wall. Bai Kui was slightly proud. And then said with some regret, It's cool. But this kid is a bit crazy. Do you know what he just said? He said he was going to wear armor into the city. And then go to Bag's castle treasury to get something. It's so funny. Bai Kui. He fooled you. Right? It's just a casual boast. Well, I'm too lazy to bother with him. I want to see where his armor is, and how to get in. If he loses this armor, it will be a big joke. Bai Kui folded his hands in front of his chest, and raised his chin slightly towards the stone wall door. Everyone looked at it, but was stunned the next moment. The tall figure in silver-white armor ran wildly the moment he walked in front of the soldiers. The huge and burly body was not clumsy at all. It moved forward at a very fast speed, and instantly passed several soldiers, and rushed towards the door. Bai Kui was also stunned. No. He's serious? Suddenly, Bai Kui remembered what Fong Bai had just said. If he didn't lie to him, then, a super transformer? Go to the castle treasury? Bai Kui was shocked, and looked at the tall figure, who had rushed into the stone wall unimpeded. He said in a low voice, Quick! Quick! Call the president. Someone is going to attack the castle. Bag may take action. Bag? Didn't Bag go out? Bai Kui was stunned when he heard the words, and immediately reacted. Damn. It's true. I almost forgot. Then you should inform the president quickly. Someone is going to take action. Come and help. Bai Kui immediately followed after he finished speaking. And not only them, but other players at the gate of the city also reacted quickly after being shocked and followed immediately. For a moment, There was a huge crowd of players behind Fong Bai, which was even more than the soldiers chasing him. And a few reckless people saw these soldiers and looked at them. After looking at their equipment, Fong Bai looked at each other. He stopped chasing them, and skillfully took out a strip of cloth and wrapped it around his face, and immediately touched the back of the soldier. Pa! A few hits with a club, and the soldiers were dragged away immediately. Not long after, several naked soldiers started cursing in the corner of Bag Town. However, this little episode did not affect the soldiers at the entrance of the town to notify the inside. When the deep horn sounded at the entrance of the town, the whole Bag Town was instantly boiling. Moo! Moo! Creaky! Under the push of 5 or 6 soldiers, the heavy gate of the castle slowly closed, and the soldiers in the barracks instantly. However, just as the gate was about to be closed, with a series of dull stomping sounds, a burly silver figure rushed to the gate, jumped up, turned 360 degrees in the air, and smashed down the gate with a huge axe in both hands. Boom! The soldier who pushed the door instantly vomited blood and flew backwards. The closed gate stagnated, and the burly figure held the axe in one hand and pressed on the door with the other hand. Creak! 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 The heavy door slowly opened. However, at this moment, soldiers from inside and outside the castle ran in, and hundreds of soldiers quickly surrounded Fong Bai from the front and back. The air in front of the castle became extremely solemn. Chapter 72 Extraordinary. Creaky! The heavy door slowly opened, and more than 100 guards surrounded Fong Bai. Spears, shields, longbows, and crossbows formed a formation full of fangs. At this moment, the atmosphere was tense and solemn. Everyone subconsciously held their breath. Players offline mobile phones heard their anxious voices. What's going on? What's going on? We be there soon. Talk now. The burly figure at the door did not change at all in the face of such a situation. He supported the heavy door with one arm and slowly pushed it open. Go! A captain among the guards said. But before they could take action, a burly figure glanced over. The arrogant look startled them, and the next moment, a terrifying momentum rose. Moo! It was as if a huge rhino was soaring into the sky, and the sound of a terrifying bull mooing rang in my ears. The violent momentum reached its peak in an instant, and the guards surrounding Fong Bai retreated subconsciously, as if they saw a heavily armored rhino charging at full speed. The weak-willed ones were even scared to death. Under the huge momentum, the castle gate became quiet again, and the captain who was targeted by Fong Bai instantly flushed his face, and drops of sweat appeared and slid down his eyes. He didn't dare to move at all, because he knew that he had been locked in. If he made any move, the next step would be a thunderous attack. And this also made him realize a shocking fact. Super extraordinary. The fear of death lingered in his heart, and the captain stumbled when he spoke. And the players who heard this sentence were also stunned. Super? Career-changing player? The same is true for Bai Kuei. Fuck. What the boss said turned out to be true. I thought you were just bragging. But you're serious? After the words fell, the scene returned to silence again, with only the sound of the door opening slowly ringing. When the captain was struggling to give an order, a voice came from behind. Everyone put down your weapons. All the guards breathed a sigh of relief and quickly put away their weapons, fearing that they would be a little slow. Only they knew how terrifying it would be to face a superhuman at close range. When Fong Bai heard the voice and looked forward, he saw an old man with silver hair walking forward, and the guards in front of him immediately made way respectfully. The old man walked directly in front of Fong Bai and saluted slightly. Dear superhuman, please take back your momentum. I am the butler of the Bag family. The head of the family is not at home, so I will meet him on his behalf. May I ask why you came to Bag Town? Fong Bai narrowed his eyes and looked at the butler, and immediately took back his momentum. The surrounding players were disappointed when they heard the words. Damn? You're so scared now? Is it over? This group of players, who liked to watch the fun, were immediately disappointed when they saw the butler's appearance. It seemed that there was no fun to watch. However, the next moment, I have some things in Bag's treasure house. I want to go in and look for them, Fong Bai said indifferently. Bai Kuei was also shocked. Are all big guys so direct? Don't bother to lie? Even robbery is directly mentioned? Sure enough, after being shocked, they became excited. They didn't believe that this butler could still tolerate this. Uncle, you can tolerate it. Before he finished speaking, The butler nodded calmly. Okay. I understand. Come on. Open the treasure house. After speaking, the butler made way and extended his hand to guide. Master Superhuman. Please. Fong Bai was slightly stunned when he heard the words. And the player who just spoke was stunned. And he can also tolerate it? Fong Bai couldn't help but look at the butler twice more. Seeing that he didn't show any strange emotions, he nodded immediately and walked inside. The other players watched Fong Bai walk in under the watchful eyes of more than 100 guards. After a while, he came out with a bundle. Judging from the appearance of this bundle, it should be given by the butler. Ah! This Fong Bai couldn't help turning his head to look at the butler after he came out and asked, How dare you? Family inheritance is above all else. The butler said softly. Fong Bai looked back at the castle after hearing this, nodded at the butler, and turned away without saying anything else. Farewell, sir. The butler stood at the entrance of the castle and bowed slightly to see Fong Bai off. This respectful look made those who didn't know think he was seeing bag out. Seeing this scene, all the players present couldn't help but shudder and muttered to themselves. A real man should be like this. However, after Fong Bai completely disappeared from his sight, the butler raised his head and glanced at the surrounding players, and said lightly, Kill them all. Bai Kui, who had not yet left, was stunned when he heard this, and subconsciously thought he had heard it wrong. Other players, who were eating melons, before they could react. The other guards, who came to support, and the guards of the castle quickly surrounded them. At this time, a player who was squeezed in the back heard the word kill, and squeezed to the front excitedly. Looking around. Kill whoever you want to kill. However, when he saw the spear in the guard's hand, Bag Castle was robbed. That day, the guards of Bag Town and the onlookers fought each other to the point of bloodshed. Eating onlookers. In the end, it was his own fault. Fong Bai didn't know what happened later. He killed a few players who followed him and returned to the mountains. After finding the little rhino, Fong Bai sat down on a flat ground and opened the package. There weren't many things in the package. Only 2 magic beast cores, 3 spell scrolls, a piece of metal the size of 2 fists, and 3 books. There was a lot of money in the treasury, and many slightly worse things. But Fong Bai didn't take them. It's not that he didn't want to take them, nor that he couldn't take them, but the housekeeper's operation made him feel a little embarrassed. It made him feel like he was getting something for nothing. So he packed up the best things and left. Bah! Bad luck. Forget it. Just think of it as me doing good deeds. I'm a pretty good person. Fong Bai shook his head, stopped thinking about it, and reached out to pick up the 2 monster crystal cores. One is earth attribute. One is water attribute. I don't know what other uses these monster crystal cores have besides changing jobs. Can they be used as elemental batteries? Fong Bai pondered. After all, that's what's written in novels. Maybe it works. I study it later. He put the crystal core away and picked up 3 spell scrolls. 3 fireball spells. When Fong Bai used the fireball spell, the damage was doubled. But the range was a little short. A little shorter than the killing range. Although Fong Bai was wearing armor, he still didn't dare to get close to the middle. Every time he used it, he had to be careful. But Fong Bai looked at the 3 fireball spell scrolls, and some thoughts emerged in his mind. Fireball spell. You don't have to use it directly. Fong Bai looked down at the axe in his hand. After using fireball to finish off a kill, the axe in his hand became less and less convenient to use. Or was it the spell that was powerful? Or, Chapter 73 Return to the blacksmith shop. After all, the explosion of a fireball is somewhat similar to gunpowder. Can the fireball spell replace gunpowder? Fong Bai couldn't help but be moved. He was also a person who had looked up the structure of firearms. But after thinking about it, Fong Bai calmed down first, put away the spell scroll, and picked up the piece of metal instead. The dark metal was heavy in his hand. Occasionally, a little gold thread could be seen on the surface, making it look a bit magical. Inside the metal, the mental power could detect the existence of very rich and very stable gold elements. Obviously, this is a piece of naturally formed elemental metal. No need to describe it too much. Elemental metal. These 4 words are enough to explain its value. For Fong Bai, this is a set of extraordinary equipment. A new armor. Even more. Some elemental metal powder mixed with iron ingots can be forged into a steel ingot similar to elemental metal. What if I forge it with pure elemental metal? Fong Bai suddenly felt curious, and then thought for a moment, and put the elemental metal away first. One of the last 3 books was a secret book, and the other 2 were practice notes. Fong Bai scanned them into the fantasy space, and put them away. When packing up, Fong Bai suddenly saw a stone ball, which was slightly smaller than a fist. I don't know what this thing is. For this stone ball, Fong Bai tried many ways, but it was unmovable. He could only guess that it should be good, so he didn't throw it away, and always carried it with him. He put the stone ball away, and patted the package. As expected, killing people and setting fires to get a gold belt. You still have to receive express delivery to make money quickly. It's just that this courier is not very good. He doesn't deliver to my door, and I have to pick it up myself. Fong Bai curled his lips, and was very satisfied with the gains of this trip. As for whether not killing all of Bag's family would leave hidden dangers, Fong Bai did consider this issue, but the final answer was that it was unnecessary, and he didn't want to. They are just a group of people who don't even have extraordinary people. What's more, even if they do, what's the use? And they kill the whole family at any time, leaving no one alive, old or young, women or children. Fong Bai really can't do such a thing. He can just chop Bag into 2 pieces, chop his head in half, and finally burn it to ashes. But forget about it. Otherwise, what's the difference between him and a murderer or a demon? And as long as he is strong enough, why should he worry about revenge? The Bag family should even thank him. And if he is not strong enough, there is no need for the Bag family, and there will still be enemies everywhere. So, making yourself stronger is the best way to not worry about revenge. If you just kill them all, what if they have friends? Maybe killing them all will just cause dissatisfaction among the other party's friends. And if they kill them all in a novel, this will be at least another 200 chapters of the plot. And this is just the Aborigines. What if they offend the players next time? Of course, if they really encounter special situations, they will naturally be treated specially. That is another matter. Fong Bai shook his head slightly, and did not think about this problem anymore. He stood up, but after the excitement passed, Fong Bai suddenly felt the fatigue of his body surge up, and coupled with the heavy armor, he could not stand up. Forgot to turn on the boost. No, the boost is gone. Fong Bai took off his helmet, and rubbed his sweat-soaked eyebrows. Armor without an energy system is still a little bit worse. Even if I charge it up in advance before the battle, I can only last for 1 or 2 minutes at most in the case of full-strength fighting. It can't even reach 3 minutes. And it's too tiring to wear it daily. Seeing that they had reached the edge of the mountain, and the terrain was gradually flat, Fong Bai walked out for a while and stopped, and took down the box on the back of the little rhino. First, pour out all the things, and then disassemble the box into parts. With Fong Bai assembly, the original box suddenly turned into a spacious large-scale frame. Cut down a tree, saw it into planks with a jigsaw, flatten it piece by piece, stack it, and cover it. After a while, a closed carriage was formed directly. After taking off the mechanical power armor, Fong Bai, who was sweating all over, put the armor on top of other things in the carriage. After ensuring that he could quickly put on the armor when needed, Fong Bai hung the carriage on the reserved hook of the little rhino armor. Go! Moo! Fong Bai sat in front of the carriage with ease, and the little rhino pulled the carriage forward. It was stumbling all the way until it got to the main road. The surrounding players looked at Fong Bai and the little rhino with curiosity. The rate of turning heads for this combination was simply full. Fong Bai sat in the carriage and swayed with ease, enjoying the envy of every player. This is how to play games. At this moment, a luxurious carriage passed by. The 2 tall horses pulling the carriage looked down at the little rhino, and finally looked at Fong Bai and snorted. Ta-da-da. The carriage drove away. What the hell? I was despised by a horse? Fong Bai turned his head to look at the carriage, and a tulip badge came into view. Damn. Fong Bai rubbed his nose, asked the little rhino to speed up, and went directly back to the blacksmith shop in the Dynasty Guild Market. As soon as he approached the market, he quickly attracted the attention of a group of people. As time went by, Fong Bai's robbery of the castle was like a boulder thrown into the water, and the ripples slowly spread. In Bag Town, inside a private house, a player said solemnly, "Sir, I dare to assure you that I have investigated that there is no extraordinary person in Bag Town now, unless there happens to be an extraordinary person coming. But how can this be possible? Bag's castle was robbed. And it was done by a player extraordinary person. A person ran in and said quickly. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a while, until the voice of the head seat sounded. Find out why you came. Where did you go after you came? In addition, what profession? What equipment? What strength? All need to be investigated clearly. Yes, sir. Okay. Go down. The two players left the room, and the one who came in later spoke up. Brother, let's talk about it later. Oh. As he spoke, the colorful tattoo on the player's neck was looming. And not only here. Other places also heard exclamations after receiving the news. What? Professional? Do you know him? Where did he come from? He left. And all the players who chased him died? Pa! The table was slapped. There is actually a job changer who is looking for him. We must find him. After finding him, we must win him over immediately. If we can't win him over, we must show our goodwill. I will go there in person, the guild leader said loudly. But the people had already left, so it was useless to say anything. But since they had come to this point, they couldn't help but think of a clue from before, and couldn't help but ask aloud. By the way, has the blacksmith Fongbai come back? Not yet? Why not? Keep guarding. If he comes back, proceed according to the original plan. Yes. Chapter 74 So bad? President. Fongbai is back. The player who just ran out suddenly came back and said in surprise. Chi Yun's eyes lit up when he heard it. Back? Okay. Let's get started. Yes. They have already taken the Dynasty Guild's logo. Okay. We must get Fongbai. What a coincidence. A transcendent was found here. And Fongbai is back over there. Huh? Chi Yun suddenly became alert. Wait. That professional player is not Fongbai. Right? It's impossible. So many guilds in Bag Town have failed to change their jobs. Could it be that he, a logistics player, can change his job first? But logistics players. The job change requirements of logistics players will not be different from those of combat players. They don't need Warcraft crystal cores. Right? Chi Yun was shocked. If that's the case, Chi Yun quickly took out the map, circled the location of the Dynasty Guild's headquarters in Bag Town, and connected some clues together. Oh no! Pa! After knocking everyone to the ground, Fongbai clapped his hands and looked at the group of people in front of him. They all seemed to have the Dynasty Guild's logo on them. So, you are all from the Dynasty Guild? Fongbai looked at the dozen people strangely, and then looked at Su Wen strangely. At this moment, Su Wen's mouth was slightly open, which was very cute. So awesome. Su Wen, what did you do when I left that made the Dynasty Guild hate you so much? When I come back, those who are looking for trouble will have to line up. The player who fell to the ground suddenly felt a little doubtful about his life after hearing this. Is he in a bad state today? He was actually knocked down by a logistics player. It must be that his teammates are too bad. Su Wen rolled his eyes after hearing this. Boss, I swear to God, there was nothing before you came back. But after you came back, all kinds of monsters and demons came out. Isn't it obvious who invited them? Oh, is that so? Fongbai suddenly realized. Of course. But it's strange that they sent such a group of players who can't even beat you, the boss, and dare to come and make trouble? What do you mean you can't even beat me? You have no respect for your elders, Fongbai said with a dark face, and then looked at the group of people lying on the ground. But they are really bad. The group of people on the ground silently covered their faces. Is it really that they are too bad? Throwing this group of players out of the blacksmith shop, Fongbai took the little rhino into the backyard. The moment the little rhino came in, Su Wen's eyes lit up. Wow, what a handsome little rhino. Boss, did you make this armor for it? Of course. Fongbai smiled and sorted things, while Su Wen watched curiously from the side. After some chatting, Fongbai also had a general understanding of the recent situation in Bag Town. But there was one thing that surprised him. What did you say? No player in the entire Bag Town has changed his job? Fongbai was shocked. That's not true. It seems that there was a single player who changed his job. After the job change, he slaughtered a guild and ran directly to Hanfeng City. It seems that his name is Tu Su. Before the job change, he was hunted down by the guild. However, 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west, Tu Su successfully changed his job and started the road of counterattack. He guarded the guild station and slaughtered several times. In the end, he killed the guild on the spot and disbanded it. The boss went bankrupt and jumped off the building. Boss, you don't know how much noise this incident caused at the time. And except for him, I really didn't hear that anyone changed his job. And this Tusu also went to Hongfeng City and didn't stay here. So there is indeed no one who changed his job in Bagtown at present. Oh, so that's it. Fong Bai was speechless. This Tusu's experience is somewhat similar to his. Should he learn from him? Fong Bai turned his head and looked at the Dynasty Guild when he thought of this. Ahem. Li Jianming, who was in the guild office, suddenly coughed, and an ominous premonition came to his mind. What happened? Why do I feel like a disaster is coming? Some sweat appeared on Li Jianming's forehead. And at this time a player walked in. President, Fong Bai is back. Fong Bai is back? Li Jianming was slightly stunned when he heard the name, and suddenly reacted the next moment. Fong Bai is back. Could it be that he has changed his job? Obviously, Li Jianming didn't know the inside story clearly, but at least he knew it in his heart. And the emergence of this idea immediately made his chest feel more depressed. After thinking for a long time, he finally made a decision. Apologize? What are you apologizing for? Fong Bai looked at Li Jianming in front of him quietly. At this moment, Li Jianming spoke out his original thoughts and plans in full, without hiding anything, without covering up or inducing anything, and finally said, although Lu Shan has been dealt with by me, I also bear some responsibility for this matter. So after thinking it over, I decided to come and apologize to you in person. Fong Bai smiled. Are you afraid that I will become the second Tu Su? Come to think of it, I was thinking about this issue just now. Fong Bai's tone was very calm, but it instantly made Li Jianming's heart jump to his throat. The survival of his guild seemed to be determined by the thought of the man in front of him. One thought can lead to life, and one thought can lead to death. There has never been a moment when Li Jianming wanted to cut Lu Shan into pieces more than now. In fact, if there was no Lu Shan, he would prefer to recruit him with a gentle approach. But after Lu Shan's action, he looked down on him and thought that he could grasp it and not lose anything. So he acquiesced to Lu Shan's behavior. It was not until Fong Bai escaped that he realized that things were out of control. After the Tu Su incident, he was even more tortured every day, fearing that he would wake up and see Fong Bai coming back and everything he had would be gone. At this moment, Fong Bai looked at Li Jianming and said lightly, "You go back. The rest depends on my mood." After a while, Li Jianming walked out of the blacksmith shop in a daze, looking at the sun that was particularly dazzling today. His mentality was wavering, gritted his teeth, and then became fierce. Superhuman? So what if he is superhuman? A broken blacksmith just at this moment. A rhinoceros in armor swayed left and right into the blacksmith shop. When Li Jianming saw the armor, he recalled what happened in Bagtown today and suddenly reacted. Wait, could it be? Li Jianming was shocked for a moment. After Li Jianming left, Fong Bai suddenly felt bored. Just now, I was still thinking about how to retaliate. But now I feel that all this is so childish. Even if the president of a huge guild bowed his head in front of him, he didn't feel the slightest bit. But Su Wen next to him was very excited and shouted. Fong Bai shook his head in boredom and picked up a book to read. After Su Wen's excitement passed, she found that Fong Bai was reading again. And he was reading the real book she copied. And she couldn't help but feel curious. Boss, are you really not a student? No. What's wrong? Su Wen asked in confusion. Then why are you still reading this book? Isn't it extraordinary in the game? Could it be that reading this book can help you practice? Chapter 75 Fighting. Does the supernormal need to read books? Fong Bai laughed. Of course you need to read books. But you are not reading supernormal books. Facing the puzzled Su Wen, Fong Bai asked with interest. Then let me ask you. What is the definition of science? Science is science. Modern technology, modern science, etc. are all science. You are too general. To be precise, the explanation of science is a method that is tested by practice and infinitely close to the truth. And the supernormal also has rules and a truth. If you want to learn the supernormal and want to become stronger, you naturally need to learn. Naturally. It is in line with science. And it can be deduced from this. The supernormal is just a new subject under science. Is there a problem with this? Fong Bai's explanation made Su Wen open her mouth slightly, and was stunned. Then you are only reading books on mechanical engineering. What is the connection? Then let me ask you, what is an extraordinary book? A book that describes extraordinary knowledge and can help you practice and become stronger. Then this is it. Seeing that Su-wen was still puzzled, Fong Bai did not say much, smiled, and let Su-wen fill in the blanks by herself. If you understand, you will understand. Fong Bai does not want to explain more. Just let her guess. In fact, in the final analysis, Fong Bai believes that the extraordinary is not completely out of touch with reality. It does not mean that the extraordinary does not need to breathe, does not need to abide by gravity, and does not mean that the extraordinary does not need to eat. All are needed. The extraordinary is still a phenomenon based on the existing physical rules. In this case, the knowledge and reality will not be invalid. The best example is that Fong Bai can forge mechanical power armor and use it to directly confront the combat professional bag. This shows that Fong Bai learning is useful and effective. In addition, Fong Bai actually values not only the knowledge in the books, but also the way of thinking of the writers. According to Fong Bai understanding, it's okay for college. But in graduate and doctoral studies, the tutors are more focused on cultivating a way of thinking that belongs to scientific research. Be bold in assumptions, and be careful in verification. This is the essential difference between graduate students and college students. And it is also the most significant improvement in graduate students' abilities. It's not just the knowledge learned in textbooks during graduate school. This is why many companies and units will impose a basic restriction on academic qualifications when recruiting. One is learning ability, and the other is to value this way of thinking. As long as the way of thinking is advanced enough and the learning ability is strong enough, no matter what industry you enter, you can quickly adapt and grow, even if you start from scratch, including extraordinary. Of course, the variable of extraordinary talent cannot be included here. But then Fong Bai took out Bag's secret book and notes. If you have extraordinary knowledge, you still have to read extraordinary knowledge first. After a while, Fong Bai immersed his mind in the fantasy space and studied carefully. At the same time, the mental power also spread out, completely covering the street in front of the blacksmith shop, and used mental power instead of physical contact to skin one passing player after another. The sample library gradually became abundant. Fighting chi. Capture the elements in the environment and integrate them into the body. Then temper it with personal will. And finally form your own fighting chi. Fong Bai roughly flipped through the fighting chi secret book and had a general impression of fighting chi. This secret book is not profound. It should be just a rough introduction. Yes, a knight, the lowest noble of the kingdom of Bean. Judging from the age of the castle, it should be a family that has only been aristocrats for a short time. It's good to have it, and you can't expect it to be very profound. Fong Bai thought for a moment and read it again. Compared with the 10 minutes of the first time, the second time took much longer. It took Fong Bai more than an hour to finish reading it. Different professions have different characteristics of fighting spirit, and with the different elemental attributes of individuals, the characteristics will be biased. Finally, according to the differences in personal character, the fighting spirit formed will change again. While thinking, Fong Bai had some doubts, and began to read for the third time with doubts. The third time took 5 hours. The fourth time took a whole day. At this point, Fong Bai almost broke down the words and sentences to ponder. After reading for the fourth time, Fong Bai threw the secret book into the bookshelf. As for the two notebooks, Fong Bai had no intention of flipping through them. Fong Bai was disdainful. These nobles may not have the same vision as him, and their abilities may not be stronger than him. The secret book needs to be studied with a respectful attitude. But the cultivation notes, with other people's characteristics and specializations cannot be read randomly, which will have a counter effect. Close your eyes and think. The fighting spirit of the warrior profession is more violent, with strong power increase and high destructiveness. The fighting spirit of the guard profession is stable and heavy, with high defense and recovery. But the destructiveness and attack range are much less than that of the warrior. Archer's fighting spirit is light, agile, and swift, and the arrows they shoot out are silent and fast. However, people with the same profession but different appearances are also different. Some archers have a steady personality, and the arrows they shoot out are powerful and heavy, like a hammer hitting hard. But the speed and armor-breaking ability are slightly inferior. The same is true for warriors. Some warriors are steady, some warriors are violent, and some warriors are jumpy. There are thousands of people with different faces, and this is fighting spirit. Fong Bai thought thoughtfully. Bag's profession should be a guard. and his fighting spirit is earth element. His strength should be biased towards defense and counterattack. He was indeed tanky that day. First I killed him with an axe, then the rhino's ground spikes, and finally, he was killed with an enhanced version of Fireball. And the vision of Bag's armor at that time should also be fighting spirit. Resonate with fighting spirit and armor to obtain the increase brought by armor. This is the equipment. The equipment effect makes the violent fighting spirit increase the attack power, and the heavy fighting spirit increases the defense power. Through different equipment combinations, professionals can form a variety of battle routes. At this moment, Fong Bai world suddenly became clear. No wonder Bag regards me as a barbarian. No wonder he looks down on me even if I change my job. So that's it. Changing jobs only lays the foundation for transcendence. And forming your own fighting spirit, and then creating a battle route according to the nature of your own fighting spirit. This is a truly formed combat professional. At this moment, even Fong Bai was a little excited. Calm down and slowly capture the gold element with mental power in the fantasy space. For normal professionals, this step should be completed with natural treasures or crystal cores of the same attribute. But for Fong Bai who has mental power, he can just use mental power to capture it from the environment. Strands of gold elements are controlled and pulled into the body. These gold elements cannot be integrated into the body, just like foreign objects. This is normal. After pulling in a certain amount of gold elements, Fong Bai stood up and started to exercise. The exercise is not complicated, but it can activate every muscle in the body. With the intensification of exercise, the muscles are completely awakened, and Fong Bai heartbeat speed also increases step by step. The strong heart squeezes the bright red blood into the whole body, washing every muscle. In this repetitive process, a light red breath slowly emerges. Chapter 76 Equipment Blessing. Giggle. Bang. Bang. Fong Bai kept changing in one strange posture after another, and with the change of posture, his bones and joints made strange noises again and again. In this process, he constantly used his mental power to introduce the gold element into his body. Bang! 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 The heart beat faster and faster, squeezing the blood all over his body, washing every muscle. In the repeated changes of posture, Fong Bai's physical strength was quickly consumed, and after more than 10 minutes, a wisp of light red mist slowly emerged in the blood. This mist gradually flowed through the body with the flow of blood. Immediately, Fong Bai guided the gold element in his body to the heart, and the mist also flowed to the heart. The gold element, which was originally parallel and had no contact with the body, collided with the light red mist. Qi and blood. This power is exactly the same as the breath on the Qi and blood int. It should be Qi and blood. From this perspective, the power of Qi and blood should also be considered a kind of extraordinary power. There is no gold element in reality. But is there a chance to condense the power of Qi and blood? A thought flashed through Fong Bai's mind. But looking at this strand of Qi and blood power, he did not stay too long. Because if it lasted too long, the Qi and blood power would dissipate. As soon as the thought moved, the mental power directly mixed with the gold element and the power of Qi and blood. As Fong Bai's posture changed, the power of Qi and blood wrapped the mental power, and the gold element circulated inside the body, moving with the power of Qi and blood in the contraction of the muscles. Gradually, the three forces merged together. A new power was born inside the body. Freely control this power. Bless it in your hand, and then press it lightly on the table. A fingerprint slowly emerged on the table. After thinking for a moment, Fong Bai used it to bless all the muscles related to the strength of the arm, and pressed down again. Puff! The thin table was directly pressed through. Is this also a manifestation of the application of real knowledge to the extraordinary? You can directly use Do Qi to bless a series of special muscles, instead of bless the whole body or just the arms. Fong Bai tried one way of blessing after another, and slowly dispersed it after a while. The dispersed Do Qi merged between the body's tissues and structures, and could be condensed at any time. Fong Bai did not continue to practice, but started to eat. Do Qi comes from the fusion of mental power, blood, and gold elements. Mental power and gold elements have no restrictions on Fong Bai, but blood needs food to supplement and physical strength to recover. After eating, Fong Bai continued to temper Do Qi. Fong Bai Do Qi was like gold, and everything was in order. There was neither the frenzy of a warrior, nor the stability of a guard, nor the lightness of an archer. Just like the wooden table just now. If a warrior released his Do Qi over there, It would directly blow a big hole in the tabletop. This is what Fong Bai could not do. From this time on, professional bias and professional classification have already emerged. As a blacksmith and a logistics professional, Fong Bai's weakness in fighting is inevitable. However, Fong Bai also discovered the advantages of his fighting spirit, which is stability and control. His fighting spirit is not very active, which means inertia while weak power, stability, and it is not easy to react with other energies. The control of fighting spirit is extremely fine, and it can even carve patterns on sesame seeds and embroider on hair. From the perspective of fighting spirit secrets, this is very difficult for other professions. In addition, Fong Bai picked up the giant axe, and fighting spirit flowed into it to resonate with it. Buzz! A ray of golden light flowed on the surface of the giant axe. After adding the giant axe to the big cycle, a new force flowed into Fong Bai's body. With the blessing of this force, Fong Bai's physical attributes have been partially improved. Improve all attributes. Fong Bai opened the attribute panel. Name, Fong Bai. Level 12. Click to expand, strength, physique, skills, speed, armor, resistance, except for the magic attribute representing mental power. Basically all attribute values have been improved, and strength and physique have increased by 2 points at once. Fong Bai closed his eyes and felt carefully. A total of 8 points. A green-clad giant axe basically increased my attribute value by 8 points. A difference of several levels. And this should be the attribute of the equipment blessing that has not been adjusted. Otherwise this power can definitely have its own bias, like the fighting spirit of a professional. Concentrate them all. Add all strength or all physique. If you can add 8 points of strength or 8 points of physique at once, it will be terrifying. Hey, wait. If armor can also be added, can it be 8 points of armor? Fong Bai was suddenly shocked by his own idea. An axe with armor attribute. What kind of devil-level equipment is this? Shaking his head, he quickly threw away this terrible idea, for fear that he would be tempted. Wait. What's going on? Why am I more and more tempted the more I think about it? Fong Bai couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Of course, Fong Bai also understood that just like a warrior's fighting spirit cannot be all strength, destruction, and physique without adding any speed, perhaps the equipment can also be adjusted. But it is definitely difficult to adjust everything. Even if he has never tried it. Even if he can't. Fong Bai knows that it must be difficult. But as long as it can be adjusted, the equipment can play a greater role. My current strength attribute points are 32. Even if the giant axe can only add 3 or 4 points of strength after adjustment, it is a huge improvement. If I can hold 8 giant axes, my strength attribute can be doubled directly. Although this is very weird. If the 8 giant axes are converted into a set of armor, then my attribute value will at least double. If I fight against professionals of the same level like this, it will definitely be a crushing situation. Among truly mature and wealthy professionals, the attribute blessing brought by equipment definitely occupies a large proportion of strength. A large proportion. Having equipment and not having equipment are two completely different concepts. I just don't know what level the green-clad giant axe is in the extraordinary equipment. It can't be the worst one. Right? But isn't there a white one underneath? Fong Bai couldn't help but turn his head to look at the armor covered by the box. The armor is a semi-finished product. And it's just white equipment. It will definitely be stronger than the giant axe in the end. Now the attribute value that the giant axe alone can bring is as high as 8 points. What about the mechanical assisted armor? Fong Bai's heart was slightly moved, and he couldn't wait to walk towards the armor. Dress up. Click. 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 Accompanied by a series of machine spring sounds. Fong Bai finished dressing in the blink of an eye. Faster than the transformation of the armor warrior. It should be difficult to be killed during the transformation process. Dochi poured into the mechanical assisted armor and resonated with it. Well, why is there no reaction? Fong Bai was slightly stunned, and then reacted. The little Dochi I just cultivated can't even activate the armor. It turns out that the more equipment the better. The bigger the better. I was originally thinking about whether to carry 2 large pieces of metal on my back as equipment. Fong Bai muttered, took off the armor, and continued to temper the Dochi. After a few days, the Dochi was finally perfected. Wearing armor. Chapter 77, Make a gun. Wear armor. Merge armor. Fong Bai saw that no one was muttering around. And then he laughed. The fighting spirit in his body flowed into the armor and resonated with it. Buzz. At this moment, The armor finally responded, and a huge force seemed to be awakened, slowly flowing into Fong Bai's body and participating in the big cycle. At this moment, Fong Bai felt that his whole body was filled with power, and he subconsciously clenched his fists, and his bones crackled. Bang! A straight punch made a light sound, and Fong Bai felt that he could kill 2 cows with 1 punch. Slowly adapting to this power, Fong Bai couldn't help but open the attribute panel. Looking at the huge change in the attribute panel, Fong Bai was shocked. 10, 16, 20, 24, 36? Fong Bai couldn't help but count again. But the result was still 36 points. Except for the magic power representing the spiritual power. The 6 attributes are basically all attributes plus 6. This. Fong Bai couldn't help but pick up the giant axe again and resonate with it. Buzz. Up to 42 points of attributes are added to Fong Bai. At this moment, even Fong Bai felt a little too much. Armor fusion? What armor fusion? This is the real armor fusion. Fong Bai was so proud at this moment that he wanted to find someone to fight immediately. Where are the monsters? Where are the monsters? I just combined the armor. Can I bear this? After a long time, Fong Bai let out a long sigh and gradually calmed down. This is just a semi-finished armor. If it is a finished product. For the first time, Fong Bai felt that he was so awesome. A set of armor is so awesome. And this is just the blessing brought by the armor material itself. Not including the armor's own power system. You know, that's even more awesome. Equipment. So this is equipment. Fong Bai looked at the attribute panels of the giant axe and armor. He didn't know what it meant before. But now he finally understood. And it really adds attributes to the whole body. Even the giant axe can increase acceleration and armor. And strength can also be increased. It's really awesome. These 2 pieces of equipment are so powerful. If I make another 100 or 80 pieces of equipment, wouldn't it be amazing immediately? Fong Bai suddenly felt proud. As an extraordinary forger, would it be reasonable for him not to arm himself to the teeth and wear 10 rings on his fingers? The emperor took turns. This year. Well, wait. Why does the speed of this fighting spirit consumption seem a bit fast? Fong Bai was slightly stunned. Then calmed down. Carefully perceived. And immediately discovered many details that he had not discovered just now. Maintaining equipment blessing requires consumption of fighting spirit. At this rate, at most a few hours. Even if he does nothing, he will consume all the fighting spirit. And if there is a fierce battle and frequent use of fighting spirit, it will only be faster. And recalling the situation when he couldn't activate the armor at the beginning, he felt it slightly, and had a rough idea in his mind. I can only equip 1 more green equipment like the giant axe. And I may not even be able to equip a complete one. The rest, even if I am given more equipment, can only be decoration. No matter how good the equipment is, it must be based on people. Forget it. I don't want to be the emperor. Fong Bai left the equipment state, felt the power leaving his body, and a sense of emptiness surged in his heart, which was then slowly calmed down by Fong Bai. This state is really like the combination of armor. Otherwise, how come those armor warriors put on armor? Whether it is strength or physique, all increase rapidly? Fong Bai thought about this question while recovering the lost fighting spirit. Suwon was very puzzled. Why did Fong Bai eat so many meals? Is he a glutton? My boss is a glutton? According to the TV series, should I have a hidden cooking skill? Suwon thought about the plot of the TV series while putting herself into it. As for ordering food, Suwon looked at the group of envoys from major guilds in the store, and the vice president smiled. They came to find Fong Bai. Fong Bai had met 2 of them. But before that, he heard Li Jianming say that those who were looking for trouble were all pretending to be from the Dynasty Guild. After connecting those people with the presidents in front of him, Fong Bai disappeared. Although Fong Bai didn't see them, they didn't give up for a while, and didn't leave. This made Suwon suffer. She ate the sugar coating and threw the cannonball back. She would gain at least several pounds. But she felt a little guilty about eating. But when she thought about it carefully, this was a game, and she wouldn't gain weight in real life. She felt at ease eating immediately. Crack, crack, crack. Suwon started eating potato chips again, while a guild player went to buy food. Soon after, Fong Bai rolled his eyes at the food Suwon brought over. Although he was not outside, he knew everything that happened outside. Suwon is not afraid that I will be poisoned to death. But she is not afraid. Death does not mean anything. I am still a transcendent. On the contrary, it is that guild that I will be chased and beaten. Whether to disband or not depends on the cohesion of the guild itself. But if I catch up, it will definitely be a heavy loss. Scan the food into the fantasy space. And after confirming that there is no problem based on the difference in time, eat it directly. When you are full, temper your fighting spirit. And continue to eat when you are hungry. After this cycle, after all the fighting spirit is restored, Fong Bai feels that for professionals, high-energy food may really be needed. Otherwise, the mouth can bear it, but the butt can't. This reminds Fong Bai of the white wolf that he killed at that time. Shaking his head slightly, Fong Bai prepared to sink his mind into the fantasy space. There is still a very important thing to do today. That is, make a gun. However, before sinking into the fantasy space, Fong Bai suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of Bag Town. Why do I feel something is wrong? Fong Bai was a little confused, but he couldn't tell why it was wrong. Shaking his head slightly, Fong Bai put this matter aside and sank his mind into the fantasy space. He decided to make a gun after seeing the 3 fireball scrolls before. Before that, Fong Bai had actually been tempted. With the magician's hand, there would be absolutely no problem with the hardware. Not to mention other things. Let's just say seamless steel pipes. It may not be hammered out with a hammer, but the method of using the magician's hand to directly transmit vibrations from the molten iron step will definitely not be a problem. But there is one thing. Fong Bai can find the blueprints. And the guns he can make are all average in power. It may be okay to fight against those below level 10. But if he really wants to fight against those who have changed their jobs above level 10, thinking about the hardness of Bag and his own defense strength at the time, Fong Bai felt that it was a big deal. What the gun can hit, he can also chop with an axe. The gun can't hit. He can still chop with his axe. As for the taller and more advanced guns, not to mention where to get the blueprints, it takes a lot of thought to climb the technology tree to make smokeless granular gunpowder. More importantly, there is no channel to access these things in reality. And unauthorized access can easily cause trouble for oneself. So Fong Bai didn't think about it any further. But it's different now. Fong Bai has several fireball scrolls in his hand. A thumb-sized fireball can expand to a radius of 10 meters. Even without calculating this expansion coefficient, Fong Bai knows that it is very terrifying. What if such power can be compressed into a gun barrel and used to fire bullets? Fong Bai dared not imagine how terrifying the power would be. It would definitely be powerful. Fong Bai movements were fast. In the fantasy space, he cast a quasi-3 steel pipe and pulled the rifling. Just as he was about to continue, he suddenly noticed something, frowned, and turned his head to look in the direction of Bag Town. Such a disgusting feeling. The fluctuations are getting bigger and bigger. What on earth is it? Chapter 78 Cult? What on earth is this? Fong Bai couldn't help himself. He had never seen this energy fluctuation before. It was not an elemental fluctuation. Yet he sensed it carefully. Thoughts of chaos, killing, corpses, and fighting suddenly flooded into his mind, and even began to affect Fong Bai's mood. It could be ignored before, but now it is becoming more and more obvious. It's like a dot of ink on a piece of white paper, or a red bean in a pile of soybeans, which is extremely eye-catching. But non-transcendent people don't seem to feel it. Fong Bai looked at the status of Suwen and others, and found that there was nothing unusual. Just then, Zhong Ming came over, and Fong Bai asked, "Zhong Ming, has there been any strange things in Bag Town recently?" "No. That is, Bag Castle was robbed. And then the castle guards and the players on the scene at that time killed each other very tragically. The death toll was very high, and the most even died twice. It is said that many guilds are preparing for revenge. Apart from this, everyone has been quite calm recently." "Is that so?" Fong Bai pondered. "Then did you sense a strange energy fluctuation?" "What energy fluctuation?" Zhong Ming shook his head in confusion, and Fong Bai stopped talking immediately after hearing that. "Okay. Go ahead." "Oh. Okay." After Zhong Ming left, Fong Bai started to think, and he immediately suspected the players. Which player is causing trouble? But after thinking carefully, it seems that the players are not qualified to do such things now. So he started to think again. Or is it the people of the Bag family who are causing trouble? Something is wrong. Fong Bai frowned, put on his armor and prepared to check it out. But just as he walked to the door, he stopped looking at the sun outside. Although it had been many days since the previous incident, Fong Bai felt that if he wore this armor and entered Bag Town again, there would definitely be a commotion there. After pondering for a moment, Fong Bai took off his armor and used the remaining gelatinous rhinoceros skin to make a layer of padding on the bottom of the armor's combat boots. After doing that, the footsteps between walking suddenly became much lighter. That night, Fong Bai, wearing armor and a black cape, quietly appeared near Bog Town. After arriving near Bog Town, this energy fluctuation became stronger and more eye-catching. But at this moment, it seemed that only Fong Bai could feel it. Before this, there was no other extraordinary person in Bog Town except Bog. Now without Bog, there was only Fong Bai, following the direction of the fluctuation, approaching little by little. After getting close enough to Bog Town, Fong Bai suddenly discovered that the source of the fluctuation was not in Bog Town, but a manor quite close to Bog Town. Not long after, Fong Bai touched the bottom of the manor wall, felt the evil fluctuations close at hand, and took a deep breath. If he went in directly, it would be embarrassing if he thought too much. But if he didn't go in, he couldn't be sure. He had a hunch that there was definitely nothing good in the manor. After thinking for a while, Fong Bai decided to sneak in and investigate it silently. Around the wall, he used his mental power to find a more suitable position, looked at the 3-meter-high wall, slightly opened the power, and jumped with his knees bent. Bang! With a muffled sound, the glove with cotton gloves grabbed the wall. After holding on, he pulled himself up the wall little by little, turned over and fell to the ground. Bang! With a muffled sound, Fong Bai stood still for a moment, and after making sure that he did not alarm anyone, he was ready to leave. However, at this moment, a bowstring sounded, and a crossbow arrow instantly came towards Fong Bai's chest. Exposed? And the killer was killed directly. So straightforward? Fong Bai frowned, speechlessly looking at a hidden sentry. He didn't expect that his luck was so bad. There was a sentry outside the range of mental power detection. He dodged the crossbow arrow's flight trajectory sideways, and grabbed a javelin and threw it out. Puff! The javelin pierced the man's heart and killed him instantly. Kill him! I won't be exposed. However, at this moment, there was a sound of someone standing up from behind. And at the same time, enemy. Bang! A javelin instantly nailed the sentry to the tree. And the shouting stopped abruptly. It can still be rescued. As long as... Who? 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 A cluster of torches were lit, and the secret sentries stood up one by one. My first stealth ended like this? Fong Bai was stunned, looking down at his remaining 4 javelin, thinking about it, and looking at the giant axe in his hand, and then looking up at the sentries. Maybe it can be rescued again. However, in just a moment of daze, Fong Bai found 4 or 5 crossbow arrows that were focused on him. No questioning, no hesitation, no discussion, just killing directly, which made Fong Bai's face slowly become serious. Sure enough, there is a ghost. As soon as the voice fell, Fong Bai bent his knees and jumped, and 4 javelin shots were shot out in succession, instantly piercing 4 sentries. The whole person also directly knocked a crossbow arrow away head-on, and appeared in front of a sentry holding a crossbow. The sentinel was pale, sallow and thin, like a starving person, but the fanatical look in his eyes made Fong Bai shudder. Fanaticism. Fanaticism. Absolute fanaticism. When he got closer, he could hear the sentinel muttering something, facing Fong Bai, who was rushing up. He had no fear. He dropped the crossbow and drew a dagger and rushed towards Fong Bai. Puff! The giant axe split him in half without any hindrance. His internal organs and blood were scattered all over the ground. This man didn't even touch Fong Bai once. The other sentinels were not afraid of such a terrifying scene. No one needed to command them. No one spoke. They kept muttering, and then rushed up with a fanatical look. This strange situation made Fong Bai feel a little cold in his heart. What the hell is this? Fong Bai couldn't help but scold. Magic effect? Or some weird doctrine or sect? Fong Bai remembered that there was a Church of Light in Bag Town, and prayer did have special effects. However, the Church of Light exists, and the God of Light really exists. So does that mean that there are also evil cults that can deceive people? Fong Bai looked at these fanatical people, and sensed the fluctuations coming from the manor. Tyranny. Killing. Fighting. Corpses. Suddenly, a tyranny of killing everyone surged into his heart. Fong Bai clenched the giant axe and woke up. Damn it. Is it a cult ritual? What is the Lord doing? Oh! The Lord was killed by me. What is the Church of Light doing? Fong Bai couldn't help but curse. Looked at this group of fanatical sentinels. Carried the giant axe on his shoulder. And rushed forward without caring. The daggers, long swords, and crossbows in the hands of the sentinels only left holes in the black cloak, and could not cause any damage to Fong Bai at all. There was not even a white mark on the armor. As Fong Bai rushed forward, more and more people came out of hiding. Some were dressed as slaves, some as farmers, and some as merchants. However, the majority were dressed as farmers, which shocked Fong Bai. Indigenous people. Indigenous people. All of them. No wonder the players didn't notice anything. Using indigenous people to cause trouble will certainly not alarm the players. Rushing forward, Fong Bai was stunned by the scene in front of him when he saw it in the inner courtyard of the manor. Chapter 79. The evil god is watching. Blood, debris, distortion. The moment Fong Bai entered the manor, his eyes were filled with countless debris. Twisted corpses were forced into the tortuous grooves. Pale bones and broken bones. Rotten internal organs were everywhere. And the wriggling white maggots were as big as thumbs. And green flies were hovering on them. The grooves collided and connected with each other, forming a shape like a long sword. At the sword lattice, all the blood and corpse fluid in the grooves flowed into the blood pool at the sword lattice. Inside the blood pool, scarlet blood and white corpse fluid mixed together, and a half-finished skeleton altar stood in it. The pungent smell of blood and stench filled Fong Bai's nose the moment he stepped into the inner courtyard. Fong Bai, who had no reaction to killing people, felt a little nauseous at this moment. But more of it was shocking. At least hundreds of people died here. Looking at the terrified faces and twisted limbs, the air seemed to be filled with wails. In Fong Bai's perception, a stream of evil energy flowed out from the inside of the zigzag groove. These energies flowed into the blood pool along the groove and finally gathered on the altar. On the altar, strong evil fluctuations emanated, and that fluctuation originated from here. Looking at the shocking scene in front of him, Fong Bai couldn't help but open his eyes wide. At this moment, someone suddenly blew a breath on the back of his neck. Huh? Does it look good? Fong Bai got goosebumps instantly, and subconsciously pulled back to slash back. Missed. The empty feeling made Fong Bai look back suddenly, and saw a young man in a cloak standing quietly in the same place. The blond young man's face was sickly pale, and he looked very thin, as if he could die at any time. But such a young man gave Fong Bai a feeling of extreme danger, and even death. When he approached just now, Fong Bai didn't notice anything extraordinary. He is definitely an extraordinary person, and he is very powerful. Fong Bai took a deep breath and stared at the young man. Did you do all this? It is their honor to be a sacrifice to God and leave this world as soon as possible. Evil god. Cult. Hearing this, Fong Bai's eyes instantly turned cold. Looking at the body of the little girl in a red dress in the groove next to him, Fong Bai instantly lost all his patience when he saw that she was only 7 or 8 years old. There is no need to talk to the cultists. Buzz. Giant axe. Equipment. Mechanical power armor. Equipment. Full power. The surging power instantly poured into his body, and Fong Bai stepped hard. The moment the stone under his feet exploded, Fong Bai rushed out, and the giant axe in his hand slashed diagonally. Ding! A blood-colored long sword touched the side of the giant axe, and a strong force came, and Fong Bai was directly tilted. This force made Fong Bai change color slightly. But before Fong Bai could adjust, the young man came close to him, and Fong Bai quickly fought back. With clanging sounds, two figures collided with each other almost in close combat, intersecting each other for more than 10 rounds. Fong Bai's giant axe flew out of his hand, and the empty door suddenly opened up. A sword tip directly touched his chest. Fong Bai felt a tightness in his chest and flew backwards instantly. What a great strength! The young man looked at Fong Bai with some surprise, as if he was looking at a piece of good fat meat. Fong Bai caught this look. His face turned cold, and he looked down. There was a shallow sword mark on his chest. The hand behind his back couldn't help but tremble slightly, and the look he gave the young man again became extremely solemn. It's you. The young man seemed to have made some decision, showing his big white teeth and smiling slightly, and rushed to Fong Bai like a ghost. Fong Bai stretched out his hand to block, and was instantly smashed away. Bang! 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 Fong Bai stood up and fought with the young man again with his bare hands. But Fong Bai was completely crushed in terms of strength and reaction. When they collided, strands of scarlet fighting spirit eroded the armor like a maggot, trying to invade Fong Bai's body. "You're pretty good." The young man's eyes became more and more satisfied, and he stretched out his hand to grab Fong Bai, but was knocked back by Fong Bai's punch. Damn it. Fong Bai couldn't help but curse inwardly, and took a look at the armor's power storage, which was almost exhausted. Even with full power, he could only barely cope with it. When the power was gone, Fong Bai could just commit suicide. Otherwise, he would be caught and neither live nor die. He looked at the young man deeply, grabbed his hand, and a scroll fell into his hand. Looking at the scroll in Fong Bai's hand, the young man showed a trace of contempt in his eyes. However, the next moment, he saw Fong Bai throwing the scroll towards the altar in the blood pool. "You're looking for death." The young man, who had no expression at all, was instantly enraged. But he still had to run towards the altar. Fong Bai looked at the altar coldly. The young man picked up the giant axe and turned around and ran. The young man looked at Fong Bai angrily, stretched out his hand, and a red light instantly fell on Fong Bai. "Duel mark. You will definitely die in my hands," the young man said coldly. And then, he ignored Fong Bai and rushed to the front of the altar. Fong Bai used the last boost to run all the way to the mountains, and only stopped slowly when the boost completely disappeared and the armor became heavy. After charging the armor, he ran again. He ran all the way, and stopped panting after making sure that the young man did not catch up. Elite level. Definitely elite level. Not elite level. But it will soon break through the elite level, Fong Bai said decisively. According to the description in the Do Chi secret book, the extraordinary, who has just changed his job, is called professional level. Professional level tempers Do Chi, tempers the body, refines Do Chi, and becomes elite level after condensing Do Chi seeds in the body. At this level, Do Chi can not only recover autonomously and become more condensed, but also directly mobilize the elemental power in the environment to bless itself, which can bring blessings far beyond the professional level. After the elite level comes the master level, and after the master level comes the legend level. However, the description of the Do Chi secret book only goes up to the elite level. There is no description of the master level and the legend level. Only two simple names. I am equipped with armor, a giant axe, and the full power of the mechanical power assisted armor. This person can actually have almost the same strength as me without the help of equipment, just relying on the blessing of Do Chi, and has condensed and difficult Do Chi. Ordinary professional level people absolutely cannot have this strength. This is either elite level or about to break through. If he can have a few more pieces of equipment, I'm afraid I won't have a chance to escape at all. Fong Bai recalled the altar he had just seen and the strong evil power gathered in it. Look at the young man's serious look, and the breath he exudes. When the altar is completed and the ceremony is formed, it will definitely cause serious consequences. Fong Bai turned his head and looked in the direction of Bag Town. The strong cold breath spread unscrupulously, without any cover, and even became more rampant. At this time, Fong Bai found that there were 2 more system prompts on the attribute panel, and opened the attribute panel to take a look. Ding. System prompt. You have been invited to participate in the Blood Blade duel in 5 days. You cannot refuse or be absent. Please go to the duel location as soon as possible. Ding. System prompt. You have received the attention of the evil god? Fong Bai was stunned, untied his gauntlet, and looked at his palm. A blood-colored long sword appeared in his palm, drilling into it like a bug. There was an eye on the sword guard of the blood sword, as if staring at Fong Bai. Cold. Horrible. Chapter 80. Cold. When Fong Bai stared at this eye, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and his whole body was cold. But he found nothing when he scanned it with his mental power, as if the mark did not exist. Horror! However, this feeling only lasted for a moment before a virtual panel different from the attribute panel appeared in front of him. The mark of the evil god was found. The emergency program was activated, and it was being cleared. At this moment, Fong Bai found that the little white tower in his mind had moved, and he looked inward. The little white tower floating in his mind emitted a faint light, which condensed into a beam and fell towards Fong Bai palm. Fong Bai felt that he could stop the white tower, as if the white tower would stop as long as he thought about it. The thought moved. The beam stopped. Sure enough, this was not Fong Bai illusion. This little white tower was indeed under his control, and he could control it freely in a thought. Continue to clear. As Fong Bai thought, the beam immediately fell on Fong Bai hand, directly hitting the mark in the center of his palm. Fong Bai only felt a burning pain in his palm, and the next moment the blood-colored sword-shaped brand was erased, and the feeling of being watched and the coldness all over his body just now also disappeared. At the same time, the words on the virtual panel slowly changed. The mark has been erased. The mark of the evil god has been recorded. Name, Bloodblade. The evil god plane has been locked. Do you want to start cross-border transmission? Looking at the words on the virtual panel, Fong Bai couldn't help but open his eyes wide and looked at the little white tower in his mind again. It can actually locate and teleport? Is it so awesome? What on earth is this little white tower? It's fine that it has a stress reaction to the evil god's mark, which can only be called a master protector at most. But after erasing the mark, its first prompt is not to help the owner hide, but to help the owner locate the evil god's position, and then ask whether to start teleporting? What is its origin? Fong Bai looked at this little white tower in surprise. There was something wrong with his previous owner. The default reaction to encountering the evil god was to teleport to it, and directly beat the evil god? Fong Bai quickly closed the attribute panel, fearing that he had clicked the wrong button. No matter how awesome it is, it's the little white tower that's awesome, not him. If he makes a mistake, even if the evil god shows his health bar, he can't beat him. We talk about it later. We talk about it later. Fong Bai didn't realize that it was not just the little white tower and his previous owner. He didn't have much fear for the evil god. You know, Fong Bai deeply understands that this is not just a game. Fong Bai couldn't help but recall the two words Bloodblade again, and wanted to say it, but he held back. If you say the real master out, it will be no fun to look at you again. Let's talk about it later. There will be a chance. Fong Bai smiled, and his depressed mood just now was swept away. But, is this little white tower usable? Fong Bai controlled the little white tower with some expectation, and then received a familiar message again. Please find a territory to place it as soon as possible. Seeing that it was still like this, Fong Bai shook his head slightly, and got out of his mind. Turning his head to the direction of Bag Town, he recalled the word duel on the attribute panel just now. That is, there is no. Otherwise, I will directly call a mud truck to kill you. You dare to make an appointment? Fong Bai narrowed his eyes. Who is afraid of who? Although there is no forced duel with the evil god, Fong Bai will still go to the appointment on time. Just kidding. Who is afraid of who in a duel with a player like me? Since you invited me, I will have a fair and just night duel with you. Fong Bai returned to the blacksmith shop and sank into the fantasy space. Without any hesitation, he started to prepare immediately. He will go all out for this fair duel. This is his chivalry. So, make a gun. In the fantasy space, Fong Bai, who was playing with the seamless steel pipe, narrowed his eyes slightly. The quasi-3 refined seamless steel pipe flashed cold light in Fong Bai hand. Through the hole, you can see circles of spiral rifling. When a blacksmith reaches Fong Bai level, it basically means rubbing everything by hand. Perhaps, the mechanical forger in the wizard civilization replaces the industrial machine tools in the technological civilization. The higher the level of the mechanical forger, the more advanced the machine tools, with higher processing accuracy and larger processing range. Thinking like this, Fong Bai immediately continued to forge. After a while, pure steel bullets as thick as fingers appeared in Fong Bai hand. Fong Bai held a closed gun barrel, and with a thought, the condensed spell scroll took effect directly. A fist-sized fireball appeared and was compressed to the size of a thumb. The next moment, the fireball flew into the gun barrel from the front, followed by a bullet. Boom! The fireball exploded out of control, and the gun barrel turned into countless fragments, which were wrapped in flames and tore Fong Bai body into pieces. The bullet shot out from the gun head lost its accuracy and hit Fong Bai eyebrows. Bang! After his body was torn into pieces, Fong Bai head was also broken like a watermelon, and everything red and white splashed out, and then vaporized and disappeared in the flames. Hiss! Fong Bai, who had just recovered from the pain of death, took a breath. This is the taste. Strong enough. After Fong Bai recovered, he immediately recorded it in the experimental record book. Although he was just blown to death, this was his fantasy space, and his mental power was always paying attention to every data. So the cause of the fireball explosion. time, power, bullet trajectory, the process of the barrel breaking, etc. were all under his attention. And every detail was recorded. The barrel is too weak. The strength and toughness are not enough. The quasi-3 refined material cannot be used. At least it must be a 3 refined barrel. The compressed fireball can only last for a moment. And it cannot collide with anything during this moment. Otherwise it will explode immediately. And within this moment, I must complete the process of loading the fireball into the chamber. Loading and aiming. This is not realistic at all. So front loading is not possible. It must be rear loading. Then, there is the rifling. The bullet also has a problem. The length of the barrel must also be modified. The data was recorded in the experimental record book one by one. And based on these records, Fong Bai quickly designed a new drawing. Not long after, another experiment. Bang! The gun itself turned into a grenade again. And the fragments flew all over the sky with the fireball. Verifying that the 3 refined steel tube could not withstand the explosion of the fireball inside. But unlike before, Fong Bai was not in the explosion range this time. Fong Bai is not stupid. Although he will not die. But it will hurt to blow himself up in vain. Speaking of which, just using it as a grenade is more powerful and more lethal than the original single fireball. If I can specially make fragments with strong armor-piercing performance and mix them in, maybe the fireball can also have an armor-piercing effect. Fong Bai put this idea aside for the time being and began to experiment with the last gun barrel.